Wang Shiji no longer dared to address Xiao Ming as a brother. The current Prince Qi was no longer someone who could be appeased with a few silver notes. He was now a feudal lord with life-and-death authority over 6 prefectures. This change had happened gradually but unmistakably. If the Wang family had once looked down on Prince Qi, they now regarded him with a hint of wariness. Brother Wang, since His Highness is unwilling, there must be a reason. Are you here to upset His Highness this time? Qin Mu said lazily. Compared to the Wang family, the Qin family was closer to Xiao Ming. However, the incident in Kangzhou had severely weakened the Qin family, and they harbored some resentment towards Xiao Ming. But this resentment could only be buried deep in their hearts, as the incident had shown them that Prince Qi no longer needed to cater to their whims. Brother Qin, why would you say that I'm here to make His Highness happy? Wang Shiji said, clapping his hands. A servant from the Wang family entered, carrying a box. Wang Shiji continued, Your Highness, this is a gift from my father. We hope you will accept it. The servant opened the box, revealing sheets of paper filled with writing. Xiao Ming glanced at them and was slightly surprised. He said, These are land deeds. Exactly, Your Highness. These are land deeds. My father learned that Your Highness still needs a large amount of farmland, so he has gifted you 1,000 hectares of fertile land outside Kingzhou City, Wang Shiji explained. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. His own land holdings in Kingzhou amounted to only 100 hectares. This time the Wang family was gifting him 1,000 hectares of prime farmland. While this was a drop in the bucket for the Wang family, it was the first time they had offered land as a gift. After a moment of thought, Xiao Ming understood. Wang Chengchu was indeed shrewd. For Xiao Ming, silver was no longer enough to sway him. Now, the only way to win his favor was to cater to his interests. Xiao Ming's land reclamation efforts were due to a lack of farmland, and Wang Chengchu had likely realized that commerce in Kingzhou was far more profitable than farming. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ming laughed heartily. Wang Chengchu is truly thoughtful. I am indeed in need of farmland, and this gift couldn't have come at a better time. Wang Shiji smiled, pleased that he and his father had guessed correctly once again. Qin Mu's expression darkened. He sneered and said to Xiao Ming, Your Highness, I'm not like Brother Wang, who has vast land holdings across the 6 prefectures. However, I know that Your Highness is in need of skilled shipbuilders. I've purchased 1,000 experienced carpenters from shipyards across the Great Yu Empire. I hope you will accept them. Excellent. Xiao Ming slammed the table, his excitement evident. Although the shipyard had many slaves, none of them were skilled carpenters. Training a group of carpenters would take a long time, so the arrival of 1,000 skilled craftsmen was a godsend. However, the Wang family's gift of land and the Qin family's gift of craftsmen suggested that both families already knew what product Xiao Ming was about to unveil. Xiao Ming frowned. Despite his strict confidentiality measures, it seemed that someone in the machinery department or the palace had leaked information. Qin Mu looked smug, feeling that he had matched Wang Shiji's move. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ming said, Since both of you have shown such sincerity, I won't disappoint you. This product is called glass. Your Highness, may we see it? Wang Shiji and Qin Mu asked simultaneously. Xiao Ming observed their expressions. Neither showed any surprise at the unfamiliar term glass, which further confirmed his suspicions. Of course. Xiao Ming gestured to a servant waiting outside, who left and returned with a recently produced glass bottle. Wang Shiji and Qin Mu stared intently at the glass bottle in the servant's hand, their breathing growing heavier. The bottle, more beautiful than jade, left them in awe. They could already imagine the immense profits this glass would bring. Your Highness, this is truly a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. Are you really planning to sell it? Wang Shiji asked excitedly. Qin Mu added, Your Highness, such an exquisite item. How should its value be measured since I've brought it out? It's naturally for sale. Isn't that why both of you are here? Xiao Ming said calmly. With Xiao Ming laying his cards on the table, Wang Shiji and Qin Mu stopped beating around the bush. Wang Shiji said, Your Highness, the first profits shouldn't go to outsiders. Brother Wang is absolutely right, especially for something as extraordinary as this. Qin Mu agreed. The two of them went back and forth, each trying to secure the first opportunity to profit from the glass. Xiao Ming, however, had his own plans. He intended to let the Kingzhou Merchant Group handle the initial sales, maximizing profits before auctioning off the distribution rights 6 months later. He said, I understand your intentions, but I plan to entrust the glass to the Kingzhou Merchant Group. However, since both of your families have shown such sincerity, I'll allow you to purchase the glass from the Kingzhou Merchant Group. How does that sound? Thank you, Your Highness. Both men were overjoyed. After expressing their gratitude, they left one after the other. Once they were gone, Xiao Ming's expression darkened. He summoned Li San and Wang Xuan. Your Highness, Li San and Wang Xuan arrived at the main hall simultaneously. Seeing Xiao Ming's grim expression, they grew uneasy. Both Li San and Wang Xuan now worked in the command headquarters, using their official positions to conceal their true roles. I ordered you to closely monitor the machinery department and the industrial district." "How did information about the glass still leak out?" Xiao Ming demanded angrily. "If the glass can leak today, what's to stop everything in the machinery department from leaking tomorrow? All my hard work will have been for nothing." Li San and Wang Chuan exchanged glances. Li San said, "Your Highness, I can guarantee that there were no breaches in the industrial district." Wang Chuan swears on his life that there were no breaches in the machinery department. "We've been monitoring everyone Chen Qi and Chen Wenlong have interacted with. They haven't had any contact with members of the Erful families." Xiao Ming snapped. "Guarantees? How can you guarantee anything? The fact is, information about the glass was leaked prematurely." "Your Highness, the leak might have come from the palace," Li San suddenly suggested. "The palace?" Xiao Ming frowned. "Yes, Your Highness. We were afraid of angering you, so we didn't place any informants in the palace," Li San explained. Xiao Ming's anger gradually subsided. The safest places were often the most overlooked. Due to the palace's tight security, Li San and Wang Chuan hadn't considered it a potential source of leaks. "For now, this is just speculation. You may leave," Xiao Ming said. He realized he had been careless. "But remember, the responsibilities of the Secret Service are immense. I'm spending over 100,000 taels of silver on you every month. I expect results. Now is the time to prove your capabilities. Find the leak." Li San and Wang Chuan bowed and left the main hall. As Xiao Ming looked at the box of land deeds Wang Shiji had brought, a chill ran down his spine. How many spies from the Erful families were lurking around him, both openly and in secret? This incident had served as a stark warning. The emergence of glass in this era was undoubtedly a highly profitable industry, and its potential for immense profit made even Xiao Ming unable to remain calm. For this reason, he entrusted the management rights of glass to his Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce. However, if Xiao Ming monopolized the glass trade, merchants from other regions would naturally be displeased. They might cause trouble when operating in their own territories. Therefore, Xiao Ming proposed a plan to auction off the sales rights for glass after 6 months. This way, he could not only secure the first wave of profits, but also appease these merchants. A few days later, the glass exhibition Xiao Ming had promised officially took place in the East Market. All the glass produced by the workers in recent days was put on display. Xiao Ming even dispatched soldiers from the Qingzhou army to maintain order at the event. Merchants were already accustomed to the new terminology emerging in Qingzhou. Once they understood the meaning of the exhibition, they flocked to the event. "Is this glass?" merchants whispered among themselves. Like Wang Shiji and Qin Mu, they were deeply Chinese letter ed by this unfamiliar material the moment they saw it. Transparent, cool to the touch, smooth as skin, this is truly a divine creation. At the exhibition, merchants were allowed to pick up and examine the glass. After inspecting it, some exclaimed in awe. "Brother Han, how do you think this glass compares to porcelain?" one merchant asked his companion. "Porcelain is exquisite, but glass is prized for its transparency and rarity. Its value is immeasurable. If this were to be sold, it would undoubtedly be adored by the nobility," the merchant surnamed Han replied. "I agree. In my opinion, glass could be even more profitable than soap or fine wine. However, the auction for its distribution rights will likely be exorbitantly expensive." "That's true, but the returns would come quickly. As merchants, we must be willing to take risks." Brother Han is absolutely right. The exhibition was held in a circular area, cordoned off with ropes. Inside, glass items were displayed on wooden benches, and merchants walked around, admiring the various shapes and forms of glass. As time passed, more and more merchants arrived, and their anticipation grew for how Prince Qi would auction off the distribution rights for glass. However, their excitement was dampened when Li Kaiyun arrived, bringing with him Xiao Ming's sales plan for glass. 6 months, a merchant asked. Li Kaiyun nodded. "Yes, 6 months. And after 6 months, only merchants who have joined the Chamber of Commerce will be eligible to participate in the auction." Many of the merchants were newcomers from other regions and were unfamiliar with the Chamber of Commerce. Li Kaiyun's announcement made them realize the importance of joining the chamber. They decided to pay the membership fee and join the chamber after the exhibition. Initially, joining the chamber was free, but as the number of merchants grew, Xiao Ming added this requirement. "What a pity. Waiting 6 months will cost us so much potential profit." Ding Wangquan, a prominent merchant favored by Prince Wei, stood among the crowd. Although he was influential, Li Kaiyun, as the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, held significant authority under Xiao Ming. Since Li Kaiyun was making the announcement, it was clear that this was Prince Qi's decision. The shrewd merchants quickly understood the reasoning behind this arrangement, which also highlighted the immense profitability of glass, enough to make even Prince Qi uneasy. Some of the major merchants affiliated with other feudal lords remained silent. Openly opposing the decision would be disrespectful to Prince Qi. Instead, they planned to visit him privately. The public exhibition lasted an entire day, and the name glass spread rapidly among the merchants. The common people of Qingzhou also buzzed with excitement. Prince Qi had created yet another miraculous item. After the exhibition, the merchants dispersed, each returning to devise their own strategies. Some prepared lavish gifts and headed directly to Xiao Ming's palace. Prince Wei, Prince Yan, Prince Chu, Prince Zhao, Prince Huainan, Prince Liang, Prince Runan, Princess Pingyang, third prince, crown prince in the main hall of the palace. Xiao Ming read through the stack of name cards, HIS Chinese letter growing deeper. Zihuan stood beside Xiao Ming. She was the one who had delivered these name cards. She said, "Your Highness, you are truly the most sought-after person in the great Yu Empire now. Everyone from feudal lords to princesses and princes is coming to seek your favor. HMPH, a name card is just a formality. It doesn't mean they're begging. I could write 300 of these in a day without breaking a sweat," Xiao Ming said, handing the stack of name cards to Luo. "Take these and use them as kindling for the coal stove." Luo glanced at Zihuan, thinking Xiao Ming was being unreasonable again. Seeing Zihuan nod, she took the name cards and left. "Your Highness, this is still a good thing. At least they now have to consider your position and can't afford to slight you," Zihuan said. Zihuan's intention was to persuade Xiao Ming to meet with these merchants. Empress Zhen had sent her here not only to assist Xiao Ming, but also to act as his confidant, offering advice when he made impulsive decisions. She believed that now was the time for Xiao Ming to rebuild relationships with other feudal lords, princes, and princesses, and that this would not be a bad thing for him. After a moment of thought, Xiao Ming said, "I will meet them, but since their masters treated me with such disdain in the past, I must return the favor. Tell them I am bathing and changing clothes, and they will have to wait a little longer." Zihuan nodded and withdrew from the main hall. Xiao Ming sat down, tapping the table lightly with his fingers as he pondered how to deal with these merchants. When he announced the 6-month delay for glass sales, he had anticipated that some major merchants would grow impatient. He knew exactly who they were. Their purpose was undoubtedly to seek special privileges, which was normal in an era like the Great Yu Empire, where the nobility enjoyed extensive privileges. It was all about exchanging interests, either cooperation or mutual sabotage. Therefore, if he couldn't avoid granting them some privileges, Xiao Ming needed to secure what he wanted in return. At the moment, what he needed most was silver and skilled craftsmen, the fundamental elements of industrial development. These were the only things that could make him relent. With this in mind, he thought over his approach and then instructed Zihuan to invite the merchants in. The first to enter the main hall was Ding Wangquan, followed by the Han merchant affiliated with Prince Yan, the Lu merchant from Prince Liang's domain, and others, a total of 25 merchants. These merchants came from the domains of both non-imperial and imperial feudal lords, as well as from the entourages of princes and princesses. They represented the highest echelons of in the Great Yu Empire. "Please have a seat," Xiao Ming said with a smile. "I understand why you've come to visit me so late. However, the matter of glass concerns the interests of Qingzhou, and I cannot easily make concessions to you." The merchant stared at Xiao Ming, and after his words fell, there was a brief silence. Finally, Ding Wangquan was the first to speak. He said, "Your Highness said that you cannot easily agree, which means there is still a chance for us. We hope Your Highness can clarify." "Please clarify, Your Highness," the other merchants echoed in unison. Xiao Ming glanced at Ding Wangquan. This old man was indeed good at reading people, which was why he had amassed such a fortune. However, Xiao Ming wasn't someone who could be easily fooled. "You've all seen the glass. Its value is immeasurable, and I'm sure you've already formed your own estimates. If it were to be sold, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the Great Yu Empire and amass a vast fortune," Xiao Ming said. The merchants exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Xiao Ming continued, "The production cost of glass is extremely high. Handing it over to you now would result in significant losses for me." The statement about the high cost of glass was a lie, but it was easy for those unfamiliar with the process to believe, as glass seemed so extraordinary to them. Seeing Xiao Ming's troubled expression, Ding Wangquan said, "Your Highness, if you allow us to sell it, we will certainly not let you suffer losses. We can purchase the distribution rights." "That's right, Your Highness. As long as you say the word, we have the silver," the merchants chimed in. Xiao Ming nodded at this point. "Even so, I'm afraid I won't be able to provide so much glass at once. To be honest, my fief lacks skilled craftsmen, which is why glass production is slow." "Is that so, Your Highness? My Zhou family has many skilled slave craftsmen. If you need them, I can send them to you," a merchant from Prince Liang's fief offered. Another merchant added, "I can report this to Prince Huainan and have him allocate some slave craftsmen." Merchants vied with each other to offer their assistance to Xiao Ming. They all spoke of slave craftsmen because it was clear that free craftsmen would not be as reliable. Xiao Ming pretended to ponder deeply for a moment. then said, "Since you are all so sincere, I can agree to open glass sales to you 5 months earlier. However, this will inevitably upset other merchants. How about you all upgrade to become members of the Chamber of Commerce members?" The merchants looked puzzled. Zhao Ming smiled. "This is a policy the Chamber of Commerce is preparing to implement. I will categorize merchants in the chamber based on their contributions into ordinary members, intermediate members, advanced members, bronze members, silver members, gold members, stewards, elders, and vice presidents. What do these contributions refer to?" a merchant asked. Zhao Ming explained, "This Chamber of Commerce was created by me to promote the prosperity of my fief and build a free commercial city. Contributions naturally refer to contributions to the construction of this commercial city. There are many types of contributions, such as the total amount of silver traded within the chamber, providing craftsmen, grain, ore, and so on. Once the contribution value reaches a certain level, you can be promoted to a higher level member and enjoy more benefits from the chamber." Upon hearing this, the merchants fell into deep thought. Zhao Ming continued, "Vice presidents, elders, and stewards will have priority access to all goods from Qingzhou, enjoy maximum discounts, and even have partial management rights within the chamber. Specific policies will be handed over to Li Kaiyuan." The membership system was a highly profitable modern model designed to maximize profits while attracting high-quality consumers. Zhao Ming was applying this method now. Given his current capabilities, he couldn't cater to every merchant, as the cost would be too high. Instead, he needed to focus on a group of high-quality merchants who would then collaborate with smaller merchants. Moreover, the introduction of the membership system would drive these major merchants to climb the ranks desperately to secure greater profit margins. However, the contribution values required to move up the ranks would be substantial. By the time they climbed to the top, Zhao Ming would have already reaped enormous profits. Furthermore, once they were in, these merchants would be tied to the Chamber of Commerce, effectively using the entire merchant class of the Great Yu Empire to work for him. Immediate access. Some merchants were already tempted. Zhao Ming continued to sweeten the deal. "Not only will you have first access to goods, but in the future, certain technical processes will also be sold based on membership levels." This temptation was too much for the seated merchants to resist. The sale of technology meant that high-ranking merchants would gain access to technology first, leaving low-ranking merchants to envy them. Zhao Ming calmly observed the merchants, waiting for them to recharge. After a while, Ding Wangqun suddenly stood up and said, "Your Highness, I am willing to donate 2 million taels of silver, 100,000 bushels of grain, and 5,000 skilled slave craftsmen to the chamber." Impressive, Manager Ding, such generosity. "Based on your contribution, you will be directly promoted to an advanced member. This means you can access the glass in 2 months, Zhao Ming said, giving Ding Wangqun a thumbs up. Ding Wangqun was essentially buying his way up the membership ranks rather than climbing step by step through chamber transactions. Zhao Ming hadn't expected Ding Wangqun to be so impatient. 2 months, the other merchants were in an uproar. They were not yet members and would have to wait 6 months to access the glass. Ding Wangqun was delighted and glanced smugly at the other merchants. "I'll also donate 2 million taels of silver." One merchant shouted, standing up, "I'll donate 10,000 craftsmen. I'll donate 100,000 caddies of iron ore." One by one, the merchants stood up, vying to donate their most valuable resources to the chamber in exchange for higher membership levels. Zhao Ming maintained a calm exterior, but inside, he was laughing maniacally. The modern membership strategy was indeed effective. Driven by the desire for special status and greater benefits within the chamber, the merchants were thoroughly ensnared. "One at a time, please. No need to rush. Luo, take notes on what each merchant is donating and hand them over to Li Kaiyuan," Zhao Ming instructed. Luo picked up a brush and began recording beside Zhao Ming. She was still somewhat confused, not understanding what method Zhao Ming had used to make these merchants so eager to donate money and resources. After the commotion died down, Luo had recorded all the donations from the seated merchants. Zhao Ming tallied them up and was shocked. All of them had reached the advanced membership level, which meant he would have to open glass sales to them in 2 months. However, for Zhao Ming, the resources he had gained were more than enough to offset his losses. 9 million taels of silver, 500,000 bushels of grain, a considerable amount of wrought iron, 30,000 skilled slave craftsmen, 100,000 labor slaves, 5,000 bolts of silk, 1,000 horses, and various other items. He had struck gold. In the dim light of the evening, the merchants who had come to visit Zhao Ming gradually departed. Zhao Ming had instructed Luo to hand over the recorded donations to Li Kaiyuan. These merchants had only made verbal promises, and whether they would fulfill them remained uncertain. However, Zhao Ming wasn't worried about them breaking their promises. The introduction of the membership system had stripped these merchants of any excuse to use the names of feudal lords or princes to curry favor. Through this system, Xiao Ming had not only standardized the status and code of conduct for merchants within the chamber, but also secured substantial benefits for his fief. The news of the membership system spread rapidly among the merchants. Eager to secure early access to the distribution rights for glass, many merchants were willing to donate generously to the chamber in exchange for priority access to goods. Those without sufficient funds could only watch enviously, hoping to accumulate enough resources to one day join the ranks of chamber members. In a short time, the influx of merchants brought a flood of donations to the chamber, and various resources began pouring into Qingzhou. Your Highness, this move of yours is truly brilliant. Just by introducing the membership system, you've managed to extract a significant amount of silver from these merchants. I didn't expect the Cao family from Jiangnan to also get restless and directly donate for a bronze membership, Li Kaiyuan said excitedly to Xiao Ming as they stood at the Chu River dock, watching the continuous stream of cargo ships. Xiao Ming hadn't anticipated that the glass would lure the Cao family, a major player, into the fold. For a long time, the Cao family had kept their distance from Xiao Ming, but now even they couldn't remain indifferent. The Cao family used to look down on small profits, but with the emergence of glass and the promise of technology sales through the membership system, they naturally became interested, Xiao Ming said. A bronze membership required a substantial donation, and the Cao family's contribution had significantly enriched Qingzhou's treasury. However, the Cao family's business spans the entire empire. If they gain early access to glass, they'll undoubtedly reap substantial profits in the short term, Li Kaiyuan remarked. That's not our concern. No matter what, they'll have to pay us for the goods they take. The more they sell, the more we earn, Xiao Ming said, his mood buoyant. The combination of glass and the membership system had provided him with a fresh influx of funds and labor. Qingzhou's development could now continue to move forward at a steady pace, rather than crawling along. Xiao Ming had come out today for two reasons: to inspect the donated resources and to check on the training of the Qingzhou army. After chatting with Li Kaiyuan at the dock and instructing him to organize merchant ships for the sale of glassware as soon as possible, Xiao Ming rode his horse to the Qingzhou military camp. During this period, the steel workshop had not stopped production. On the contrary, as the craftsmen became more skilled, production speed had increased significantly. So far, the workshop had delivered 3,000 sets of plate armor and weapons to the Qingzhou army. In another month or two, every soldier in the Qingzhou army would likely have a set of plate armor. In addition to plate armor, the workshop had also delivered 1,000 mado, 500 sets of crossbows, and a number of shields and swords. As Xiao Ming approached the Qingzhou military camp, he heard the shouts of Lu Fei and the soldiers from outside the gates. Entering the camp, he saw Lu Fei leading the soldiers in drilling battle formations. In ancient warfare, combat effectiveness was largely determined by battle formations. The role of individuals in such melee combat was minimal. Thus, the difference in combat between well-trained soldiers who could form battle formations and disorganized rabble was immense. A disciplined formation of 5,000 soldiers could easily defeat an enemy several times their size. Many instances of winning against overwhelming odds stemmed from this. Lu Fei was currently drilling the soldiers in the square formation, one of the most basic battle formations. Other formations included the circular formation, the wedge formation, and the goose formation. On the battlefield, commanders would change formations according to the evolving situation. This was where a commander's skill was truly tested. However, while Lu Fei was drilling the square formation, Xiao Ming noticed that this particular square formation wasn't intended for ordinary combat. Seeing Xiao Ming approach, Lu Fei shouted, "Halt!" and then walked over to him. "Your Highness, you seem troubled. Is there something wrong with the formation?" Lu Fei asked, bowing. As the feudal lord of the 6 prefectures, Xiao Ming held the title of Grand Marshal, overseeing all military affairs in the region. His status as a prince also allowed him to manage all administrative matters in his fief. Lu Fei, as the captain of Qingzhou, was directly subordinate to Xiao Ming. Thus, Xiao Ming had the authority to oversee military training. The front line has crossbowmen, the middle line has spearmen, and the rear line has mada wielders. This formation is designed to counter cavalry, isn't it? Xiao Ming said. Your Highness understands battle formations, Lu Fei asked, surprised. Xiao Ming smirked. I am well versed in all types of battle formations, Captain Lu. Don't underestimate me. Lu Fei looked astonished. Does that mean Your Highness also knows how to train troops? Xiao Ming hesitated. Knowing battle formations and actually training soldiers were two different things. He dodged the question. I'll discuss that with you another time. Today I'm here to inspect the soldiers' equipment. At this, Lu Fei's face lit up. "Your Highness, look at these soldiers in their plate armor. Just their presence is enough to strike fear into the enemy." On the training ground, 5,000 soldiers stood in 10 neat square formations, resembling a school assembly during morning exercises. However, what set them apart was the plate armor they wore and the cold gleam of their weapons, which gave them an intimidating aura. Seeing these heavily armed soldiers, Xiao Ming felt a surge of pride. From now on, he would no longer need to fear the Erful families of Qingzhou or make concessions to appease them. The formidable Qingzhou army was more than capable of crushing any family that dared to threaten him. Indeed, they look impressive. But this isn't enough. Training must keep pace. "We can't waste such excellent equipment," Xiao Ming said. The plate armor was made from the highest quality steel in the steel workshop, forged through countless hammer strikes. Xiao Ming was confident that the quality of this plate armor was on par with, if not superior to, that of 17th century plate armor. "Your Highness, leave the training to me. If you're not satisfied in 3 months, I'll offer you my head. However, the second batch of recruits is about to join the camp." "What about their equipment?" Lu Fei asked, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Xiao Ming sighed. Lu Fei had become single-minded, always asking for equipment whenever they met. He said there will be no shortage of equipment. Every soldier will be fully outfitted. Moreover, in a few days, we'll receive 1,000 warhorses. Set aside some soldiers to form a cavalry unit. 1,000 warhorses. Lu Fei's face lit up with joy. "Your Highness, where did you manage to get so many warhorses? Horses are what I've been lacking the most. In past battles against the barbarians, we suffered greatly because of their cavalry. The barbarian cavalry was fast, and their archers were accurate. We couldn't catch up to them, nor could we fight them effectively. The casualties were devastating. Precisely for this reason, I want you to establish a cavalry unit. At least for now, the best way to deal with cavalry is still cavalry. Historically, cavalry was not phased out until the advent of mechanized forces. Therefore, in Xiao Ming's view, the army would need to focus on building a strong cavalry unit for a long time to come." Lu Fei nodded. No matter how excellent infantry formations were, they could only be used for passive defense. Cavalry, on the other hand, was an offensive force, essential for its flexibility, mobility, surprise attacks, and pursuit. He said, "If that's the case, then 1,000 warhorses are still too few. I understand. Next, I plan to smuggle horses from the grasslands to try and build a qualified cavalry unit," Xiao Ming said, frowning slightly. Even in the age of firearms, the role of cavalry was irreplaceable. Smuggle Lu Fei was taken aback. Then he said, "Your Highness, are you not aware that the barbarians have now strictly forbidden the grassland tribes from selling warhorses to the great Yu Kingdom?" "Of course I know. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called smuggling, but trade," Xiao Ming replied. Lu Fei scratched the back of his head, then his expression turned serious as he said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, the barbarians suddenly tightening the sale of warhorses is not good news. In the past, every time they did this, it meant they were preparing to attack the great Yu Empire. That's what worries me too. So this time, even if it's at a high price, I plan to buy a batch of warhorses," Xiao Ming said. "Moreover, the walls of Kangzhou City need a major overhaul. Once the slaves donated by the merchants arrive, I plan to have them rebuild Kangzhou City, turning it into an impregnable fortress that the barbarians cannot breach." Lu Fei was excited. "Your Highness, are you planning to use cement this time?" Xiao Ming nodded. "Yes, the fragile walls of Kangzhou City need to be reinforced." After discussing this matter, Xiao Ming and Lu Fei talked about the new armies in other states. These new armies were currently led by the core members of the Qingzhou army, with no involvement from the Erful local clans. Moreover, each army had a political officer in place, responsible for the ideological work within the troops. When the topic of the political officers came up, Lu Fei looked pained. "Your Highness, these political officers are always talking about how the army must remain loyal to you, how they must uphold your leadership, and they even came up with things like 8 honors and 8 shames, 8 disciplines, and 7 points of attention. It's really something. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the army being loyal to me?" Xiao Ming glanced sideways at Lu Fei, thinking to himself that if this guy had any disloyal thoughts, he would have to deal with him too. Lu Fei immediately broke into a cold sweat. He was just being blunt and didn't like the overly meticulous ways of these scholars. But he realized he had misspoken and quickly bowed. "Your Highness, please don't take offense. I'm just a loudmouth, always saying the wrong things. That's more like it. I don't mind your usual antics, and I try to meet your demands for equipment, but when it comes to matters of principle, you need to be clear-headed." As soon as Xiao Ming spoke, his tone shifted to that of a political officer giving a lecture. The political officers who had been recruited were not allowed to take up their posts lightly. They had to undergo training and pass an exam before they could be assigned. The content of the exam was the guiding ideology of the army. Xiao Ming's goal was to maintain control over the military. In these turbulent times, it was easy for armies to be led astray by their commanders, so this method was necessary to strengthen control. Otherwise, if one state rebelled and another mutinied, it would be enough to give him a headache. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't have the courage even if I had 10 guts, Lu Fei said. Xiaoming nodded. I know you must find the political officers annoying, but just ignore them. They won't interfere with your military affairs. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Fei wiped the sweat from his brow and personally escorted Xiaoming out of the military camp. As he watched Xiaoming leave, Lu Fei let out a sigh of relief. In his eyes, the current Prince of Qi was becoming more and more enigmatic, but he had to admit that his methods were effective. In the past, many soldiers didn't even know who the Prince of Qi was, but now, with the political officers in the army, they heard about the Prince of Qi almost every day. In Lu Fei's view, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It ensured the stability of the military forces across the 6 states, preventing a situation like the one in Kangzhou City, where the local clans controlled the city's defenses. Meanwhile, Xiaoming left the military camp and headed to Bowen Academy, where the newspaper office was now under the supervision of Fan Zheng. Every day, Fan Zheng collected information and published the next day's edition of the newspaper. The papermaking and printing workshops had already been moved to the industrial district, so Fan Zheng only needed to send people to coordinate directly. Xiaoming had already taught Fan Zheng how to handle the specifics, so he didn't need to micromanage. He only needed to review the drafts each day. After all, as his responsibilities grew, so did his daily administrative workload. He had to oversee industry, commerce, and agriculture. Building industry, farming the land, it all required careful attention. As he walked, Xiaoming arrived at Bowen Academy. He wasn't here to see Fan Zheng, but to conduct his regular teaching duties. In his spare time, he often spent his days at Bowen Academy. There were the political officer training sessions, the shipbuilding projects led by Zhang Liang, the technical challenges faced by Chen Qi's machinery department, and the chemistry lessons for Lu Tong and his group. This time, he was here to conduct a chemistry experiment. After the production of glass, he had the workshops create a set of chemical instruments, which were now all in the laboratory. By now, Lu Tong and the others had a solid foundation in basic chemistry. They had memorized the periodic table and were familiar with chemical formulas. The theory was there, but practical application depended on these chemical instruments. When Xiaoming arrived at the laboratory, Lu Tong and over 200 others were waiting inside. Upon seeing Xiaoming, they respectfully greeted him with, Your Highness. The chemistry laboratory was laid out in a modern style, with 5-person workstations below, each equipped with experimental instruments. Xiaoming stood at the front, where he also had his own set of instruments. This time, Xiaoming was going to teach them how to produce sulfuric acid. The 3 acids and 2 alkalis had always been a goal for Xiaoming in establishing a basic chemical industry. The 3 acids were nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and hydrochloric acid, while the 2 alkalis were sodium hydroxide and sodium carbonate. Considering the conditions of this era, he believed that producing sulfuric acid would be the easiest to achieve. In ancient times, there was something called green vitriol oil, which was essentially sulfuric acid. It was made from green vitriol, water, and high heat. According to the data from the Tech Crystal, there were deposits of green vitriol, or iron sulfate, in his territory. These green vitriol deposits were often found alongside iron ore. While mining for iron, Qian Dafu had discovered these green vitriol deposits. Xiaoming felt that these resources shouldn't go to waste and decided to use them to produce sulfuric acid. After all, sulfuric acid had a wide range of industrial applications, one of which was acid washing to remove rust, which could extend the lifespan of machinery. Additionally, sulfuric acid was a solvent used for purifying metals. With sulfuric acid, he could purify some rare metals, laying the groundwork for alloy production. Now the green ore in front of you is called green vitriol. I've already taught you about this before. Previously, we didn't have the experimental instruments to work with it, but now that we have these chemical tools, today I will demonstrate how to use green vitriol to produce sulfuric acid. After this experiment, you will be responsible for the production of sulfuric acid, Xiaoming said. By now, these individuals had mastered the basics of chemistry. In Xiaoming's view, they had at least the equivalent of a middle school level of chemical knowledge, which was sufficient to apply this knowledge to production. The purpose of knowledge is its application. Ultimately, this knowledge must be put to practical use. Yes, Your Highness, replied Lu Tong and the others with confidence. 3 to 4 months had passed since they began their studies. During this time, they had been free from worries about food, clothing, and shelter, allowing them to focus entirely on learning. Xiaoming's chemistry lessons had opened up a whole new world for them, revealing a realm of knowledge they had never imagined. Every time Xiaoming taught, the atomic structures, molecular structures, and the appearances of various rare metals seemed to materialize in their minds, allowing them to grasp the concepts quickly. Satisfied with their progress, Zhao Ming placed the green vitriol into a test tube, connected it to a water container, and began heating it with an alcohol lamp. Now that they could purify alcohol and produce glass bottles, creating an alcohol lamp was no longer an issue. This was one of the essential conditions for conducting chemical experiments. Lu Tong and the others watched Zhao Ming's every move intently, afraid to miss even the smallest detail. They were eager to apply the knowledge they had learned, but the lack of chemical materials had been a significant obstacle. Even the most skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. As the alcohol was added, the color of the green vitriol gradually changed from green to reddish-brown, indicating that the green vitriol had successfully decomposed. By the end of the lesson, under Zhao Ming's supervision, Lu Tong and the others had successfully produced sulfuric acid by following his example. However, even with everyone's combined efforts, they had only managed to produce a small amount. "Your Highness, from now on, let us handle the rest. We've been learning for so long, and we can't have you teaching us every time. We can experiment on our own. You just need to provide us with the materials," Lu Tong said to Zhao Ming after the teaching experiment concluded. Zhao Ming felt a sense of relief. These students had finally developed the initiative to explore on their own. Reflecting on modern history, he remembered how his homeland had built a powerful industrial system from scratch through self-reliance and experimentation. Now, with him providing the knowledge, he believed that these students could also achieve miracles. "You have ambition. Since that's the case, I've already taught you the key knowledge about the 3 acids and 2 alkalis. You can focus on production. If you need silver or manpower, just let me know," Zhao Ming said. Lu Tong nodded excitedly. From being a slave to enjoying a comfortable life, all of this had been granted by the Prince of Qi. They were people who valued gratitude and wanted to contribute to their homeland, ensuring that the people of the fiefdom would no longer suffer humiliation. Zhao Ming felt comforted. In Lu Tong's eyes, he saw a sense of purpose and dedication. It was this sense of purpose that allowed individuals to sacrifice their own interests for the greater good. In modern times, when the country was poor and underdeveloped, it was precisely because of such people that the nation grew stronger step by step. This was a noble character trait. Zhao Ming had seen it in Pang Yukun, Lu Fei, the Chen Wenlong father and son, and even in Fan Zheng. It was because of this character that they wholeheartedly supported his reforms, striving to make the fiefdom more prosperous and erful. He needed more people with this kind of character. These individuals were the foundation of the fiefdom. Patting Lu Tong on the shoulder, Zhao Ming gave him an encouraging look and instructed him to ask questions whenever he encountered difficulties. With that, Zhao Ming left Bowen Academy. He had already taught them enough to keep them busy for a long time. Moreover, Zhao Ming had given him a plan, a step-by-step guide to chemical production, starting from the simple and progressing to the complex, gradually building the chemical industry. Once the chemical industry began to take shape, it could mutually reinforce the steel industry. At that point, he could start working on producing alloys. The first target was tungsten steel. With tungsten steel, he could manufacture high-quality cutting tools, which would then allow for the precise machining of various metal components. That would mark a small leap forward in industrial development. However, while the idea was promising, its implementation was fraught with challenges. The first hurdle was finding black tungsten ore and white tungsten ore. Tungsten ore was not as easy to locate as coal or iron ore. In fact, during this era, any mineral deposits that weren't surface level were extremely difficult to find and mine. The few mines Qian Dafu had discovered were shallow deposits. Deeper deposits remained out of reach, as precise exploration was a different matter altogether. He didn't have satellite positioning technology. Thinking of this, he sighed. For now, he could only rely on luck. If they were lucky, they might find tungsten ore quickly. If not, they would have to wait. Once they had tungsten ore, they could use sulfuric acid to extract tungsten and produce alloys. Industrial development had to proceed step by step, following a clear plan. Equally important was agricultural production, which Zhao Ming also took very seriously. As he pondered these matters, he returned to the palace. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw Ziyuan rushing out and accidentally bumping into him. Zhao Ming staggered but instinctively caught Ziyuan, preventing her from falling. In the process, one of his hands ended up grabbing her bottom. Ziyuan let out a startled cry, but when she saw it was Zhao Ming, she quickly stifled it. However, feeling his hand squeeze a few times, her face turned bright red. "Your Highness, in broad daylight, you," Ziyuan chided. Zhao Ming chuckled and let go, savoring the implication in Ziyuan's words. If broad daylight wasn't appropriate, did that mean nighttime would be fine? Ziyuan nervously glanced around, relieved to see no one had witnessed the incident. After all, propriety between men and women was of utmost importance. If someone had seen, it would have been mortifying. However, she didn't blame Xiao Ming. Over time, she and Luo had grown closer to him. Knowing that they would eventually become his women, and given Xiao Ming's charming personality, they had become more tolerant of his playful advances. "You're the one who bumped into me. How can you blame me?" Xiao Ming said lazily. Ziyuan sighed helplessly, then suddenly remembered something urgent. "Your Highness, I almost forgot. I was rushing to find you. Her Majesty has sent a letter saying that Princess Pingyang will soon arrive in Qingzhou and has asked you to take good care of her." Princess Pingyang. Xiao Ming felt a wave of dizziness. "Why is she coming here?" "It's because of the perfumes, soaps, and now the glass. Her Majesty mentioned in the letter that the glass you sent to Chang'an has caused quite a stir in the Imperial Palace. Forget it, forget it. If she wants to come, just make sure to receive her properly when she arrives." Xiao Ming let out a deep sigh. This Princess Pingyang was neither Xiao Ming's half-sister nor his elder sister, but rather his aunt, Xiao Wengshuan's biological younger sister. Xiao Wengshuan doted on his young sister to an extreme degree, almost to the point of indulgence. As a result, Princess Pingyang had grown up spoiled and became utterly lawless in Chang'an. Especially after her consort passed away, her reputation for beauty became well known to all. She associated with people ranging from first-rank officials to street vendors, but with one common requirement: anyone in her circle had to be handsome. Rumor had it that she even kept male concubines in her residence. In an era like this, Princess Pingyang could be considered a pioneer among women. It was precisely because of her influence that the women of Chang'an were somewhat more open-minded compared to those elsewhere, which spoke volumes about her impact. Despite her messy private life, Princess Pingyang was extremely shrewd. It was said that she had amassed great wealth, equivalent to that of a modern-day rich woman. Utilizing her renowned beauty, she maneuvered skillfully in this male-dominated era, which in turn gave her business ventures considerable advantages. While she might not be the wealthiest person in Chang'an, she could certainly rank among the top. To Xiao Ming, this clever and somewhat modern socialite-like aunt was a difficult person to deal with. She was an expert at adapting to any situation. Yet he couldn't refuse her visit, as he needed an ally in Chang'an. The imperial princes were currently at each other's throats, and he was far away in Qingzhou. If chaos erupted in Chang'an, extracting consort Zhen from there would be a major problem. Meanwhile, this aunt of his was resourceful and had numerous admirers under her influence. She was an undeniable force in Chang'an, and he might very well need her help in the future. "In that case, I will make arrangements for the residence," Ziyuan said. When Her Majesty sent this letter, the princess had already departed. Judging by the timeline, she should be arriving soon. Xiao Ming waved his hand, signaling Ziyuan to prepare. He no longer had the mood to tease the young maid. No matter whether it was Prince Wei or Prince Yan, he could easily brush them off. But dealing with this particular guest, that was truly a headache. 2 days later, a magnificently luxurious carriage slowly made its way down the official road leading into Qingzhou City. The escorting guards on either side of the carriage numbered over 1,000. Each wore golden armor, a golden-plumed helmet, and bore a solemn and dignified expression. The carriage was draped in purple silk, intricately embroidered with golden vine patterns, and exquisite jade ornaments dangled from all 4 corners of the roof, each piece worth a fortune. Seeing such an ostentatious display, the common folk along the road quickly stepped aside. Some merchants couldn't help but let their greedy gazes linger on the jade and gold thread embroidery. But the moment they saw the fierce and imposing golden-armored guards, they immediately lowered their heads. As the city gates drew closer, a knight at the front rode up to the carriage and spoke. "Your Highness, we have arrived in Qingzhou City. Is that so? Take a look at the city gate. Is anyone there to welcome me? Speaking of which, I haven't seen King Qi for 5 years now. I wonder if that brat still gives his dear aunt any face." A languid, sultry voice came from within the carriage. Then, a delicate hand, smooth and fair like lotus root, lifted the curtain, revealing an exquisitely alluring face. Upon seeing her, the knight's eyes flashed with fervor. He replied, "I see many people gathered outside the city gate, most likely King Qi himself." Princess Pingyang then leaned out for a glance. At once she spotted Xiao Ming standing at the gate in his purple robe, accompanied by Luo and Ziyuan. "Indeed, it's Xiao Ming." She leaned back into the carriage and chuckled. "At least this nephew of mine still knows to show me some respect. Let's move faster." The knight nodded, gave a loud command, and the carriage driver cracked his whip. The horses sped up, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Xiao Ming stood at the city gate, forcing a wry smile at the approaching entourage. Golden armor, such an impractical, flashy thing, was something only his aunt would have the nerve to use. When the curtain lifted, a regal and elegant woman emerged. Xiao Ming immediately stepped forward and said, "Your nephew greets aunt. Heh, Minger, it's been 5 years and you've only grown more handsome. Come, let Aunt take a good look at you. Before she even descended from the carriage, Princess Pingyang was already laughing. A fragrant breeze followed her as she approached Xiao Ming. The scent was unmistakably that of peony perfume. Aunt remains as beautiful as ever, Xiao Ming said, though the overpowering fragrance made him wrinkle his nose slightly. Princess Pingyang chuckled. Your flattery has improved as well. Xiao Ming smiled. Thank you for your praise, Aunt. Please let us continue our conversation inside the palace. Princess Pingyang nodded. By now, many commoners had gathered at the city gate, watching the scene unfold. She turned back, stepped into her carriage again, and the entourage proceeded into the city, following Xiao Ming's lead. As they passed through the city gate, Princess Pingyang lifted the curtain once more and examined the gate guards. These soldiers wore silver armor, completely different from the armor of the great Yu dynasty. Every part of their bodies was covered, making them look like steel-clad beasts, exuding an intimidating aura. The long spears in their hands gleamed with silver light, their tips razor-sharp, clearly top-quality weapons. How strange, what kind of armor is this, Princess Pingyang mused. Back in Chang'an, whenever Qingzhou was mentioned, the imperial princes and ministers always scoffed at it, as if it were some barbaric backwater. Even though Qingzhou's products had repeatedly caused a sensation in Chang'an over the past 6 months, this perception hadn't changed. After all, engaging in commerce was something scholars despised. Thus, while many imperial princes secretly engaged in trade, they did so through subordinate merchants, merely providing them with connections and privileges. But Xiao Ming, a dignified vassal king, personally running businesses, this only made Chang'an's nobility look down on him even more. As the carriage moved further into the city, Princess Pingyang continued observing Qingzhou. She noticed the streets bustling with merchants, many transporting goods such as soap, perfume, and drunken Qingzhou wine. On the roadside, she occasionally saw groups of scholars engaged in heated debates over sheets of paper covered in writing, as if they were discussing something of great importance. What puzzled her even more was the high number of slaves in Qingzhou. Every now and then, a group of people bearing slave marks would pass by, yet they did not have the usual downcast, sorrowful expressions. Instead, they chatted and laughed while transporting minerals and coal. Scene after scene unfolded before her eyes, and suddenly, Princess Pingyang felt she had made the right decision in coming here. She had originally come for the exquisite glass, but now, it seemed Qingzhou had far more to offer. Qi Prince's residence. Princess Pingyang stepped down from her carriage and upon seeing the scenery within the prince's residence, frowned slightly. In Chang'an, she was accustomed to luxurious mansions. Compared to those, the Qi Prince's residence was indeed rather shabby. The residence lacked the auspicious Qilin statues at its entrance, the plaque above the gate wasn't gilded, and even the door knockers were rusted, details that seemed unbefitting of a prince's status. Noticing Princess Pingyang's unusual expression, Xiao Ming asked Auntie, "Is something wrong, Minger? You've suffered these 5 years in Qingzhou. The emperor is too harsh. No matter what, you're still a prince." "How could he be so biased when I return to Chang'an? I will definitely speak up for you," Princess Pingyang said, feigning concern for Xiao Ming. Had Xiao Ming not known his aunt's true nature, he might have been moved. However, Princess Pingyang was notorious for her acting skills, and he wasn't about to fall for her act. "Thank you, Auntie, but there's no need. Father has already sent me the 1,000,000 taels of silver," Xiao Ming replied. Princess Pingyang's eyes flickered. If it weren't for the glass and other goods from Qingzhou, she would have completely forgotten about this nephew of hers. In Chang'an, the other princes often visited her, bringing lavish gifts, but Xiao Ming was far away, and his maternal family lacked influence, so she had never paid him much attention. "Is that so? I heard the emperor's impression of you has improved recently. It seems to be true. I'm not sure about that. Father has never been fond of me, but since he sent the silver, perhaps it's true," Xiao Ming evaded. Princess Pingyang chuckled. "Congratulations, then. Perhaps the emperor will even allow you to return to Chang'an for a visit. Consort Zhen misses you dearly." "I miss mother as well," Xiao Ming said with a faint smile. By now, they had reached the garden behind the main hall. Princess Pingyang sat down in the pavilion and gestured for Xiao Ming to join her. "I came here this time to see you on behalf of Consort Zhen. Seeing that you're doing well here, I can reassure her when I return." Princess Pingyang played the emotional card again. Xiao Ming couldn't help but admire her. Princess Pingyang was indeed a shrewd woman, able to make others feel close to her with just a few words. However, he wasn't the same Xiao Ming from before. Blood ties alone weren't enough to make him lose his composure. The old Xiao Ming might have been moved to tears, but not him. As Princess Pingyang spoke, she kept observing Xiao Ming's expression. Seeing that he remained calm, she was slightly surprised. This Prince of Qi was quite interesting. That's good. "Please tell mother that I'm doing well here and not to worry," Xiao Ming said. "By the way, Auntie, do you have any other plans for your visit? If not, I can show you around Qingzhou's scenic spots." Princess Pingyang had seen nothing but rural poverty on her way here. There were no scenic spots to speak of. Seeing the dilapidated state of the Qi prince's residence, she had no intention of staying long. I'll only be here for a few days. After that, I plan to visit your Uncle Wei in Jinling City. That's a bustling place. I've always wanted to visit, but my duties keep me too busy, Xiao Ming said, giving himself an excuse not to accompany his aunt. No matter. The emperor will be pleased to hear that you're diligent in your duties, Princess Pingyang said. After some probing, she found Xiao Ming unyielding. Since charm and beauty didn't work on him, she hesitated before finally revealing her true purpose. Minger, the reason I came this time is actually about the glass. The glassware you sent to the palace has caused quite a stir in the inner court. Even your father couldn't put it down. He asked me to come to Qingzhou to inquire about the glassmaking technique so that craftsmen in the palace can produce it for the consorts. So it's come to this, Xiao Ming thought to himself. His aunt's appetite was truly insatiable. He had expected Princess Pingyang to ask for some glassware, which he could have easily given her, but he hadn't anticipated that she would demand the entire glassmaking technique. As Princess Pingyang spoke, she watched Xiao Ming closely. To her surprise, he remained as calm as ever. Little did she know, Xiao Ming's mind was in turmoil. Auntie, I'm afraid that's not possible. Xiao Ming believed Princess Pingyang's words. If she whispered in Emperor Xiao Wengshuan's ear, the emperor would undoubtedly agree to her request for the glassmaking technique, or even the production methods for all of Qingzhou's goods. This was the great Yu Empire, where the greed of the nobility was brazen, and they saw such demands as entirely justified. Princess Pingyang's expression shifted, her eyes darting around. Auntie doesn't agree with this either. It's all your father's idea. You know his temperament. Once he takes an interest in something, he must have it. Xiao Ming frowned. Princess Pingyang was essentially threatening him. Emperor Xiao Wengshuan was known throughout the great Yu Empire for his ruthlessness and tyranny. Otherwise, how could a prince like Xiao Ming have been reduced to such a state? Princess Pingyang was waiting for his response. This was the worst-case scenario he had anticipated. If he refused, the emperor would be furious. If he complied, it would set a precedent, and every opportunistic noble would come demanding things under the emperor's name. Therefore, he couldn't give in this time, and he had to avoid offending both Princess Pingyang and the emperor. I understand father's temperament, but auntie, a person without integrity cannot stand. I cannot reveal the glassmaking technique because I've already made an agreement with the merchants in the guild. Aside from supplying them with goods, the glassmaking technique will only be disclosed to them once they reach a certain membership level. If I break my word now, it would not only disgrace me but also tarnish the royal family's reputation. No matter what, I am still a prince. My dignity may not matter, but the royal family's honor does. Father wouldn't be pleased if that were compromised. Would he? Oh, is that so? Princess Pingyang asked, puzzled. Xiao Ming nodded firmly and proceeded to explain the guild's structure to her. As Princess Pingyang listened, her expression grew increasingly grim. She had intended to monopolize the profits from the glass trade, but she hadn't realized that the glass involved so many people's interests, including those of several feudal lords. If that were the case, this matter wouldn't be so easily resolved. While the imperial princes might be manageable, the non-imperial feudal lords would be a different story. Living in Chang'an, she knew these feudal lords were restless, eager to support a new emperor who aligned with their interests, just as they had supported Xiao Wengshuan in the past. Exactly. The main issue is that I've already taken their silver and spent most of it. If auntie is willing to repay them on my behalf, I'd be happy to share the glassmaking technique with you, Xiao Ming said, feigning regret. How much silver are we talking about? Princess Pingyang asked, sensing a glimmer of hope. Not much, just around 15 million taels, Xiao Ming said nonchalantly. 15 million taels. Princess Pingyang nearly jumped to her feet in shock. Xiao Ming nodded silently. Her expression stiffened for a moment before Princess Pingyang forced a smile and said, I didn't realize that the Prince of Qi is now so wealthy. Compared to you, auntie, I'm still far behind. I've heard that your assets in Chang'an are quite substantial. Xiao Ming flattered her. So what do you think about this matter? Forget it. Since you've already made agreements with so many merchants, I can't force you to break your word. But could you prepare some glassware for me to bring back to the emperor and the consorts? Initially, she had wanted to secure the glassmaking technique for herself. However, after hearing Xiao Ming's explanation, she was unwilling to risk offending so many people. After all, Xiao Ming had already taken their silver. If this matter were to fall entirely on her shoulders, she would have a hard time dealing with those people in Chang'an. While Xiao Ming was far away from the emperor's reach, she would have to face these people daily. Princess Pingyang's greed caught Xiao Ming off guard. He knew that this situation had likely arisen because she had secretly influenced Emperor Xiao Wengshuan to agree to her demands. In the letter from Consort Zhen, it was clear that Emperor Xiao Wengshuan was pleased with Xiao Ming and had even praised him, with no mention of demanding the glassmaking technique. However, for Xiao Ming, Princess Pingyang's greed was something he could exploit. It's not a person's flaws that are worrisome, but their lack of vulnerabilities. That's not a problem, Xiao Ming said, but I have a better idea. Princess Pingyang, who had been feeling somewhat disgruntled about not getting the glassmaking technique, now perked up slightly. What idea? I can give you a high-level membership in the guild. How about that? It's worth 1,000,000 taels of silver, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Princess Pingyang's face lit up with joy. You're always so thoughtful, Auntie's favorite. Let's settle it this way, she said, fearing that Xiao Ming might change his mind. Of course, Xiao Ming replied, thinking to himself that this membership was essentially a free gift. He could create as many memberships as he wanted, and he wouldn't lose anything. On the contrary, once Princess Pingyang became a member, she would have to purchase goods from him, allowing him to profit from her. Each harboring their own thoughts, Xiao Ming instructed Ziyuan to arrange a banquet. Since Princess Pingyang had arrived, it was customary to invite local officials and influential families to pay their respects. However, the Prince of Qi's residence had no singers or dancers, so Xiao Ming had to borrow some from the Wang and Qin families. That evening, the Qi prince's residence was filled with the sounds of music. The Wang, Qin, Sun, and Wei families, along with Pang Yukun and other Qingzhou officials, were all in attendance. With Princess Pingyang present, the banquet was far more orderly than the chaotic gatherings at the Wang family's events. Xiao Ming and Princess Pingyang sat at the head of the table, with Pang Yukun seated below them, followed by Lu Fei, Chen Wenlong, and others. The Wang and Qin families were seated at the lower end. Prince of Qi, what is this dish during the banquet? Princess Pingyang had little interest in the mediocre performances, which she found unbearable. In her own residence, such singers and dancers would have been punished. The only thing that caught her attention was the array of unfamiliar and delicious dishes. Despite having tasted countless delicacies in Chang'an, these exquisite dishes still managed to captivate her. This dish is called abalone, Xiao Ming explained. Abalone, what is that? It looks so strange, Princess Pingyang said in surprise. Xiao Ming smiled. Auntie, although the abalone may look unappealing, it's incredibly delicious. Why don't you give it a try in modern times? Abalone was a delicacy that only became popular after the Song Dynasty, and even then, it was mostly consumed by coastal residents. Inland people rarely had the chance to taste it. Since his industrial projects were progressing smoothly, Xiao Ming had devoted some of his energy to improving his quality of life. He had inquired about abalone and found that no one had tried eating it before. So when he sent Zhang Liang to Dengzhou to scout locations for shipbuilding workshops, he also asked him to look for abalone. To his surprise, Zhang Liang sent him a jar of abalone the very next day, claiming that these creatures were abundant in the sea. Xiao Ming was overjoyed. In a place with such rich natural resources, he would never have to worry about seafood. Seeing that Princess Pingyang was still hesitant, Xiao Ming picked up an abalone and ate it himself. Instantly, a tantalizing aroma filled the air. Princess Pingyang sniffed the briny fragrance and swallowed hard. After a moment's hesitation, she took a bite. It's delicious, Princess Pingyang said, her hesitant expression turning to delight. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ming added, not only is abalone delicious, but it's also a medicinal ingredient. It's very nourishing. Hearing this, Princess Pingyang ate even more. Soon, more dishes were served. Clay pot chicken, roasted duck, and others, some traditional Great Yu Empire dishes, and some modern ones. Princess Pingyang was overwhelmed by the variety, but found her appetite growing. Xiao Ming rarely hosted banquets, so many of the dishes were unfamiliar to the guests, who eagerly dug in. For a while, the music and dance performances became mere background entertainment. However, one person stood out from the crowd, staring intently at Princess Pingyang with a look of infatuation. This person was none other than Wang Shiji, a man notorious for his lustful nature. In Chang'an, Princess Pingyang's beauty was widely known, and Wang Shiji had heard rumors about her. Like many other scholars, he had fantasized about catching her eye and becoming one of her favored companions. Unfortunately, he had never had the chance to approach her in Chang'an. Now, with this rare opportunity, he couldn't help but feel restless. Moreover, Princess Pingyang was Emperor Xiao Wengshuan's younger sister, only 28 years old, a vibrant age exuding a mature charm that Wang Shiji found irresistible. Combined with her striking beauty, Wang Shiji was utterly captivated. However, his behavior did not go unnoticed. Standing behind Princess Pingyang was a golden-armored guard named Aoyang Mu, who had once been an instructor for the 400,000 Imperial guards in Chang'an and was a formidable warrior. He had been gifted to Princess Pingyang by Emperor Xiao Wengshuan as her personal guard, though rumors circulated that Aoyang Mu and Princess Pingyang shared a questionable relationship. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you act so disrespectfully? Guards, seize him. Just as everyone was enjoying the meal, Aoyang Mu suddenly shouted. Two golden-armored guards rushed forward and grabbed Wang Shiji by the arms. Only then did Wang Shiji realize his grave mistake. His face turned pale. Staring at the princess in such a manner was a serious offense. Wang Chengchu, who had been unaware of what was happening, looked up and was equally shocked. Princess Pingyang, who had been chatting with Xiao Ming, frowned at the commotion. Ouyang Mu, what's going on, Your Highness? This man has been secretly staring at you throughout the banquet. Such disrespect is unacceptable. The sudden outburst caught everyone off guard. It was only then that Wang Chengchu realized what had happened. He quickly stood up and apologized. Your Highness, my son meant no harm. It's just that Your Highness's beauty is unparalleled, and he was momentarily captivated. Princess Pingyang chuckled upon hearing this. You certainly know how to flatter. Since everyone here is a prominent family from Qingzhou, who might you be? I am Wang Chengchu, and this is my son, Wang Shiji. Wang Chengchu replied respectfully. The reputation of Princess Pingyang was well known to him. In the Great Yu Empire, few dared to provoke her. Princess Pingyang's expression shifted slightly, and she nodded gently. So you're the head of the Wang family, one of Qingzhou's great clans. Very well. Since I'm here in Qingzhou for leisure, it would be inauspicious to spill blood. Liang Mu, release him and let young Master Wang return to his seat. As she spoke, Princess Pingyang glanced at Wang Shiji. Yes, Your Highness. Liang Mu dared not disobey the princess's orders. Across from Wang Chengchu, Qin Chunian and his son couldn't hide their disappointment. If the princess had been truly angered, the Wang family would have faced serious consequences. Xiao Ming had been watching the scene unfold with interest, though he too felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to use this opportunity to further weaken the Wang family's influence. However, Princess Pingyang's reaction to learning about the Wang family's status in Qingzhou had been peculiar. Her leniency toward them now made him wary. This princess was as politically astute as any man. The banquet continued after this minor incident. An hour later, the banquet concluded. Xiao Ming said, Auntie, your resting quarters in the residence have been prepared. Please retire for the night. That won't be necessary. I've found a villa outside the city and won't trouble you further, Princess Pingyang suddenly announced. A villa outside the city, which one perhaps I could visit sometime, Xiao Ming inquired. Funny enough, I happened to pass by it and took a liking to it. After discussing it with the wealthy owner, I decided to stay there for a few days. It's on an island in the middle of a lake outside the city, Princess Pingyang explained as she walked toward the exit. Xiao Ming nodded. In that case, let me escort you. No need. It's late and you should rest, Princess Pingyang said as she boarded her carriage. Xiao Ming maintained a polite smile, but inwardly he was suspicious. Princess Pingyang was not following the usual script. As the carriage slowly departed, Pang Yukun, who had been standing beside Xiao Ming, said, Your Highness, Princess Pingyang must have come to Qingzhou with some purpose, right indeed, and her appetite is far from small. She wants the entire glassmaking technology, Xiao Ming replied coldly. Although Princess Pingyang appeared cheerful during the banquet, it was clearly forced. It seems her wishes were not fulfilled, Pang Yukun observed. By choosing to stay elsewhere instead of the residence, she's avoiding our surveillance. My aunt is a meticulous woman. The changes in Qingzhou won't escape her notice. What worries me is that she might collude with the Wang family and plant a thorn in my territory. Your Highness has noticed it too, Pang Yukun asked. HMPH, the Wang family may be a local house, but they're still of low status. My aunt is extremely proud. In Chang'an, she would punish anyone who showed her disrespect. Yet this time, she let Wang Shiji off. My influence alone wouldn't have warranted such leniency. I share the same thought, Your Highness. The Great Yu Empire is in turmoil, and with the barbarians halting the sale of warhorses, they're likely preparing to take advantage of the chaos. When the emperor first ascended the throne, the barbarians launched a massive invasion. To stabilize his rule, the emperor signed a humiliating treaty with them at the gates of Chang'an, agreeing to pay annual tributes and ceding the lands north of Qingzhou to Yuzhou. Only then did the barbarians withdraw. Pausing for a moment, Pang Yukun continued. This time, the barbarians will likely repeat their tactics. With each cycle, they grow stronger while the Great Yu Empire grows weaker. Moreover, the barbarians have long coveted the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun. With Yuzhou and other regions already lost, they won't let go of the remaining territories. Once the natural barrier of the Great Wall is breached, their cavalry will sweep through the land unopposed. I understand all this, but what does it have to do with Princess Pingyang? Xiao Ming asked. Pang Yukun explained, it has everything to do with her. Your fiefdom borders the Haiyanchu tribe of the barbarians to the north. If you can drive out the Haiyanchu and reclaim Yuzhou and other regions, you can block the barbarians' path into the Central Plains. By holding these strategic locations and gaining control of the cities and populations there, you can significantly strengthen your own But to drive out the Haiyanchu, you must first eliminate the hidden threats within your fiefdom. Are you suggesting it's time to deal with the local families? Xiao Ming asked. Pang Yukun bowed. Yes, now that your highness has begun to show your capabilities, even Princess Pingyang has taken notice. The other princes will not underestimate you either. The best way for them to hinder you is to support the local Urfel families, as these families have wealth, grain, and private armies, enough to pose a serious threat to you. But the influence of these families is still substantial. If we act now, it will be a costly battle, with heavy losses on both sides, Xiao Ming frowned. Moreover, we need at least 3 months to train the new army properly. Pang Yukun suddenly smiled. Your Highness, have you forgotten about the Qin family if they learn that you plan to eliminate the Wang family? How do you think they'll react? Xiao Ming's brow furrowed. I understand your point, but we still need a legitimate reason to move against the Wang family. Acting without justification would be unwise. Your Highness, the opportunity is right before us, Pang Yukun said softly. Wang Xuan, you mean? Xiao Ming's expression shifted. Pang Yukun nodded. Wang Xuan is a member of the Wang family. If you were to attempt an assassination on the princess, wouldn't that give you the perfect excuse to deal with the Wang family? Moreover, the golden armored guards by the princess's side could assist you. What's not to like? Xiao Ming slowly nodded. Pang Yukun certainly had a devious mind. Once Wang Xuan attempts to assassinate the princess, it won't matter whether she believes it or not. After all, Wang Xuan is Wang Chengchu's nephew. There's no time to waste. The princess will likely summon the Wang father and son tonight. If Wang Xuan acts now, the princess will surely believe that the Wang family is retaliating for Aoyang Mu's humiliation of Wang Shiji during the banquet, Pang Yukun said. Xiao Ming couldn't allow potential threats to remain so close to him. The local Urfel families had long been a thorn in his side, and this was the perfect opportunity to deal with them. Even if he couldn't completely eliminate the Wang family, he could at least severely weaken them. With this in mind, he immediately summoned Wang Xuan and explained Pang Yukun's plan to him. Your Highness, leave this matter to me, Wang Xuan said excitedly. Wang Chengchu, no matter how capable you are, let's see how you wriggle out of this one. Wang family residence. A loud slap echoed through Wang Chengchu's study. Inside the study, Wang Shiji knelt on the floor, a bright red handprint on his right cheek. You fool, if it had been anyone else today, you'd already be dead. I've told you time and again not to lose yourself in women, but you forgot everything. With such behavior, how do you expect to achieve anything great in the future? Wang Chengchu's chest heaved with anger, clearly furious. Wang Shiji clutched his face, his voice trembling. Father, I was only thinking of the Wang family. If I could somehow win Princess Pingyang's favor, wouldn't that give our family a direct connection to her? Then we wouldn't have to kowtow to Xiao Ming anymore. Aren't you also suspicious that the Prince of Qi is planning to eliminate the Urfel families of Qingzhou? If we don't find a Urfel ally now, when will we ba? Do you really think someone like you could win Princess Pingyang's favor? Wang Chengchu snapped. Wang Shiji was taken aback and muttered, how do you know if you don't try HMPH? But Princess Pingyang's leniency toward you seems to carry a deeper meaning. Her visit to Qingzhou is undoubtedly about the Prince of Qi's goods, but Xiao Ming will never agree to her demands. It's possible that Princess Pingyang is looking for a local Urfel family to secretly keep an eye on Qingzhou for her, Wang Chengchu speculated. Wang Shiji's eyes lit up with excitement. Father, are you saying Princess Pingyang has taken an interest in our Wang family? I can't say for sure, but if she were to choose, our Wang family would undoubtedly be the most suitable. Moreover, Princess Pingyang has always been close to Prince Wei. If Prince Wei ever needs us, our Wang family could coordinate with him to keep the Prince of Qi in check, Wang Chengchu explained. Exactly. 3 years ago, Prince Wei hinted that we should take advantage of the barbarian chaos to kill Xiao Ming. It's clear that Prince Wei has designs on Qingzhou. It's a shame that Xiao Ming was too cowardly and fled back to Chang'an. Otherwise, I would have led the men to do it myself, Wang Shiji said with a sinister grin. Enough of this reckless talk. Wang Chengchu's expression turned grave. He nervously stepped outside, looked around to ensure no one was listening, and then returned to the room. Whether that person was sent by Prince Wei or not is now impossible to prove. We must never speak of this again. If word reaches the Prince of Qi, our Wang family will be utterly destroyed. Wang Shiji came to his senses, a cold sweat breaking out on his back, and he quickly fell silent. Wang Chengchu sighed. Let's hope Princess Pingyang summons us tonight. With her as our ally, our Wang family will truly be secure. Meanwhile, at the Plum Blossom Villa outside Qingzhou City, Princess Pingyang was instructing Aoyang Mu to summon the Wang father and son. Your Highness, why summon the Wang father and son? They are utterly uncouth, Aoyang Mu said disdainfully. Princess Pingyang calmly combed her hair and replied, what do you know? Haven't you noticed the changes in Qingzhou during our journey, not to mention the fully armored soldiers at the city gates? Even the common people outside the city seem more prosperous than elsewhere. In 3 to 5 years, even Prince Wei won't be able to underestimate Xiao Ming. If we don't plant a pawn here now, when will we? Aoyang Mu frowned. But why choose the Wang family? It's simple. During the banquet, Xiao Ming seemed almost gleeful about the Wang family's predicament, and the other Erfel families reacted similarly. This suggests that the Wang family is struggling. That makes them easier to control. Ouyang Mu nodded. If Prince Wei learns of your highness's efforts on his behalf, I wonder how he will repay you. This time I'm not doing this for Prince Wei. My nephew Xiao Ming is quite intriguing. The more he refuses to share his crafts, the more interested I become. By having the Wang family keep an eye on things, we might find opportunities in the future, Princess Pingyang said with a sly smile. Xiao Ming's offer of a high-level membership hadn't satisfied her appetite. Ouyang Mu nodded again. The Wang family owned many estates outside the city. He only needed to contact their people and have them summon the Wang father and son. As Ouyang Mu left, Princess Pingyang turned to gaze at the lotus pond outside. The setting sun painted the lake's surface red, and the tips of the lotus leaves seemed to be brushed with rouge. As someone deeply entrenched in the political center of the Great Yu Empire, she was acutely sensitive to any shifts in Her visit to Qingzhou was far from just about Xiao Ming's crafts. She had also come to assess the situation. What she had seen so far had given her a new perspective on Xiao Ming and allowed her to gauge his potential in the struggle for the throne. She knew that her status and wealth were entirely dependent on Emperor Xiao Wengshuan. Once the throne changed hands, everything she had could vanish. Therefore, she couldn't afford to stay neutral in the prince's struggles. Choosing the wrong side would lead to a miserable future. After all, no amount of wealth could protect her from the whims of an emperor. It was for this reason that she navigated carefully among the princes. After careful consideration, she had already chosen her side. Planting a pawn in Xiao Ming's fiefdom was part of her plan. Xiao Ming, don't blame your aunt for being ruthless. Blame your lack of a Erfel maternal family, Princess Pingyang murmured to herself. In her eyes, Xiao Ming's fate was already sealed. He would become a sacrificial pawn in the prince's struggle, just like Prince Ning before him. As she lost herself in thought, a sudden broke the silence. A cold breeze brushed past her ear, and an arrow embedded itself in the pillar of her room. The villa was built by the water, and her room overlooked the lake. She looked in the direction the arrow had come from, and saw a dozen black-clad figures emerging from the water, armed with crossbows. Assassins. Princess Pingyang's face turned pale with fear. She had never experienced such terror before and screamed at the top of her lungs. The golden-armored guards quickly noticed the black-clad figures in the water. Dozens of archers rushed over and began firing arrows into the lake. The assassins, seeing the guards closing in, fired another volley of arrows before diving back into the water and disappearing. The guards then noticed hollow reed tubes sticking out of the water. The assassins had used these to breathe while sneaking in. No wonder they hadn't been detected earlier. After them, one of the golden-armored guards shouted, leading a group in pursuit. The remaining guards quickly formed a protective circle around Princess Pingyang. Wang Xuan retreated after the initial attack, as planned. Seeing the golden-armored guards giving chase, he led his men toward Qingzhou City. Outside the city, Lu Fei was waiting with a cavalry unit. Once Wang Xuan and his men reached the city, Lu Fei would capture them. After swimming to the shore, Wang Xuan sprinted toward Qingzhou City, with the golden-armored guards hot on his heels. As the city came into view, the golden-armored guards spotted a group of cavalry approaching. The leader, a burly general, called out, "Aren't you Princess Pingyang's guards? What are you doing here? Someone attempted to assassinate Her Highness, and we are in pursuit," the golden-armored guard shouted. Lu Fei exclaimed in shock, "Who would dare to assassinate Her Highness? Men, follow me to capture the assassin." With that, Lu Fei led a group of cavalry to follow the golden-armored guards in the direction Wang Xuan had fled. At the same time, he sent someone to inform Xiao Ming. The golden-armored guards had no reason to doubt Lu Fei and galloped ahead, with Lu Fei following closely behind. Their encounter with the golden-armored guards was part of the plan. The key to this plan was for Lu Fei's men to capture Wang Xuan and take him to the Qingzhou prison. If the golden-armored guards caught Wang Xuan, he would likely be tortured to death. Before long, they reached a fork in the road. The golden-armored guard said, "Captain Lu, let's split up. If you catch the assassin, please inform us." Of course, Lu Fei replied. He then led the Qingzhou troops down one path while the golden-armored guards took the other. After galloping for a while, Lu Fei suddenly stopped in front of a small grove. He called out, "Wang Xuan, come out." As soon as he spoke, Wang Xuan emerged from the grove with 12 men. Wang Xuan said, "Captain Lu, my life is in your hands now." Lu Fei dismounted and walked up to Wang Xuan. "To avoid arousing Her Highness's suspicion, I'll have to rough you up a bit. My apologies." With that, Lu Fei punched Wang Xuan in the face and then ate his arm with a knife. "Cough, you're ruthless." Wang Xuan grimaced in pain. Lu Fei smiled helplessly. "It's His Highness's orders." Wang Xuan thought to himself that as long as he could get revenge, a little suffering was worth it. He then asked, "What about them?" Lu Fei glanced at the secret guards accompanying Wang Xuan and said, "There are enough death row prisoners in the Qingzhou prison to replace them." Wang Xuan nodded. The Prince of Qi's plans were always meticulous. Time was of the essence, so the two didn't waste any more words. Lu Fei escorted Wang Xuan toward Qingzhou City. As they approached the city gates, he sent someone to inform the golden-armored guards that the assassin had been captured. After the assassination attempt on Xiao Ming and now Princess Pingyang, Qingzhou City was once again on edge. Upon hearing that the assassin had been caught, Princess Pingyang and Aoyang Mu rushed into Qingzhou City that very night. "Auntie, I told you that Qingzhou City isn't safe. If you had listened to my advice, this wouldn't have happened. I myself was almost assassinated last year," Xiao Ming said with a concerned expression in the main hall of the Prince of Qi's residence. Princess Pingyang was still shaken. The assassination attempt had come out of nowhere, and she couldn't think of any enemies she had in Qingzhou. Her first thought was that Xiao Ming might have orchestrated the attack, fearing that she had ulterior motives for her visit. After all, Xiao Ming's reputation as a troublemaker was well known, and no one could predict what he might do next. But now, looking at Xiao Ming's demeanor, it didn't seem like he was behind it. "Your Highness, please hand the assassin over to me. I'll tear him to pieces," Aoyang Mu said furiously. Xiao Ming replied sternly, "General Aoyang, we must not act rashly. Until we find out who is behind this, Her Highness is still in danger." "Then does the Prince of Qi have any leads?" Princess Pingyang asked, trying to calm herself. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Ming said with a guilty expression, "This is my oversight. The assassin who attempted to kill you is a member of the Wang family, one of Qingzhou's Erful clans. His name is Wang Xuan, and he is Wang Chengchu's nephew." "What?" Princess Pingyang exclaimed in shock. Aoyang Mu roared, "I knew that Wang father and son were no good. The Wang family must be furious about losing face at the banquet and decided to intimidate Her Highness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated after a single attack." Princess Pingyang's expression was complex, her eyes darting around as she tried to gauge the truthfulness of Xiao Ming's words. In her view, a local Erful family in Qingzhou wouldn't dare to assassinate a princess. She said, "Prince of Qi, in that case, can we have this person confront the Wang father and son face-to-face, of course? I'll have the Wang father and son arrested immediately," Xiao Ming said. Princess Pingyang wasn't someone who could be easily fooled, and Xiao Ming knew she wouldn't believe him without solid evidence. "Aoyang Mu, you go with them. Make sure the Wang father and son are captured," Princess Pingyang said casually. Wang family residence. Wang Shiji and Wang Chengchu had just received the news that Princess Pingyang wanted to see them. "Father, it seems your guess was right. With Princess Pingyang as our backer, what does the Prince of Qi matter?" Wang Shiji said excitedly. I won't have to pretend to be submissive anymore." Wang Chengchu stroked his beard smugly. HMPH, compared to Princess Pingyang's influence with the Emperor, the Prince of Qi is nothing. From now on, if Xiao Ming wants to move against our Wang family, he'll have to answer to Princess Pingyang and the Emperor." The two of them laughed heartily. Master, just as they were basking in their triumph, the Wang family steward rushed in looking panicked. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Get a hold of yourself," Wang Chengchu scolded. It's not that, Master. There are a large number of golden-armored soldiers outside, and—" "Golden-armored soldiers, it seems Princess Pingyang has sent someone to fetch us." Wang Shiji interrupted the steward and strode out. Wang Chengchu, despite his cunning, was also somewhat flustered. When Xiao Ming had replaced the local officials in the 6 states, Wang Chengchu had realized that many of Xiao Ming's actions were aimed at weakening the influence of the Erful families. Combined with past events, he became even more certain of this. However, at the time, he had been blinded by immediate gains and hadn't thought deeply about it. Now it was too late to regret. Unfortunately, the Qin and Wang families had become enemies, making any alliance impossible. In this regard, Wang Chengchu had to admire Xiao Ming's foresight. After realizing this, Wang Chengchu had continued to do business with Xiao Ming while secretly looking for a Erful backer. He hadn't expected an opportunity to come so soon. Following Wang Shiji, he walked out, but before he could take more than a few steps, his expression changed drastically. Behind the golden-armored guards were silver-armored Qingzhou soldiers, and Lu Fei was among them. "Father, what's going on?" Wang Shiji was stunned. Aoyang Mu, seeing Wang Shiji, flew into a rage and kicked him hard in the stomach. "Arrest these 2 traitors." Lu Fei waved his hand, and the Qingzhou soldiers rushed forward. Wang Chengchu's face turned ashen. He couldn't understand how things had come to this. He asked, "Captain Lu, what is the meaning of this, Master Wang?" "Don't worry. You'll find out soon enough," Lu Fei said calmly. The next day, Qingzhou prison. Xiao Ming personally escorted Princess Pingyang to interrogate the Wang father and son. At this point, Xiao Ming had Lu Fei bring Wang Xuan out of the prison to confront the Wang family. In the Qingzhou government office, Xiao Ming sat in the main seat, while Princess Pingyang sat to the side. "Wang Chengchu, Wang Shiji, do you two know your crimes in the government office?" Wang Shiji and his father knelt on the ground alongside Wang Xuan. Wang Chengchu was still in shock from seeing Wang Xuan. He snapped out of it and looked at Xiao Ming. Your Highness, what crime has this commoner committed, Your Highness? Please understand, my father and I are truly innocent. Wang Shiji kowtowed repeatedly. By now, they both knew they had been implicated in Wang Xuan's assassination attempt on Princess Pingyang. At this point, Wang Chengchu understood. Xiao Ming had finally made his move against the Wang family. He inwardly laughed bitterly, realizing that Princess Pingyang's arrival had become a death sentence for their family. You both claim to be innocent. Then do you recognize this man? Princess Pingyang asked sternly. Wang Chengchu looked at Wang Xuan, who had clearly been tortured. Knowing he couldn't deny the facts, he said, I recognize him. This man is Wang Xuan, my nephew. However, 3 months ago, he violated Qingzhu's laws, and I personally had him beaten to death. I have no idea how he's still alive. As he said this, Wang Chengchu glanced at Xiao Ming. Prince of Qi, is this true? Princess Pingyang asked. Xiao Ming nodded. Indeed, Master Wang once claimed that Wang Xuan was responsible for the Wang family's illegal hoarding of plow oxen. Out of respect for the Wang family's status as a local house, I allowed him to handle the matter himself. As for how Master Wang dealt with it, I'm not entirely clear. Princess Pingyang, having witnessed countless schemes and intrigues in Chang'an, knew that Wang Xuan, being an unpopular member of the Wang family, wouldn't have dared to hoard plow oxen on his own. It was clear that Wang Xuan had been a scapegoat, and Wang Chengchu's use of him to take the blame was an attempt to deceive Xiao Ming. If this had happened under another prince, Wang Chengchu would have been punished immediately. However, Xiao Ming had let it slide, indicating that he had his own concerns. This showed just how bold the Wang family had become in Qingzhou. Initially, Princess Pingyang hadn't believed that the Wang family would do such a thing, but now her thoughts were shifting. If a local Erfel family could so brazenly disrespect a prince, how would they treat her? A princess. After a moment of contemplation, Princess Pingyang said sharply, You don't know why he's still alive. Do you think I know HMPH? A mere local family dares to act so brazenly. Do you think the great Imperial family is so easy to bully? Xiao Ming? What is the punishment for attempting to assassinate me if proven true? The punishment is the execution of the entire family and the extermination of their 9 clans, Xiao Ming said softly. Wang Chengchu was horrified. His earlier statement had been directed at Xiao Ming, not Princess Pingyang. He hurriedly said, Your Highness, I truly don't know how Wang Xuan is still alive. Moreover, Wang Xuan is the illegitimate son of my younger brother and a lowly woman. If I wanted to assassinate you, why would I send him, and what benefit would my family gain from assassinating you? Please, Your Highness, see through this deception and don't be used by others. At this moment, Wang Xuan, lying on the ground, coughed violently and said hoarsely, Your Highness, I take full responsibility for my actions. This matter has nothing to do with the Wang family. It was the Prince of Qi who ordered me to do it, all to eliminate the Wang family. Xiao Ming's expression changed dramatically. Nonsense. How could I order you to assassinate my aunt? Wang Xuan chuckled weakly. Your Highness, although I'm not favored in the Wang family, I'm still a member. Why would I harm my own family? I've endured the torture in prison just to expose you in front of Princess Pingyang and reveal your true nature. You. Xiao Ming pointed at Wang Xuan, furious. Lu Fei, where are you here, Your Highness? Lu Fei responded. Torture him until he tells the truth, Xiao Ming shouted, visibly enraged. This sudden turn of events left Princess Pingyang momentarily stunned. Ouyang Mu also looked puzzled, while Wang Chengchu's face turned ashen. I've long heard of Master Wang's cunning. This act of self-sacrifice is indeed impressive, Princess Pingyang said after a brief moment of confusion, as if she had suddenly understood everything. She walked up to the Wang father and son and said, Although I reside in Chang'an, I've heard about the situation in Qingzhou. Over the past 5 years, your Wang family, relying on your status as a local house, has looked down on the Prince of Qi. Now that you see him working diligently to improve Qingzhou, you fear he will eventually settle accounts with your family. So, taking advantage of my visit, you staged this act of self-sacrifice to frame the Prince of Qi, hoping the Emperor would strip him of his title, allowing your family to remain safe. Am I right, Your Highness? That's not true. Wang Xuan is lying. Wang Chengchu cried out desperately. When Wang Xuan accused the Prince of Qi, Wang Chengchu knew it was over. If Wang Xuan had insisted that the Wang family was behind the assassination, Princess Pingyang might have suspected that Xiao Ming was secretly orchestrating things. But now that Wang Xuan was accusing the Prince of Qi, Princess Pingyang's sharp mind would overanalyze the situation and ultimately conclude that the Wang family was behind it. HMPH, you say black is white and white is black. Then tell me, which of Wang Xuan's words are true and which are false? Princess Pingyang snorted. Wang Shiji was so frightened that his limbs went weak. If convicted, he would face certain death. He shouted, Your Highness, Wang Xuan is telling the truth. This matter has nothing to do with our family. Shut up. Wang Chengchu, both shocked and furious, pushed Wang Shiji to the ground. Wang Shiji, now desperate, shouted at his father, "Father, we didn't do this. It must be the Prince of Qi framing us. Wang Xuan is right. He's still a member of the Wang family. He wouldn't harm us." A faint smile appeared on Xiao Ming's lips. There was no need to say more. Liao Mu then said to Princess Pingyang, "Your Highness, it's clear that the Wang father and son are lying. How could someone who was nearly beaten to death by Wang Chengchu still speak in their defense? The only explanation is that Wang Xuan has always been a pawn of the Wang family. He and the father and son are in cahoots, all to frame the Prince of Qi." Princess Pingyang nodded and turned to Xiao Ming. "Prince of Qi, what do you think, Auntie? If something were to happen to you in my fiefdom, regardless of who is responsible, given father's temperament, I would likely be stripped of my title. Although I may be slow-witted, I'm not foolish enough to do something so self-destructive," Xiao Ming said calmly. "Besides, what would I gain from assassinating you? Auntie believes you," Princess Pingyang said, turning to the Wang father and son. "In that case, I'll leave the Wang family to you to deal with. Ouyang Mu, assist the Prince of Qi." "Thank you, Auntie," Xiao Ming said, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Wang Chengchu and Wang Shiji. Wang Shiji's earlier words had betrayed the Wang family's true thoughts. There was no room for reconciliation now. After months of careful planning, it was finally time for blood to be shed. The Qingzhou prison was dimly lit, and Princess Pingyang's final words extinguished Wang Chengchu's last glimmer of hope. He laughed bitterly. "Your Highness, I, Wang Chengchu, swear to the heavens that this assassination attempt has nothing to do with the Wang family. It was all orchestrated by him, the Prince of Qi." Wang Chengchu pointed at Xiao Ming, his eyes filled with deep hatred. He regretted not acting on the hint from Prince Wei 3 years ago to kill Xiao Ming. Unfortunately, it was too late now. He hadn't expected Xiao Ming to grow so quickly, nor had he anticipated that Xiao Ming would be so ruthless as to try to eliminate the Wang family while his own position was still unstable. "Nonsense. Even at death's door, you still try to frame the Prince of Qi," Princess Pingyang said sharply. "Do you think I would believe your lies at this moment?" Wang Mu stepped forward. A flash of his blade, and Wang Shiji's head rolled to the ground, his face frozen in terror. "Shiji." Wang Chengchu cried out in anguish, staring at his son's lifeless, wide-open eyes. Wang Chengchu's eyes turned bloodshot. "Xiao Ming, I've lost. 3 years ago, I should have listened to Prince Wei and killed you. I thought you still had some use, that you could help our Wang family rise in Qingzhou. I never imagined I was nurturing a tiger that would one day devour me. But do you really think you can easily destroy the Wang family with just the Qingzhou army?" As soon as Wang Chengchu said this, Princess Pingyang's expression changed drastically. "Liao Mu, what are you waiting for? Are you going to let him keep spouting nonsense, Your Highness? Why are you so nervous? I've heard that you're quite close to Prince Wei. Did you also know about his plans to harm the Prince of Qi?" Wang Chengchu laughed maniacally. If the Wang family was going to be destroyed, he wasn't going to let Xiao Ming or the great Yu Imperial family off the hook. Wang Chengchu's words caused Xiao Ming's expression to change. He looked at Princess Pingyang. "Auntie, is what Wang Chengchu said true, Minger? This man is just trying to confuse the truth. Do you still believe him now? The Wang family is guilty of heinous crimes, and I will not let them go unpunished," Princess Pingyang said angrily. "Nephew believes you," Xiao Ming said. "As the saying goes, a dying man's words are often truthful." He believed Wang Chengchu wasn't lying, and it seemed that Prince Wei's plan to kill him was real. However, he couldn't be sure if his aunt was aware of it. But Wang Chengchu was clearly trying to drag someone down with him in his final moments. This only made Princess Pingyang even less likely to spare him. As Ouyang Mu raised his sword to strike again, Xiao Ming stopped him. "Auntie, let me handle Wang Chengchu and Wang Xuan. The Wang family has committed countless atrocities over the years in Qingzhou. Tomorrow, I will have these two executed in the Eastern Market to give the people justice." "That's fine," Princess Pingyang said, "but don't listen to any more of his nonsense." Xiao Ming nodded and said to Lu Fei, "Take them away and lock them up." Wang Chengchu continued to laugh maniacally. After years of careful planning, everything had ultimately benefited someone else. He shouted, "Xiao Ming, Qingzhou doesn't belong to the Wang family, and it won't belong to you either. Just wait. The barbarian cavalry knows me, but they don't know you. Sooner or later, this place will be razed to the ground. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the underworld." Xiao Ming curled his lip and said calmly, "That day may never come." As Wang Chengchu's voice faded into the distance, Xiao Ming and Princess Pingyang left the Qingzhou prison. Princess Pingyang said, "Minger, for the time being, Ouyang Mu is at your disposal. The Wang family is despicable. Make sure to eradicate them completely. Auntie, don't worry. For the sake of the people, I will ensure the Wang family is completely dismantled," Xiao Ming said. Princess Pingyang nodded and, escorted by her guards, headed to the Prince of Qi's residence. Xiao Ming waited outside the prison for a while until Lu Fei emerged. "Your Highness, the Qingzhou army has been assembled. Should we arrest all the Wang family members now?" Lu Fei asked. Xiao Ming said, the Wang family compound is just the residence of Wang Chengchu and his son. The true strength of the Wang family lies in their estates outside the city. Now that Wang Chengchu and his son have been captured, the rest of the Wang family has likely already received the news and are waiting for us in their fortified manor. 3 years ago, during the barbarian invasion, the Wang family did the same. This time will likely be no different. Knowing they're doomed, they'll resist fiercely. This will be difficult, as the Wang family has many retainers, with around 5,000 trained fighters. If we attack head-on, the Qingzhou army will suffer heavy losses. Xiao Ming said, "That's why we can't use the punishment of exterminating the 9 clans. Wang Chengchu's greatest wish now is for me and the Wang family to fight to the death. I won't give him that satisfaction." You and General Aoyang should surround the Wang family estates and inform the people inside that only Wang Chengchu and his son are guilty of the assassination attempt. Innocent parties will not be implicated, and only the assets of Wang Chengchu and his son will be confiscated. The others can keep their land. Lu Fei nodded. What if they still refuse? Then tell them that if the manor is breached, everyone inside, men, women, and children, will be killed without exception, Xiao Ming said sternly. Lu Fei acknowledged the order and immediately headed to the Qingzhou military camp. Ouyang Mu said, "Your Highness has a clever plan. This way, you might dismantle the Wang family without shedding blood. However, the crime of assassinating a princess is grave. How can you arbitrarily change the punishment?" It seemed that nobles from other regions always felt a sense of superiority when they came to his fiefdom. Ouyang Mu was no exception. "I will discuss this with my aunt. General Ouyang, you need not worry. If you insist, you can lead the golden armored guards to attack the manor. I won't object." Ouyang Mu was speechless. He could see that Princess Pingyang still hoped for a mutual destruction between Xiao Ming and the Wang family, which was why he had spoken up. But he hadn't expected Xiao Ming to turn the tables on him. Ouyang Mu left in a huff, and Xiao Ming sneered. He then said to Zhao Long, "Go to the Qin family and inform them about the Wang family's assassination attempt. Also, tell Qin Chunian that I hope he can provide a detailed list of the Wang family's crimes over the years and cooperate with me in eradicating the remnants of the Wang family across the 6 states. Zhao Long nodded and rode off. News of the Wang family's assassination attempt quickly spread throughout Qingzhou. Those who had close ties with the Wang family were thrown into a state of panic. However, their fears were unfounded. Soon, a notice was posted at the city gates stating that innocent parties would not be punished, and those who provided evidence of the Wang family's crimes would be rewarded. In no time, many people seized the opportunity to kick the Wang family while they were down, reporting their numerous crimes to the authorities. Xiao Ming and Fan Zheng quickly compiled this evidence and printed it in the next day's newspaper, exposing the Wang family's atrocities. The newspapers reached every county, town, and village in the 6 states the following day. When the people learned that the Wang family had been brought to justice, they erupted in cheers. 20 miles north of Qingzhou City, this was the location of the Wang family estate. At this moment, the fortress walls were lined with the Wang family's private soldiers. The fortress was constructed entirely of compacted earth, with walls 12 meters high and 5 meters thick. At each corner of the walls stood a watchtower, each manned by over a dozen archers aiming their bows at the Qingzhou army outside. Inside the fortress, the Wang family's retainers and private soldiers were busy preparing defensive materials. In the Great Yu Empire, local Erfel families typically maintained their own private armies. Strictly speaking, these private soldiers were essentially the family's servants. Because Erfel families had large numbers of servants, they often trained some of them and equipped them with simple weapons and armor to resolve disputes between families. These trained servants became private soldiers, known as Chinese letter Buk. Following Xiao Ming's orders, Lu Fei and Ouyang Mu had surrounded the fortress and relayed Xiao Ming's message to those inside. However, the response was an even tighter defense of the fortress. "Captain Lu, it seems these bandits are determined to fight to the death." "What should we do now?" Ouyang Mu asked with a hint of schadenfreude. Lu Fei glanced at Ouyang Mu. This fortress outside Qingzhou City was the largest of the Wang family's fortresses across the 6 states. If they could take this one, the others would be of little concern. Currently inside the fortress was Wang Qingheng, Wang Chengchu's younger brother. Upon learning that his brother and nephew had been captured, he immediately entered the fortress and rallied the Wang family members to defend it at all costs. There's no need for General Ouyang to worry. His Highness is acting out of benevolence, unwilling to cause unnecessary bloodshed. But taking this fortress won't be a problem for me, Lu Fei said. Ouyang Mu gave Lu Fei a cold look. "In that case, I'll wait and see how Captain Lu takes the fortress." Ignoring him, Lu Fei shouted to Wang Qingheng, who stood atop the fortress gate, "Think carefully. Don't sacrifice the lives of your entire family for your own sake." His Highness is merciful, but if you insist on seeking death, I, Lu Fei, will send you to the underworld myself. Bah, do you think I'd believe the Prince of Qi's lies? Surrendering means death, and not surrendering also means death. He will never let our Wang family go, Wang Qingheng roared. I originally intended to spare your Wang family, but now I regret it. You care only for yourselves and not for the lives of your retainers. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Xiao Ming's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Fei had been in a standoff with the Wang family at the fortress for a full day and night. The next day, after handling the propaganda about the Wang family's crimes, he finally arrived. Xiao Ming, our Wang family has treated you well. Why are you trying to wipe us out? Wang Qingheng shouted angrily upon seeing Xiao Ming. The arrest of Wang Shiji and his father had been too sudden, and Wang Qingheng still hadn't figured out why. But he understood one thing: the Prince of Qi was targeting the Wang family. Why? Because 3 years ago, your Wang family tried to assassinate me, Xiao Ming said suddenly. How do you know that? Wang Qingheng was shocked. Wang Chengchu confessed everything, even your Wang family's secret dealings with the barbarians. No wonder your family only suffered minor losses 3 years ago. You've made quite a fortune trading with the grasslands over the years, haven't you? Xiao Ming said with a cold smile. Wang Qingheng broke out in a cold sweat, his mind going blank. These 2 charges were enough to have the entire Wang family executed. The latter charge was something Xiao Ming had made up, but Wang Chengchu's final words had struck him as odd. Now it seemed his guess was correct. The Wang family had been colluding with the barbarians all along. You're lying, Wang Qingheng stammered, trying to defend himself. Xiao Ming ignored him. The Wang family was a large clan, and the fortress was filled with many of its direct and collateral branches. It was precisely because of these people that the retainers had been coerced into resisting. Wang Qingheng, I'll say this one last time. If you surrender, I will let bygones be bygones and guarantee that your assets will remain untouched. The same goes for everyone else. But if you persist in your stubbornness, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will make sure the Wang family's blood flows like a river, Xiao Ming shouted. There was a difference between Lu Fei delivering the message and Xiao Ming saying it himself. The Wang family members on the fortress walls began to stir. As they looked at the Qingzhou army, clad in silver armor, a deep sense of fear began to spread among them. This time, the enemy defending the fortress was the Qingzhou army, not the barbarians. The barbarians would retreat after a prolonged siege, and Lu Fei would come to their rescue. But now they were rebels, facing not only Lu Fei's Qingzhou army but also the possibility of reinforcements arriving at any moment. Even if the Qingzhou army simply surrounded the fortress without attacking, the fortress would not hold out for more than 3 months. After Xiao Ming finished speaking, he stood with Lu Fei, waiting for Wang Qingheng's response. But what he got was an arrow. Wang Qingheng picked up a bow and shot an arrow at Xiao Ming. The arrow landed at Xiao Ming's feet. Truly, they won't relent until they see their own coffins, Xiao Ming said, losing patience. He had hoped to resolve this without bloodshed, but it seemed he had been too idealistic. Lu Fei said, Your Highness, let's attack, not so fast. Go and bring the catapult from the camp, Xiao Ming ordered. Wang Yu laughed. Your Highness plans to use a catapult to through these earthen walls that might take half a year. Heh, General Yang, you'll soon see what I'm capable of. Don't be too shocked when the time comes, Xiao Ming said with a smile. He then whispered a few words to Zhao Long, who nodded and left. The catapult in the Qingzhou camp was old and rarely used by Lu Fei. But since Xiao Ming had ordered it, he had soldiers bring it over. After an hour, a wooden catapult was transported to the site. The catapult had 4 wheels and a spoon-like arm, with the spoon made of coiled ropes. As soon as the catapult arrived, a donkey cart pulled up in front of everyone. On it were glass bottles filled with a transparent liquid. Wang Qingheng, standing on the fortress walls with his private soldiers, looked puzzled. Xiao Ming knew very well that the Wang family members inside the fortress were not united. The larger the family, the greater the internal conflicts. The reason they hadn't surrendered yet was because they feared Wang Qingheng and were being coerced by him. But once their fear of Xiao Ming exceeded their fear of Wang Qingheng, cracks would begin to form. Now Xiao Ming's goal was to instill fear. He took a glass bottle filled with liquid from the cart and placed it in the catapult's groove. The glass was extremely thin, almost fragile to the touch. When launched, it would shatter upon impact. Ouyang Mu looked on with a strange expression. He had seen glass before, but using it to attack a fortress, this was unheard of. Before he could mock the idea, he saw the soldiers release the rope, and the glass bottle flew through the air, heading straight for Wang Qingheng's position. However, the catapult's aim was poor, and the bottle missed its target by a wide margin, shattering against the wall 2 meters to Wang Qingheng's left. Ah! A scream came from Wang Qingheng. An eerie atmosphere spread across the battlefield. Lu Fei and Ouyang Mu stared in horror at Wang Qingheng on the fortress walls. The agonized screams and the faint wisps of smoke rising from Wang Qingheng's body were what truly terrified them. Sorcery, a soldier in the Qingzhou army whispered, his voice deliberately low. Your Highness, this Lu Fei hesitated, wanting to ask but not daring to. In ancient times, anything that couldn't be explained was often attributed to sorcery or dark magic. What was happening now was beyond their comprehension. Ha ha ha, are you wondering if I know some kind of sorcery? Xiao Ming laughed. He looked at the chaos on the fortress walls and said, wait until I take Wang Qingheng's head, and then I'll explain. Wang Mu was equally shocked and confused, but he didn't dare say another word. After throwing the first glass bottle, Xiao Ming ordered his soldiers to launch a second and third into the fortress. Those who came into contact with the liquid inside the bottles screamed in agony. If even the Qingzhou army outside the walls suspected this was sorcery and felt fear, the Wang family's private soldiers inside the fortress were even more terrified. On the fortress walls, Wang Qingheng clutched his left hand, which burned as if on fire. The area where the liquid had touched his skin was already blackened. He looked down at Xiao Ming, who stood calmly outside the walls, and a deep sense of dread began to spread within him. As more of these strange projectiles flew into the fortress, everyone who was hit by the liquid suffered the same fate. What is this thing? Wang Qingheng shouted. No one answered him. In the eyes of those around him, he saw only fear. At that moment, one of the Wang family's private soldiers pointed at the fortress walls and shouted, "Look at the walls." Everyone turned to see that the earthen walls, soaked by the liquid, were beginning to crumble layer by layer. This sight only deepened their terror. Seeing the reactions of those inside the fortress, Xiao Ming deliberately shouted to Lu Fei, "Captain Lu, once the walls are breached, spare no one, men, women, or children." "Yes, Your Highness," Lu Fei responded. He then turned to his soldiers and shouted, "Kill, kill, 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 kill." Thousands of Qingzhou soldiers roared in unison, their voices like rolling thunder that echoed into the fortress and reached the ears of every Wang family member hiding inside. Wang Qingheng's face grew paler. He gripped his steel sword, but his body trembled slightly. There was no turning back now. Just then a man about Wang Qingheng's age climbed onto the fortress walls and approached him. "Second brother, surrender. There's no hope. Even if the Prince of Qi just besieges us for half a year, we won't be able to hold out. Traitor, coward. Is this how our eldest brother taught us to behave? Our Wang family has been in Qingzhou for hundreds of years, long before the Great Yu Empire existed. Today, Xiao Ming wants to destroy us. Even if we die, we must resist to the end." Wang Qingheng roared, "Don't forget, the Sun family will come to our aid. When they do, we'll attack from both sides, kill this tyrant, and join forces with Qi Chair Khan. The Sun family's second brother. If the Sun family were coming, they would have been here by now. Why wait a whole day?" Wang Chengping pleaded. His entire family was inside the fortress, and he had to think of their safety. Moreover, the private soldiers in the fortress had already been whispering among themselves after learning about Wang Chengchu and his son's assassination attempt on the princess. Combined with Xiao Ming's persuasion, many had lost the will to fight. From their eyes, Wang Chengping could see that the Wang family's fortunes had turned. If the walls were breached, these soldiers wouldn't put up much resistance. Now, with these strange projectiles being launched into the fortress, many of the private soldiers were already showing signs of fear. "I believe the Sun family will come. The Wang and Sun families have been allied for generations. If the Wang family falls, how long will the Sun family last?" Wang Qingheng glared at Wang Chengping. "Have you been swayed by the tyrant's words? Are you planning to surrender?" As he spoke, Wang Qingheng pointed his steel sword at Wang Chengping. If Wang Chengping said one wrong word, he would cut him down on the spot. "Second brother," Wang Chengping didn't dare say more and slowly backed away. Wang Chengchu had always favored Wang Qingheng because they shared the same parents. Wang Chengping, on the other hand, was a true illegitimate child, and his feelings for Wang Chengchu weren't as strong. The Wang family was large, with many brothers of the same generation. Besides Wang Chengping, there were 5 other half-brothers of Wang Chengchu in the fortress. As Wang Chengping retreated from the walls, the 5 men surrounded him and asked, "Third brother, what's the situation? He's gone mad. He says we're waiting for reinforcements from the Sun family. In my opinion, he won't surrender," Wang Chengping said with a frown. One of the men angrily replied, "If Wang Qingheng wants to die, we can't follow him to our graves. There aren't just 300 or 500 Qingzhou soldiers outside, there are over 5,000. And those golden-armored guards are said to be elite troops brought by the princess. This is suicide." "Exactly. Those things the Prince of Qi is throwing into the fortress are too strange. Many soldiers have already been burned, and if this stuff can burn through the walls, we won't last long." The men spoke one after another. In a life-or-death situation, their own lives were what mattered most. As for Wang Qingheng, they had little affection for him. When the Wang family was at its peak, Wang Chengchu and his brothers had often looked down on them. Wang Chengping remained silent for a moment, then said, "Eldest brother has been captured. Now, second brother's word is law." What can I do? The others exchanged uneasy glances, each seemingly thinking of a solution but hesitant to speak first. Outside the walls, the Qingzhou army's chants of kill echoed once more, and the men's faces grew even more grim. If the Qingzhou army breached the walls, there would be no turning back. Finally, Wang Chengping said, "Gentlemen, there's only one way out. We must capture Wang Qingheng and surrender to His Highness. He might reward us for our service." The other 5 men nodded in agreement, their thoughts aligning with Wang Chengping's. Having decided, the 6 men, each accompanied by their most trusted servants, climbed onto the fortress walls. Wang Qingheng, who was still directing the defense, turned pale when he saw them. "Wang Chengping, what are you doing? Second brother, forgive us. You may want to die, but our wives, children, and elders do not. We have no choice but to hand you over," Wang Chengping declared. Wang Qingheng's chest heaved with rage. He shouted at the soldiers on the walls, "Attack! Kill these 6 traitors." But as his voice rang out, not a single soldier moved. They had been terrified by the strange projectiles Xiao Ming kept launching into the fortress. Each of them had already considered surrendering, but no one had dared to take the first step. Now, with Wang Chengping leading the way, they immediately sided with him. "Traitors, traitors, you are all traitors." On the earthen fortress walls, Wang Qingheng looked around, meeting cold, unfeeling gazes. His eyes bloodshot, he glared at Wang Chengping and swung his steel sword down with all his might. At that moment, the soldiers behind Wang Qingheng immediately grabbed Wang Chengping and pinned him to the ground. A faint smile appeared on Wang Chengping's lips as he stepped forward and shouted to Xiao Ming below, "Your Highness, I am Wang Chengping. We have captured Wang Qingheng. This entire incident was the fault of Wang Chengchu and his brothers. I beg your Highness to spare the others." Everything that had happened on the fortress walls was witnessed by those below. Lu Fei burst into laughter, while Aoyang Mu's face turned ashen. "A wise man knows when to yield. I will honor my promise," Xiao Ming said, his heart swelling with satisfaction. In warfare, the best victory is one achieved without bloodshed. Although Xiao Ming was not afraid of a prolonged battle with the Wang family, Qingzhou was still in the process of rebuilding. Such a conflict would only weaken the region further. Moreover, the information Wang Chengchu had revealed was shocking. If true, Xiao Ming would need to station heavy troops both to the north and south, one to defend against the barbarians and the other to guard against Prince Wei. "Open the gates." Wang Chengping shouted. With a creak, the gates of the fortress slowly swung open. "Advance," Xiao Ming said excitedly. This was his first experience with a cold weapon battle, and the fact that he had resolved the Wang family's threat without shedding blood gave him a small sense of accomplishment. Just as he was about to ride into the fortress, Lu Fei suddenly stopped him, saying gravely, "Your Highness, be cautious. There may be a trap. For safety's sake, let me first disarm them." Xiao Ming felt a pang of embarrassment. He was still inexperienced, and Lu Fei's concern was valid. If Wang Chengping was feigning surrender, Xiao Ming could be walking into a deadly trap. Staying put, he watched as Lu Fei led 1,000 soldiers into the fortress. After half an hour, a line of Qingzhou soldiers took control of the walls, and one of them shouted, "Your Highness, the fortress is secure." Relieved, Xiao Ming entered the fortress with Aoyang Mu. The fortress was essentially a miniature city, self-sufficient, but heavily focused on military purposes. The Wang family's fortress was 300 meters long and wide, roughly the size of a modern middle school. It contained granaries, armories, and housing, allowing it to sustain itself for 3 months or even half a year if cut off from the outside world. Inside the fortress, Xiao Ming saw Wang Qingheng, bound tightly, with Lu Fei and Wang Chengping standing on either side of him. "Wang Chengping pays his respects to your Highness," Wang Chengping said, stepping forward to bow as Xiao Ming approached. Xiao Ming nodded at Wang Chengping and said calmly, "The Wang family should be grateful to you. You saved their lives. I merely trusted in your Highness's wisdom and integrity to keep your word," Wang Chengping replied, though his heart was heavy with worry. With the Wang family's private soldiers disarmed, they would be defenseless if Xiao Ming decided to go back on his promise. Xiao Ming smiled. "I always keep my word. I will not kill you." "Thank you, your Highness," Wang Chengping said, letting out a slight sigh of relief. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Your Highness, what about the Wang family's assets?" Lu Fei snorted coldly. "You're quite greedy. Her Highness the Princess originally intended to execute your entire clan. It was only at His Highness's request that she spared your lives. And now you have the audacity to covet the Wang family's wealth." Wang Chengping immediately apologized, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. "Captain Lu is absolutely right. This commoner was being greedy." However, Xiao Ming interjected, "I can allow you to reclaim the lands registered under your names, on the condition that you help me dismantle the fortresses in the other states." As soon as Lu Fei finished speaking, Xiao Ming added his own terms. Wang Chengping's eyes lit up. He understood Xiao Ming's intention. to have him organize the Wang family's assets while disbanding the private soldiers in the fortresses of the other states. Over the years, Wang Chengchu and his sons had monopolized most of the Wang family's wealth, leaving little for the rest of the family. Even so, with the assets they could reclaim, they would be able to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, being left with nothing would be a fate worse than death. This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up, and he readily agreed. In that case, go and handle this matter. I will send people to accompany you, Xiao Ming said. Wang Chengping left with the other Wang family members, and the fortress was officially taken over by the Qingzhou army. Xiao Ming had to admit that, despite his disdain for the earthen walls, the fortress was otherwise well constructed. With some modifications, it could serve as another military camp. After successfully taking the Wang family's fortress, Pang Yukun arrived upon hearing the news. He would handle the task of inventorying the remaining supplies. Your Highness achieving victory without bloodshed is truly remarkable, Pang Yukun said, impressed after learning the details. Lu Fei finally mustered the courage to ask, Your Highness, what was in those bottles you had us throw? They were terrifying. That's sulfuric acid. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Go ask Lu Tong if you're curious, Xiao Ming replied. He then turned to Pang Yukun and said, the Wang family's assets are extensive. Follow Wang Chengping to take inventory and make sure he doesn't tamper with anything, especially the Wang family's mines. Yes, Your Highness, but aren't you worried about Wang Chengping helping the Wang family rise again? Pang Yukun asked. By the time the Wang family could rise again, I could probably crush them with a single finger, Xiao Ming said with a laugh. Besides, I've spoken to Wang Xuan. Wang Chengping and the others are nothing like Wang Chengchu and Wang Chenghang. They have little loyalty to the family, and the assets under their names are minimal. At most, they'll live as wealthy commoners, incapable of causing any major trouble. On the other hand, if I killed them, anyone with blood ties to the Wang family would fight to the death. Pang Yukun nodded, feeling reassured. Xiao Ming had truly grown a lot recently, learning to consider the bigger picture. The Wang family's lands and businesses were one thing, but there was also the matter of their private soldiers. These soldiers were slaves and servants purchased by the Wang family, previously led by Wang family members. With the Wang family's downfall, these people were left without a purpose. After some thought, Xiao Ming decided to hand them over to Lu Fei to be incorporated into the army, as they had already received some training. Thank you, Your Highness. I'll take these men with me, Lu Fei said with a grin. Since these people were still slaves and had no freedom, they had previously relied on the Wang family for survival. Now, without the Wang family, they had no idea how to fend for themselves. Being drafted into the army was a relief for them, as it at least guaranteed them food and shelter. The Wang family's private soldiers in the fortress numbered over 2,000. In peacetime, they were laborers, but in war they became soldiers, a system not unlike a construction corps. However, their loyalty might still be questionable, but with political officers in the army, that issue could be addressed. South Gate of Qingzhou City. Xiao Ming, accompanied by a group of Qingzhou officials, was seeing off Princess Pingyang. Just as her arrival had drawn attention, her departure was equally conspicuous. Xiao Ming had explained the entire situation with the Wang family to Princess Pingyang the previous night. Her reaction had been indifferent, as if she had merely squashed an ant. However, this trip to Qingzhou had taken an unexpected turn, and Princess Pingyang seemed unwilling to stay any longer. She planned to leave for Jinling City the next day. Xiao Ming prepared some Qingzhou specialties as gifts for her: fine wine, perfumes, soaps, and of course, glassware. Her visit had been a blessing in disguise, giving him the opportunity to eliminate the Wang family. Compared to the gifts he gave her, he had gained far more. The grain stored in the Wang family's warehouses across the 6 states alone would ensure that the Qingzhou army wouldn't have to worry about food for years to come. In addition to the grain, the Wang family also owned vast tracts of farmland, plow oxen, mines, and slaves. All of these assets were now confiscated by the state. Truly, the fall of the Wang family had left Xiao Ming feasting on their riches. Your Highness, the Wang family has fallen, but there are still 3 other families left. It's strange that the Sun family didn't intervene to support the Wang family. Otherwise, we could have had an excuse to wipe them out as well, Pang Yukun said. Xiao Ming was also surprised by this. The Sun family had remained inactive, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. It seemed they were content to watch from the sidelines. It just means the Sun family isn't foolish. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as the Wang family, Xiao Ming said slowly. Your Highness, what should we do about the remaining 3 families? Pang Yukun asked. He believed in striking while the iron was hot and wanted to resolve the issue once and for all. Xiao Ming had taken down the Wang family in one swift move, catching everyone off guard. However, it wouldn't be long before the other families realized what had happened. He said, no rush. The combined strength of the remaining 3 families is about equal to the Wang family. We can handle them easily. It all depends on whether they are willing to cooperate. Pang Yukun nodded, understanding Xiao Ming's meaning. If they disband their private armies, surrender their fortresses, and content themselves with being wealthy merchants, King Zhu can accommodate them. As they watched Princess Pingyang's carriage disappear into the distance, Xiao Ming sighed softly. The greatest taboo for any ruler is having armed forces within their territory that are beyond their control. Xiao Ming was no exception. He could tolerate the Erfel families engaging in business, no matter how much profit they made. But there was one line they could not cross. They must not threaten his rule. Using the Wang family incident as a pretext, he intended to put an end to the practice of Erfel families maintaining private armies in his fiefdom. As he discussed this with Pang Yukun, he led the officials back into Qingzhou City. Meanwhile, in the carriage that had already traveled several miles, Princess Pingyang lifted the curtain and looked back at Qingzhou City. She said to Ouyang Mu, "Why do I feel like something isn't right? It's as if I've been used by the Prince of Qi." Ouyang Mu, who had been silent throughout the journey, replied, "Your Highness, this humble general cannot say for sure, but the Prince of Qi is certainly not simple. During the incident at the Wang family fortress, he didn't act rashly as he did 5 years ago. Instead, he was patient and calculating, resolving the issue of the Erfel families in his fiefdom without shedding blood. He certainly has some skill. The more you say, the more I feel like I've been played by this nephew of mine." Perhaps Xiao Ming deliberately acted contrary to expectations, making me believe that the Wang family was behind the assassination attempt, Princess Pingyang sighed. Ouyang Mu said, "If that's the case, we can report the Prince of Qi to the Emperor when we return to Chang'an." Princess Pingyang chuckled. "You think too simply. With no evidence and no witnesses, who can prove anything?" She lazily yawned and let the curtain fall, thinking to herself, if Xiao Ming is given a few more years, the struggle for the throne in the Great Yu Empire might take an unexpected turn. How interesting. At the same time, in the Qin family residence in Qingzhou City, Qin Chuanian was not celebrating the fall of the Wang family. On the contrary, when Wang Chengchu and Wang Qingheng were publicly executed in the Eastern Market, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if he would be the next to lose his head. "Father, what should we do now?" Qin Mu asked nervously, watching his father pace back and forth in the room. The image of Wang Chengchu's lifeless, witty open eyes still haunted him. Qin Chuanian stopped pacing. "What can we do? Can't you see His Highness's intentions now? He wants his fiefdom free of any threats to his rule. The Wang family openly and secretly opposed him, and he knew it all along. This was a warning to the rest of us." "Father, will our Qin family be next?" Qin Mu asked, trembling. Qin Chuanian fell silent. Gritting his teeth, he said, "No, we absolutely cannot become the next Wang family. Come with me now to see His Highness." Qin Mu nodded and followed his father to the Prince of Qi's residence. On the way, they ran into Xiao Ming, who was returning. "Your Highness, Qin Chuanian is guilty." Qin Chuanian knelt on the ground as soon as he saw Xiao Ming. In the middle of the street, Qin Chuanian's kneeling drew the attention of many merchants and commoners, who stopped to watch. Xiao Ming glanced at Qin Chuanian and his son. "Both of you, get up. This is a public place. It's unseemly. If you have something to say, come back to the residence with me." Pang Yukun nodded inwardly. It seemed Qin Chuanian had finally realized the gravity of the situation. The group returned to the residence, where Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun received the Qin father and son in the main hall. Xiao Ming was now ready to openly implement his policy of weakening the Erfel families, as the balance of had shifted. "Master Qin, what has made you so anxious?" Xiao Ming asked, though he already knew the answer. "This commoner is guilty of failing to properly discipline his clan members. Many of them have violated the laws in the 6 states. I beg your Highness to punish me," Qin Chuanian said with a pained expression. Pang Yukun and Xiao Ming exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Pang Yukun said, "Master Qin, there's no need to beat around the bush. You're here because you're afraid the Qin family will meet the same fate as the Wang family." Qin Chuanian was taken aback but then slowly nodded. Qin Mu knelt before Xiao Ming and said, "Your Highness, this commoner was disrespectful in the past, daring to address you as an equal. I deserve death." "Get up," Xiao Ming said calmly. "Since you've come, you must understand that I cannot tolerate Erfel families in my fiefdom who refuse to obey." Qin Chuanian and Qin Mu both nodded. Xiao Ming continued, "I am not a bloodthirsty man. Otherwise, the thousands of members of the Wang family would already be dead. You are my subjects. If you are willing to live peacefully in the fiefdom, I will not harm you. Disband your private armies, return the land you seized from the people, and from now on, focus on doing business peacefully. The Qin family will remain safe." In the past, the Erfel families not only monopolized the economic lifelines of the fiefdom, but also meddled in political affairs. Many officials in the 6 states worked for them. Now, Xiao Ming was cutting off their access to political From now on, they would simply be merchants. Your Highness, this commoner will comply. Qin Chunyan felt a deep sense of sorrow, but had no choice. Private armies were the primary reason Urfel families could dominate the countryside. Now that these private armies were to be disbanded, they would lose their status as Urfel families and could no longer act with impunity. Pang Yukan then said, Qin Chunyan overall, you have done much for His Highness, and he still trusts you. We hope the Qin family can set an example in this matter. Soon, Qingzhou will issue a decree prohibiting any form of private militia among the people. These words brought Qin Chunyan some comfort. Survival or destruction, this was the choice he now had to make. With the Wang family's fate fresh in his mind, he said, Thank you for your Highness's great kindness. This commoner guarantees that the Qin family will henceforth serve your Highness dutifully. Xiao Ming waved his hand, signaling that Qin Chunyan and his son could leave. After they left the main hall, Xiao Ming said, I will have Li San's men keep an eye on them to see if the Qin family is being duplicitous. If Qin Chunyan is sensible, the Qin family could be a valuable local merchant to support. After all, outside merchants will never be fully loyal to me. We need local merchants to keep them in check. Qin Chunyan is not as resourceful or decisive as Wang Chengchu, and he is also more timid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed by the Wang family for so many years, Pang Yukan said. Let's hope Qin Chunyan follows through. If he does, the Sun and Wei families will naturally follow suit. Exactly. By the way, a significant portion of the Wang family's land was seized illegally, and many of their slaves were forced into servitude. You need to identify these people, grant them their freedom, and return their land to them. Pang Yukan smiled. Your Highness, rest assured. While other matters can wait, this one will be handled swiftly. After sending Pang Yukan away, Xiao Ming summoned Fan Zhang. The campaign to redistribute land from the wealthy to the poor needed to be publicized widely to win the hearts of the people. Throughout history, uprisings have always been about land, and this was no different. In addition to the Wang family's land, Xiao Ming planned to issue decrees ordering the return of illegally seized land to the people, compelling the Urfel families in his fiefdom to comply. The next day, Fan Zhang published these policies in the newspaper. As the papers were distributed across the 6 states, they caused an uproar among the populace. The first topic was naturally the fall of the Wang family, but what the people cared about most was the decision to return the land seized by the Urfel families. This is truly satisfying. The Wang family took so much of our fertile land along the Chu River. Now we can finally get it back, one villager said. In Zhujia village, the villagers gathered around the reporter who arrived punctually every noon. Since the establishment of the newspaper, the paperboys had been replaced by these scholars who roamed the streets with newspapers, earning a more dignified title. Exactly. My family's 5 acres of good land were seized by the Wang family. When I went to demand it back, I was beaten by their thugs. Heaven has eyes. The Prince of Qi is becoming wiser by the day. If I can get my land back, I'll lead my goat to His Highness as a token of gratitude, another villager said. Zhu Wuliu was also in the crowd, grinning foolishly. With the Wang family gone, he had lost his job as a cowherd, but his family's land had also been seized by the Wang family. If he could get it back, he would have land to farm. In a couple of years, life would be comfortable again. Long live the Prince of Qi. Thinking of this, Zhu Wuliu felt a surge of joy and suddenly shouted. Instantly, the thrashing ground fell silent, and all the villagers of Zhujia village turned to look at Zhu Wuliu. Zhu Wuliu suddenly felt nervous, looking around fearfully. Long live the Prince of Qi. Long live, long live, long live. Just as he was about to panic, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The scholar in the middle of the thrashing ground, witnessing the excitement of the villagers, was also moved and joined in the cheers. The policies outlined in the newspaper were clear, to crack down on the Urfel families in the fiefdom. For many commoners, they understood the harm these Urfel families inflicted on the great Yu Empire. Unfortunately, the empire was ruled by them, and in every region the government always protected their interests. Only here, only under the Prince of Qi, was someone willing to take the first step to suppress these families and eliminate the parasites infesting the fiefdom. The scholar shared the same hopes as the villagers. The people wanted to live in peace, free from the oppression of the Urfel families, with enough to eat, clothes to wear, the ability to marry, and the means to raise their children. As a commoner, he wanted fair treatment in the Imperial examinations, to be judged by his talent rather than his family background. In other parts of the great Yu Empire, he saw no hope. But as he read the newspapers daily and collected public opinion, he gradually felt that perhaps only the Prince of Qi could make this a reality. For that day to come, he was willing to work tirelessly to spread the news to every corner of the fiefdom. The news in the newspapers also reached the Urfel families in Qingzhou. Unlike the excitement of the commoners, they were thrown into panic. The fate of the Wang family served as a stark warning, conveying a clear message. The Prince of Qi's fiefdom would no longer be a place where they could act with impunity. To continue living here, they would have to abide by King Zhu's laws. In the following days, an even more shocking piece of news spread through the newspapers. The Qin family published an article in the newspaper, declaring their decision to return all seized land and restore the status of commoners who had been forced into servitude after losing their land. Additionally, the Qin family's fortresses in the 6 states would be taken over by the Qingzhou army, and their private soldiers would be disbanded and incorporated into the Qingzhou army. The fall of one of Qingzhou's top families and the voluntary compliance of another sent shockwaves through the Erful families of the 6 states. An unusual atmosphere began to permeate the region. In the Qingzhou governor's office, Xiao Ming had been handling administrative affairs for the past half-month. Since the decrees were issued, the governor's office had been closely monitoring the situation in the 6 states. While the Qin family had chosen to comply, Xiao Ming didn't believe everyone would follow suit. There would always be a few who were unafraid of death, especially since the decrees amounted to a declaration of war against all the Erful families in the fiefdom. Your Highness, Master Qin has sent an invitation, inviting Yumi, General Lu Fei, and others to a banquet at the Qin residence. He says he has invited many families closely associated with the Qin family, and they are willing to comply with Your Highness's decrees as he has, Pang Yukun said, presenting an invitation. Qin Chunyan's prompt compliance had improved Xiao Ming's impression of the Qin family, and he felt the man was teachable. Opening the invitation, Xiao Ming smiled. Qin Chunyan is certainly being very attentive this time. Indeed he is. But this banquet might well be a trap. A cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. Li San. Pang Yukun and Xiao Ming looked outside to see Li San entering. During the previous incident, Wang Xuan had suffered greatly in prison. When the executions took place in the Eastern Market, Wang Xuan was replaced by a death row prisoner. Since Wang Xuan had been disheveled and the focus of the execution was on Wang Chengchu, Wang Xuan hadn't drawn much attention. However, Wang Xuan's injuries were severe, and he was now recuperating at home. For the time being, the secret guards were under Li San's command. Li San approached and said, Your Highness, I came precisely for this matter. You must not go to the Qin residence. While Li San's serious demeanor gave Xiao Ming an uneasy premonition. Following Your Highness's orders, the secret guards have been monitoring the Erful families these past few days. We've discovered that many private soldiers from these families have entered Qingzhou City. Qin Chunyan's invitation to Your Highness was not his own idea but a request made by the visiting Erful families, Li San explained. Pang Yukun's expression changed. Aside from the 4 major families, Wang, Sun, Qin, and Wei, there are many smaller Erful families scattered across the 6 states. This decree affects their interests as well. The sword has been drawn, it cannot be sheathed. Since they want to challenge me, I'll show them what I'm capable of. Some people can be won over with virtue, while others can only be made to bleed with swords, Xiao Ming said, slamming the table. If they want to set a trap, we'll turn the tables and wipe out these families in one fell swoop. Pang Yukun anxiously said, Your Highness, you must not take such a risk. Any mishap now would only bring joy to our enemies and sorrow to our allies. Your Highness, Minister Pang is right. You cannot take this risk, Li San also urged. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. These Erful families are a cancer in my fiefdom. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate those who refuse to obey. Otherwise, how can I justify removing them one by one in the future? Xiao Ming's mind was made up. As long as these hidden threats remained, he would never sleep soundly. But how will Your Highness ensure your safety? Pang Yukun, seeing Xiao Ming's determination, could only strategize a way for him to escape unscathed. Xiao Ming was no fool. These Erful families might threaten him during the banquet, demanding he revoke the decree or risk mutual destruction. This was a game of chess between him and the Erful families. Whoever lost would be erased from Qingzhou's history. It's simple. Change the location of the banquet. Say that the Qin residence is too dull, and suggest we all go outside the city for a spring outing, drinking, and enjoying the scenery, Xiao Ming said calmly. Pang Yukun and Li San exchanged glances. Your Highness truly thinks outside the box. This is a good idea. It will give us time to prepare. Exactly. We can also have secret guards blend in with the servants to protect Your Highness in secret, Li San added. In that case, let's proceed. These Erful families are so eager to coerce me that they won't pass up this opportunity. Outside the city, they'll think it's easier to act, Xiao Ming said. With the plan set, Pang Yukun carefully considered the location for the outing and left the governor's office with Li San to make arrangements. To be honest, Xiao Ming was also a bit worried. After all, he wasn't invincible like Neja. But this was indeed the perfect opportunity to lure out the snakes. After all, if he missed this chance, those with ulterior motives might go into hiding, making them even more dangerous in the future. As Pang Yukon and Li San made their preparations, Xiao Ming thought about his own protection. He decided to wear a breastplate under his clothes. The breastplate was custom-made for him by the armaments department and could be worn under his robes without being noticed. He would have preferred to wear full plate armor, but that would have been too obvious. The news of the location change quickly reached the Qin residence. Qin Chunian smiled and said, "Gentlemen, His Highness seems to be in a good mood. He suggested we all go for a spring outing by the Xiaoqing River tomorrow. Since the banquet is off, why don't we enjoy the feast ourselves today?" Over 30 representatives from various Erfel families across the 6 states had gathered in the Qin residence, including the Sun and Wei families. Hearing this news, many showed disappointment. Sun Yuanji then said, "Brother Qin, there's no need for that. Since His Highness isn't coming, we won't trouble you further. After all, you've suffered significant losses recently." Qin Chunian's expression stiffened. He hadn't been dwelling on it, but Sun Yuanji's reminder brought back the pain of losing his land and fortress. Sun Yuanji smiled faintly and added, "We'll take our leave now. Let's meet again another day." "Another day," the group said, bowing to Qin Chunian before following Sun Yuanji out of the Qin residence. Wei Hong approached Qin Chunian and said, "This Sun Yuanji is as arrogant as ever. HMPH, with the Wang family gone, I don't know what he has to be so proud of. HMPH, he's probably upset that we took the lead in complying with the decree." Hahaha. Qin Chunian suddenly laughed. Outside, Sun Yuanji and the group didn't go far before stopping in front of a residential house. After ensuring they weren't being followed, they entered the house. "Master Sun, do you think the Prince of Qi suspects something? If so, we should flee. How can we stand against the Qingzhou army?" One person worried. "Flee? Where would we go? Are you willing to abandon your mansions and lands?" Another retorted. "Then are we just waiting to die? What's more important, money or our lives?" The room erupted into chaos. "Enough." Sun Yuanji suddenly shouted. "I, Sun Yuanji, have endured humiliation all this time to avenge Master Wang. When the Wang fortress was besieged, I didn't send a single soldier or horse, all to lull the Prince of Qi into a false sense of security. Now you want to flee? Are you not ashamed before the spirit of the late Master Wang? Don't forget, many of you are related to the Wang family by marriage. You, Sun Yuanji, don't use that to threaten us," someone protested. "HMPH, you can leave, but I, Sun Yuanji, will not stop. Let's see if His Highness spares you then," Sun Yuanji said, his eyes filled with madness. The room fell silent. The plan to coerce or assassinate the Prince of Qi during the banquet had been Sun Yuanji's idea. According to the plan, they would suddenly strike during the banquet, using the Prince of Qi's life as leverage to force him to revoke the decree and become a puppet of the Erfel families. "Since Master Sun has spoken, what should we do now that His Highness has changed the location? All our plans these past few days have been ruined," an elderly man wearing a square scarf asked. "Master Hua is absolutely right. What should we do next? You need to explain," someone else chimed in. Sun Yuanji sneered. "The messenger from the Prince of Qi just said the outing will be by the Xiaoqing River, near the Lotus Pond. Every year, many people from Qingzhou City go there to enjoy the scenery. There's also a small grove nearby. Tonight, we'll hide our men there. When the Prince of Qi arrives tomorrow," hearing this, "I think our chances are better outside the city. After all, we haven't managed to sneak many of our private soldiers into the city these past few days," another person said. "Exactly. Outside the city, I can mobilize all of the Sun family's private soldiers. Combined with the men you all send, we'll have over 1,000 men. By then, the Prince of Qi won't be able to escape," Sun Yuanji said with a cold laugh. "But what if this is a trap set by the Prince of Qi?" someone else worried. "I've already sent people to keep an eye on the Qingzhou military camp. If there's any unusual activity, we'll hold our ground. Are you all reassured now?" Sun Yuanji said. The group nodded and dispersed. Outside the city, other Erfel families were waiting for their news. With the change in plans, they needed to start over. After Sun Yuanji and the others left, a shadowy figure emerged from behind the house. He glanced in the direction they had gone and then headed straight for the governor's office. Sun Yuanji, in the Prince of Qi's residence, Xiao Ming frowned deeply upon receiving this news. "Your Highness, Sun Yuanji has always been good at biding his time. It seems he didn't act last time because he knew he wouldn't succeed. This time, he wants to catch your Highness off guard," Pang Yukon said. Both Pang Yukon and Li San had arrived at the Prince of Qi's residence. "I thought he was scared. Now it seems old habits die hard," Xiao Ming sighed. Pang Yukon said, "Your Highness, the Sun and Wang families have been allied through marriage for generations. This relationship makes the Sun family different from the other Erfel families. Many of the families involved in this plot are also connected to the Wang family in some way. Minister Pang, Your Highness, let's put these matters aside for now. We need to discuss how to handle tomorrow's situation. The secret guards only have about 30 men. If the Sun family gets involved, things will get complicated," Li San said worriedly. Pang Yukon then looked at Xiao Ming. "But mobilizing the Qingzhou army will definitely alert them. I I think these Urfel families are keeping a close eye on the Qingzhou army right now. Yes, this is indeed a problem, Xiao Ming said, feeling a headache coming on. Without the Qingzhou army, attending the banquet would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. After pondering for a moment, Pang Yukun suddenly said, "Wait, I have an idea." "Please speak, Minister Pang," Xiao Ming said. Pang Yukun explained, "Your Highness, the Armaments Department is supposed to deliver a batch of newly forged equipment to the Qingzhou military camp today. Why don't we use this as a diversion? We can have the slaves transporting the equipment enter the camp, and then have the Qingzhou soldiers disguise themselves as slaves and leave. This way, we can secretly move the soldiers out." Xiao Ming immediately understood. "You mean to have the equipment transported in by slaves, then have the Qingzhou soldiers disguised as slaves leave, thus covertly transferring the soldiers out exactly. This way we can bring out both the men and the equipment, since the equipment is all packed in crates," Pang Yukun said. Li San clapped his hands. "Brilliant, but how many Qingzhou soldiers do we need to handle this? We don't need too many. 500 should be enough," Xiao Ming said confidently. The slaves transporting the equipment would make hundreds of trips back and forth, making this plan feasible. After the three of them finalized the plan, Li San sent someone to the armaments department to make arrangements. That day, 500 Qingzhou soldiers quietly entered the city from the military camp. Lu Fei also arrived at the Prince of Qi's residence that evening. "These scoundrels. This time I'll definitely chop off their heads." Lu Fei cursed loudly upon learning of the Urfel family's plot. Pang Yukun said, "Captain Lu, the safety of His Highness is in your hands. If anything happens to His Highness, we'll have to commit suicide to atone for our failure." Lu Fei said solemnly, "I would give my life to protect His Highness. I've long despised these Urfel families. If it weren't for their selfishness 3 years ago, delaying the deployment of troops, the Qingzhou army wouldn't have lost so many soldiers. Now that His Highness wants to cut off their heads, I won't hesitate." Pang Yukun nodded. The four of them discussed the steps for the next day before preparing to leave. Outside the hall, Li San paused and looked thoughtfully at a servant hurrying away. However, he still followed Pang Yukun and the others out of the Prince of Qi's residence. As night fell, the hustle and bustle of the day disappeared, replaced by silence. The vast city was quiet, with only the occasional bark of a dog or the call of the night watchman breaking the stillness. The moon hung on the treetops, casting silvery light that left dappled patterns on the ground. Just as the entire city seemed to be asleep, a shadowy figure sneaked out of the small gate at the back of the Prince of Qi's residence. Keeping close to the walls and hiding in the shadows, the figure quickly made his way toward the Sun family residence. "Qizai, where are you going so late suddenly?" A voice rang out in the dark night, and 5 men appeared, surrounding the shadowy figure. The figure was startled, but seemed to relax when he saw it was Li San. "Oh, it's you, Li San. I was just bored in the residence and came out for some fresh air. Where have you been all these days? The servants in the residence are all envious of you." "Fresh air? Don't you know there's a curfew in Qingzhou City every night?" Li San said calmly. "Come on, you're out too, aren't you?" Qizai's eyes darted around as the 5 men cornered him. Li San sneered, "I came out to find the mole for His Highness." "Heh, I didn't expect to beat Wang Chuan to it." "What mole, Li San? You've got the wrong idea," Qizai explained. "HMPH, no need to explain. 300 meters ahead is the Sun family residence. You've come quite a distance for some fresh air. Seize him," Li San shouted. The 4 men immediately pounced on Qizai, and Li San struck him with a club. Qizai grunted and fell unconscious. "Trying to report to Sun Yuanji, not a chance," Li San said. "Take this man to the secret guards prison." Luckily, I was alert, or His Highness's plans for tomorrow would have been ruined. One of his subordinates said admiringly, "Commander Li, you're amazing. How did you know he was the mole we've been investigating for so long and found nothing? To be honest, I never suspected him. He and I got along well in the residence, and I never considered him a suspect. It wasn't until I noticed peach blossom petals stuck to his shoes that I became suspicious." "Ah, that's right. The only peach blossoms in the residence are planted outside the main hall." "Exactly. With peach blossom petals stuck to his shoes, he must have lingered outside the main hall. That's why I suspected he would go out to report tonight." "I didn't expect to be right," Li San said, glaring fiercely at Qizai. "Commander, you're truly wise. It's no wonder His Highness chose you from among all the servants. Unlike this guy, who can only do sneaky, underhanded things," one of the men flattered. Li San's face showed a hint of pride, and he gave the man an appreciative look. "If we're talking about wisdom and valor, that would be our His Highness. Now I finally understand. His Highness endured humiliation in Qingzhou all these years, just so he could wipe out these Urfel families in one fell swoop today." "Exactly. He endured for 5 years, only revealing his brilliance now. His Highness's patience is truly remarkable," another man said. Then someone else added, "With a prince like this, who knows, maybe His Highness has a chance in the struggle for the throne." The man didn't finish his sentence, as everyone, including Li San, turned to look at him. Li San said sternly, "Don't speak carelessly. His Highness is currently biding his time and doesn't want to get involved in such matters. You're my men, so it's fine to say such things in front of me, but if I hear you gossiping outside, don't blame me for cutting out your tongues." The four men immediately fell silent and nodded. After glancing around, Li San said, "You two, take him away first. The other two, follow me out of the city under cover of night. His Highness has his plans, and these Urfel families must have their own schemes. Tonight, we'll scout out their arrangements." "Yes," the four men replied. Two of them took Qi Zai away, while the other two followed Li San out of the city. At the city gate, they showed their tokens and exited, heading toward the lotus pond outside the city. This lotus pond was one of Qingzhu's scenic spots. A tributary of the Zioqing River flowed here, forming a clear lake several hundred meters long and wide, surrounded by trees and lush grass. Li San and his men were heading to this location. Under the moonlight, the faint light allowed them to see. The three of them didn't take the main road, but instead moved through the trees on either side. After traveling about 20 li, they saw the lotus pond shimmering silver in the moonlight. They also noticed many shadowy figures moving about. The three of them continued to advance stealthily, eventually crouching on the ground to observe. At Bowen Academy, Zhao Ming had taught Li San many reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance techniques. On the way to the lotus pond, Li San didn't take a direct route. In areas without tree cover, he moved in an S-shaped pattern. If they were being followed, this would make it harder for the pursuers to determine their destination. Moreover, the three of them didn't move together. Instead, they spread out with significant distances between them, often stopping to listen for any unusual sounds. "Commander, there are at least 1,000 people here," one of the men whispered. Li San frowned deeply. "This is trouble. Can His Highness's 500 men handle so many? Should we go back and inform His Highness?" another man asked. "Not yet. Let's wait a little longer. We need the most accurate information," Li San said. The three of them continued to lie low. By midnight, all the people around the lotus pond had gathered in the grove to the south. There were about 1,300 of them. At this point, Li San led the two men back to Qingzhou City. Tomorrow was the day of the spring outing. The thought of this trap kept Zhao Ming awake all night. Not long ago, he had been just a lab assistant, a homebody. Now he had to face a brutal test like a true prince. This was the first time he would confront such a dangerous situation. It would be a lie to say he wasn't scared, but he knew he had no choice. This was a trial that a prince had to endure. His status now didn't allow him to be cowardly or retreat. Throughout history, those who survived the rise and fall of dynasties were men of great talent, broad vision, and immense courage. He could easily create an industrial empire, but the art of ruling a fiefdom was what he truly needed to learn. Otherwise, everything he created would only become someone else's prize. By voluntarily attending this banquet, he aimed to lure out the snakes while also establishing his image in Qingzhou, a prince who dared to take risks and feared nothing. Only then would officials and commoners truly admire him from the bottom of their hearts. They would see a prince of Qi worth pledging their loyalty to. After all, who would pledge loyalty to a cowardly, despicable person, but a man who fought to eliminate Urfel families for the greater good was a different story. Moreover, in his view, the founding prince of the Great Yu Empire, Zhao Yuanji, had established the feudal system precisely to select the most capable successor. He didn't care if his descendants fought each other, as the victor would be king and the loser would be a bandit. A prince who couldn't even win the struggle for the throne had no right to rule a vast empire. Thus, among his siblings, there were many cunning and talented individuals. To compete with them, he needed to temper himself and experience major events. Otherwise, if he wet himself at the sight of swords, he would become a laughingstock. As he pondered this, footsteps sounded outside, followed by Li San's voice. "Your Highness, Sun Yuanji has ambushed over 1,000 private soldiers in the grove by the lotus pond," Li San reported. Zhao Ming, who had been waiting for Li San's news, opened the door and let him in. "Over 1,000?" Zhao Ming asked again. "Exactly. It shouldn't be more than 1,500, Li San said. It seems Sun Yuanji has gone all out this time." "He must have mobilized all his private soldiers," Zhao Ming said with a cold laugh. Li San looked worried. "Your Highness, please reconsider. This is no trivial matter. The arrow is already on the bowstring. It must be fired," Zhao Ming said, though he was also concerned. But at this point, he had no choice but to press on. "Go quickly and summon Captain Lu and Minister Pang to discuss our strategy." Li San acknowledged the order and left. Soon, Lu Fei and Pang Yukun arrived at the Prince of Qi's residence. After hearing Li San's report, Lu Fei said, "Your Highness, if that's the case, during the banquet, we can ambush the Qingzhou army to the north." Li San said no one entered the grove on the north side, but the grassland in front of the southern grove is where the banquet will likely be held. The northern grove is separated from the lotus pond by several hundred meters. "I'm afraid reinforcements might not arrive in time," Pang Yukun said. Lu Fei said casually, "This time I'll bring 30 elite soldiers to protect your highness. We can hold out for a while." Pang Yukan fell silent and looked at Lu Fei. Xiao Ming sighed. "Captain Lu, my life is in your hands." At dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the morning clouds and shone on the old paper windows of the Prince of Qi's residence. The servants in the residence were already bustling about. Xiao Ming, who had barely slept all night, rose early. Li San was busy arranging the servants who would accompany Xiao Ming to the banquet. For a spring outing, a prince naturally had to bring many servants. Among these servants, Li San had secretly placed numerous secret guards. In addition to Lu Fei's 30 elite soldiers, there were over 20 secret guards disguised as servants to ensure Xiao Ming's safety. The Prince of Qi's residence appeared calm, but Lu Fei and Pang Yukan were already hard at work. The Qingzhou army had left the city the previous night and ambushed in the grove. Lu Fei was also planning how to ensure the Qingzhou cavalry could quickly come to their aid. Ancient battles were akin to street brawls, often lasting a long time. As long as Xiao Ming wasn't immediately captured by the Erfel families, the Qingzhou army could buy plenty of time. By noon, Xiao Ming set out, surrounded by servants. On the grassland south of the Lotus Pond, Qin Chunyan had already had his servants prepare the ingredients needed for the banquet, waiting for everyone to arrive. When Xiao Ming arrived, Qin Chunyan, Sun Yuanji, and the others were already present. Many of the Erfel families sat on the grass, chatting. "Your Highness, you've finally arrived," Qin Chunyan said obsequiously as he approached Xiao Ming. The other Erfel families stood up and bowed in greeting. Led by Qin Chunyan to the main seat, Xiao Ming returned the greetings and said, "Please, everyone, take your seats." Pang Yukan sat to Xiao Ming's left and right, while 30 heavily armored guards stood on either side. Sun Yuanji glanced at the fully armored Qingzhou soldiers and smiled. "Your Highness, today's banquet is meant to reconcile us with your Highness. After this, we will disband our private armies and return the land. Having these soldiers here somewhat ruins the mood." Before Xiao Ming could respond, Lu Fei said, "Master Sun, you worry too much. Even when you travel, you bring your own guards. His Highness, a prince of noble birth, traveling with only 30 guards is already extremely modest." "Captain Lu is right," Qin Chunyan flattered. "His Highness is a prince of the Imperial family. When Her Highness the Princess traveled recently, she had over 1,000 guards. There's no need to make a fuss over this." "Master Sun, you're overthinking it." Sun Yuanji's expression was haughty. In his view, since Xiao Ming had arrived, he had already fallen into his trap. That was why he dared to speak so disrespectfully. At this moment, he felt no need to grovel. He had his own plans. The Sun and Wang families had been allied through marriage for generations. The Wang family's secret dealings were all known to the Sun family, and they had participated in every one. Because of this, Sun Yuanji knew that if Xiao Ming uncovered the Wang family's crimes, the Sun family would also be doomed. The other Erfel families he had coerced into this plot were unaware that they were merely pawns in Sun Yuanji's game. The Sun family had made thorough preparations. If this plan succeeded, all would be well. If it failed, they would flee to the grasslands. By then, not even Xiao Ming or even the Emperor could touch them. These were Wang Chengchu's original plans. Sun Yuanji simply hadn't expected that the Sun family would be the ones to carry them out. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Yuanji made up his mind. He said, "It's not that I'm overthinking things. It's just that your Highness has always been wary of us. Otherwise, why would the Wang family suddenly be destroyed? Although I'm not a member of the Wang family, I know Wang Chengchu well. He would never dare to assassinate the princess. Your Highness, you know the truth better than I do." With a cold laugh, Sun Yuanji continued, "Using the Wang family incident, your Highness immediately issued decrees to weaken us, the Erfel families of Qingzhou. You couldn't wait, which shows how deeply you despise us." Instantly, the grassland fell into silence. Everyone's breathing seemed as loud as thunder. Qin Chunyan's face turned pale and his body trembled slightly. He said, "Sun Yuanji, what do you mean by this? You invited His Highness to this banquet. Why are you speaking so disrespectfully, Qin Chunyan? You've disgraced us, the Erfel families of Qingzhou. Tell me, in the entire Great Yu Empire, where are the Erfel families not treated as honored guests by the princes, yet you willingly degrade yourself to the level of commoners, no better than pigs or dogs? You've shamed all of us," Sun Yuanji said, pointing at Qin Chunyan without any courtesy. Wei Hong angrily said, "Sun Yuanji, what do you mean by this? Are you here to cause trouble? This is a grave disrespect. Although we've disbanded our private armies and returned the land, we're conducting our business openly and honestly. What's shameful about that? That's right. What's shameful about it? It's a disgrace, a humiliation to the Erfel families." As soon as Wei Hong finished speaking, the Erfel families led by Sun Yuanji and those led by Qin Chunyan began to argue, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. "Everyone stop arguing. Let Master Sun finish what he has to say," Xiao Ming suddenly said. Sun Yuanji was impatient, eager to embarrass Xiao Ming as soon as he arrived. "Your Highness, my meaning is simple. Please revoke your decrees and clear the Wang family's name," Sun Yuanji said, a strange smile playing on his lips. "What a fine way to clear the Wang family's name. If I admit to this, will you rush to Chang'an to report me, ensuring I'm punished and stripped of my title," as Prince Xiao Ming said calmly. "Exactly. The title of prince is not for the unworthy. Your Highness is clearly unworthy, as evidenced by the opposition of so many Erful families. Even Qin Chunian is acting under duress. Those who have virtue gain support, those who lack it lose it. Your Highness, can't you see that now?" "Ha ha ha," Xiao Ming suddenly laughed. "What a fine saying, those who have virtue gain support, those who lack it lose it. Master Sun, why don't you ask the common people who has more virtue? What do those lowly commoners know? My virtue is the virtue of the Erful families. This empire belongs to the Erful families. Our interests come first, and you, Xiao Ming, are going against the tide. Since you refuse to repent, I have no choice but to seek justice for us." With that, Sun Yuanji suddenly whistled. From the grove, the sound of charging soldiers erupted. Lu Fei's expression changed drastically, and he immediately led the 30 guards to protect Xiao Ming. At the same time, screams erupted from the banquet. Sun Yuanji was shocked. The moment the whistle sounded, the servants at the banquet suddenly turned violent, killing over a dozen of the Erful families who had come with him. Several of them charged straight at him. "Protect me," Sun Yuanji shouted, and a dozen servants rushed forward. Qin Chunian was frozen in fear, staring blankly to the north. From the grove, more people emerged, all clad in silver armor, radiating killing intent. "Sun Yuanji has conspired to assassinate the Prince of Qi. Anyone involved will be executed without mercy," Li San shouted at the top of his lungs. The servants who had suddenly turned violent were actually secret guards disguised as assassins. In an instant, most of the Erful families who had conspired with Sun Yuanji were either dead or injured. Sun Yuanji himself was forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the secret guards. However, the private soldiers from the Sun family, charging out of the grove, quickly closed the distance, forcing the secret guards to temporarily withdraw to protect Xiao Ming. Sun Yuanji laughed maniacally. "Xiao Ming, you're truly a fool. Even though you knew this was a trap, you still came. Since you delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for what happens next. If I hadn't come, how would you traitors have revealed yourselves? Everyone knows the principle of capture the leader to defeat the rebels. Now let's see whose side fate is on," Xiao Ming said coldly. The previous night, Sun Yuanji and his allies had chosen to stay in a fortress outside the city rather than within Qingzhou, making it difficult to capture them. If Xiao Ming had rashly led the Qingzhou army to attack Sun Yuanji's ambush, Sun Yuanji would have fled in advance. In that case, Xiao Ming's plan to eliminate these Erful families in one fell swoop would have failed. If these families escaped, they would inevitably conspire to harm Qingzhou's interests, no matter whose banner they rallied under. This was especially true for Sun Yuanji's faction. If they fled to the grasslands, they would become a future threat to Qingzhou. It was for this reason that Xiao Ming had taken the risk. After all, in an era of vast territories, sparse populations, and backward communication, capturing fugitives would be extremely difficult. As the two spoke, the private soldiers from the Sun family charging from the south were now less than 100 meters away from Xiao Ming. These soldiers wore a variety of armor, cloth, leather, and chainmail, and wielded an assortment of weapons, from swords and spears to clubs and more. "Kill!" roars erupted from the charging soldiers. Xiao Ming noticed that among these soldiers, some wearing finely crafted scale armor were directing the troops to split into 3 groups. The central group charged straight at him, while the 2 flanking groups aimed to encircle him. Lu Fei also noticed this. He shouted to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, retreat. If they complete the encirclement, we won't be able to escape." Without a word, Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun sprinted northward, heading toward the approaching Qingzhou army. Seeing this, Sun Yuanji was determined not to let Xiao Ming escape. This was a high-stakes gamble. The loser would not only lose their life, but also their entire family and wealth. Sun Yuanji had already staked everything. It was do or die. Charge. Sun Yuanji brandished a sharp longsword and shouted to the other Erful families. The other Erful families drew their swords and, along with their servants, charged at Lu Fei and his men. Their faces were twisted with rage like vengeful spirits. "Your Highness, don't worry about us. You and Minister Pang, go," Lu Fei shouted as he was immediately surrounded by Sun Yuanji and his men. Pang Yukun grabbed Xiao Ming. "Your Highness, we can't afford to be soft-hearted now. Otherwise, we'll only hold Captain Lu back." Facing 1,000 armed men charging at him was a scene Xiao Ming had only seen in movies before. Now he understood the immense courage it took for those movie heroes to stand against thousands of soldiers. The sheer momentum of the charge was terrifying, even if these were just poorly trained private soldiers from Erful families. Nodding, Xiao Ming quickly ran toward the Qingzhou army. Lu Fei and his men formed a line, blocking Sun Yuanji and his forces. Seeing Xiao Ming fleeing toward the Qingzhou army, Sun Yuanji's expression changed drastically. Archers, fire. He roared. As soon as he spoke, over 20 archers drew their bows and fired at Xiao Ming. Lu Fei, seeing this, let out a fierce roar. His sword moved with deadly precision. As a veteran of real battles, his strikes were efficient and lethal, with no wasted motion. The Sun family servants blocking his path were no match for him. Several fell in quick succession. Sun Yuanji hid behind his servants, looking for an opening. As Lu Fei drove his sword into a servant's chest, Sun Yuanji seized the moment to at Lu Fei's chest. Clang! A dull metallic sound rang out, and a deep scratch appeared on Lu Fei's armor. Lu Fei pulled his sword free, and a spray of blood erupted from the servant's chest, staining his armor. The thick smell of blood filled the air. Lu Fei grinned savagely. "Master Sun, this armor was specially forged for me by His Highness. Pretty tough," Sun Yuanji cursed under his breath. Although Lu Fei and his men numbered only 30, they stood like an iron wall, firmly blocking the path. These men were the elite of the Qingzhou army, each worth 10 ordinary soldiers. Their full-body armor made them nearly impervious to ordinary sword strikes. Close combat, Sun Yuanji's men had repeatedly struck at vital points, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Sun Yuanji's servants were nearly all dead or wounded. Sun Yuanji glanced at the private soldiers now only 10 meters away and sneered. "Let's see how long you can hold out." With that, he quickly retreated. The 1,000 private soldiers were now upon them, led by a burly man wielding twin hammers. Lu Fei's heart sank. Xiao Ming had warned him that plate armor was vulnerable to blunt force. The twin hammers in the man's hands would be far more dangerous than swords or spears. Glancing at Xiao Ming, who was now halfway to safety, Lu Fei let out a battle cry and charged forward. He couldn't retreat yet. Arrows whistled past Xiao Ming's ears. He felt a strong impact on his back, nearly knocking him off his feet. Without looking, he knew he had been hit by an arrow. Before coming, he had specifically worn a breastplate with metal plates protecting his front and back. For extra safety, he had chosen a thicker set. Since it wasn't full-body armor, the weight was manageable. After a frantic sprint, Xiao Ming had used up almost all his energy. These past few days, he had been so busy with construction that he had neglected his archery and horsemanship. It seemed he would have to pick those up again. As the Qingzhou army came into view, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, he saw Lu Fei surrounded by Sun Yuanji's private soldiers. Lu Fei is truly a fierce warrior. When your highness first came to Qingzhou, you replaced many of the local generals but kept Lu Fei. Looking back now, it seems your highness recognized his abilities, Pang Yukun said, panting heavily. When Xiao Ming first arrived in Qingzhou, aside from bringing his own generals, he could also select some local officers to serve as his personal guards. At the time, Xiao Ming had been foolish, allowing Erful families to replace many of his guards. Only Lu Fei had been kept. In truth, Xiao Ming had initially kept Lu Fei out of spite, wanting to slowly deal with this troublemaker. But Lu Fei's performance 3 years ago had impressed him, and despite his dislike, Xiao Ming had decided to keep him. "I hope Commandant Lu is safe." Thinking of the past grievances with Lu Fei, which were all matters from Xiao Ming's previous life, but in recent days, Lu Fei has indeed been the only reliable person in the army. "Your Highness, there's no need to worry. Back in the day, Commandant Lu could move freely even amidst the thousands of barbarian troops. These ragtag militias are no match for him," Pang Yukun said without a hint of concern. As they spoke, the Qingzhou army had already engaged in close combat with the Sun family's militia. The initially disorganized Qingzhou army quickly formed into a neat square formation amidst the chaos. The front row consisted of swordsmen and shield bearers, followed by spearmen, and the last row was again swordsmen and shield bearers. "Kill." With a loud shout from the Qingzhou army, a row of spears thrust out from behind the shield wall, immediately felling a row of the Sun family's militia charging forward. "Kill." The spears retracted, the shield bearers advanced a step, and then the spears thrust out fiercely again, followed by another round of agonizing screams. The Sun family's militia was in complete disarray, clumped together chaotically. They had never undergone strict battle formation training, usually only practicing with swords, spears, and staffs. In terms of individual skill, they were not inferior to the Qingzhou soldiers, but facing such a tight formation, they had no strategy to counter. As the spears thrust out, the Qingzhou army steadily advanced. When the front row of shield bearers fell injured, those behind immediately filled the gaps, maintaining the formation without a hint of disorder. Soon, the Qingzhou army pushed forward to where Lu Fei was. At that moment, Lu Fei was locked in a fierce battle with a burly man wielding twin hammers. Lu Fei's chest plate was deeply dented by a hammer blow. The burly man was even more severely injured, with long gashes on his exposed arms and legs, bleeding profusely. As the Qingzhou army approached, Lu Fei glanced approvingly at the formation he had trained and shouted to one of the commandants, "Advance, kill." Another roar erupted, and the Qingzhou army continued to advance like a harvesting machine. Sun Yuanji, hiding in the distance, was filled with anxiety. He looked across at Xiao Ming, knowing there was no longer any chance to capture him. A wave of despair washed over Sun Yuanji, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "Kill, kill, kill. Whoever brings me Xiao Ming's head will receive 500,000 taels of silver." Under normal circumstances, the Sun family's militia would have erupted in frenzy, but now they were only filled with fear. The Qingzhou army's sharp spears were like the scythe of death, each thrust reaping lives. Sun Yuanji repeatedly ordered his men to break through the shield wall, but they were all speared to death. Fear among the Sun family's militia grew, exacerbated by the increasing pile of corpses at the front. "Run, we can't win." "I don't want to die." Amidst the continuous losses, the Sun family's militia finally collapsed. Signs of rout began to appear, with those who had fought bravely now retreating, some even fleeing outright. Seeing this, Sun Yuanji roared, "No one is allowed to retreat. Those who retreat will be executed." With that, he killed a fleeing servant, but more and more deserters appeared, scattering like a receding tide. For every one Sun Yuanji killed, 2 more took their place. Watching the growing number of deserters, Sun Yuanji's face turned pale. He had failed. Once the militia scattered, the ambush would be a complete failure. After a moment's hesitation, he fled with a few close followers amidst the deserters. Some in the front lines of the Sun family's militia saw Sun Yuanji fleeing and immediately shouted, "Master Sun has run away." Instantly, the Sun family's militia lost all will to fight. They had only been following orders, not even knowing whom they were supposed to kill. Now, with the Qingzhou army's appearance, they understood. With Sun Yuanji gone, there was no reason to continue risking their lives. Most dropped their weapons and surrendered, while others scattered like birds and beasts. The battlefield was littered with over 500 corpses. The beautiful lotus pond was stained red with blood, the intense metallic smell of blood filling the air, nauseating. Looking at the devastation, Xiao Ming said to Lu Fei, "No matter what, we must capture Sun Yuanji." "They won't escape," Lu Fei replied. As soon as he spoke, the sound of hoofbeats approached from a distance. 300 cavalry appeared, blocking the path of the fleeing Sun family's militia. The deserters were driven back, dropping their weapons and surrendering. 500 had died, and the remaining 700 to 800 surrendered. Sun Yuanji's plan had been completely thwarted. Soon, the captives were herded together, but Sun Yuanji and the other nobles were nowhere to be seen. "Where is Sun Yuanji? Whoever speaks up will be rewarded." The 800 Sun family's militia squatted on the ground as Lu Fei questioned them. Xiao Ming and Pang Yukan also approached, scanning the crowd but not seeing Sun Yuanji. "Strange, everyone should be here," Lu Fei said, gritting his teeth. Xiao Ming glanced at the dent in Lu Fei's chest plate and said, "You should return to the city and see a physician. Looks like you might have broken a few ribs. Who could have injured Commandant Lu like this?" Pang Yukan asked. Lu Fei pointed to a large man squatting in the crowd. "That guy. He's got some serious strength. If it were anyone else, they'd be dead. He's quite something, Your Highness. Can I have him? We'll discuss that later." "Let's find Sun Yuanji and the others first," Xiao Ming said. The 3 of them scanned the surrendered militia again, and Xiao Ming said, "Have them walk past one by one." Lu Fei nodded and had the captives walk past Xiao Ming one by one. Soon, all 800 had passed, and several nobles hiding among them were captured, but Sun Yuanji was still missing. "Damn it," Lu Fei frowned. Could he have been killed? Xiao Ming and Pang Yukan looked at the piles of corpses, and Xiao Ming asked, "What should we do with the bodies usually?" "We hire some laborers to bury them," Pang Yukan said. After saying this, Pang Yukan understood and said to Lu Fei, "Check each body." The Qingzhou army immediately began inspecting the corpses. Soon, they brought someone over. It was indeed Sun Yuanji. In the chaos, seeing no way to escape, he had disguised himself as a corpse among the dead, planning to escape when laborers came to collect the bodies. But he was discovered. "Master Sun went through so much trouble to kill me, how thoughtful. But 500,000 taels of silver for my head seems a bit low. They say Master Sun is stingy, and it seems true." Sun Yuanji snorted, "Do as you will. I want all of the great Yu Empire to see how you, Xiao Ming, treat the nobility. Your efforts to strengthen the empire are all for the throne, aren't they? Let's see which noble family will support you then." A spring breeze carrying a hint of warmth blew past, causing the leaves to rustle softly. If not for the current scene, this would have been a picturesque spring landscape. I do not need the support of the nobility, nor does the great Yu Empire. The history shaped by the nobility over thousands of years should now be written by the countless common people of the land. Xiao Ming's impassioned voice rang out. In his eyes, Sun Yuanji saw mockery, the same disdain they had shown toward the lowly commoners. "How dare you?" Sun Yuanji could not believe that Xiao Ming would treat the nobility this way. Since ancient times, local nobility had always been the target of royal courts' efforts to win over. Yet this Prince of Qi was doing the exact opposite. It was precisely because of this that even Wang Chengchu had not anticipated Xiao Ming would so decisively eliminate the Wang family, leading to his own demise. Pang Yukun and Lu Fei cast admiring glances at Xiao Ming. It was precisely because of his mindset that they were willing to follow him to the death. Otherwise, if he relied on the nobility like other feudal lords, how would he be any different from them having lived at the bottom of society? They had personally experienced the oppression of the common people by the nobility, and they had been earless to do anything about it. Now they could finally laugh heartily. There are many things I dare to do, but unfortunately your Sun family will never live to see them, Xiao Ming said to Lu Fei. Take all the nobles involved in the rebellion to the prison. They will be executed at the Eastern Market tomorrow. Lu Fei responded loudly and led the Qingzhou army to take the captives and Sun Yuanji away. Pang Yukun then asked, Your Highness, what about the families of these nobles? Remembering Pang Yukun's earlier remark about being overly merciful, Xiao Ming said, Deal with them according to the law. Let this serve as a warning to the remaining nobility. Your Highness is wise. This official will handle it immediately, Pang Yukun replied. According to the law, these nobles would have their families executed, their properties confiscated. Some would be beheaded, others sent to the army, and some exiled. If these rebellious nobles were let off lightly, it would only encourage other nobles to entertain more rebellious thoughts. When the cost of crime becomes low, people will take risks. This is human nature, unchanging through the ages. Your Highness, this matter has nothing to do with us. We had no idea Sun Yuanji harbored such intentions. Qin Chunian approached, his face filled with fear. His hair was disheveled, his clothes torn, and he had fallen during the earlier escape, leaving him in a sorry state. Your Highness, please investigate clearly. The other nobles also knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. They were truly afraid. This was the first time the Qingzhou army had killed, and the corpses lying on the ground served as a warning to them. The dignity of the royal family was not to be violated. Rise, I know you sincerely support my decrees. I can clearly distinguish between good and evil. Xiao Ming gestured for them to stand. Qin Chunian immediately burst into tears. Your Highness, from now on, we will follow your lead without any second thoughts. Otherwise, may heaven and earth condemn us. Xiao Ming chuckled. Qin Chunian had been thoroughly frightened. In the past, when these nobles interacted with Xiao Ming, the worst they had faced was a scolding. The current situation was vastly different from before, and they were naturally terrified, because the Prince of Qi before them was no longer a sleeping cat, but a mane-eating tiger. To Xiao Ming, the nobles who obeyed his decrees still had some use. Having removed the fangs of these nobles, they were, in modern terms, local private entrepreneurs. His business still needed to cooperate with them to drive the economic development of the 6 states. He helped Qin Chunian up and patted his shoulder. I have seen your efforts these past days, Qin Yuanwei, and I am quite pleased. From now on, you will take over the businesses of the Wang and Sun families in the Chamber of Commerce. To the enemies, he would make an example. To those who submitted, he would share the benefits. This was how to divide the nobility. As soon as Xiao Ming spoke these words, the other kneeling nobles felt as if they had been given a reassurance. Qin Chunian was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Taking over the business shares of the Wang and Sun families would quickly make up for his losses. Moreover, with the status of merchants in the 6 states rising, being a pure merchant no longer seemed so lowly. Thank you, Your Highness. From now on, whatever you command, the Qin family will go through fire and water without hesitation, Qin Chunian said. With this matter settled, some laborers soon arrived to clean up the battlefield. Xiao Ming bid farewell to Qin Chunian and the others and headed back to Qingzhou City. Although he had not directly participated in the battle, he was still injured. The arrow had pierced through the chest armor on his back, though it had only penetrated slightly, causing a superficial wound. However, he dared not be careless. He was well aware of the medical conditions in the Great Yu Empire. If he were to contract tetanus, he would be done for. Thinking of the medical conditions in the Great Yu Empire, he wondered if he should add a medical department to the Bowen Academy. In ancient wars, many soldiers did not die on the battlefield but from injuries and illnesses. Before the advent of antibiotics, the mortality rate of injured soldiers on the battlefield was very high. It was only with the advent of antibiotics that this phenomenon improved. Your Highness, your back injury is minor, but Commandant Lu's injury is more severe. It seems like the bones in his chest are broken, the medical officer's son reported after examining Xiao Ming in the medical hall within Qingzhou City. During the battle, Lu Fei had not felt much, but now he was clearly in pain. Xiao Ming said, My injury is nothing, just clean it. Commandant Lu's injury needs to be bandaged. Medical officer's son nodded. Although Commandant Lu's ribs are broken, fortunately, his internal organs were not injured. Otherwise, this old man would have been earless. Your Highness, this kind of injury is just routine for me. No need to worry, Lu Fei chuckled, then added seriously. But this time, some soldiers were severely injured. I hope Medical Officer Sun can take good care of them. Medical Officer Sun had already examined the soldiers' injuries. One soldier had a severe sword wound, caused by a blade piercing through his armor. He probably won't survive, Medical Officer Sun sighed. Lu Fei's expression darkened. In truth, he knew that such sword wounds were usually fatal. Listening nearby, Xiao Ming suddenly said, he might still survive. First, disinfect the wound with alcohol, then apply some fresh meat to it. Medical Officer Sun was stunned. What is this alcohol applying fresh meat to a wound? Does your Highness also know medicine? I know a little, Xiao Ming replied. In ancient times, treatment methods for injuries were limited, especially for deep wounds. Many people died from infections and inflammation. The two measures Xiao Ming proposed, disinfection and preventing infection, were crucial. High-concentration alcohol did not appear until after the Ming and Qing dynasties in modern times. In the current Great Yu Empire, where even distilled liquor was scarce, the use of alcohol for disinfection in medicine was unheard of. However, while other places lacked it, he had the necessary conditions here. Medical Officer Sun, just listen to His Highness. The current His Highness is truly knowledgeable and talented, Lu Fei, lying on the bed, chuckled. Medical Officer Sun frowned. A physician's heart is benevolent. How can we act recklessly if your Highness cannot provide a reason? This old man dare not use such methods. This put Xiao Ming in a difficult position. The principle of alcohol disinfection couldn't be explained clearly with words alone. It required experiments to prove. Fresh meat contained antibiotics, which could prevent inflammation to some extent. However, while Xiao Ming understood these things, he couldn't convince Medical Officer Sun with mere words. Medical Officer Sun was a stubborn man, highly confident in his medical skills, and always scornful of unorthodox methods. Xiao Ming said, in that case, Medical Officer Sun, why not follow my instructions? A human life cannot be treated so carelessly. Medical Officer Sun frowned. Lu Fei interjected, since you can't save him anyway, there's no harm in trying. This old man only said he might not survive, not that he would definitely die. The method your Highness speaks of is unheard of. If your Highness truly can treat the wounded, I have a patient here with a festering wound that cannot be healed, Medical Officer Sun said. Hearing this, Xiao Ming replied, in that case, I will prove it to you, Medical Officer Sun. After briefly treating the wound on his back, Medical Officer Sun led Xiao Ming to the outer room of the medical hall. There, a middle-aged man in tattered clothes lay on the ground, emitting a foul odor. Beside him was a girl about 7 or 8 years old, softly weeping. Seeing Medical Officer Sun, the girl pleaded tearfully, Medical Officer Sun, please save my father. My mother died early and he's all I have left. I'll even sell myself to pay the medical fees. Medical Officer Sun sighed. Xiao Hong, it's not that I won't save him, but his wound has already festered. I am Erless. Xiao Hong continued to sob, heartbroken. The pitiful cries made Xiao Ming's heart ache. Although he was now a prince of the kingdom, his soul was still that of an ordinary person from his previous life. He understood the hardships of the common people and knew how difficult life was for those at the bottom of society. A simple illness could often ruin a family. Now such an event was unfolding before his eyes, and these were his own subjects. Medical Officer Sun, go find some maggots from green-headed flies and place them in the patient's wound, Xiao Ming said. Medical Officer Sun was stunned and said indignantly, Your Highness, how can you be so frivolous? Maggots eat flesh and bone. How can they be used to treat wounds? Medical Officer Sun, just do as I say. Otherwise, he will only die. Tell me, do you have any other methods? Xiao Ming suddenly spoke sternly. He didn't blame Medical Officer Sun. The gap in knowledge was too vast. To people of this era, the methods he proposed seemed utterly absurd. Medical Officer Sun fell silent. The Prince of Qi had repeatedly suggested these strange methods, and now, seeing his serious expression, it was clear he wasn't joking. With a sigh, Medical Officer Sun complied. Maggot therapy was no secret in modern times. It wasn't used for fresh wounds, but for treating infected, festering wounds. In modern medicine, this was called debridement. Only by completely cleaning away the necrotic tissue could the wound heal. The larvae of green-headed flies were easy to find in the Great Yu Empire, where toilets were everywhere. Medical Officer Sun ordered an apprentice to quickly fetch clean larvae and place them in the middle-aged man's wound. Your Highness, what should we do now? Medical Officer Sun asked, now completely at a loss. Remove the outer layer of necrotic tissue and let the maggots clean out the remaining rotten flesh, Xiao Ming instructed. He wasn't a medical professional, but the detailed steps for this treatment, along with visual materials, were clearly documented in the technology database. While an apprentice handled the festering wound, Xiao Ming began explaining the principles of maggot therapy for infected wounds to Medical Officer Sun. also touching on the roles of alcohol and fresh meat. However, while maggot therapy was somewhat understandable, the concepts of alcohol disinfection and antibiotics left medical officer Sun utterly confused. Without empirical evidence, he couldn't grasp these ideas, especially since they were entirely foreign to him. I've said all I can. A physician's heart is benevolent. If there's hope to heal the patient, why should medical officer Sun care about the method? Xiao Ming tossed the ball back to medical officer Sun. The man was stubborn and pedantic, always preaching about a physician's benevolence. This argument left medical officer Sun in a dilemma. If he didn't follow the instructions and something went wrong, it would damage his medical ethics. Xiao Ming had Zhao Long fetch some alcohol and fresh meat for the medical hall, instructed Lu Fei to rest there, and then returned to the palace. He would return in a couple of days to see the results. The rebellion of Sun Yuanji had to be addressed properly. Back at the palace, Xiao Ming personally wrote an article condemning Sun Yuanji and his accomplices for their treasonous acts. After receiving the draft, Fan Zheng had the newspaper office typeset and print it. Over the next few days, news of Sun Yuanji's rebellion spread throughout the 6 states. Xiao Ming's personal involvement in rooting out the Sun family became a hot topic of discussion in streets and alleys. In a tavern in Qingzhou, several scholars sat together, reading a newspaper. The scholar holding the newspaper was dressed more elegantly than the others. He had bought the newspaper, which could only be purchased at the newspaper office. Although each copy cost only 1 copper coin, many scholars still couldn't afford it. Brother Du, what does the newspaper say? Hurry up and read it. The scholar addressed as Brother Du was swaying his head as he read the newspaper, while the others grew impatient. The events of the previous day's battle outside Qingzhou had already spread into the city, but few knew the details. Now that the newspaper had published the story, many were eager to learn the truth. Scholar Du gently put down the newspaper and clasped his hands toward the direction of the Prince of Qi's palace. Who would have thought that His Highness the Prince of Qi would personally risk his life to root out the traitorous Sun family? Such bravery is truly a model for us all. What do you mean by risking his life? The other scholars grew even more anxious. Only then did Scholar Du begin to recount the story, and the scholars listened as if entranced. After hearing the tale, one scholar said, His Highness first eliminated the Wang family, and now the Sun family and nearly 30 other noble families. Almost half of the nobility in the 6 states have been removed. Exactly. Now the Qin and Wei families have published articles in the newspaper, firmly supporting His Highness's policies. It seems the winds of change are blowing in the 6 states. With the nobility losing it's the perfect time for us commoners to rise. We must all strive harder, another scholar added. Of course, I'm currently taking the selection exam for the Bowen Academy. If I can get in, my career is half set. The other scholars were also aware of the Bowen Academy selection exam. One of them asked, but what confuses me is why the Bowen Academy has so many different categories. Isn't it obvious different categories mean different things to do after graduation? Scholar Du said matter-of-factly. That's why it's strange. The sages taught us that studying is for self-cultivation, governing the country, and bringing peace to the world. It's about becoming a high-ranking official and serving the nation and its people. If that's the case, why does the Bowen Academy need so many categories? The classics, history, philosophy, and literature should suffice, one scholar argued. I disagree. I think the Bowen Academy is different from private schools. Scholars don't have to focus solely on passing the Imperial exams. They can do other things too, another scholar countered. Brother Su, are you saying you won't take the Imperial exams anymore? Scholar Du asked a scholar wearing patched clothes. Scholar Su nodded. I take the Imperial exams every year, and every year I fail. My family is getting poorer, and I can't even afford the travel expenses for the exams anymore. Rather than copying books in the bustling market, I'd rather take the Bowen Academy exams. Even if I don't become an official, I can still live a decent life. Brother Su, that's not the right attitude. As the saying goes, wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway. Even if you don't take the Imperial exams, you can still apply for the political history category at the Bowen Academy. Serving in Qingzhou's government would be a good path. Brother Zhang, it's not that I don't want to, but just look at the number of applicants for the political history category. It's like 10,000 people trying to cross a single log bridge. I'm already in my 20s. I can't afford to waste more time. Scholar Su sighed deeply. The atmosphere grew awkward. Scholar Du said, we've gone off topic. We were talking about the Sun family's rebellion, and now we're discussing the Bowen Academy. Everyone laughed bitterly. It was precisely because of the fall of the Sun family and other noble clans that they were paying attention to the Bowen Academy. With the nobles gone, there would be many vacancies in the 6 states. Now was the perfect time to become an official. Unlike the scholars' reactions, when the newspaper reporters read the news to the villagers of Zhu family village, there was an outburst of cheers, followed by continuous shouts of "Long live the prince." The reputation of the Prince of Qi was once again deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. He was a feudal lord who feared no noble clans and worked for the benefit of the common people. Now, this feudal lord stood tall in their hearts like a hero. Who else would dare to attend a banquet knowing it was dangerous, all for the sake of eradicating the harm caused by the noble clans? More villagers were concerned about what would happen next. According to the newspaper, the properties of these noble clans would be confiscated, and families whose lands had been seized by the nobles could report to the local government. After verification, the land would be returned to them. This news excited the villagers even more. Many had already received fertile land after the Wang family incident. The tangible benefits made the villagers believe this was no lie. The Prince of Qi kept his promises. After cheering, they listened carefully while calculating how much land had been taken from them by the noble clans. Including the newly cultivated land, many families now had over 100 acres. "Father, if we get all our land back, will we be able to farm it all?" Zhu Wuliu asked his father. Judah said, "Your third brother is right. With so much land in the production team, we won't be able to farm it all unless we buy more plow oxen. Let's wait and see after this harvest." The production team said, "If the harvest is good, we'll sell some grain to buy plow oxen. Before we worried about not having enough land to farm. Now we worry about having too much." Zhu Wuliu's father laughed heartily. Zhu Wuliu's mother glared at her husband. "You're happy now, but don't complain when your back breaks from the work." "I'll still be happy," Zhu Wuliu suddenly said. "I still need to get married." The whole family burst into laughter. On the thrashing ground, the villagers of Zhu family village gathered in groups, their eyes filled with dreams of a better future. Land was the lifeblood of farmers. Now that Xiao Ming had given them land, he had given them everything. As the Zhu family chatted and laughed, Zhu Sanci, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Father, mother, I want to join the army." "What the hell are you talking about? We don't even have enough people to farm the land, and you want to join the army?" Zhu Wuliu's father scolded, almost kicking him. When the Qingzhou army surrounded the Sun family's militia, Zhu Sanci had been carrying firewood to sell in the city. Seeing the battle, he wasn't scared. Instead, he was awed by the majestic armor of the Qingzhou soldiers. At home, he couldn't stop thinking about the Qingzhou army, itching to wear such impressive armor himself. How wonderful it would be to be one of those soldiers in the battle formation. "Father, if the Qingzhou army hadn't surrounded the noble clan's militia, could we have gotten our land back? To put it bluntly, what if the barbarians attack again? What good is all this land if we can't protect it?" Zhu Sanci argued. Zhu Sanci's father fell silent, and the surrounding villagers stopped talking, struck by his words. Only then did they realize that everything they had now was something the Prince of Qi had fought for through blood and sacrifice. The prince was willing to risk his life for the people of his fiefdom. Shouldn't they also do their part to protect the prince and their land? Sanci, have you thought this through? If you join the prince's army, you can't be a coward on the battlefield, Zhu Sanci's father said seriously. Zhu Sanci was thrilled. "Father, you agree this kid is usually quiet, but what he said today left me with no rebuttal. You're right. If no one joins the army, how will the prince fight the barbarians? I'll join the army too." A voice came from a nearby family. "Me too." Soon, the thrashing ground was filled with the voices of young men eager to enlist. The reporter reading the newspaper in the middle stopped. He silently recorded what he had seen today. Suddenly, he remembered a question he had asked his teacher years ago. "What is the people's will?" His teacher had replied, "The people's will is food. The people's will is an endless supply of soldiers. The people's will is the laborers who transport grain to the battlefield. Lose the people's will, and a nation will lack soldiers, unable to afford even a single defeat. With the people's will, even after 100 defeats, an endless supply of soldiers will eventually win the war." This was exactly the scene his teacher had described. As a reporter, the more places he visited, the more he saw. Qingzhou was constantly changing, and these changes reflected the Prince of Qi's vision. Although he had initially resisted this job, he now found himself enjoying it. Continually delivering news and reflecting the issues of the common people to the higher-ups, the newspaper office was the bridge between the prince's palace and the grassroots. He felt he wasn't an official advisor, but he was doing even more than one. Putting away the newspaper, he headed to the next village, eagerly anticipating more changes in Qingzhou's future. Governor's Mansion. Pang Yukun was reviewing reports submitted from various prefectures. The Sun family's militia had been annihilated, and the next day, at the eastern market of Qingzhou, all participants in the incident were publicly executed. The crowd that gathered to witness the event was so large that the execution ground was completely packed. People came to see this extraordinary event with their own eyes. Having been oppressed by the nobility for many years, the common folk now saw the downfall of the noble clans. When Sun Yuanji was brought to the execution ground, countless people threw stones and rotten vegetables at him, a clear reflection of the deep resentment the people held against the oppression they had endured. However, while Xiao Ming was now recuperating from his injuries, Pang Yukun found no time to rest. On one hand, he had to deal with the problem of the noble family's dependence, and on the other, there was the matter of the Bowen Academy. After assigning these two tasks to him, Xiao Ming seemed to have washed his hands of the matter, leaving Pang Yukun to handle everything while he went off to compete with Medical Officer Sun in medical skills. Looking at the pile of official documents on his desk, Pang Yukun couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The Prince of Qi could be so serious at times, yet at other times he seemed completely unserious. Chief Secretary Pang, here's the registration list for the Bowen Academy. A fair-skinned, tall young man walked in. The young man wore a green official robe, a stark contrast to Pang Yukun's purple one. In the Great Yu Empire, the color of an official's robe indicated their rank. Officials of the 3rd rank and above wore purple robes, those of the 4th and 5th ranks wore vermilion, 6th and 7th ranks wore green, and 8th and 9th ranks wore blue. Additionally, the ornaments on their belts were made of jade, gold, silver, or copper, further distinguishing their ranks. Pang Yukun glanced at the young man and smiled, asking, "Xingcheng, it's been a month since you arrived in Qingzhou. How do you find it?" The young man, named Zhan Xingcheng, was from Chang'an. Pang Yukun had noticed his talent back when he was in Chang'an. After Qingzhou needed a large number of talented individuals to fill official positions, Pang Yukun had written to Chang'an, and a month ago, Zhan Xingcheng arrived in Qingzhou. Pang Yukun appointed him as the Sima, a middle official of Qingzhou. Qingzhou is indeed different from other places, and the Prince of Qi is also unlike other princes, Zhan Xingcheng said after a moment of thought. Pang Yukun seemed intent on testing Zhan Xingcheng, so he asked, "What exactly is different? Tell me." Since ancient times, the foundation of a nation has always been agriculture. Although His Highness also values agricultural production, he seems to place even greater emphasis on the profits of commerce. While commercial profits can bring sudden wealth, they are like rootless duckweed. If war breaks out and supplies run short, trade routes will be cut off, and the people of the fiefdom will ultimately rely on grain to survive, Zhan Xingcheng explained. Moreover, merchants chase profits, much like how barbarians follow water and grass. Wherever the profit lies, the merchants will go, never staying in one place for long. They lack a sense of responsibility toward their nation and people. Some even bribe officials for personal gain, harming the country and its people. While merchants are not yet a significant force and can be suppressed, if they grow too irful in the future, their harm could rival that of the noble clans, Zhan Xingcheng added calmly. Pang Yukun looked surprised, his eyes filled with delight as he gazed at Zhan Xingcheng. Your views are quite similar to His Highness, Pang Yukun said. His Highness said the same thing, Zhan Xingcheng asked in surprise. Pang Yukun nodded. His Highness said that agriculture is the foundation of the nation, commerce is the foundation of wealth, and industry is the foundation of strength. None of the three can be neglected. While merchants do chase profits, as long as the state controls the businesses that are vital to the nation's survival, they won't be able to cause trouble. Zhan Xingcheng said, since His Highness has such foresight, I need not worry. Pang Yukun laughed heartily. Xingcheng, having you travel thousands of miles to Qingzhou only to appoint you as the Sima of Qingzhou, isn't that too demeaning for you? Zhan Xingcheng bowed and clasped his hands. How could I dare to complain? I was merely waiting at home for an official position. Now that I have a post and can serve His Highness, I am already satisfied. Good. Your ability to remain calm in the face of honor or disgrace is one of the reasons I value you. I have been serving as the governor of Qingzhou concurrently, and the position of Sima is meant to assist the governor in handling administrative affairs. When the time comes and you are capable, I will recommend you to His Highness to be appointed as the governor. Zhan Xingcheng's expression remained unchanged, showing no trace of excitement. He said, if I were to become the governor of Qingzhou based solely on your recommendation, how many officials in Qingzhou would truly respect me? I only wish to prove myself through my abilities. Pang Yukun's smile grew wider. I know your temperament, but even a talented individual needs a discerning patron. How about this? I currently have a task that I cannot handle alone, and I have never been fond of the business of confiscating properties and exterminating families. I will leave the problem of the remaining noble clans to you. This will also give His Highness a chance to see your capabilities. Chief Secretary Pang, this matter is of great importance. Zhan Xingcheng hesitated. If it were a trivial matter, I wouldn't have assigned it to you, Pang Yukun said seriously. Consider it part of your official duties. You must complete it. Seeing Pang Yukun's firm expression, Zhan Xingcheng had no choice but to nod in agreement. After discussing this matter, the two turned their attention to the Bowen Academy. Both of them had anticipated the rush of scholars from the 6 prefectures to apply for the political history category. It's a pity that His Highness's efforts are being misunderstood. Isn't the purpose of studying to pass the imperial exams and achieve success? Pang Yukun's thoughts were no different from those of the scholars. Zhan Xingcheng remained silent. After arriving in Qingzhou, he had carefully observed the local customs and thoroughly investigated the Prince of Qi's various unusual decrees. In the end, he reached a conclusion that even he found hard to believe. That is, the Prince of Qi did not believe that the purpose of studying was solely to become an official. Since ancient times, the hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants placed scholars at the top. A single step into officialdom could elevate one above 10,000 others. Moreover, the Prince of Qi seemed to hold Confucian teachings in low regard, as there was not a single Confucian scholar among his subordinates. The ancient lands of Qi and Lu were the hometown of Confucius, and the Kong family of Quafu had been revered for generations, admired by scholars. Yet, despite the many vacancies in the 6 prefectures, the Prince of Qi seemed to have no intention of considering the Kong family of Quafu. Instead, he established his own academy to select officials, a truly unique approach. This prince's way of doing things is different from ordinary people. If he were like everyone else, he wouldn't be the Prince of Qi, and the 6 prefectures would still be in the hands of the noble clans, Zhan Xingcheng said with a faint smile. Pang Yukun was momentarily stunned, then chuckled wryly. Zhan Xingcheng was right. If the Prince of Qi had followed the old ways, Qingzhou would not have undergone such changes. Times create heroes, and perhaps this Prince of Qi was an eccentric genius. At that moment in the medical hall, Xiao Ming, who was discussing medical techniques with Medical Officer Sun, sneezed. Medical Officer Sun joked, "Your Highness, is someone speaking ill of you behind your back? Perhaps it's Chief Secretary Pang. He's always been sharp-tongued. Whenever I see him, I feel like avoiding him," Xiao Ming said. Medical Officer Sun, nearing 70, had a keen eye for people. He said Chief Secretary Pang may be quick-tempered, but the common folk in the city have a good impression of him. However, the new Sima in the Qingzhou government office also seems quite capable. You're talking about Zhan Xingcheng. The Sima of Qingzhou Xiao Ming had some impression of this person. He had been recommended by Pang Yukun and later appointed as the Sima in the Qingzhou government office. The position of Sima in the Great Yu Empire was relatively minor, roughly equivalent to a modern-day city mayor's secretary. Yes, I think his name is Zhan Xingcheng, Medical Officer Sun seemed to recall. Currently among Xiao Ming's advisors, Pang Yukun was his top civil official, Lu Fei his top military officer, and Li Kaiyuan his top merchant. Beyond these, he truly lacked capable individuals. In the past, when he hadn't been involved in governance, he hadn't noticed this, but now that he needed capable people, he found himself short-handed. Although Pang Yukun was competent, his abilities were limited. He couldn't handle everything. Moreover, Pang Yukun excelled in logistics. He was adept at managing horse administration, agricultural production, and infrastructure construction. However, when it came to handling special events, he often found himself at a loss. In essence, Pang Yukun was similar to a figure like Xiao He, highly skilled in administrative affairs but not suited to be a strategic advisor. Simply put, Pang Yukun was somewhat rigid and lacked finesse in political maneuvering. Almost every scheme against the noble clans had been planned by Xiao Ming alone, with Pang Yukun offering little assistance. So what exactly is impressive about him? Xiao Ming asked. He has many ideas, Medical Officer Sun said casually, as he didn't have a deep impression of this Sima. It's just that the common folk who come to me for treatment often mention this Sima. They say that a few days ago, Sima Zhan set a trap and captured a group of bandits which amazed the local people. Really, Xiao Ming showed interest. Medical Officer Sun continued, indeed, the people spoke of it as if it were a miracle. They said Sima Zhan used some empty city stratagem, and over 100 bandits didn't dare to enter the village. At the time, only Sima Zhan and a few constables were in the village. Xiao Ming had been busy dealing with the local noble clans and had neglected many administrative matters in Qingzhou. He hadn't heard about this incident. As for why bandits appeared outside Qingzhou, it was simple. These bandits were former militiamen of the noble clans. When the Wang family was destroyed, some of their militiamen joined the Qingzhou army, while others became bandits. It wasn't unusual for a former militiaman to become a bandit leader. That's impressive. He has courage, Xiao Ming praised, though he remained somewhat skeptical. Recently, he had developed a habit of doubting first and verifying later. At his position, he had to question everything. Otherwise, he might die without knowing how. What others said was one thing, but seeing it for himself was another. Setting aside the matter of Zhan Xingcheng, Xiao Ming asked Medical Officer Sun, "How effective is the maggot treatment for festering wounds over the past 2 days?" Medical Officer Sun had been using the method Xiao Ming taught. Admittedly, the maggots had cleaned the patient's necrotic flesh very thoroughly. Now, following Xiao Ming's instructions, he disinfected the wound with alcohol, covered it with fresh meat, and changed the dressing every 3 hours. The patient seemed to be showing signs of improvement. Your Highness, where did you learn these unorthodox medical techniques? Medical officer's son almost called them unorthodox methods, but quickly corrected himself. In truth, Xiao Ming was also sweating. He was betting on the fact that the environment of this era was relatively clean, with fewer bacteria on insects. Moreover, the maggots weren't dug out of a latrine but were found in a rotten egg. That's a long story. I'll tell you when the time is right, Xiao Ming avoided explaining. Medical officer's son was frustrated, since Xiao Ming wouldn't say there was nothing he could do. After all, this was the ruler of the 6 prefectures, a prince of the empire. He couldn't force him to speak, though he really wanted to. For medical officer's son, this was undoubtedly a breakthrough in medical techniques. However, Xiao Ming suddenly said, I can teach you more methods. I've established a medical division in the Bowen Academy. If you're willing to pass on your lifelong knowledge to the students, I'll teach you. How about that? Medical officer's son's expression shifted repeatedly. His skills had been passed down from his father, who had learned them from his grandfather, and so on. Outsiders were never taught. This was their livelihood, passed down through generations. Your Highness, I'm afraid this old man is incapable of that, medical officer's son politely declined. Xiao Ming was immediately displeased. Over the past few days, he had discovered a frustrating truth. Whether it was medical skills or culinary techniques, these people never shared their knowledge with outsiders. It was always passed down from one generation to the next. This was why they placed such importance on having male heirs and were extremely patriarchal. Since women rarely engaged in business, skills were only passed down to men. As a result, these people relied on ancestral skills to make a living, but it also led to a severe lack of social resources. The reason medical officer's son had become the medical officer was simply that his family was the most renowned medical family in Qingzhou. There was no one else. In that case, I won't force you, but I won't hide my medical knowledge. Anyone who comes to the Bowen Academy to study medicine will be taught by me, and I believe that once they graduate, they won't be inferior to your descendants, Xiao Ming declared. Sweat broke out on medical officer's son's forehead. The man before him was someone who had manipulated the noble clans of the 6 prefectures with ease. How could his small medical family withstand the Prince of Qi's schemes? But if he really went to the Bowen Academy to teach, it would violate his family's ancestral rules. Medical officer's son was torn. Seeing medical officer's son's hesitation, Xiao Ming thought his combination of carrot and stick was working. He had only been bluffing. He was human, not a Superman. Teaching Lu Tong and others chemistry and Chen Qi and others physics had already drained his energy. He truly didn't have the strength to lead a medical division now. But if medical officer's son joined, it would be different. At the very least, he could teach some basic medical knowledge. Xiao Ming only needed to transcribe the medical knowledge from the technology database for him to study. He didn't expect Qingzhou's medical standards to reach any great heights in a short time. He just wanted these people to learn some basic surgical knowledge. After all, he didn't want his soldiers to die from minor injuries. As the two stared at each other, a figure in green entered the medical hall. It was Luo. She walked up to Xiao Ming and whispered something in his ear. Xiao Ming's expression immediately turned strange. Unlike the usual tranquility, the entrance of the Prince of Qi's mansion was unusually lively today. A small sedan chair with green embroidered curtains was parked in front of the mansion, and the sound of a woman's soft weeping could be heard from inside. Outside the sedan chair stood 2 fierce-looking matrons, who were cursing and scolding. Ziwen stood at the entrance of the mansion, her hands on her slender waist, her willow-like eyebrows furrowed, exuding an air of unyielding determination. Miss, do you even know who is inside this sedan chair? When His Highness the Prince of Qi and our young lady were inseparable, you probably didn't even know where you were. One of the matrons said, waving a handkerchief with an arrogant expression. That's right. At this time last year, His Highness would always send a sedan chair to fetch our young lady. HMPH, you have quite the nerve to block us. When His Highness arrives, you'll regret it. The other matron snapped angrily. Ziwen's delicate face turned pale. Shut up. Who do you think you are, daring to make a scene in front of the prince's mansion? If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouths apart. Oh ho, you little brat, try it, come on. One of the matrons taunted, putting on a shameless face. Ziwen was furious and turned to the servants behind her. Slap their mouths. At that moment, a man on horseback approached the mansion. It was Qian Dafu, returning from the mines. Although Qian Dafu was now in charge of mining operations, he still lived in the Prince of Qi's mansion. Every time he returned, he would come to see Xiao Ming. When the 2 matrons saw Qian Dafu, their faces lit up with joy. One of them scurried over to him and leaned in close. "Steward Qian, you're finally back." The other matron quickly added, "Steward Qian, look at this maid from the prince's mansion. She's utterly lacking in discipline." When Qian Dafu saw the two matrons, his expression turned strange. Unlike Ziwen, he didn't seem angry but instead wore a polite smile. "Aren't you the matrons from Miss Hongyan's entourage?" Qian Dafu said with a smile. Seeing Qian Dafu's courteous demeanor, the two matrons immediately became more emboldened. One of them turned to the sedan chair and said, "Young lady, Steward Qian is here. Now we don't have to deal with this wicked maid." Ziwen was even more furious. The sedan chair had arrived at the mansion's entrance an hour ago, and the two women had tried to barge in without explanation. When Ziwen came out, the two matrons had immediately started berating her, acting as if they were the mistresses of the prince's mansion. Ziwen was initially frightened, but she was not one to back down. She stood her ground and refused to let them in. Now she asked Steward Qian what exactly is going on. Qian Dafu chuckled and pulled Ziwen aside. "The young lady in the sedan chair is named Hongyan. She was His Highness's, acquaintance from the pleasure houses. Just leave this matter alone. When His Highness returns, let him handle it. We servants shouldn't meddle in our master's affairs." Ziwen's anger subsided slightly. She snorted and turned back into the mansion. She couldn't believe that in the past 6 months, Xiao Ming had never mentioned having such an acquaintance. She wasn't afraid. Even though they were maids serving consort Zhen, their status was still higher than that of a pleasure house woman. The gates of the prince's mansion opened, and the two matrons exclaimed with joy, "Young lady, the gates are open. Let's go in." A woman in a red dress stepped out of the sedan chair. Though not stunningly beautiful, she had a certain charm. She glanced at the gilded plaque of the prince's mansion and gracefully walked inside. With Ziwen stepping aside, Qian Dafu had no choice but to lead the woman to the main hall to wait. Not long after, Xiao Ming and Ziwen returned to the mansion. When Ziwen told him that a woman named Hongyan had come looking for him, Xiao Ming's heart nearly sank. This was a debt left behind by his predecessor. He had no obligation to take on this burden and felt no emotional attachment to this woman. On the way back, all he could think about was how to send her away. "Your Highness," Qian Dafu greeted as Xiao Ming entered the mansion. After bowing to Xiao Ming, Qian Dafu gestured toward the main hall. "Your Highness, Miss Hongyan is waiting for you inside." Xiao Ming sighed in frustration. "Couldn't you have found an excuse to send her away? Why did you bring her into the mansion, Your Highness?" Qian Dafu was at a loss for words. Had he been away for so long that he no longer understood Xiao Ming's temperament in the past, Xiao Ming would have given him an approving look at a time like this. Frowning, Xiao Ming said, "Never mind, I'll handle it myself." Ziwen, standing beside Qian Dafu, was beaming with joy. She said, "Your Highness, there's no need to trouble yourself. I'll have someone drive her out right away." "Yes, drive her out," Ziwen chimed in. As they spoke, a voice called out, "Your Highness." The voice carried a tone of melancholy. Xiao Ming looked over and saw Hongyan, his predecessor's former lover. Hongyan was once the top courtesan in Qingzhou with both beauty and charm. In a small place like Qingzhou, even a mediocre woman could be appealing, and Hongyan was far from mediocre. Back then, Xiao Ming had spent his days frolicking with Hongyan. To the current Xiao Ming, those memories felt like scenes from a cheesy romance novel. However, no matter how one looked at it, this was just a fling from his predecessor's life. Moreover, Hongyan had been recommended by Wang Shijie. After that, Hongyan had returned to her hometown for a visit and had been gone for over half a year. Miss Hongyan, Xiao Ming forced the words out of his throat. Hongyan looked at Xiao Ming, a smile in her eyes. But to Xiao Ming the smile seemed fake, the kind of smile one puts on for show. He had seen plenty of such smiles in his previous life. "Your Highness, it's been half a year. Why are you calling me Miss Hongyan?" now Hongyan said. Although Hongyan had been Xiao Ming's lover in the past, it wasn't like her to come running to him as soon as she returned. Moreover, their relationship had been purely transactional. His predecessor had paid for entertainment, and to put it bluntly, Hongyan had been nothing more than a plaything. After all, the previous Xiao Ming had been a product of his time, deeply entrenched in feudal thinking. Therefore, Xiao Ming felt no emotional burden. As he thought about it, he found it strange. He decided to cut to the chase. "Miss Hongyan, you must have come here for a reason." Hongyan nodded. "I never expected that in just half a year, Qingzhou would have changed so much. On my way here, I heard about your Highness's efforts to govern diligently. Today, I came to share a secret about the Wang family." "What is it?" Xiao Ming asked. Hongyan glanced at Qian Dafu and Ziwen. "Your Highness, may we speak in private?" Ziwen said. "Your Highness, be careful." Hongyan smiled lightly. "Don't worry, miss, I'm just a weak woman. I couldn't possibly harm His Highness." The atmosphere in the main hall was tense. Xiao Ming and Hongyan stared at each other for a long time before Hongyan let out a soft sigh. "It's only been half a year, yet your Highness treats me like a stranger." "Miss Hongyan, let's get to the point." Do we really need to exchange sweet nothings and talk about eternal love besides? You've always been entangled with the Wang family. Do you think I don't know that? Xiao Ming said indifferently. Hong Yun chuckled lightly. Your Highness has indeed changed. It seems that over the past 5 years, Your Highness has truly been biding your time. Back then I found it strange why a prince of the empire would mingle with the Wang family. Xiao Ming frowned and remained silent. Hong Yun had first met Xiao Ming at a banquet hosted by the Wang family. That very night, Wang Shijie had sent Hong Yun to Xiao Ming's mansion, and Xiao Ming had been overjoyed at the time. But now, things had changed. Looking back, Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel wary of Hong Yun. Turning to gaze at the blooming peach tree outside the main hall, Hong Yun continued, now that the Wang family is gone, I have no more reservations. Your Highness is of noble birth, and I know I am unworthy of entangling with you. All I ask is for my freedom and a comfortable life in my later years. Hearing this, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was heartless, but the entanglement had happened before his time. However, from his memories, Hong Yun had always been a shrewd woman, and now it seemed that was indeed the case. If she had thrown a tantrum or made a scene, she would have been driven away. But by offering a secret about the Wang family in exchange, she had earned herself a favor. What do you want? As long as it's not excessive, I will grant it, Xiao Ming said, treating this as a debt his predecessor had left behind. Hong Yun thought for a moment and said, I hope your Highness can redeem my freedom and provide me with some silver. After this, we shall never meet again. That's simple enough, Xiao Ming replied. I can agree to that. Now can you tell me the secret about the Wang family? Hong Yun lowered her head, as if weighing her words, before finally saying, Wang Shanchu conspired with the Hainshu tribe to launch a joint attack on Qingzhou this autumn and winter. What? Xiao Ming's expression changed drastically. This is no joking matter. Hong Yan explained, I was in the Wang mansion at the time and overheard this while passing by the rooms of Wang Shanchu and his son. At first, I thought it was just a joke between father and son, but after returning to Qingzhou and learning about the barbarian cavalry, I realized it was true. Those barbarian cavalry had entered Qingzhou through a cave in Kangzhou to scout the area. Xiao Ming's expression turned grave. Only a few people, including Lu Fei, knew about the cave in Kangzhou. Now that Hong Yan mentioned it, there was no doubt about the truth of her words. Traitors. Xiao Ming slammed his fist on the table. In history, it was not uncommon for borderland noble families to collude with foreign tribes, but he never expected it to happen in his own fiefdom. Hong Yan sighed. Though I am just a woman, I understand the importance of loyalty to one's country. That's why I came to inform you, hoping your Highness can report this to the court and prepare early. Thank you, Miss Hong Yan. Though you may have fallen into the world of pleasure, your sense of righteousness surpasses that of many men, Xiao Ming said with a faint smile. Hong Yun shook her head. I am just a woman who wishes to live a peaceful life. I do not want to see the world plunged into chaos. Regardless, your information is crucial. I will have Steward Qian redeem your freedom and prepare 5,000 taels of silver for you, Xiao Ming said. Hong Yun nodded, gave Xiao Ming a deep curtsy, and then slowly walked away. Watching Hong Yun's retreating figure, Xiao Ming fell deep in thought. From the very beginning, he had been puzzled by the appearance of barbarian cavalry deep within Qingzhou. The cave Lu Fei had discovered was extremely well hidden. How could the barbarians have known about it? The only explanation was that someone had colluded with them and provided the information. Moreover, the recent ban on warhorse trade by the barbarians now made sense. Prohibiting the sale of war materials before a conflict was a clear sign of impending war. However, now that the Wang family had been eliminated, the Hainshu tribe had lost their internal collaborators. It was unclear whether their plans would change. If this was part of the barbarians' grand strategy, they might still attempt to attack Kangzhou, regardless of the Wang family's involvement. 6 months. This is going to be tough, Xiao Ming muttered, stomping his foot in frustration. The barbarians were a constant threat hanging over the Great Yu Empire like a sword. The empire's repeated defeats in wars had left its officials terrified at the mere mention of the barbarians. The Great Yu Empire was no longer the ambitious nation it had been at its founding. It had become a nation focused on maintaining the status quo. The officials were only concerned with maintaining internal control, while they chose to retreat step by step in the face of the barbarian threat. Tribute payments and land concessions seemed to have become the go-to solutions for dealing with the barbarians. But a wolf could never be satiated, and the barbarians were precisely such insatiable wolves. This matter was of grave importance, as it threatened the safety of his fiefdom. Xiao Ming couldn't afford to take it lightly. Moreover, he had to admit a harsh truth. The barbarians held a relative military advantage over the Great Yu Empire. Due to the empire's chaotic horse administration, there were virtually no cavalry units within the empire. This meant that the empire was perpetually on the defensive, lacking the ability to launch offensives. While the barbarians could come and go as they pleased, leaving the empire in a passive position. However, in Xiao Ming's view, human factors played a significant role in the empire's repeated defeats against the barbarians. In any war, the training, discipline, and fighting spirit of the soldiers were crucial. Yet the Great Yu Empire's armies lacked the fighting spirit to face the barbarians, and their training and discipline were relatively weak. This only exacerbated the empire's already disadvantageous position in wars. It seems it's time to start propaganda and foster hatred, Xiao Ming muttered to himself as he slowly walked out of the main hall. Only by making the people of his fiefdom despise the barbarians could they unite to fight against them in the future. Otherwise, if the people remained fearful of the barbarians and lacked the will to fight, his fiefdom would remain in grave danger. As he stepped out of the main hall, Qian Dafu had already seen Hongyan off. He said, "Your Highness, Miss Hongyan has left. It seems your Highness has truly changed. Even Miss Hongyan is no longer of interest to you. Do I have time to indulge in women now?" Hongyan told me that Wang Shengchu had colluded with the barbarians, planning to attack Kangzhou this autumn. "This is what we should be worried about," Xiao Ming said sternly. Qian Dafu's face immediately paled. In his eyes, Xiao Ming saw fear. "Your Highness, what should we do? Should we report this to the Emperor? The barbarians have always coveted the Central Plains. It seems they are planning to make a comeback." "Report to the Emperor HMPH. 3 years ago, he didn't care if I lived or died. Do you think he'll care now, Your Highness? Are you saying you plan to face the barbarians alone?" Qian Dafu looked incredulous. Xiao Ming nodded. "That's right. This time I will protect my fiefdom myself. In these times, no one can be relied upon. I can only depend on myself. The Wang family's schemes, Princess Pingyang's calculations, and King Wei's secret plots, each incident reminded Xiao Ming that he was surrounded by wolves. There was no one he could truly trust. The only person he could rely on was himself. Your Highness, this is no trivial matter. Even with the full strength of the Great Yu Empire, we have been ceding territory and paying reparations for years. How can Your Highness expect the 6 prefectures to stand against the barbarians? Qian Dafu continued to persuade. From the moment he could remember, the name barbarians had been synonymous with terror. As a child, the maids in his household would often scare him by saying, "The barbarians will come and take you away." This showed how deeply ingrained the fear of the barbarians was in the hearts of the Great Yu Empire's people. Qian Dafu's reaction was within Xiao Ming's expectations. The events of 3 years ago had left an indelible mark of terror on Qian Dafu. At that time when Kangzhou fell, the barbarian cavalry surged into the heart of the 6 prefectures, burning, killing, and looting without restraint. On their way to Chang'an, they could see corpses lying in pools of blood. Many of the bodies were missing their heads, as the barbarians used heads to tally military achievements. To boost their records, many barbarians slaughtered civilians indiscriminately. This memory was vivid in Xiao Ming's mind, showing how deeply the incident had affected his predecessor. It was also because of this invasion that the 6 prefectures suffered greatly, and even after 3 years, they had not fully recovered. All I need to do is defend Kangzhou and prevent the barbarians from setting foot in my fiefdom. At this stage, this was the extent of what Xiao Ming could do. Launching a counterattack into the grasslands was virtually impossible, as Kangzhou's overall strength was insufficient to support an offensive against a grassland empire whose rivaled that of the Great Yu Empire. After all, the population base was limited, the army was limited, food supplies were limited, and silver reserves were limited. But can we hold them off? Qian Dafu grew anxious. Your Highness, as long as we preserve our strength, there will always be opportunities in the future. Qian Dafu, Xiao Ming's patience wore thin. This is my fiefdom. Without it, I am nothing. If I return to Chang'an, forget about my father. Do you think the other princes will let me live out my life in peace? Qian Dafu fell silent. Xiao Ming was right. Since the founding of the Great Yu Empire, each emperor had sired numerous sons, but only a handful had survived to the end. Take Emperor Xiao Wangchuan's line, for example. Of his sons, only King Wei and King Kang remained alive. The other 10 princes had all turned to dust. This pattern had repeated with each generation of princes, and now it was Xiao Ming's turn. This old servant understands. Qian Dafu's expression suddenly became resolute. Consort Zhen once instructed me to protect Your Highness at all costs. If Your Highness stays in Kangzhou to resist the barbarians, this old servant will stand by your side. Good, that's the kind of loyalty I expect from my people, Xiao Ming said. This wasn't blind courage or overconfidence on his part. Over the past few months, he had come to realize one thing: he had no way out. If he wanted to survive, he had to carefully manage his fiefdom. And now that the barbarians were eyeing his territory, he couldn't let that happen. The suddenness of this matter left Xiao Ming with no desire to stay in the mansion. Instead, he headed to the governor's office. At that moment, Pang Yukun was discussing something with a young official. Seeing Xiao Ming arrive, Pang Yukun said, "Your Highness, weren't you discussing medical techniques with Medical Officer Sun? Why are you here? The barbarians plan to attack Kangzhou this autumn and winter." Before Xiao Ming could speak, Qian Dafu, who had followed him, blurted out. The young official standing beside Pang Yukun smiled lightly and asked, "If the barbarians plan to attack Kangzhou, it must be a highly secretive matter." "How did your Highness come to know of it?" Pang Yukun seemed to share the same thought, but then he remembered something and said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, this is Zhan Xingcheng, the one I mentioned to you." Xiao Ming took a closer look at Zhan Xingcheng and said, "So you're Zhan Xingcheng Chief Secretary." Pang said, "You are resourceful and decisive. Why don't you tell me how we should respond to achieve victory? One must know both the enemy and oneself." "First, how did your Highness come by this information?" Zhan Xingcheng asked calmly, without a hint of subservience. Exchanging a glance with Qian Dafu, Xiao Ming explained how Hongyan had come to him and revealed the Wang family's plans. Pang Yukun frowned and said, "Your Highness, the words of a courtesan may not be reliable." "Isn't your Highness being a bit hasty? It's better to believe it and be prepared than to dismiss it and regret it later." "Chief Secretary Pang, have you forgotten about the barbarian cavalry last year? Those riders likely didn't end up outside Kingzhou by accident. It seems they took a wrong turn while searching for someone," Xiao Ming said. Zhan Xingcheng said, "In that case, we should send people disguised as merchants to the grasslands to gather intelligence and closely monitor the barbarians' movements. That's the first step. But if this is confirmed, what then?" Xiao Ming asked again. "Your Highness should know better than I do. We must defend Kangzhou at all costs to protect the 6 prefectures. What if I want to reclaim the lost northern territories?" Xiao Ming asked. "Of course, we should also build fortresses and implement a scorched earth policy. This is what is known as the advance and fortify strategy," Zhan Xingcheng replied, his expression unchanged. Pang Yukun stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "Xingcheng, please elaborate on this advance and fortify strategy." Zhan Xingcheng continued, "The most critical aspect of attacking the grasslands is the supply line. However, facing the Urfel barbarian cavalry, the supply line is extremely vulnerable. Therefore, we should build a fortress every day's journey apart. This will ensure that supplies can be transported to the fortresses. Secondly, the grassland cavalry is not skilled in siege warfare, while defending cities is our strength. With the fortresses closed together, they can quickly support each other. If the barbarians bypass the frontline fortresses and attack Kangzhou, we can dispatch troops from the fortresses to cut off their supply lines, ensuring an invincible position." Xiao Ming nodded. This Zhan Xingcheng truly had some skills. The best way to deal with nomadic tribes was the fortress advancement tactic, combined with a scorched earth policy to deprive the barbarian cavalry of supplies. However, this strategy also required the Kingzhou army to have sufficient field combat capabilities to ensure the fortresses could advance. "Let's set aside the advance and fortify strategy for now. We don't have the capability to launch such an offensive yet. Let's focus on how to defend the city," Xiao Ming said. Zhan Xingcheng replied, "We need strong city walls and fire tubes." Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Fire tubes, an early form of cannon, were already in use in the Great Yu Empire. However, they fired stone projectiles and had limited range, so they were not taken seriously. Yet Zhan Xingcheng proposed using fire tubes for defense, a remarkably forward-thinking idea for this era. These fire tubes were the predecessors of cannons. With the capabilities of Xiao Ming's steel workshop, crafting precise firearms was impossible, but crude cannons like fire tubes were within reach. Fire tubes, what are those? Pang Yukun looked puzzled. As a civil official, he had little knowledge of military weapons, so he asked. Fire tubes were the local term for cannons in the Great Yu Empire. The earliest cannons came in various shapes, with tube-like designs being the most common, hence the name fire tubes. In Xiao Ming's previous world, fire tubes were also known as fire lances. Back then, the use of fire lances began in the Song dynasty and matured during the Yuan and Ming dynasties. By the late Ming dynasty, the Ming army was heavily equipped with firearms. However, even with firearms more advanced than those of the Qing army, the Ming dynasty still met its downfall. Therefore, Xiao Ming did not believe in the supremacy of weapons, as it was the people who wielded them that determined the outcome of wars. Over the past few months, Xiao Ming had deeply realized that the core of governance was to unite the people of his fiefdom around him. Only when his commands were followed by all could he achieve true stability. Of course, under this premise, equipping the army with more advanced weapons would make it invincible. As for fire tubes, Chief Secretary Pang will soon find out what they are, Xiao Ming said, exchanging a glance with Zhan Xingcheng before smiling. Then he added, but the name fire tube is too crude. Let's call them cannons instead. Cannons. Zhan Xingcheng was momentarily stunned. That name does have a ring to it. Zhan Xingcheng had brought up the idea of using cannons for defense, indicating that he had some understanding of them. Xiao Ming then asked, since you mentioned cannons, do you know how to cast them? I'm afraid not, Zhan Xingqing admitted, but I have seen the of fire tubes, no cannons. A single shot can reach about 300 meters. If filled with stone pellets, they can cause widespread damage to the enemy. Pang Yukun chuckled upon hearing this. After all that talk, you don't even know how to make cannons. How can we achieve strong city walls and Erful cannons? Zhan Xingqing looked embarrassed. He had forgotten that this was not Chang'an. Zhan Xingqing may not know, but I do, Xiao Ming said with a faint smile. He had only wanted to find out if the Great Yu Empire's cannon-making techniques were similar to those of his previous world. Since Zhan Xingqing didn't know, he decided not to press further. Your Highness knows. Pang Yukun and Zhan Xingqing were both surprised. Xiao Ming nodded. Without some trump cards, how could I dare to boast about defending Kangzhou? Zhan Xingqing's face lit up with excitement. If we place 100 cannons on the gates of Kangzhou and command them effectively, the city will be impregnable. Xiao Ming gave a bitter smile. 100 cannons sounded easy, but it was incredibly difficult. Cannons were not like plate armor, they weighed several tons each. After all, when materials were not up to standard, the only solution was to make the cannon barrels thicker and sturdier to reduce the risk of explosions. Although Kingzhou's steel industry had advanced, casting cannons was still a highly technical task. The first challenge was the material. The cannons Xiao Ming planned to produce would not be comparable to the crude fire tubes of the Great Yu Empire, which Zhan Xingqing had marveled at for their 300-meter range. Those were practically garbage. Without knowing the technological levels of the West, Japan, or the barbarians, Xiao Ming could only rely on his knowledge to improve the performance of the cannons as much as possible. Even so, he estimated that the best he could achieve was the level of the late Ming Dynasty, with performance comparable to the red coat cannons. The technology database contained various methods for manufacturing cannons, but even the most skilled chef couldn't cook without ingredients. More advanced cannons required materials and boring techniques that Kingzhou did not yet possess. It would take time to explore and develop these. If they were to produce red coat cannons now, whether made of bronze or iron, the cannons would have to be cast, which required molds. Creating these molds was no simpler than producing the cannons themselves. 100 cannons, I'd be satisfied with 10, Xiao Ming sighed. Casting cannons from scratch was a daunting task. The experimental phase alone would likely take several months. Moreover, cannons required trained operators, and training artillerymen was another challenge. Zhan Xingqing did not argue with Xiao Ming. He understood that even the artillery bureau in Chang'an found it difficult to produce cannons, let alone Kingzhou. Setting aside the matter of cannons, Xiao Ming changed the subject. You may not know about cannons, but do you know how to build fortresses? I have some knowledge in that area, Zhan Xingqing replied confidently. Xiao Ming nodded. Ancient scholars were often modest, and some knowledge usually meant expertise. He said, in that case, go to Kangzhou and conduct a field survey. When you return, submit a plan for how to improve the city's defenses. Zhan Xingqing had traveled thousands of miles to Kingzhou to fulfill his ambitions and put his knowledge to use. Now was his chance to prove himself in front of Xiao Ming. He solemnly said, yes, Your Highness. Pang Yukun nodded slightly beside him and said to Xiao Ming, by the way, Your Highness, I've also assigned Zhan Xingqing to handle the problem of the remaining noble clans. He'll have his hands full with so much work. Oh, is that so? It seems Chief Secretary Pang holds you in high regard. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with the remnants of the noble clans? Zhan Xingqing was about the same age as Xiao Ming had been in his previous life, so their mental ages were similar. Faced with Pang Yukun, an old stick-in-themud, Xiao Ming preferred interacting with people like Zhan Xingqing. Your Highness, Kingzhou is in a state of recovery. Taking drastic measures would harm us as much as the enemy. The rise of the noble clans began with large families relying on their numbers and influence, gradually growing into the unmanageable situation we see today. Therefore, in dealing with these remnants, I believe the ringleaders should be executed as a warning, the secondary leaders enslaved, and the rest, numbering in the thousands or even tens of thousands, should not be punished too harshly. Instead, they should be dispersed to other prefectures. This way, they can no longer form a cohesive force in their new locations, Zhan Xingqing explained. You're right. The Sun family, including its main and branch lineages, numbers over 10,000 members. With Sun Yuanji dead, these people can no longer remain in Kingzhou. By splitting them up and relocating them to other counties and prefectures, large clans will become small, and small clans will become ordinary families, never to reunite. From then on, the 6 prefectures will no longer have noble clans. After a brief exchange, Xiao Ming left the governor's office. Zhan Xingqing had left a good impression on him, but whether he was truly capable remained to be seen. For now, Xiao Ming's most important task was figuring out how to produce cannons as quickly as possible. With King Zhu's limited troops, he couldn't afford a war of attrition with the barbarians, especially with King Wei lurking in the shadows with ill intentions. The possibility of a barbarian invasion in the autumn. Apart from Pang Yukun, military generals like Liu Fei soon received the news. Your Highness, as long as the equipment and weapons can keep up, defending Kangzhou City won't be a problem. But so far, even the equipment for the Kingzhou camp hasn't been settled. Can you hurry? Chen Wenlong along Liu Fei shot a sideways glance at Chen Wenlong, who stood with his eyes fixed straight ahead, his teeth clenched in frustration. Chen Wenlong had a calm temperament, while Liu Fei was hot-headed. Naturally, the two didn't get along. Chen Wenlong replied, Commander Liu, producing plate armor isn't easy. Producing 1,000 sets in a month is already quite an achievement. But your Highness said we could produce 100 sets a day. Are you trying to deceive me? Liu Fei, his chest wrapped in bandages, glared and questioned. Now it was Xiao Ming's turn to blush. When the hydraulic hammer was first implemented in the steel workshop, he had confidently claimed they could produce 100 sets of plate armor a day. Later, reality had slapped him in the face. It wasn't that he had misjudged the production capacity. The problem was the insufficient supply of iron ore. Now he understood that while smelting iron and steel was relatively easy, mining was a different story. After the shallow layers of ore were exhausted, the mines had to be dug deeper. Then whenever it rained, the mines would flood, turning into ponds. Once the rain stopped, the first task was to drain the water from the mines before mining could resume. At the same time, the deepening of the mines increased the difficulty of transporting the ore. The 3 iron mines under Qian Dafu's management were producing less and less ore. The same problem was occurring with the coal mines. In the past, Kingzhou had never engaged in large-scale steel production, so the shortages of coal and iron ore during the rainy season hadn't been noticeable. But now, the steel workshop was not only producing weapons and armor, but also bearings for oxboard water wheels and farming tools for civilian use. Chen Wenlong glanced at Xiao Ming and said to Liu Fei, Your Highness is clearly worried, so you can see I'm not deceiving you. Your Highness, what's going on if this continues? We'll only have 8,000 or 9,000 soldiers ready in 6 months. These soldiers, trained for only half a year, are no match for the barbarians, who are born riders and archers. Without the advantage of superior armor and weapons, we'll suffer heavy losses. Xiao Ming rubbed his forehead and leaned back in his chair. Do you think I don't want to equip the entire new army with plate armor? The reality is what it is, and I'm helpless. With plate armor production already lagging, and now the need to produce cannons, Xiao Ming was truly overwhelmed. Now he understood why ancient states struggled to maintain a standing army of even 100,000 soldiers. Feeding, clothing, and equipping an army was expensive, and maintaining weapons like plate armor added to the cost. Cavalry was an even greater expense. Each cavalryman needed 4 horses and a dedicated auxiliary soldier to tend to the equipment and horses. These auxiliary soldiers were similar to the squires of Western knights, responsible for maintaining the cavalry's gear and horses. And the war horses were no small expense either, requiring high-quality fodder, which cost a fortune. The workshop district was a major source of income, but also a major expense. The slaves in the workshops needed food, clothing, and other necessities, not to mention the costs of Qian Dafu's mines. In short, while he had earned a lot recently, he had also spent a great deal, with most of the silver going into production. Even agricultural investments like oxen and farming tools had consumed a significant portion. Liu Fei fell silent. Chen Wenlong comforted him. Commander Liu, don't worry. If we have enough materials, military needs will naturally take priority. That's right, you focus on training the troops. I'll handle the armor and weapons, Xiao Ming said. Liu Fei had no choice but to relent. After sending Liu Fei away, Xiao Ming said to Chen Wenlong, with Kingzhu's mineral supply insufficient, it seems we'll have to purchase from outside. That's possible, but your Highness must be wary of slander in the court, Chen Wenlong warned. Xiao Ming frowned. Although he was a feudal lord, he wasn't free to act as he pleased. He was still subject to the court's restrictions. Iron ore was strictly controlled in the Great Yu Empire. Generally, other feudal lords rarely purchased iron ore from outside, relying instead on internal supplies. Because large-scale purchases of iron ore could only mean one thing: the feudal lord was mass-producing weapons and armor. This was a sensitive issue. With no major conflicts in the Great Yu Empire, if a feudal lord couldn't meet his needs with local ore and had to purchase from outside, what were his intentions? I understand. I may have to report this to the court. In the meantime, balance production as best you can and prioritize the needs of the Kingzhou army, Xiao Ming sighed. With his still growing, he couldn't afford to act recklessly. Otherwise, he might lose his life, and all his hard work over the past months would be for nothing. Yes, Your Highness, Chen Wenlong nodded. Qian Dafu had been silent in the main hall. After Chen Wenlong left, he asked, "Your Highness, how should we deal with the water in the mines? I'll have the machinery department prepare a few more ox-bored water wheels for you. Since mining is temporarily halted, focus your efforts on prospecting, especially for wolframite, followed by tin and lead ores," Xiao Ming said. The reason for seeking the latter two ores was to prepare for the possibility of cast iron cannons failing, in which case they would have to resort to bronze cannons. Cast iron cannons had a high risk of exploding. Pure copper cannons were simply too expensive. Copper coins were still in use throughout the Great Yu Empire. Qian Dafu nodded. After giving instructions to the three regarding the barbarian threat, Xiao Ming personally wrote a report about the barbarians and sent it to the courier station for swift delivery to Chang'an. Meanwhile, he went to the machinery department to discuss cannon production with Chen Qi. Chang'an, in the Imperial Palace, the willows were sprouting new leaves, and peach blossoms were in full bloom, creating a vibrant scene. Empress Zhao was strolling through the rear garden with a group of concubines. Consort Zhen walked beside Empress Zhao. Over the past 6 months, the concubines had noticed that Empress Zhao and Consort Zhen were growing closer. Some of the more astute concubines had already discerned the underlying implications and dared not show any disrespect to Consort Zhen. A few days ago, Prince Zhao had arrived in the capital to meet the emperor. Xiao Wengshuan personally went out of the city to welcome him, showing the importance he placed on Prince Zhao. Back in the day, without Prince Zhao's assistance, Xiao Wengshuan would never have secured the throne. It was no surprise that Prince Zhao's daughter had become the current Empress Zhao. Now, with the position of Crown Prince in flux, Prince Zhao's arrival in the capital spoke volumes. However, the Crown Prince's recent assertiveness in court suggested he was feeling confident. As for Consort Zhen, she seemed to be gaining more of the emperor's favor lately. But the palace was a place where news traveled fast. The actions of Prince Qi, Xiao Ming, against the local nobility in Qingzhou had already caused a stir in the palace. Consort Zhen, yesterday in court, many ministers impeached Prince Qi, seemingly quite dissatisfied with his actions in Qingzhou. As they strolled leisurely through the garden, Empress Zhao spoke to Consort Zhen. The imperial harem was a place where news traveled fast, and the concubines close to her had already informed her of this matter. Not only were Qingzhou's policies vastly different from those of the Great Yu Empire, but recently, rumors of Xiao Ming targeting and massacring local noble families had also been spreading like wildfire. What kind of place was the Great Yu Empire? It was a land where aristocratic families had ruled for thousands of years, deeply entrenched in the empire. Xiao Ming's actions had greatly displeased other noble families. Moreover, the Wang and Sun families of Qingzhou had been active in Chang'an for some time, and some court officials had accepted bribes from the Wang family. Naturally, they now sought to speak out on behalf of the Wang family. After all, Prince Qi was far away in Qingzhou, and even if they criticized him openly in Chang'an, there was little he could do about it. I have also heard about this matter. However, the Wang family attempted to assassinate the princess, and the Sun family later plotted a rebellion. Ming'er likely had no choice but to act. Consort Zhen defended Xiao Ming. Empress Zhao and Consort Zhen walked ahead alone. Empress Zhao glanced back at the concubines following them, ensuring they were far enough away, and then said in a serious tone, "That's just Prince Qi's side of the story. But the ministers in court are skilled at turning black into white and white into black. Some are saying that Prince Qi framed the Wang family to eliminate the noble clans. Your Majesty, the ministers who say such things are truly malicious. They are slandering my Ming'er. I beg your Majesty to stand up for Prince Qi." Consort Zhen's face turned pale, and she moved to bow to Empress Zhao. Empress Zhao quickly stopped her, her expression gentle. "Sister, the ministers wouldn't speak without reason. There must be someone behind this." After Princess Pingyang detoured to Jinling City, she sent someone to Chang'an in haste. Only then did the impeachment of Prince Qi begin. Princess Pingyang Qingwei, a chill ran down Consort Zhen's spine. Where has my Ming'er offended them? Both of these individuals held immense and enjoyed the emperor's favor. However, Empress Zhao had always been wary of Qingwei and Princess Pingyang. In her eyes, Qingwei and Princess Pingyang were not people she could control, especially now that the two were growing closer. In Chang'an, the two had not aligned themselves with any prince, and her attempts to win them over had all failed. If the two were to side with her, the crown prince's position would be truly secure. But the problem was this: in the struggle for there were only enemies and allies, no neutral parties. Since she couldn't figure out these two, she remained cautious. Qingzhou bordered Qingwei's fiefdom, making it the perfect place to keep Qingwei in check. Who can say? Empress Zhao said casually. Now that Qingwei is wealthy and erful with a strong army, perhaps he has other ambitions. At this point, she suddenly stopped. You should just take my words as they are and not spread them. I was merely speaking offhand, but don't worry, the crown prince has spoken up for Prince Qi in court. Consort Zhen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Majesty and the Crown Prince. There's no need for such formalities. The Crown Prince has always held Prince Qi in high regard. When they were in Chang'an, they got along well. After all, they are brothers and should help each other. Empress Zhao chuckled. Consort Zhen, though without or influence, had managed to maintain her status in the palace through her intelligence. From the beginning, she had understood Empress Zhao's intentions, to pressure her into aligning with the Crown Prince and ensuring Xiao Ming's loyalty. But now she had little choice. When Xiao Ming had been indulging in pleasure and showing no ambition, she hadn't worried much about him. But now, with Xiao Ming's actions in Qingzhou making waves in Chang'an, she couldn't sit still. She had always loved reading and knew that in the rise and fall of dynasties, few princes survived. Those who did were often earless and insignificant. Previously, she had hoped Xiao Ming would improve himself, but not to become a erful feudal lord. She had wanted him to live a peaceful and stable life. But now, everything was moving in an unpredictable direction. She had never been fond of political schemes, but for Xiao Ming's sake, she had no choice but to act in Chang'an. She saw things clearly now. Although the emperor was somewhat dissatisfied with the crown prince's position remained secure, especially with the support of Empress Zhao's father, Prince Zhao. For now, the crown prince's position was stable, and what Xiao Ming needed most was time. Aligning with the crown prince would give him a erful ally in Chang'an, someone who could shield him from slander and schemes. Empress Zhao's earlier mention of the crown prince defending Xiao Ming in court was a clear hint. Your Majesty is absolutely right. The crown prince and Ming'er are as close as brothers and should support each other, Consort Zhen said slowly. Empress Zhao's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Consort Zhen had never explicitly supported the crown prince, but now, with Prince Qi under attack in court, this was her opportunity. The crown prince, following her instructions, had led his faction in defending Xiao Ming in court, and now she had reaped the rewards. She pressed on. Prince Qi is no longer a child. It's time for him to marry. I have a niece named Zhao Ronger. I'll bring her to the palace soon. If you find her suitable, I'll bring it up with the emperor. If he agrees, it will be a joyous occasion. That's true. I have been worried about Ming'er's marriage. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your thoughtful consideration. On behalf of Ming'er, I thank you. Consort Zhen smiled, though inwardly she was reluctant. But at this point she had no other choice. The marriages of princes were nothing more than political alliances, a fact Consort Zhen understood well. Xiao Ming's wife would inevitably be a woman from a prominent family. Empress Zhao sought to further bind Xiao Ming to her through marriage, but the emperor's thoughts on the matter remained unknown. With a sigh, Consort Zhen realized that, whether she and her son wanted it or not, they were now entangled in the struggles of the great Yu Empire. As they walked, a voice suddenly called out from nearby. The emperor approaches. The concubines turned and bowed in the direction of the voice. Xiao Wengshuan was walking toward them. Empress Consort, what are you discussing so cheerfully? Xiao Wengshuan seemed to be in a good mood, his face beaming with a smile. Empress Zhao replied, Your Majesty, Consort Zhen and I were just discussing selecting a consort for Prince Qi. Selecting a consort for Prince Qi. Xiao Wengshuan's expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of something passed through his eyes. So you already have someone in mind indeed. My niece, Zhao Ronger, is well-educated and quite beautiful. I think she would be a good match for Prince Qi, Empress Zhao said. Xiao Wengshuan nodded thoughtfully. I have met Zhao Ronger. She is indeed a fine young lady, but there's no need to rush Prince Qi's marriage. I have my own plans. Your Majesty has already made arrangements. Empress Zhao was genuinely surprised, her expression one of astonishment. Consort Zhen was equally taken aback, as she had never heard Xiao Wengshuan mention this before. Xiao Wengshuan nodded. The marriages of the princes of the great Yu Empire are no trivial matter. They must be considered with the stability of the empire in mind. Yes, Your Majesty. Empress Zhao bowed, her expression tinged with disappointment. Her plan to further win over Xiao Ming had failed. Seemingly unwilling to dwell on the matter, Xiao Wengshuan turned to Consort Zhen with a smile. Consort Zhen, I hear that Xiao Ming has created something called glass in Qingzhou. Princess Pingyang was so intrigued that she went there to see it. I too am curious. What exactly is this glass? Your Majesty has been busy with state affairs these days, and I dared not disturb you. The treasures Prince Qi sent have been kept with me, Consort Zhen replied, her face showing a hint of guilt. Xiao Wengshuan chuckled. Perfect. Since I have some free time today, let's go and see what this glass is. Then he turned to Empress Zhao. Empress, please continue your stroll. Don't let my presence spoil your enjoyment. Yes, Your Majesty, Empress Zhao replied, understanding that Xiao Wengshuan wanted to be alone with Consort Zhen. As they walked to the Bishui pavilion together, Xiao Wengshuan's expression darkened, and he said sternly, Consort Zhen, do you know your crime? I know my crime, Consort Zhen replied. Xiao Wengshuan was a man who had weathered many storms, and it was impossible for him not to have guessed the general situation. Xiao Wengshuan's anger flared. Isn't the struggle among the princes chaotic enough now you've dragged Xiao Ming into it? Do you realize you're harming him? Tears welled up in Consort Zhen's eyes. How could I not know Empress Zhao's intentions, but Ming'er is far away in Qingzhou, and so many ministers in court are slandering him. I am erless to defend him. What else can I do? Xiao Wengshuan sighed. Do you really think I've grown senile? Do you think I can't discern the truth from the ministers? Words I have indeed been harsh with Ming'er, but that's because I was frustrated with his lack of ambition. If I truly hated him to the core, would he still be alive 3 years ago, Your Majesty? Consort Zhen was stunned. But why did I send him to Qingzhou? Right? Xiao Wengshuan shook his head. You often say that parents who love their children plan for their future. If a earless prince were given a prosperous fiefdom, it would only harm him. Now that he's far from Chang'an, which prince would see him as a threat? Your Majesty's coldness and harshness toward him were to prevent Ming'er from becoming the target of other princes. Jealousy? Consort Zhen asked, puzzled. Xiao Wengshuan smiled with satisfaction. If I hadn't been harsh and strict with him, would he have curbed his unruly behavior now? His actions in Qingzhou are like night and day, proving that my decision back then was correct. He has finally turned over a new leaf. Consort Zhen wiped away her tears and smiled. It was my and Ming'er misunderstanding of Your Majesty. It turns out Your Majesty truly had his best interests at heart. Xiao Wengshuan helped Consort Zhen sit down. That's why I don't want Ming'er to be dragged into the struggle for the throne. I will ignore the rumors and slander in court. If that's the case, I thank Your Majesty on behalf of Ming'er, Consort Zhen said joyfully. Compared to Empress Zhao, the emperor was the true pillar of support for the great Yu Empire. With Xiao Wengshuan's promise, she no longer needed to worry. However, if not for today's events, Xiao Wengshuan might never have revealed his true thoughts. Having been married for over a decade, Consort Zhen knew Xiao Wengshuan well. He was a man who kept his thoughts hidden deep within. Without this ability to endure, he would never have attained his current position of supreme We are husband and wife. There's no need for thanks. But now Xiao Ming has finally proven himself useful, Xiao Wengshuan said with a smile. The reason for his good mood today was not unrelated to the minister's impeachment of Xiao Ming for massacring the noble families in his fiefdom. As the ruler of the empire, Xiao Wengshuan was well aware of the deep-seated issues plaguing the great Yu Empire. After nearly 200 years of rule, some problems had become too entrenched to resolve, like a disease that had spread too far. The most serious of these issues was the 6 major families carving out their own territories, while local noble clans dominated the counties. Having ascended the throne with the support of Prince Zhao, Xiao Wengshuan understood better than anyone the dangers posed by these non-imperial princes. The current struggle for the throne might appear to be a conflict among the princes, but in reality, it was a struggle among the non-imperial princes. As their influence grew, they were no longer content with merely manipulating the princes. Their ambitions were becoming increasingly apparent. Thus, when Xiao Wengshuan learned that Xiao Ming had eradicated the noble families in his fiefdom, his initial reaction was shock, followed by excitement. It was as if the frustration he had long harbored toward the non-imperial princes had found an outlet in Xiao Ming. Consort Zhen smiled. I wouldn't say he's proven himself useful, but as long as he doesn't cause trouble for Your Majesty, that's enough. Xiao Wengshuan chuckled. This time he has truly impressed me. In front of the other concubines, Xiao Wengshuan rarely spoke so candidly, as his words would quickly reach the ears of the princes behind them. Only in front of Consort Zhen did he feel at ease, free from the need to overthink his words. Though the harem was filled with beauties, how many of them had he truly chosen himself? Most had been accepted to consolidate his women he did not truly care for. Only Consort Zhen had caught his eye during the selection process, as she was a woman whose thoughts he did not need to constantly decipher. It was precisely because of this that his love for Xiao Ming was deep, but so was his frustration. Being a man who disliked explanations, this had led to a situation where father and son did not understand each other. Consort Zhen smiled faintly, recalling Xiao Wengshuan's mention of selecting a consort for Xiao Ming. Your Majesty, earlier you mentioned selecting a consort for Ming'er. Was that truly your intention at this? Xiao Wengshuan frowned. The consort I have in mind for him is not from a noble family, but from the Fei family. This way his safety in the latter half of his life will be assured. After all, no matter what, he will only ever be a feudal lord. Do you understand? Consort Zhen nodded. She understood Xiao Wengshuan's meaning. While he was not as cold toward Xiao Ming as he appeared, among all the princes, Xiao Ming was not his favorite. This was simply a father's love for his son. In the end, Xiao Wengshuan's primary concern was the stability of the empire, and at this point, Xiao Ming was not particularly significant, as he held little weight. The Fei family consort Zhen exclaimed in delight. The Fei family, known for producing 3 generations of high-ranking officials and having disciples and former subordinates all over the empire exactly. Although the Fei family is not a local or a prince, their reputation is unmatched. If Ming'er marries into the Fei family, no matter who becomes emperor in the future, they will have to consider the Fei family's influence. Of course, this is assuming Ming'er has no intentions of rebellion, Xiao Wengshuan explained. Consort Zhen's heart swelled with joy. The Fei family was a prestigious clan that many princes had sought to marry into, but failed. A gentle, warm breeze wafted through the Bishui pavilion, carrying with it the faint scent of spring from the newly sprouted greenery in the courtyard. Consort Zhen's delighted expression did not escape Xiao Wengshuan's notice. He smiled and said, however, "Don't get too excited just yet. The Fei family is not an easy one to deal with. Prince Qi's marriage will have to wait for some time. As long as the consort is a daughter of the Fei family, it will be worth it even if Ming'er has to wait a few more years. But Your Majesty, please make sure to choose a good one from the Fei family for Ming'er, of course. At the very least, it must be a daughter from the main branch of the Fei family to be worthy of my son. Although Xiao Ming had many faults in the past, a prodigal son who returns is more valuable than gold. Now, he must be worthy of the Fei family." Consort Zhen nodded. "But Your Majesty, what about Empress Zhao? You don't need to worry about that. The Crown Prince's consort is the daughter of the current Grand Chancellor, Fei Jai. If Prince Qi also marries a daughter of the Fei family, it will only strengthen the relationship. Empress Zhao won't oppose it. Then I can rest easy," Consort Zhen said. After discussing Xiao Ming's marriage, Xiao Wengshuan changed the subject. "By the way, where is the glass that Prince Qi sent me? It's right here." Consort Zhen led Xiao Wengshuan to an inner room, where a delicate wooden box contained 9 crystal-clear glass goblets. Xiao Wengshuan's eyes widened in amazement as he picked up one of the goblets and examined it closely. Pure as water, smooth as jade. Was this glass really produced in Qingzhu's workshops? There's no doubt about it. These days, many merchants have flocked to Qingzhou just for this glass, Consort Zhen replied. This Prince Qi in the past, I refused to give him silver to squander. Now it seems the 1,000,000 taels I gave him are probably beneath his notice. But engaging in commerce is one thing, he must not neglect the governance of his fiefdom. After all, a calamity is about to strike, Xiao Wengshuan frowned. A calamity? Consort Zhen felt a sudden sense of foreboding. This year, the barbarians of the grasslands suddenly banned the sale of warhorses to the great Yu Empire. I've received news that the barbarians intend to cross Kangzhou and continue south. Last year's heavy snow caused significant losses for the barbarians, and they now covet the lush, fertile lands of the south. Consort Zhen covered her mouth in shock. Your Majesty, if that's the case, what should we do? When the founding emperor established the system of enfeoffment, it was to have the princes guard the borders, protecting the nation above and bringing peace to the people below. As a prince and feudal lord, Prince Qi must defend Kangzhou. Otherwise, what use is his title as a feudal lord? But Your Majesty, Kangzhou was ravaged by the barbarians 3 years ago and has yet to recover its former glory. How can Prince Qi defend it now? Consort Zhen, concerned for her son, knew all too well the dangers posed by the barbarians. Currently, there were 4 feudal lords guarding the northern borders. Prince Zhao, who guarded Liangzhu, Prince Liang, who guarded Lingzhou, Prince Yang, a member of the Imperial clan who guarded Jizhou, and Prince Qi, who guarded Kangzhou. In the north, these 4 feudal lords guarded the key entry points for the barbarians into the central plains. Among them, Prince Zhao's fiefdom was famous for its Xuanjia cavalry, which had fought the barbarians to a standstill in numerous battles, with victories and defeats on both sides. Behind Prince Zhao was Chang'an, the seat of the great Yu Empire's emperor. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Wengshuan placed such importance on Prince Zhao. Prince Liang's black feather iron guards were equally renowned. Unlike Prince Zhao, who relied on cavalry to counter cavalry, Prince Liang had built numerous fortresses along the border with the barbarians, garrisoning them with his black feather iron guards. Over the years, several fortresses had been breached, but his fiefdom remained secure. Prince Yang of Jizhou was Xiao Wengshuan's youngest brother. His fiefdom bordered Prince Qi's to the east. Compared to Prince Liang, Prince Yang's situation was somewhat worse. However, relying on fire tubes and crossbows, Prince Yang had repelled several barbarian invasions. As a member of the Imperial clan, he received support from the Imperial guards sent by Xiao Wengshuan, as well as large quantities of fire tubes and crossbows from the Chang'an Artillery Bureau. Compared to these 3 feudal lords, Prince Qi was clearly in the worst position. Kingzhou was far from Chang'an, and by the time reinforcements arrived during a barbarian invasion, it would already be too late. Moreover, the events of 3 years ago had left Kingzhou severely weakened, its people impoverished, and its army reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Thinking of this, how could Consort Zhen not worry? Xiao Wengshuan frowned at Consort Zhen's words. You underestimate your son too much. In the past 6 months, Prince Qi has earned enough silver to make up for the losses of 3 years ago. Moreover, he has reorganized the Qingzhou army, equipping them with a strange type of armor and restoring a military system similar to the militia system. Now his fiefdom's army numbers at least 20,000. Both you and I have underestimated his capabilities. With the incorporation of the local militias, I believe his forces now number at least 30,000. So many consort Zhen could hardly believe that in such a short time, Xiao Ming had rebuilt the Qingzhou army to half its former strength at its peak. A strange smile played on Xiao Wengshuan's lips. Is there any doubt that boy even managed to win over Pang Yukun, the chief secretary I sent to him? He probably thinks I don't know anything, but he's still too naive. This child, there's nothing in the world that your majesty doesn't know. But your majesty, although Prince Qi is not the most filial, he would never dare to defy you. Consort Zhen's heart raced as she thought about how reckless Xiao Ming had been to poach someone from the emperor's side. Seeing Consort Zhen's worried expression, Xiao Wengshuan suddenly laughed. It's fine. I never liked Pang Yukun anyway. Let him stay in Qingzhou. He probably knows he can't return to Chang'an. That blockhead has finally come to his senses. So your majesty means to let Prince Qi defend Kangzhou on his own this time, Consort Zhen probed. Exactly. 3 years ago, he brought great shame to the royal family. If he can't defend Kangzhou this time, he might as well die there. If he succeeds, he will prove his worth. No matter who ascends the throne in the future, they will still need him to guard the north. Otherwise, he will still face death. And if he succeeds, I will swallow my pride and send him a daughter of the Fei family. Consort Zhen's heart ached. She understood that Xiao Wengshuan was not targeting Xiao Ming specifically. Even if it were the crown prince defending Kangzhou, Xiao Wengshuan's attitude would be the same. A prince fleeing from battle was a disgrace to the royal family and would bring ridicule from the entire empire. She finally understood why Xiao Wengshuan had said that Xiao Ming's marriage would have to wait. Family like the Fei, with 4 generations of high-ranking officials, would never willingly marry their daughter to a prince who abandoned his fiefdom and people to flee back to Chang'an. She also finally understood why Xiao Wengshuan had repeatedly said that he would rather Xiao Ming die than see him return to Chang'an in disgrace. Looking in the direction of Qingzhou, Consort Zhen thought Minger, this time you must prove yourself. From now on, success or failure depends on this. In the Bishui Pavilion, Xiao Wengshuan continued to admire the glass goblets for a while longer. Seeing that Consort Zhen still looked worried, he comforted her, but you don't need to worry too much. The barbarians' southern invasion is a matter of national importance. I won't treat it lightly. If Prince Qi can't hold out, I will order King Wei to send reinforcements. To the west is Prince Yang, and to the south is King Wei. If even that isn't enough, there are still my Imperial guards. Consort Zhen wanted to say that King Wei might not be reliable, but she swallowed her words. This was just Empress Zhao's one-sided claim. Bringing it up now without solid evidence would only anger Xiao Wengshuan, especially since he had always trusted King Wei. If that's the case, I can rest easy. The rest will depend on fate. I only hope your majesty will support Minger as much as possible, Consort Zhen said softly. Xiao Wengshuan nodded, seemingly unwilling to continue the topic. Instead, he pointed at the goblets and asked, by the way, did Prince Qi say what these cups are for? Are they just decorative? Minger said they are for drinking wine. He claimed that only glass goblets can truly showcase the clarity of drunken Qingzhou, Consort Zhen replied. Xiao Wengshuan seemed to like the glass goblets very much, almost reluctant to put them down. That's a good point. They are indeed perfect for drinking wine, but there seem to be too few of them. What's the difficulty in that? Consort Zhen smiled. I'll just ask him to send more. That wouldn't be appropriate. Qingzhou is facing such a crisis, and I'm taking his things for free, Xiao Wengshuan said. Consort Zhen chuckled. Your Majesty's words today are worth countless glass goblets. How could it be considered taking for free? Xiao Wengshuan laughed heartily. Consort Zhen had always been clever, and her words were always pleasing. After spending some time in the Bishui Pavilion, Xiao Wengshuan left with the glass goblets. Even so, he still wanted to help Xiao Ming. After all, the barbarians' southern invasion wasn't just Xiao Ming's problem. It concerned the safety of the entire Great Yu Empire. However, just 3 days later, a memorial made it clear what Xiao Ming needed now. My esteemed ministers, you have all read Prince Qi's memorial. The evidence is clear. The barbarians have colluded with the noble families of Qingzhou to attack Kangzhou this autumn. What should we do about this? In the Chengqing Hall, Xiao Wengshuan sat on the throne, with ministers lined up on both sides of the steps. On the left were civil officials, and on the right were military officials. The crown prince and other princes stood at the front. Your Majesty, the barbarians' annual tribute demands have been increasing year by year. We have already ceded territories like Yuzhou to them, yet they remain unsatisfied. Their greed knows no bounds, and their desire to destroy our great Yu Empire remains unquenched. This time we must not yield. Only by fighting can we deter these savages. A minister in a purple robe stepped forward, his voice impassioned. As soon as he finished speaking, another minister stepped forward. General Luo Xin, you are mistaken. The barbarians are merely preparing to demand more tribute, as they have done in previous years. A little silver will suffice to appease them. Going to war would only waste resources and harm the people. I urge your majesty to reconsider. Minister Qi, how much more tribute must we give over the years? We have given enough. The barbarians fear strength, not kindness. The more tribute we give, the stronger their armies become. Their horses grow stronger, their supplies more abundant, and their weapons sharper. If this continues, the great Yu Empire will fall, and you, Qi Hao, will be remembered as a traitor for all eternity. Luo Xin glared, his voice filled with anger. Qi Hao's face turned red with rage. General Luo, you have no idea how expensive it is to run a household. Have you calculated how much silver a war would cost, how many soldiers would die? Most importantly, can we even win? Even Prince Zhao, with his formidable forces, struggles against the barbarians. Who can stand against them in Kangzhou exactly? If not for the annual tribute, would the barbarians have withdrawn when Prince Zhao's Liangzhu was besieged? A bunch of cowards. It's because of you that the barbarians have grown so ireful. You fools, stupid warmongers. As the two argued, the court descended into chaos, with ministers hurling accusations at each other. Enough, Zhao Wengshuan roared. As always, whenever the barbarians were mentioned, the ministers split into two factions, those advocating for war and those advocating for peace. Since his ascension to the throne, the barbarians had grown increasingly ireful. At that time, his reign was still unstable, and the barbarians took advantage of the situation, capturing territories like Yuzhou. Losing the strategic pass of Shanhaiguan, he had no choice but to negotiate a truce with the barbarians, ceding cities like Yuzhou in exchange for time to stabilize his rule. At the same time, he rebuilt Kangzhou to block further barbarian incursions. He understood that even if he didn't cede these cities, he couldn't hold them. Moreover, he risked losing Qingzhou and even the regions north of the Yangtze River. Adding to this, King Wei had pleaded with him at the time, and Zhao Wengshuan himself feared the barbarians. In the end, he agreed to pay annual tribute under the advice of the peace faction. For a while, this arrangement maintained peace. However, the barbarians' greed knew no bounds. Even after receiving tribute, they continued to harass the borders, repeatedly demanding more. The tribute gradually became a heavy burden on the great Yu Empire. By the time his rule was secure, the barbarians, enriched by the tribute, had grown even stronger, while the great Yu Empire grew weaker. The voices of the peace faction in the court grew louder. Zhao Wengshuan understood the fear in his ministers' hearts. It was the same fear he felt. After all, spending silver was better than losing wealth and status. But now, with the barbarians invading again, he had no way out. He could only fight to stop the war. The ministers fell silent at Zhao Wengshuan's shout. Then Zhao Wengshuan said, Prince Qi's memorial makes it clear. This time, the barbarians have colluded with the noble families of Qingzhou to attack Kangzhou from within. This shows that the barbarians have been planning this for a long time. Their goal is not tribute, but to capture Kangzhou and threaten the heart of the Central Plains. The fertile lands of Jiangnan are the source of the great Yu Empire's food and wealth. If we lose them, the empire will be in grave danger. Your Majesty is wise. The fertile lands of Jiangnan must not be lost, a minister shouted. Your Majesty is wise, Luo Xin said, clasping his fists. At this point, the second prince spoke up. Father, we must be cautious. The barbarians are known for their feints. Perhaps this attack on Kangzhou is just a diversion, and their true target lies elsewhere. Even if we must fight, we shouldn't commit all our forces to Kangzhou. Instead, we should let Prince Qi defend Kangzhou while we wait and observe. Let Prince Qi defend Kangzhou. Have you forgotten how he fled back to Chang'an 3 years ago? The fourth prince suddenly interjected with a sneer. As soon as these words were spoken, the ministers in the hall erupted in mocking laughter. So, fourth brother, are you volunteering to defend Kangzhou? The crown prince asked, glancing sideways at the fourth prince. The fourth prince's face turned pale. I never said that. Kangzhou is Prince Qi's fiefdom after all. Outsiders shouldn't interfere. The glaring sunlight extended into the court, illuminating the fine dust particles floating in the air. The heated arguments between civil and military officials, as well as the princes, filled Zhao Wengshuan's heart with irritation. Like everyone else, he knew that the great Yu Empire was no match for the barbarians. When Prince Zhao had visited the capital recently, his words had been filled with apprehension about the barbarians. Although Prince Zhao's underlying message was a plea for more money and supplies from Zhao Wengshuan, it was clear that the once-mighty Zhao family, known as the Iron Curtain of the North, was showing signs of strain. Meanwhile, Prince Liang and Prince Yang were barely holding their own against the barbarians' constant raids. Over the years, the treasury's funds and the equipment from the artillery bureau had been funneled to these three northern princes. Coupled with the annual tribute payments, the Great Yu Empire's treasury was now empty, leaving no resources to support Xiao Ming. This was precisely why the Imperial Guards couldn't be deployed lightly. They were the last line of defense for Chang'an. Thus, the second prince's words resonated deeply with Xiao Wengshuan, while the fourth prince's remarks displeased him. The crown prince's retort to the fourth prince was exactly what Xiao Wengshuan himself wanted to say. Enough, stop arguing. I have made my decision. We cannot increase the tribute this time. The treasury is already in deficit, and we have no money left to give to the barbarians. Moreover, constant concessions will only make the barbarians despise the Great Yu Empire even more. This time, we do not seek to defeat the barbarians, but to make them understand that the Great Yu Empire cannot be pushed around. Your Majesty is wise, Luo Quan and other military officials shouted in unison. Meanwhile, many civil officials looked as if they were mourning a great loss, their faces pale with fear. They dreaded the possibility of the barbarians reaching Chang'an, where they would lose their wealth and the comforts of their luxurious lives. Your Majesty, we cannot fight. Kui Hao suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Following him, half of the civil officials also knelt, shouting, Your Majesty, we cannot fight. Once the conflict begins, the Great Yu Empire will never know peace again. The nation will be destroyed, Your Majesty, we cannot fight. At this point, even some military officials knelt down. A surge of anger rose in Xiao Wengshuan's heart. In the past, only civil officials had been like this, but now even military officials were cowering in fear of the barbarians. He suddenly felt a deep sense of sorrow. When had the Great Yu Empire become filled with cowards and those who sought only to survive? Father, I have a plan that can both stop the barbarians from advancing south and prevent them from blaming the court. The third prince suddenly spoke up. Xiao Wengshuan's eyes lit up. Speak quickly. Father, this plan is not suitable to discuss in open court. The third prince hesitated. Xiao Wengshuan waved his hand and said to the ministers, Court is dismissed. We will discuss this matter again tomorrow. Yes, Your Majesty. The ministers rose and left the Chang'an hall in an orderly manner. Once the ministers had left, only the third prince remained in the hall. Xiao Wengshuan then asked, What is your plan? It's quite simple. This time, the barbarians are advancing south merely to demand more tribute, using the threat of attacking Kangzhou and the heart of the Central Plains as leverage. Kangzhou is Prince Qi's fiefdom, and further south is King Wei's territory. To protect their own lands, Prince Qi and King Wei will naturally fight the barbarians with all their might. If they can hold Kangzhou, the barbarians will retreat in disgrace. If Prince Qi and King Wei cannot hold Kangzhou, we can still negotiate peace with the barbarians before the city falls. After all, if even Prince Qi and King Wei combined cannot stop the barbarians, the Imperial Guards and the armies of other princes, rushing from thousands of miles away, will be of little use. By then, the Great Yu Empire will be in grave danger. At that point, we can publicly declare that Prince Qi and King Wei acted without imperial orders and punish them to appease the barbarians, securing peace for the Great Yu Empire, the third prince explained slowly. After presenting his plan, the third prince looked somewhat pleased with himself. In his view, this was the most sensible course of action. Scoundrel. How could I have such a venomous son? Xiao Wengshuan suddenly erupted, grabbing a memorial and hurling it at the third prince. You are asking me to betray my brothers, my son, and the entire empire. I, Xiao Wengshuan, may not be as wise as the founding emperor, but I would never stoop to such despicable acts. The third prince remained calm, as if he had anticipated Xiao Wengshuan's reaction. He said, Father, didn't you see it clearly in court today? The peace faction is backed by Prince Zhao, Prince Liang, and Prince Yang. They are the ones who fear the barbarians. If you insist on going to war, the northern princes and the Great Yu Empire will become estranged. Xiao Wengshuan's expression changed. Over the years, the relationship between the imperial family and the various princes had grown increasingly distant, no longer as close as it had been during the founding emperor's reign. This was especially true for the non-imperial princes. After several generations, their ties to the imperial family had weakened, and they no longer fully obeyed the emperor's commands. This was why, since the founding emperor's time, the emperors of the Great Yu Empire had maintained relationships with the princes through marriages. The third prince's words were not impossible. Everyone in the Great Yu Empire knew that Xiao Wengshuan and Prince Zhao were as close as brothers, but in reality, the more they acted this way, the more their relationship was a facade. Prince Zhao was the northern shield of the empire. If he secretly colluded with the barbarians, the barbarian army could march straight to Chang'an. This was precisely why Xiao Wengshuan was so wary of Prince Zhao. Making Empress Zhao the empress and her nephew the crown prince were both attempts to placate Prince Zhao. After all, among the various princes, Prince Zhao's army was the most formidable. Used correctly, he was a valuable asset. Used incorrectly, he was a deadly weapon. The same was true for Prince Liang and Prince Yang. Over the years, the treasury had given these three princes a great deal of silver to defend against the barbarians. If they were to turn against the empire now, at this thought, Xiao Wengshuan couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. His earlier determination began to cool. Now in his 50s, he no longer had the fiery passion of his youth. As he calmed down, he suddenly felt a sense of dread. He didn't want to lose the throne or the wealth and luxury before him. The third prince observed Xiao Wengshuan's expression and sneered inwardly. He knew his father too well. Xiao Wengshuan loved the throne more than anything else. Father, the barbarians have repeatedly harassed us. This time, we cannot let them go unpunished. But if we engage in a full-scale war with the barbarians, the great Yu Empire risks falling apart. After all, the princes each have their own agendas. That's why I proposed this plan. It is all for the sake of the great Yu Empire and for you, Father. Besides, at that time, it would only be a pretense of punishment to appease the barbarians, the third prince said again. Xiao Wengshuan felt a wave of exhaustion. He waved his hand. Let me think about it carefully. You may leave now. The third prince bowed and left. Outside the Imperial palace, Li Zhang was waiting for the third prince, Xiao Zhen. Seeing him emerge from the palace, Li Zhang stepped forward and asked, Your Highness, how did it go? I've said everything that needed to be said. Given father's temperament, he will surely adopt my plan. The third prince gently fanned himself with a paper fan, exuding confidence. Li Zhang, upon hearing this, revealed a sly smile. Your Highness, this is a plan that kills two birds with one stone. The most important target is King Wei. When the barbarians invade, neither King Wei nor Prince Qi will be able to stop them. Once Qi and Wei fall, the barbarians, driven by their greed, will inevitably continue to seize the remaining lands in the north. The territories north of the Yangtze River will be lost. Therefore, if we can take this opportunity to weaken King Wei, the fertile land south of the Yangtze will belong to your uncle, King Chu. When the time comes, all we need to do is wait for the right moment. If the barbarians reach the gates of Chang'an, the emperor will have only two options: perish with the city or flee to Linen and establish a new capital. At that point, he will have no choice but to rely on your uncle. How could the throne escape you then? And if, by misfortune, the emperor perishes, your highness can ascend to the throne with your uncle's support. My uncle has already mentioned this in his letter. I never expected his vision to be so far-reaching. I only hope the barbarians don't just raid and retreat this time, the third prince said with a cold smile. Li Zhang chuckled. They certainly won't. According to my sources, the barbarians have already ceased hostilities with the Ottoman Empire. This time they won't retreat easily. The fate of the north is sealed. The barbarians are poor at naval warfare, so the natural barrier of the Yangtze River will ensure our safety. Your Highness should not hesitate any longer and must make preparations early. The third prince sighed softly. Very well. Once I ascend the throne in Linen, I will work diligently to gradually reclaim the lost northern territories. Your Highness is wise, Li Zhang said with a smile. The next day during the morning court session, after a night of contemplation, Xiao Wengshuan addressed the civil and military officials. The matter of the barbarians' southern invasion requires careful consideration. After all, the great Yu Empire and the barbarians are currently at peace, and we should not make rash assumptions. Prince Qi and King Wei, as feudal lords, are responsible for defending their territories. If the barbarians invade, they must resist with all their might to show the barbarians the strength of the great Yu Empire. If the two princes cannot hold them off, we will negotiate peace and increase the tribute to appease the barbarians. Meanwhile, the other princes must also strengthen their defenses. If the barbarians remain unreasonable, we will fight them to the death. Your Majesty is wise, Qi Hao and other ministers exclaimed with joy. Luo Quan clenched his fists, ready to speak again, but a fellow military official beside him shook his head subtly. From Xiao Wengshuan's expression, it was clear that he had already compromised. The crown prince and other princes remained silent, each harboring their own plans. Prince Zhao had instructed the crown prince to side with the peace faction, and though he did not speak, many of the peace-seeking ministers were his allies. In Prince Zhao's view, Xiao Wengshuan was aging, and in a few years the crown prince would ascend the throne. Therefore, it was crucial to stabilize the barbarians and preserve the northern territories until he could secure his rule. The fourth prince, backed by Prince Liang, shared the same sentiment. If the barbarians invaded, it would be the northern princes who suffered, while the southern princes could use the opportunity to grow stronger. Thus, the northern princes were not foolish. If the barbarians truly invaded, their priority would be negotiation, with resistance as a secondary measure. However, Prince Qi has explicitly stated in his letter that his fiefdom lacks high-quality iron and coal. I believe we should not make things difficult for him. He should be allowed to purchase coal and iron within the great Yu Empire. Xiao Wengshuan spoke with a tone of resignation. This was the only way he could help Xiao Ming. The ministers raised no further objections. If the barbarians truly invaded, they could simply watch from the sidelines, letting Prince Qi and King Wei bear the brunt of the attack. If they failed, peace could be negotiated. This would show the barbarians that the Great Yu Empire was not an easy target. At that point, increasing the tribute and ceding Prince Qi and King Wei's territories could secure peace. If the barbarians refused to negotiate, then the Imperial guards could be mobilized for a decisive battle. After announcing this decision, Xiao Wengshuan seemed utterly exhausted and ordered the eunuch to dismiss the court. 3 days later, Qingzhou, a bunch of cowards. In the Prince Qi's mansion, Xiao Ming angrily threw the imperial edict from Chang'an to the ground. Pang Yukun was horrified and immediately picked it up. Your Highness, if the eunuch sees this, he will surely report your disrespect to His Majesty. What is there to fear? The barbarians are invading, and the Great Yu Empire is on the brink of disaster. And what are they doing? Each one is only thinking of their own interests. It's utterly absurd, laughable, and a disgrace to the entire world. Xiao Ming fumed. Along with the edict, a secret letter from Consort Zhen had arrived, detailing everything that had happened in the court. At least General Luo is a true man, Lu Fei said. General Luo may be righteous, but even he cannot stand against the traitors in the court. Xiao Ming retorted. Zhan Xingcheng pondered for a moment and said, Your Highness, the edict orders us to defend Kangzhou alone, with King Wei providing support. This plan is likely the poisonous scheme devised by the third prince. Mother mentioned that father was furious in the palace that day, so it must be true. My third brother is probably already dreaming of the north falling, and him ascending the throne in linen. Exactly. This plan is primarily aimed at weakening King Wei. We are merely collateral damage, Zhan Xingcheng explained. From the perspective of the other ministers and princes, it's clear that Prince Zhao, Prince Liang, and Prince Yang have no intention of getting involved in the defense of Kangzhou. As long as their own fiefdoms remain safe, that's all that matters to them. Pang Yukun nodded. Xingcheng is right. It seems the fate of Prince Kang has now fallen upon us. Xiao Ming nodded as well. Back when the barbarians attacked Shanhaiguan, the court in Chang'an had acted no differently, sacrificing one fiefdom in exchange for 10 years of peace. Unfortunately, Prince Kang, a wise and noble ruler, chose to take his own life in his mansion rather than surrender. I will not let Prince Kang's tragedy repeat itself in Kingzhou. At least there's one piece of good news. Father has agreed to let us purchase high-quality iron and coal from other provinces, Xiao Ming said. He had never expected help from others, and the recent court confrontation between Xiao Wengshuan and the various princes only confirmed this. Zhan Xingcheng said, Your Highness, now is the time to demand money, grain, iron, and coal from King Wei. Otherwise, defending Kangzhou will be extremely difficult. Ha ha ha, you're absolutely right. Xiao Ming suddenly burst into laughter. Zhan Xingcheng was indeed cunning. At this moment, King Wei must be furious. He probably never expected that his smooth-sailing reign would be betrayed by the other princes. As the first line of defense against the barbarians, King Wei would undoubtedly hope that Xiao Ming could hold Kangzhou. Therefore, asking for some support wouldn't be unreasonable. Pang Yukun forced a bitter smile. Your Highness, the entire court is plotting against you. How can you still laugh even if we secure the money and grain? Resisting the barbarians will likely cost us dearly. Chief Secretary Pang, there's no need to look so gloomy. I'm just laughing bitterly. It's clear now that Father won't send a single soldier to Kangzhou. We have no choice but to rely on ourselves. At this point, all we can do is give it our best and leave the rest to fate. Since that's the case, why not go all out? Not only will I demand money and grain from King Wei, but I'll also demand them from Father. Those who want to watch me fail will have to pay for the show. Xiao Ming, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly stopped and spoke seriously. Lu Fei cursed, Your Highness is right. Those bastards want to sit back and reap the benefits. No way. Pang Yukun sighed deeply, feeling sorrow for the Great Yu Empire. This incident had revealed the true intentions of the non-imperial princes. Even Xiao Wengshuan could no longer issue decrees entirely according to his own will. Ignoring Pang Yukun, who he found too verbose, Lu Fei asked, So, Your Highness, are you planning to go to Jinling City to find King Wei? Why should I go to him? King Wei will come to me. Xiao Ming chuckled. In Jinling City, at King Wei's mansion. Just as Xiao Ming had predicted, King Wei was furious after receiving the imperial edict. The servants in the mansion were all trembling with fear. Third brother, why are you so angry? Princess Pingyang, who was still staying in Jinling City, had been startled by King Wei's shouting and came to see what was happening. She soon learned that King Wei had received news from Chang'an, ordering him and Prince Qi to defend Kangzhou at all costs. King Wei's face was red with anger. HMPH. It's obvious that the court has been manipulated by the other princes. They want to deliberately weaken my forces and force me into direct conflict with the barbarians. And my brother, the emperor, how could he fall for that third prince's poisonous scheme? That third prince truly lives up to his nickname, Venomous Snake. His plan is indeed ruthless, but it also hits the emperor's weak spot. I know my brother well. He cares most about his throne. At his age, he just wants a few more years of peace and stability, Princess Pingyang said. King Wei fumed. He gets to enjoy peace. But what about me if Kangzhou falls and the barbarians cross Kingzhou? Where will I have left to stand? My brother has been blinded by these people. This plan harms two imperial princes and further weakens the royal family. Princess Pingyang frowned. King Wei had hit the nail on the head. If Prince Qi and King Wei were destroyed, the only remaining imperial prince would be Prince Yang. I suppose my brother had no choice. Look at the ministers advocating for peace. Almost all of them are aligned with Prince Zhao, Prince Liang, and Prince Yang. If my brother insisted on war, he risked these princes not only refusing to help the royal family but even aiding the barbarians. Besides, the barbarians invading Kangzhou is ultimately Prince Qi's problem. After all, when the barbarians invaded Prince Zhao's territory in the past, he had to handle it alone, Princess Pingyang explained. King Wei slowly exhaled. Princess Pingyang's words left him speechless. When the barbarians had attacked Prince Zhao in the past, he too had stood by and watched. However, back then, Zhao Wengshuan had provided money, grain, and equipment. Fine, it seems I have no way out this time. If Prince Qi can't hold Kangzhou, I may not be able to defend my own territory either. Princess Pingyang smiled. Actually, brother, you don't need to worry too much. If Prince Qi can hold Kangzhou, the great Yu Empire will remain stable. He can hold Kangzhou. King Wei sneered. Although Prince Qi has done some impressive things recently, it all seems a bit childish. Brother, while that may be true, if you want to minimize the losses in Wei, you'll have to set aside your prejudices and help Prince Qi. Let him do the heavy fighting for you. That way you'll have fewer problems to deal with. King Wei nodded. That's a good point. It seems I'll have to make another trip to Kingzhou to discuss this matter with Prince Qi. Indeed. If that's the case, I'll have my people in the court stop causing trouble for Zhao Ming over the noble families, Princess Pingyang said. This Prince Qi really doesn't know if he's unlucky or fortunate. A few days later, a large fleet set sail from Jinling City, slowly making its way to Kingzhou. 3 days later, the fleet arrived at the docks outside Kingzhou City. At the docks, Zhao Ming was waiting on horseback. Just as he had expected, King Wei couldn't wait to see him. Nephew. King Wei disembarked from the ship and rushed toward Zhao Ming, embracing him tightly when he reached him. Zhao Ming coughed. Third uncle, you're going to crush me. King Wei laughed heartily and patted Zhao Ming's shoulder. Nephew, you've gotten so thin. This time your uncle has brought you many good things to help you regain your strength. As he spoke, he glanced back at the crates being unloaded from the ship. Zhao Ming clasped his hands in gratitude. If that's the case, then I thank you, uncle. No need for thanks. I'm sure you understand why I'm here this time. I may have to rely on you quite a bit, King Wei said. Zhao Ming smiled. So, uncle, you've heard the news too. Those good-for-nothings in Chang'an are so scared of the barbarians they can't even keep their pants on. This time, they're making the two of us face the barbarians. It's outrageous. King Wei was equally furious. Exactly. If I had been in court, I would have drawn my sword and cut down those cowards. As they walked and talked, it was now noon. Zhao Ming said, Third uncle, I've prepared a banquet by the lotus pond outside the city. Why don't we go there? King Wei was taken aback. He knew about Zhao Ming's execution of the local noble families by the lotus pond. By arranging the banquet there, Zhao Ming was likely reminding him that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Forcing an awkward laugh, King Wei pretended not to understand and said, Let's go. It's good to be outside. Enjoying the scenery while eating is wonderful, just wonderful. Surrounded by their guards, the two arrived at the lotus pond, where a banquet had already been set up. Servants were bustling about. Zhao Ming invited King Wei to sit down and then said, It's just a simple meal. I hope you don't mind, uncle. King Wei glanced at the many dishes he had never seen before and said, Nephew, you're too modest. This visit isn't about the food, but about discussing how to deal with the barbarians' southern invasion. Zhao Ming pretended not to understand. Didn't father make it clear the two of us are to defend Kangzhou together? Since you're older and your fiefdom is much wealthier than my Kingzhou, naturally, you'll be the main force in defending Kangzhou. King Wei's expression tightened. He knew that even if Zhao Ming was foolish, he wouldn't be easily fooled on this matter. He said, That's true, but I'm afraid the battlefield is unpredictable. My troops have to travel a long distance and may not arrive in time. If we lose Kangzhou because of that, wouldn't it harm you, nephew by the lotus pond? The blood that once stained the ground had long been washed away by a heavy rain. The serene scenery made it impossible to tell that a brutal battle had taken place here not long ago. The King of Wei smiled as he watched Zhao Ming, waiting for his response. Third uncle, if Kangzhou cannot be held, can your fiefdom truly withstand the onslaught? or are you still counting on the kings of Yan and Chu to come to your rescue? Zhao Ming said coolly. Now, he no longer needed to spare the king of Wei's pride. The recent court debate had made it clear to him that the great Yu Empire was overrun with treacherous ministers, its vassal kings harboring nothing but malice, while his father, the emperor, clung to his lofty ambitions yet refused to relinquish his extravagant luxuries. No one could help him. He would have to endure this alone. The king of Wei looked awkward. Nephew, you know full well my relationship with the kings of Yan and Chu. If they don't take this chance to kick me while I'm down, I'd consider myself lucky. This time, I believe only by joining forces can we overcome this crisis together. Don't you agree? Zhao Ming thought this at least sounded reasonable. Before, the king of Wei's words had been nothing more than an attempt to use him as a pawn. Preparing for the barbarian invasion had kept Zhao Ming busy to the point of exhaustion. He said, "Third uncle, since you've come to Qingzhou, you must have a use for me. Let's speak plainly. You're here because you want my Qingzhou army to bear the brunt of defending Kangzhou while you conserve your forces, avoiding deployment unless absolutely necessary. After all, you still need to guard against the kings of Yan and Chu. Am I right?" The king of Wei froze. He hadn't expected Zhao Ming to be so direct. With a bitter smile, he dropped his usual jovial demeanor. It seemed his nephew could no longer be judged by his past self. "Since you've put it so bluntly, I won't mince words either. You must have seen through the schemes of those vassal kings, especially the king of Chu. He's likely waiting for the barbarians to sweep through the north, wiping out the other vassal kings for him. As for the kings of Zhao and the others, they clearly have no desire to provoke the barbarians, hence the seemingly contradictory decisions in court. Behind it all, this is nothing more than a struggle among the vassal kings." The king of Wei spoke slowly. He paused, then continued. The emperor was forced into a corner this time. Over the years, the imperial family has poured money and grain into resisting the barbarians, only to enrich the likes of the kings of Zhao, Liang, and Yang. Meanwhile, the southern vassal kings have grown fat off our efforts, growing stronger while the imperial family weakens. If the barbarians invade and destroy the two of us, the balance between the imperial family and the vassal kings will tip irreversibly. At that point, it would only be a matter of time before the throne changes hands. Zhao Ming nodded. The king of Wei's words struck at the heart of the matter. Clearly, this was a sinister plot by the vassal kings to further weaken the imperial family, paving the way for their own ambitions. After the first generation of vassal kings from the founding emperor's era passed, any semblance of loyalty between the imperial family and the vassal kings had vanished. Their ever-expanding ambitions in this brutal age would inevitably lead to endless turmoil. Third uncle sees things clearly, but as it stands, father has no other choice. Right now, he can only rely on us. If we hold firm, we can thwart their schemes, Zhao Ming said. The king of Wei had said all this to redirect Zhao Ming's resentment toward the other vassal kings, drawing them closer in alliance. He replied, "So you see, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you. I must also guard against unforeseen threats." Zhao Ming smirked inwardly. Had he been the original Zhao Ming, he might have actually considered this so-called imperial kinship. But the truth was he had no real ties to the king of Wei, or even Emperor Zhao Wengshuan. In Chang'an, the only person he cared about was consort Zhen, his mother in this life, who still treated him with maternal concern. As for defending Kangzhou, he truly didn't want the king of Wei's men involved. The man was more than capable of stabbing him in the back. He sighed. "I was too naive. Third uncle's foresight is truly profound. In that case, I'll lead the Qingzhou army to defend the city with all our might. If we're overwhelmed, I hope you'll reinforce us in time." The king of Wei was overjoyed but kept his expression neutral. Feigning emotion, he grasped Zhao Ming's hand. "Nephew, if we repel the barbarians, I'll personally commend your merits to the emperor." Zhao Ming smiled politely, then shifted the topic. "I must thank third uncle for this. While I can defend Kangzhou, you must have seen my memorial to Chang'an. I'll need your help with this matter." The king of Wei's hand twitched. Last time Zhao Ming had extorted a hefty sum from him. Was he about to demand more now? But since he needed Zhao Ming to hold off the barbarians, he couldn't refuse. Reluctantly, he said, "I do have some iron and coal. If you need them, I'll have them sent to Qingzhou. Then I must thank you again, third uncle. With enough iron and coal, Kangzhou might still stand a chance. Otherwise, even if I wish to defend it for you, I fear I won't have the strength," Zhao Ming sighed. The king of Wei's lips twitched. He had planned to offer a token amount to placate Zhao Ming, but now he didn't dare. Iron and coal were just a matter of silver, and the king of Wei was known as the wealthiest man in the empire. He could afford it. But if the barbarians breached his lands, his losses would be catastrophic. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Don't worry, nephew. Even if I have to buy it, I'll ensure you have enough iron and coal. Again, my deepest gratitude, third uncle. Now let's eat and drink." The banquet was ready. Zhao Ming raised his cup, inviting the king of Wei to join him. As he drank, Xiao Ming glanced at the King of Wei, only to find the king glancing back at him. The two exchanged a smile, one a seasoned fox, the other a young one. For this banquet, Xiao Ming had the palace kitchen prepare many dishes he had personally taught them. The King of Wei, a known gourmand, savored every bite, praising the flavors endlessly. By the end of the feast, the King of Wei was thoroughly satisfied. Having arrived in Qingzhou at noon, the King of Wei couldn't possibly return today. Xiao Ming instructed Ziwen to arrange accommodations for him in the palace. Unlike last time, after tasting such delicacies, the King of Wei was inclined to linger in Qingzhou for a few more days and didn't refuse the arrangement. With the King of Wei's promise, the Qingzhou army's shortage of ore would be temporarily alleviated, but for Xiao Ming, this was far from enough. In this era, even in the King of Wei's fiefdom, the output of coal and iron was pitifully low. The entire Great Yu Empire's annual production likely couldn't meet Qingzhou's current demands. After all, in the modern world, a single steel mill's yearly output could surpass the entire ancient world's combined production. Your Highness, next should be the King of Yang. Right after the banquet ended, the King of Wei, surrounded by his guards, retired to the palace. At this moment, Zhan Xingcheng suddenly spoke to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming nodded. This time, being forced to play the fool and defend Qingzhou, he certainly wouldn't do it without sufficient benefits. From south to north, east to west, he intended to extort them all. Even if he couldn't get anything, he would at least send letters. At a time like this, expecting him to spend silver to buy coal and iron was nothing short of treachery. He could easily use this as grounds to complain to Xiao Wengshuan. Right, the King of Yang, the King of Zhao, the King of Yan, none of them should be spared. Send letters to all of them. Whoever refuses to contribute will submit memorials to Chang'an, Xiao Ming said. His memorial had mentioned using silver to purchase supplies, but the premise was that the other vassal kings would send troops in support. Now, with him standing alone, if they weren't willing to pay for his efforts, who would willingly play the fool? Zhan Xingcheng smirked mischievously. Your Highness, leave this matter to me. I'll make sure these vassal kings cough up something. Xiao Ming had full confidence in this cunning advisor. Go ahead, if you succeed, this prince will reward you handsomely. Acknowledging the order, Zhan Xingcheng and Pang Yukun headed to the governor's office. Xiao Ming then made his way to Qingzhou City. With the King of Wei here, he would undoubtedly try to gather intelligence about the city. Xiao Ming needed Li San to stay vigilant, especially regarding the artillery molds being crafted in the armaments department. Before submitting his memorial to Chang'an, he had already summoned Chen Qi to study the issue of artillery molds day and night. Given the current situation, bronze cannons were out of the question. He couldn't afford them. Even if he gathered all the copper in his fiefdom, he could only produce a few at most. Bronze cannons weren't much better. Qingzhou lacked significant reserves of copper, lead, or tin. After much deliberation, he could only opt for cast-iron cannons. Although cast-iron cannons were less durable than bronze or copper ones and more prone to sudden explosions, given the short time frame, this was the only way to produce more artillery. Thanks to blast furnace iron smelting and crucible steelmaking, Qingzhou's steel output had increased dramatically. Moreover, the knowledge repository contained ready-made information on cast-iron cannons. He didn't need to go through the trial-and-error phase of early cannon development, but could directly apply mature casting techniques to produce them. Even so, some technical challenges remained insurmountable. The success rate for cast-iron cannons was estimated at only 30-40. In other words, for every 10 cannons produced, only 3 or 4 would be usable, as many barrels would crack during cooling due to thermal expansion and contraction. The internal mold water cooling technique required to ensure barrel integrity was beyond Qingzhou's current capabilities. They would need steam engines before even considering it. As Xiao Ming had anticipated, the King of Wei was not one to sit idly by in Qingzhou. His men were busy gathering information about recent interesting events in the city. Naturally, most of what they learned revolved around the noble families, followed by novelties like newspapers and glass. Newspapers, how intriguing. Newspapers were plentiful in the Qi Palace, and the King of Wei easily obtained a copy from Xiao Ming to peruse. Xiao Ming stayed close to the King of Wei, doing his best to keep this restless uncle in check. Rather than letting him snoop around, it was better to show him what could be revealed. Third uncle, if you like it, you could try something similar in your fiefdom, Xiao Ming said, subtly leading the King of Wei into a trap. The reason he could publish newspapers was due to movable type printing and advanced papermaking techniques. That won't be necessary, though it's similar to the notices at the city gates. The King of Wei was no fool. The identical script in the newspapers clearly wasn't handwritten by scholars. Xiao Ming undoubtedly had a special method, but the King of Wei wasn't particularly interested. To him, letting commoners know so much was pointless. After glancing at the newspaper, the King of Wei picked up a piece of glass. Nephew, the barbarian invasion must have hit your business hard. No, with war looming, merchants usually fled from danger, especially since most were connected to various vassal kings. Yet far from declining, Qingzhu's commerce seemed more bustling than ever. Merchants worried about the war speculated that if Qingzhou fell, its goods would become rare treasures, driving prices sky high. Indeed, it has. My Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce has actually been earning more silver lately. We've received plenty of goods in lieu of payment: grain, copper, iron, cloth, and the like. That's precisely why I dared defend Qingzhou. The king of Wei seethed inwardly. He didn't know what evil spirit had possessed this kid, but lately everything seemed to go his way. Meanwhile, despite his earlier maneuvering, the king of Wei found himself plagued by misfortune. This glass is quite remarkable. I'd like to buy some on my return. How much do you have left? The king of Wei changed the subject. Once glass production scaled up and artisans honed their skills, output increased rapidly. Qingzhou now had a substantial stockpile. Third uncle, you can have as much as you want, Xiao Ming replied. The king of Wei nodded, enamored with the glass. He planned to use it lavishly to decorate his palace upon returning. However, he had also heard that glass wasn't cheap. A single bottle cost at least 20 or 30 taels of silver. In truth, another reason Xiao Ming stayed close to the king of Wei was to ensure he quickly sent someone back to his fiefdom to arrange the delivery of coal and iron. Having seen Qingzhou's novelties, the king of Wei was somewhat satisfied. Yet he knew Qingzhou's real secrets lay in the armaments department, a place no outsider had ever entered. Very well. I'll have someone prepare silver to exchange for glass and gather iron and coal to send to Qingzhou, the king of Wei said slowly. Summoning a guard, he whispered a few instructions, and the man departed. Then the king of Wei turned to Xiao Ming. Nephew, if the barbarians breach Qingzhou, your prosperous Qingzhou will be lost. Soap, glass, fine wine, all will become extinct. The great Yu Empire's vibrant world will be destroyed. By then, no matter how much you have, there will be nowhere to sell it. Third uncle speaks wisely, Xiao Ming said lazily. This was precisely why he had to defend Qingzhou at all costs. The great Yu Empire couldn't afford chaos, not yet. If order collapsed, where would he sell his goods without silver? How could he develop his fiefdom at the very least? He and the king of Wei shared a common goal this time, to temporarily maintain the empire's fragile balance for their own ends. As they spoke, Ziyuan called from outside the door, Your Highness. What is it? Xiao Ming asked. There's a man named Luo Xin at the gate requesting an audience. He claims to be the son of General Luo Quan. The king of Wei spat out his tea. Luo Xin. Xiao Ming was also slightly startled. Luo Quan was the leading figure of the great Yu Empire's hawkish faction. Every time the barbarians invaded, General Luo Quan was always the first to advocate for war. In fact, this general had clashed with the barbarians multiple times, with victories and defeats evenly split, earning him immense prestige within the Imperial army. Luo Xin was Luo Quan's second son. Back in Chang'an, Xiao Ming and Luo Xin had been quite familiar with each other, though not in a friendly way. Rather, they had been mutually antagonistic. At the time, Luo Xin had despised Xiao Ming's reckless behavior in Chang'an. On several occasions, Luo Xin had thwarted Xiao Ming's attempts to forcibly take common women for himself. The king of Wei composed himself and sighed. General Luo is truly a pillar of the state. He must have sent Luo Xin here to assist your highness. General Luo has always advocated using war to stop war against the barbarians. Unfortunately, his stance is too lofty and few support him. This time he must be acting out of sheer desperation, Xiao Ming said. He then turned to Ziwei. Bring him in at once. Ziwei acknowledged the order and soon returned with a young man in military attire, his features sharp and heroic. This was none other than Luo Quan's son, Luo Xin. Luo Xin pays his respects to His Highness the Prince of Qi and His Highness the King of Wei. Noticing the King of Wei in the main hall, Luo Xin was momentarily surprised but quickly bowed. Xiao Ming stood and helped Luo Xin up. No need for formalities, second brother. Seeing you here in Qingzhou brings me great joy. Please take a seat. Luo Xin bowed again before sitting down in the lower seat. The King of Wei smiled. Second brother, what brings you to Qingzhou? Though they had speculated earlier, they still needed to confirm Luo Xin's purpose for coming. Luo Xin replied, with the barbarians invading and the court filled with voices advocating peace, my father could no longer stand it. He sent me to Qingzhou to assist your highness in thwarting the barbarians' southern advance, just as I thought. General Luo is truly wise and righteous. This prince deeply admires him. I too will spare no effort in this matter. Second brother, if you don't mind, why not join my army? We can plan our resistance together, the King of Wei said with a hearty laugh. Luo Xin's expression shifted slightly. His father had explicitly instructed him to come to Qingzhou to assist Xiao Ming, not the King of Wei. The King of Wei's words put him in an awkward position. Xiao Ming inwardly cursed the King of Wei for his shamelessness, which was truly unparalleled in the world. No wonder the King of Wei had thrived. His sheer audacity was enough to guarantee his success. He glanced sideways at the King of Wei. Third uncle, second brother clearly stated he's here to assist me. Isn't it inappropriate for you to poach him like this unless, of course, you're planning to lead the Wei army to defend the city in my stead? I was merely making conversation. Just idle talk. The King of Wei immediately deflated. As the saying went, a tiger father does not beget a dog son. Luo Xin had inherited his father's martial prowess. Having followed General Luo Quan onto the battlefield and personally fought the barbarians, he was well-versed in countering them. Moreover, Luo Xin was renowned for his exceptional combat skills. Ordinary generals were no match for him. Once, he had single-handedly charged into barbarian ranks to behead a centurion, earning widespread fame. It was precisely for this reason that the King of Wei had shamelessly tried to recruit him. Luo Xin's eyes flickered between Xiao Ming and the King of Wei. He was not just brave, but also astute, recognizing that the apparent harmony between the two was merely superficial. This aligned perfectly with his father's warning. The King of Wei would not genuinely resist the barbarians and would undoubtedly use Xiao Ming as cannon fodder. Though the vassal kings of different surnames harbored their own schemes, the imperial vassal kings were no different. The two were bound to engage in covert struggles over this matter. That was why his father had instructed him to go directly to Qingzhou, because no matter what, Qingzhou was part of Xiao Ming's fiefdom. There was no escaping this fate. Ignoring the King of Wei, Xiao Ming addressed Luo Xin. Second brother, with the barbarians invading, Qingzhou is sorely lacking in talent. Your arrival is truly timely. As for my past offenses in Chang'an, I hope you can forgive me. Luo Xin's impression of Xiao Ming was still rooted in their Chang'an days. Had his father not ordered him to come, he would never have willingly served under Xiao Ming. Still, he thought that once the barbarian crisis was resolved, he could return home. Enduring this temporarily was bearable. He said, Your Highness, as long as we can stop the barbarians, let's not dwell on past trivialities. Xiao Ming nodded. Well said. I'll have Colonel Lu Fei come over to take you to the army for an inspection. Luo Xin agreed. He had little to say to Xiao Ming and preferred to see the state of the Qingzhou army's training firsthand. The King of Wei seemed deflated, clearly displeased that Luo Xin would remain with the Qingzhou army. This barbarian invasion had indeed brought Xiao Ming no small number of advantages. Xiao Ming immediately sent for Lu Fei. With war imminent, Lu Fei alone might not be enough to handle everything. Though he wasn't familiar with Luo Xin either, the man was a figure of renown. If he could be of use, all the better. Your Highness, you summoned me moments later. Lu Fei arrived in the main hall. He had been training the Qingzhou army and was still clad in his plate armor. The heavy armor, combined with his towering and muscular frame, made Lu Fei appear exceptionally fierce. Upon seeing Lu Fei, Luo Xin seemed intrigued, his expression brightening with excitement. His eyes first swept over Lu Fei's plate armor before settling on the man himself. So this is the Colonel Lu Fei who retook Qingzhou 3 years ago. Truly, meeting you in person surpasses hearing your name. You are indeed a formidable warrior, Luo Xin said. Lu Fei studied Luo Xin, noting his Imperial army uniform, and looked puzzled. And this is Luo Xin, the second son of General Luo Quan, Xiao Ming explained. Lu Fei exclaimed in honor, so you're the renowned Colonel Luo Xin. The two instantly recognized a kindred spirit in each other. Xiao Ming said, Colonel Luo has come to Qingzhou to assist us in resisting the barbarians. For the foreseeable future, he'll be working alongside you in the Qingzhou army. Take good care of him. Hearing this, Lu Fei beamed. Your Highness, rest assured, Colonel Luo is our guest. This general will ensure he's well looked after. Colonel Lu, there's no need for formalities. I'm here to assist His Highness. You remain in command of the army. Simply let me know where I'm needed, Luo Xin said. Watching the three interact so warmly, the King of Wei grew increasingly sour. He said, Nephew, I won't linger in Qingzhou any longer. I'll return tomorrow to expedite the delivery of iron and coal. I trust you'll do everything in your to hold Qingzhou. Xiao Ming couldn't wait for him to leave. He had no time to entertain him now. Third uncle, don't worry. I'll give it my all. The next day, the King of Wei and his grand fleet departed from Qingzhou's docks. Xiao Ming watched the fleet with envy, wondering when Qingzhou would have such a mighty fleet of its own. In Qingzhou's shipyard, his galleons were still under intense construction. He could only hope that, as Zhang Lang had promised, they would have 3 galleon warships by the end of the year. Once the cannons were mounted on the galleons, he would take his first step into the era of sailing warships. But the thought of cannons gave him another headache. The battlefield demanded a large number of them, which meant yet another heavy burden. It seemed that building a Erful navy truly required endless investment. After seeing off the King of Wei, Xiao Ming headed straight to the armaments department. Chen Qi and the craftsmen were busy casting iron molds. The knowledge repository in Xiao Ming's mind was filled with cannon casting methods. Naturally, Xiao Ming wouldn't repeat the mistakes of his predecessors. This time, he adopted the iron mold casting method, a technique that had existed since ancient times, but wasn't applied to cannon production until the Qing dynasty. The method itself wasn't technically difficult. The real challenge lay in the fact that current craftsmen simply hadn't thought of it. Sometimes, the difficulty wasn't the technology itself, but discovering it. Now Xiao Ming had taught Chen Qi and the others the complete iron mold casting technique. For these skilled craftsmen, mastering it was only a matter of time through experimentation. "Your Highness, we're currently making the clay cannon mold," Chen Qi said as soon as he noticed Xiao Ming's arrival. The cannon casting project had kept him awake for days, constantly pondering the method Xiao Ming had taught him. The weapon Xiao Ming called a cannon filled Chen Qi with excitement. As Xiao Ming had said, if the cannons were successfully cast, Chen Qi's name would go down in history. But after days of leading the craftsmen in attempts, he realized cannon production wasn't so simple. They had already failed several times just making the molds. Looking at the pile of failed clay molds, Xiao Ming asked, "Failed again?" Chen Qi looked exhausted and ashamed. "Your Highness, the craftsmen are still unfamiliar with the process. The clay molds keep failing, but now that they've gained some experience, I think we're close." Xiao Ming nodded and observed the craftsmen shaping the clay molds. The iron mold casting process began with dividing the cannon into 4 to 7 sections based on size and creating a clay model for each. Then, for each section, a 2-part iron mold was made using the clay model. The inner surface was smoothed with a turning tool to ensure precision before being dried for use. Pomade handles were embedded in the clay molds, becoming part of the iron mold during casting. To cast the iron mold, the first section, the cannon's muzzle, was placed upside down on a clay slab. One half of the mold was filled with clay and dried before being covered with another slab and clamped tightly for casting. Once the first half was cast, the process was repeated for the other half. This step-by-step method produced a complete set of interlocking iron molds. For actual cannon casting, the inner surface of the iron mold was coated first with a mixture of fine rice husk ash and sand, followed by a second layer of finely ground coal dust. The mold was then heated, the clay core inserted, and molten iron poured in. After solidification, the iron mold was immediately removed. While the cannon was still red-hot, burrs were cleaned and the clay core extracted, leaving the finished cannon. To reduce the risk of explosions, Xiao Ming planned to replace the clay core with a hollow ceramic one, injecting water into it to cool the barrel, a crude but effective method to improve quality. With Zhan Xingcheng handling the extortion of other vassal kings, Xiao Ming threw himself into the armaments department, determined to produce the cannons alongside Chen Qi. The barbarians' invasion would undoubtedly involve a massive force. To stop them from taking Kangzhou, they needed sturdy walls and Erfel cannons, enough to shock the barbarians into retreat. Unlike the fire tubes of the Great Yu Empire, Xiao Ming's cannons had a range of 3 to 4 li, enough to give the barbarians a nasty surprise. As Chen Qi had said, after days of failure, the craftsmen were finally getting the hang of it. Though no cannons had been cast yet, the production standards were already set. Xiao Ming categorized the cannons into 6-pounder, 9-pounder, 12-pounder, 18-pounder, 24-pounder, 32-pounder, and 42-pounder classes. Since these cannons were for city defense, heavy artillery was necessary. Xiao Ming opted for 18-pounders. Anything larger, like 32 or 42-pounders, would be overkill. Even 18-pounders could serve as naval guns. Besides, higher poundage cannons were bulkier and harder to transport. By the end of the day, half of the clay molds for the 18-pounder cannons were completed. The rest would have to wait until tomorrow. After the clay molds came the iron casting. At this rate, it would take at least 10 more days before the first cannon could be produced. Nearly 10 days had passed since receiving news of the barbarians' invasion. At this pace, the first cannon wouldn't be ready for another month, and the barbarians' invasion was likely only 5 months away, if not sooner. The thought made Xiao Ming work even harder. After leaving the armaments department, he returned to the palace, turning his attention to granulating gunpowder. As everyone knew, the more Erfel the gunpowder, the more devastating the cannon. Currently, the Great Yu Empire's gunpowder ratios were imprecise, but the formula itself was no secret, and the materials were easy to obtain. After dinner, Xiao Ming summoned Lu Tong. Gunpowder was a chemical matter, so Lu Tong was the obvious choice. Green rose and purple iris assisted, and the 5 of them worked in a side hall illuminated by lanterns. Before Xiao Ming were charcoal, saltpeter, sulfur, and a small scale. As he measured the ingredients, he instructed Lu Tong, "Grind these into dare, fine dare, be careful, this stuff explodes." Lu Tong paled, his hands trembling slightly. Since studying chemistry under Xiao Ming, he had learned that every chemical they handled was potentially lethal. Now Xiao Ming had him working on gunpowder, something with terrifying destructive The pressure was immense. But with the barbarians invading, he clenched his teeth and bore it. This was a matter of national vengeance. To defeat the barbarians, he'd do anything, even if it meant eating the gunpowder raw. Watching Lu Tong grit his teeth as if wrestling with the ingredients, Xiao Ming grew nervous. Gently, the finer the dare, the better. Don't use too much force. Are you trying to kill me, your highness? Will this gunpowder really explode in the dim night? Only the side hall of the palace was illuminated. Lu Luo, who was naturally timid, looked on the verge of tears. Ziyuan glared at Lu Tong. Shame on you, handpicked by his highness to study chemistry, yet you're so useless. Move aside, let me do it. Without waiting for a response, she took over Lu Tong's task and began carefully grinding the saltpeter. Lu Tong's expression turned awkward. As a man, how could he lose to a woman steadying himself? He silently picked up another rolling pin and resumed grinding. Xiao Ming had summoned Lu Tong tonight for Hansen instruction. Though gunpowder wasn't a secret in the Great Yu Empire, not everyone knew how to make it. The formula he was using, 1 part sulfur, 2 parts saltpeter, and 3 parts charcoal, was the optimal ratio for black dare. Over the past few days, Xiao Ming had researched the various gunpowder formulas used in the Great Yu Empire, only to find a chaotic mess of inconsistent ratios. Unsurprisingly, the resulting gunpowder was weak and unreliable. Thus, from the very beginning, his gunpowder would have an advantage. Naturally, Lu Tong was unaware of this formula. After tonight's lesson, he would not only understand it but also oversee gunpowder production. After all, casting cannons was one thing, but equipping them involved many other tasks. Gunpowder, cannonballs, and artillery mounts were all separate challenges. However, tonight's goal wasn't just to teach Lu Tong how to make traditional black dare. Xiao Ming intended to upgrade it further into granulated gunpowder, a method to enhance its potency. Granulated gunpowder had appeared in the West by the 15th century in his original world, so replicating it now wasn't technically difficult. Once Ziyuan and the others had ground the sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal into fine dare, Lu Tong mixed them according to Xiao Ming's specified ratio. Soon a small pile of black dare lay before them. Your Highness, is this it? Lu Tong asked excitedly. The process hadn't been dangerous at all. That's it. Xiao Ming had been exaggerating earlier to keep Lu Tong cautious. The real danger began now. Lu Tong had only heard of gunpowder before but had never seen it. Curious, he asked, Your Highness, how is this used? Qingzhu's first batch of gunpowder had been born under his hands, and Xiao Ming felt a thrill. He scooped up a small amount and carried it to a more distant spot. Then, lighting a small twig with a candle, he said like this. The moment the flame touched the dare hiss, a sharp crack rang out, followed by thick blue smoke and the acrid smell of gunpowder. Ah, Lu Luo, unprepared, screamed and hid behind Xiao Ming. Even the braver Ziyuan paled slightly. The gunpowder burned rapidly, vanishing in a flash of white light. To those unfamiliar with it, the spectacle might have seemed like sorcery. Lu Tong, who had been nervous earlier, now looked fascinated. Your Highness, it burns incredibly fast. But just this alone can't kill barbarians, can it? Of course not, but you'll see it's real soon enough. Xiao Ming waved, and a servant approached carrying a cylindrical object. Lu Tong frowned. Your Highness, what's this? Xiao Ming grinned. It was essentially a firecracker shell made from rolled paper. The bottom had already been sealed with yellow clay, leaving only a small opening at the top for gunpowder. You'll find out tomorrow. Xiao Ming filled the firecracker with gunpowder, then sealed the top with more clay. Using a needle, he poked a small hole for the fuse. Once the clay dried, the firecracker would be ready. Originally, Xiao Ming had planned to teach Lu Tong the cold mixing method for granulating gunpowder, but it was already late. That lesson would have to wait until tomorrow. Dismissing Lu Tong, Xiao Ming instructed Purple Iris to tidy up. The gunpowder production lesson was over. After seeing Lu Tong off, Lu Luo and Ziyuan lingered instead of returning to their quarters. Stretching, Xiao Ming asked, Why haven't you gone back yet? Your Highness works tirelessly day and night on governance, and now you're exhausting yourself preparing for the barbarian invasion. Though Lu Luo and I cannot assist in political matters, we can at least serve you in daily life, Ziyuan said dutifully. Xiao Ming studied them. Since ancient times, relationships had been built on mutual understanding. Lately, he had treated the palace servants well, and in return they were deeply grateful. The servants worked harder than ever. They say women can rival men. Who says you can't help me with governance? There's something I'll need your assistance with soon, Xiao Ming said suddenly. With war looming, every person in Qingzhou had to be utilized. Ziyuan blinked in surprise. What does your Highness need us to do for now? The Qingzhou army's armor problem had been temporarily resolved, but soldiers couldn't just wear armor over bare skin. They needed proper clothing and shoes. With the barbarians at their doorstep, Xiao Ming had no choice but to prioritize military needs above all else. Many Qingzhou soldiers currently wore straw or hemp sandals, which were impractical for marching. Xiao Ming wanted them equipped with cloth shoes. In this era, spinning and weaving were women's work, so mobilizing women for this task was essential. However, sending men to organize this would be inappropriate, as women rarely left their homes. But if Ziyuan and Lu Luo took charge, things would be different. First, as Xiao Ming's personal attendants, they carried enough authority that no one would dare oppose them. Second, both were skilled in weaving and familiar with textile work. They were perfect candidates to establish this era's first textile and uniform factory. Otherwise, the weaving machine technology he possessed would go to waste. Explaining his idea, Xiao Ming watched as Ziyuan and Lu Luo burst into laughter. "Your Highness, we can certainly help with this, but since when did you learn about spinning and weaving?" Purple Iris covered her mouth, giggling. In this era, men plowed and women wove. Textiles were purely women's domain. No wonder she found it amusing. "Sigh, for the sake of the people in my fief, I'm willing to do anything." Xiao Ming responded righteously as Ziyuan and Lu Luo looked at him with puzzled expressions. But after hearing his words, their faces turned serious, filled with admiration. In their eyes, Xiao Ming now truly had the bearing of a wise and noble ruler. In ancient times, what girl didn't secretly admire a handsome prince or a refined scholar? You could see this kind of fantasy everywhere in the old romantic novels. Xiao Ming smiled with satisfaction. His former self only knew brute force and never understood the heart of a woman. You can't force love. Going with the flow brings true joy, he thought. Leaving behind a tired figure, Xiao Ming returned to his room to rest. It wasn't time yet to sleep on a beauty's lap. The next day at noon, a loud suddenly echoed through the Prince Chi's residence, shattering the peaceful air. The guards rushed toward the sound, weapons drawn. When they reached the side hall, they found Prince Chi unharmed. The others nearby, however, were pale and visibly shaken from the explosion. In the center of the hall, a glass bottle had shattered into countless pieces. The floor was littered with glass shards, some of which still gave off a faint smoke. "Your Highness, is this the of gunpowder?" asked Lu Tong, clearly stunned. Xiao Ming nodded. "Exactly," Lu Tong gasped. If that was just a small amount, then wouldn't a full barrel blow up the entire palace? As soon as he said it, everyone turned to glare at him. Realizing his poor choice of words, Lu Tong quickly tried to fix it. "Ahem, my bad, Your Highness. I didn't mean to say this palace. I meant the Bowen Academy. No, I meant it would blow me up." After spending time with Lu Tong, Xiao Ming had come to know his bad habit, blurting out whatever came to mind. "Be careful," Xiao Ming warned. "If you really blow yourself up, I won't be able to save you. Now that you've seen the of this black dare, it's time for you to learn how to granulate it." Lu Tong clearly had no idea what that meant. Just like the night before, Xiao Ming decided to demonstrate the entire process personally. Granulating gunpowder isn't complicated. The key is adding a binder to the dare. This is called the cold mix method. First, Xiao Ming mixed the dare in a wooden mortar, then added alcohol to turn the mixture into a damp paste. He stirred the mixture continuously with a wooden pestle. It was very important not to let sand or stone particles enter the mix. Any collision during grinding could cause a spark and ignite the dare. As he carefully demonstrated, Xiao Ming explained, "Traditional black dare is irful, but it has a problem. During storage or transport, the ingredients can separate, just like how liquids of different densities layer. This reduces the dare's performance and affects the weapon's reliability. Granulating the dare fixed this problem." It wasn't a difficult technique, it was simply that people in the past hadn't realized it was necessary. Now that Xiao Ming understood the issue, it was easy for him to fix. Lu Tong watched Xiao Ming's every move with intense focus, afraid to miss a single step. This wasn't something you could afford to mess up. Remember, Xiao Ming said firmly, "No sand, no metal tools. Only use wood. You can't afford sparks." Every step in the process was done with wooden tools to avoid metal-on-metal contact. After the mixing, Xiao Ming waited until the mixture was nearly dry, then added a little more water and stirred it again to ensure an even blend. Once finished, he spread the mixture out under the sun to dry. Luckily, it was spring and the sunlight was strong enough to dry it quickly since he wasn't making a large batch. Then it was time for the quality test. He took a small portion of the dried granules and lit them on a sheet of paper. The dare burned rapidly, but the paper remained intact. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. "You see this," he said to Lu Tong. "If it burns fast without damaging the paper, the dare is good." Lu Tong nodded. Then Xiao Ming scooped up some of the granules and was about to light them in his palm. "Your Highness, let me do it," Lu Tong said quickly. "If anything goes wrong, at least you won't get hurt." "All right," Xiao Ming said casually, and before Lu Tong could react, he lit it. The granulated dare flared up in Lu Tong's hand, fast and harmless. Surprised, Lu Tong said, "I don't feel any heat." "If it were hot," Xiao Ming replied, "that would mean the dare failed. Now I've taught you what you need to know. When you go back, begin production. Just remember, if the paper shows black marks or your hand feels hot, the dare is not up to standard. Regrind and redo it until it's perfect." He added, once the granules are done, sort them by size. First break them up, then use sieves with different mesh sizes. Only keep the ones suitable for cannons. The rest use as ignition dare. Any leftover dust must be discarded. Lu Tong nodded solemnly. The technique wasn't difficult and he understood it. He bowed and turned to leave. But Xiao Ming called out, Lu Tong, this work is serious. No sloppiness allowed. If something goes wrong, I'll take your head. Lu Tong felt a chill crawl down his back. Over the past few days, Xiao Ming had treated him almost like a mentor would a student. But when it came to things that affected Qingzhu's safety, Xiao Ming didn't tolerate carelessness. Lu Tong turned and said firmly, if anything goes wrong, I'll bring you my head myself. Xiao Ming nodded. Technology is one thing, but the spirit of craftsmanship is just as important. Even the best designs are worthless if built by careless hands. He had seen it in his past life. The fall of the Ming dynasty wasn't due to poor firearm design, but because of corruption and laziness. Officials stole funds, craftsmen cut corners, and the weapons that were produced were useless in real battle. Guns misfired, cannons exploded, soldiers couldn't even fire in defense. That's why here in Qingzhou, Xiao Ming placed great emphasis on cultivating a true craftsman's mindset. No shortcuts, no carelessness. On this matter, he showed no mercy. He had worked too hard to build this industrial foundation, and neither the nomads nor the rest of Great Yu would give him a second chance. Just as Lu Tong stepped out, a soldier rushed in, panicked and shouting, Your Highness, something has happened. Captain Lu and Captain Luo are fighting. They're fighting. Everyone in the palace exchanged glances. Just 2 days ago, Lu Fei and Luo Xin had seemed like kindred spirits, as close as brothers who had shared the same pair of pants in childhood. Xiao Ming had been relieved to leave Luo Xin in Lu Fei's hands, planning to settle the gunpowder matter before hosting a banquet to deepen ties with Luo Xin. Who would have thought they'd come to blows so quickly? That's right, Your Highness. This morning, the soldiers egged them on, saying they wanted to see who was the better fighter between Colonel Lu and Colonel Luo. The two colonels seemed eager to test each other too, so they started sparring. Isn't it normal for soldiers to compete in the military? Xiao Ming relaxed, thinking the soldier was overreacting. Your Highness, at first it was fine, but then Colonel Luo lost and claimed Colonel Lu only won because of his superior armor, saying he lacked the dignity of a noble. Do you know our Colonel Lu? He hates it when people bring up nobility or wealthy families. He immediately turned on Colonel Luo, saying Luo Xin only earned his military merits by riding on his father's coattails and was all reputation without substance. Then they really started fighting. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was convinced. No matter what, Luo Xin was a noble from Chang'an. Though he had disapproved of Xiao Ming's past behavior, he still carried some of the airs of a noble-born young master. And this was precisely what the locally born officers of the Qingzhou army despised most. At first, the two had bonded over their mutual renown, but once they spent time together, their differences became irreconcilable. Ah, they really know how to make trouble for me. Xiao Ming sighed and headed to the Qingzhou army camp with Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. He welcomed Luo Xin's arrival. It was, after all, General Luo Quan's goodwill. He couldn't afford to alienate the man. Moreover, Luo Xin was originally from the Imperial Guard. His presence here likely had Emperor Xiao Wengxuan's tacit approval. Xiao Ming's feelings toward his nominal father were complicated. From this perspective, the emperor's decision in court had truly been a last resort. But if the two couldn't reconcile, he'd have to side with Lu Fei. He was, after all, Xiao Ming's trusted officer. Of course, it would be best if he could mediate their conflict and win Luo Xin over. This was an opportunity to befriend General Luo Quan, a man of unparalleled prestige in the Imperial Guard. At the Qingzhou camp, Lu Fei and Luo Xin were locked in fierce combat, exchanging heavy blows. However, Luo Xin seemed to be faring worse. After another exchange, Luo Xin staggered back 3 steps and spat, and I thought you were a real man. Relying on your armor to gain an advantage, how shameless. After fighting Lu Fei for so long, Luo Xin realized the man was like an iron barrel. Every hit Luo Xin landed only hurt himself. Clenching his aching fists, he seethed with anger. Lu Fei grinned. Colonel Luo, that's where you're wrong. On the battlefield, are you going to fight the barbarians? Barriest ridiculous. Just this alone proves you've never faced true barbarian elites. Those bastards are far more shameless than me. They never fight head-on. They'll just shoot arrows at you, run when you chase them, and shoot again when you stop. Nonsense. I've spilled as much barbarian blood as you, Luo Xin roared. Lu Fei was about to retort when he noticed Xiao Ming approaching. He immediately shut his mouth and pretended nothing had happened. What's going on? You 2 days apart, and this is how you greet each other, Xiao Ming said, eyeing Luo Xin's bruised face. Lu Fei removed his helmet, revealing a shameless grin, and played the victim. Your Highness, Colonel Luo bullied me. He looks down on those of us from humble backgrounds. Lies. All I said was that it's dishonorable to duel me while wearing armor. Luo Xin argued. You did say it, Lu Fei bellowed. Xiao Ming rubbed his temples. Gentlemen, you're a Qingzhou army colonel and an Imperial Guard colonel, brawling like street thugs in front of the soldiers. Aren't you afraid they'll laugh at you? Only then did the two realize their surroundings. Many soldiers were stifling giggles. Lu Fei scowled. What are you looking at? Get back to training. Anyone who makes a mistake in formation will answer to me. The soldiers immediately resumed drills. Xiao Ming said, this isn't the place to talk. Come with me. Leading them to a small grove outside the camp, Xiao Ming addressed Luo Xin. Second brother, the Qingzhou army doesn't care about lineage. That's why Colonel Lu reacted so strongly. I hope you won't take it to heart. Luo Xin was a proud man. He hadn't wanted to come to Qingzhou in the first place, and now this conflict with Lu Fei left him even more displeased. Your Highness needn't explain. If the Qingzhou army doesn't welcome me, I'll return to Chang'an. We can't afford to serve a noble like you anyway, Lu Fei muttered, looking skyward. Xiao Ming glared at Lu Fei. Enough. Everyone in Qingzhou knows you're a troublemaker, Lu Fei. Second brother may have been wrong, but you're not blameless either. Keep this up and forget about your custom plate armor. Lu Fei panicked. He could live without anything else, but not his armor. He'd grown attached to it, especially the custom-fitted set that even arrows struggled to pierce. A troublemaker, but also a scoundrel at heart, Lu Fei forced a smile. Colonel Luo, my apologies. I was in the wrong. Next time I'll take off the armor and we'll spar properly. HMPH, as if I'd spar with you again. Never. Luo Xin turned to leave. Lu Fei, who had only conceded for the sake of his armor, made no effort to stop him. Xiao Ming called out, second brother, think about why General Luo sent you to Qingzhou. If you can't endure a little hardship, you might as well return to Chang'an and live a comfortable life as a colonel under your father's wing. Let the Qingzhou officers look down on you as just another pampered noble, because they'd be right. While they shed blood against the barbarians, you chose to retreat. Luo Xin froze mid-step. Why had he come to Qingzhou? Wasn't it for the dream of driving the barbarians out of the central plains, the moon of Qin, the passes of Han, 1,000-mile march, none return again? If only Dragon City's general were still here, no barbarian horse would cross the Yin Mountains. Xiao Ming recited the poem softly, his voice swelling with passion, stirring Luo Xin's blood. The poem's solemn beauty seemed to linger in his heart. For centuries, the sons and daughters of Han had faced foreign invasions with iron will and triumphed. What a line! If only Dragon City's general were still here, no barbarian horse would cross the Yin Mountains. Luo Xin turned back. Many say your highness is a man of extraordinary literary talent. Now I see it for myself. A cool breeze rustled through the treetops. Luo Xin glanced at Lu Fei, who showed no reaction to the poem he had just recited. Luo Xin sighed inwardly. Born into a military family for generations, yet I'm no match for a man of humble origins, he thought with some bitterness. Lu Fei, on the other hand, was confused by Luo Xin's intense gaze. He had only understood the general meaning of the poem and hadn't felt the same deep emotion as Luo Xin. You're not leaving? Xiao Ming asked with a smile. These days he'd been training military scribes to boost morale in the army and found himself speaking more like a political instructor than a prince. I only wish to be a general defending the borders, Luo Xin said seriously. But as for Captain Lu, I can't forgive him. Lu Fei rolled his eyes. Luo Xin added, unless your highness gives me a full set of plate armor so I can fight him fairly. Xiao Ming sighed in frustration. So the two of you want to settle your grudge, and I'm the one who has to pay for it, but as a prince, it was important to show respect and kindness toward talent. That was how one attracted capable people to serve. In ancient times, reputation was everything, and many talented men only pledged loyalty to those known for valuing scholars and warriors. Luo Xin was indeed a capable commander, and since he was also related to Grand General Luo, it wouldn't be right to send him away in shame. After all, the man had shown nothing but loyalty. Fine, I'll give you the armor, Xiao Ming said. But if either of you stirs up trouble again, I'll punish you according to military law. Yes, your highness. Both Lu Fei and Luo Xin replied in unison. Xiao Ming had expected trouble as soon as Luo Xin arrived, and now it had happened. Still, with the issue resolved, he moved on. Qingzhou City needed a capable commander to hold the fort, and there were still rogue nobles hiding in the mountains, causing trouble for nearby villages. According to Zhan Xingcheng, many remnants of the noble clans had become bandits. While Zhan was good at planning, he needed someone strong and experienced to lead operations. Luo Xin fit the role perfectly. Meanwhile, Lu Fei was set to return to Qingzhou to oversee the city's reinforcement and the construction of new cannon towers to boost its defenses. Having settled the dispute between the two men, Xiao Ming returned to the prince's residence. That evening, he received a draft of the next day's newspaper from Fan Zheng. Since the newspaper played a key role in communicating with the people, Xiao Ming always reviewed it personally to remove any inappropriate content. But today, something in the paper truly surprised him. Why is the poem I wrote at the military camp showing up in the newspaper standing nearby? Fan Zheng replied, Your Highness, there are reporters in the military camp. Commander Luo carved the poem into the camp wall, and a journalist saw it and copied it down for publication. Fan Zheng added, I believe this poem is bold and earful. Now that the barbarians are preparing to march south, publishing it could inspire the scholars and civilians in your domain. Xiaoming nodded. It made sense. It was like a wartime anthem, not just a poem, but a rallying cry. In the right context, it could stir hearts and strengthen resolve. All right, publish it then, Xiaoming said casually. I've already time-traveled. Why bother clinging to principles like literary originality? Fan Zheng left in high spirits, thinking the prince was clearly pleased. What neither of them expected was how quickly the poem would become a sensation. The Moon of Qin, the Passes of Han, 1,000-mile march, none return again. If only Dragon City's general were still here, no barbarian horse would cross the Yin Mountains. In Wei's tavern, a scholar slammed his fist on the table and cried, Heavens, 10 years of studying, and for what I couldn't write something half as grand as this. His fellow scholars at the table all shook their heads. Remember those so-called 4 great talents of Qingzhou, what nonsense. His Highness is clearly Qingzhou's #1 scholar. #1 in Qingzhou, another scoffed. Let's be honest, he's probably the greatest poet in all of Great Yu. I'm copying this poem and hanging it in my home, someone declared. Every day I'll read it to remind myself to do better. If a prince can be so learned, what excuse do we scholars have? No need to be discouraged, another replied. His Highness teaches at Bowen Academy. If you enroll, you might catch some of his brilliance. Well said. If the prince is this talented, then the Bowen Academy must be a place of greatness. At the same time, a group of merchants sat at a nearby table. One of them, merchant's son, held a thick stack of newspapers. Brother, son, why buy so many copies? Another merchant asked. Son smiled and leaned in. Because my friend, I've found a way to make money, and since we're close, I'll let you in on the secret. Please do tell, the other merchant urged. This poem has taken Qingzhou by storm. The newspapers sold out because of it. I bet in Chang'an, where famous scholars' writings sell for huge prices, this paper will be worth a fortune. I'm planning to ship these copies there. I guarantee they'll sell like hotcakes. The other merchant was stunned. Why didn't I think of that? No wonder he always made more money. Unfortunately, Qingzhou's newspaper printing was limited each day. Once they sold out, that was it. The man could only regret his mischance. Thinking fast, he pointed toward the back of the shop and shouted, Look, the tofu beauty is coming out. Everyone turned to look, giving him just enough time to grab the newspapers and run. Ungrateful scoundrel, Sun shouted as he chased after him. I share my secret with you, and you rob me. I'll make you pay. At the same time, the poem and newspaper sparked a wave of enthusiasm throughout the other 6 prefecture. People across the land were reciting the poem, and many felt a surge of patriotic energy. Enrollment in local militias and armies surged in every county and province. Now that the noble families were gone, ordinary citizens had received land and stability. Life was finally good, and they weren't about to let the barbarians take it away. And it didn't stop there. Thanks to merchants spreading the papers, the poem eventually reached Chang'an, the capital of Great Yu. This bold, stirring, battle-ready poem swept through the city's literary circles like wildfire. Newspaper prices skyrocketed. The capital's reaction was swift and far-reaching. Chang'an City, Kyushan District. This was a well-known commoner district in Chang'an, for it was home to the illustrious Fei family, renowned for producing 3 dukes in 4 generations, with disciples and former subordinates spread across the empire. Any given day, the Fei residence bustled with visitors, high-ranking officials, scholars, and even military generals. The reason was simple. The Fei family's prestige was unparalleled. Unlike other Urfel clans that dominated regions, the Fei family had maintained an unbroken presence in the imperial court through multiple dynasties, their cultural heritage far surpassing ordinary noble houses. As a result, the noble families of the Great Yu Empire considered it an honor to marry a Fei daughter. Such a union elevated their status, allowing their descendants to hold their heads higher in official circles. In a realm where aristocratic influence ran deep, bloodlines mattered immensely. Those from humble backgrounds who rose to become officials or generals often harbored deep insecurities among the nobility, but a marriage alliance with the Fei family could transform a country bumpkin into a phoenix. Today was a rare day of rest for Fei Jai, the current head of the Fei family. The Great Yu Empire mandated that officials could take 1 day off per month, known as Zimu Chinese letter. On such days, officials could travel, visit friends, or simply relax. But for Fei Jai, these rest days were busier than court sessions. By mid-morning, a steady stream of officials arrived with gifts, eager to chat about the latest happenings in the capital. Chief Secretary Fei, have you heard of the newspaper causing a stir in Chang'an these past 2 days? The visitor was none other than General Luo Quan. Fei Jai feigned surprise. Newspaper, what is that? I haven't heard of it. Unlike others, Luo Quan and Fei Jai shared a genuine friendship. Their conversations revolved around court affairs, free from ulterior motives. Thus, whenever Fei Jai wished to avoid other guests, he would simply say, "General Luo is here." Luo Quan's fiery temper was legendary in Chang'an. Officials who learned of his presence would tactfully withdraw. This newspaper was created by the Prince of Qi. Initially, it circulated only in Qingzhou, but now it's reached Chang'an. Do you know why the Prince of Qi Fei Jai's expression shifted subtly? Some days ago, Emperor Xiao Wengshuan had summoned him privately. Instead of discussing state affairs, the emperor inquired about Fei Jai's youngest daughter, Fei Yuer. A veteran of decades in politics, Fei Jai immediately grasped the emperor's intent, a marriage proposal for one of his sons. Among the princes, the crown prince had already married Fei Jai's eldest daughter, while the others had taken consorts. The emperor would never allow a Fei daughter to become a concubine. That left only the Prince of Qi, who remained unmarried. At the time, Fei Jai had sidestepped the issue, and the emperor hadn't pressed further. But now mention of the Prince of Qi put him on guard. Fei Yuer was his youngest and most beloved child. Frail since childhood yet extraordinarily gifted, she excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and had inherited her mother's peerless beauty. Every time he saw her, Fei Jai was reminded of his late wife, deepening his affection for the girl. Naturally, he had never considered sending her far away to marry. Unaware of Fei Jai's thoughts, Luo Quan continued, "Indeed, some days ago, I sent my son Luo Xin to Qingzhou to assist the Prince of Qi. Who'd have thought the brat would cause trouble the moment he arrived? He produced a newspaper from his sleeve, grumbling, 'These profiteering merchants deserve death,' charging 10 taels of silver for a single copy." Fei Jai's eyes lit up as he took the paper, immediately engrossed. "I'd heard the Prince of Qi was unconventional, and this newspaper proves it. These policies are anything but ordinary." Luo Quan said, "Perhaps it's Pang Yukun's doing." The man was stifled in Chang'an but had some talent. "I know Pang Yukun. He's knowledgeable but rigid. He'd never propose such unorthodox policies to the Prince of Qi." Reading further, Fei Jai chuckled at an anecdote about Luo Xin and the local garrison commander, Lu Fei. "General Luo, as I predicted, Luo Xin might not last in Qingzhou. With most noble families gone, the Prince of Qi relies on men of humble origins. They won't tolerate Luo Xin's flaws." Luo Quan scowled. "That wretched boy. I explicitly told him to be patient. This was for the greater good. Now the Prince of Qi will laugh at our Luo family." He pointed at the paper. "But keep reading. The Prince of Qi is impressive. A single poem changed my fool son's mind." Fei Jai's smile faded as he read. "The moon still shines on mountain passes as of old. How many guardsmen of the Great Wall are dead and cold. Were the flying general of Dragon City here, the Tartar steeds would not dare to cross the frontier. Magnificent." Fei Jai clapped in admiration, visibly moved. Luo Quan grinned. "When I read this, my blood boiled. I longed to charge into battle and slaughter those barbarians. For years, our Han people have suffered under foreign oppression. When will we regain the might of the Great Han, driving the barbarians beyond the frontier?" During the court debate, Fei Jai had neither supported nor opposed the decision. The Fei family's longevity stemmed from their ability to navigate court intrigues and their strict avoidance of factionalism. This was why successive emperors had trusted them implicitly. From the start, Fei Jai knew further arguments were futile. The Imperial clan was weakening, relying on vassal kings to guard the northern borders. The barbarians' threat loomed large, and fear was pervasive. Like Luo Quan, he wished the great Yu Empire could unite against the barbarians, but he understood the grim reality. It was no longer possible. Who'd have thought the once-notorious Prince of Qi possessed such literary talent remarkable? Let's hope he can halt the barbarians' advance. Otherwise, the great Yu Empire's decline is inevitable. Luo Quan frowned. "Why such pessimism? Even if the Prince of Qi fails, there's still me and the Imperial Guard." Fei Jai shook his head. "You oversimplify matters. If the barbarians break through, the Imperial clan will be left with only the Prince of Yang. The balance between the Imperial and vassal kings will shatter, and that will herald the Empire's turmoil." The tea on the table exuded a faint fragrance, and the room was silent. Luo Quan stared at Fei Jai for a long time before speaking. With His Majesty's wisdom, how could he not see the current state of the Empire? If so, why not send the Imperial Guards to Qingzhou? General Luo, if it were that simple, His Majesty wouldn't be so furious. The King of Zhao wants nothing more than to divert disaster eastward. If the Imperial Guards mobilize, the barbarians will surely attack the fiefdoms of the kings of Yang, Zhao, and Liang to contain them. Do you think they would agree if His Majesty insists and provokes the barbarians? Those kings need only deliberately let the barbarians through to threaten Chang'an directly. Thus, the Imperial Guards cannot move. The best outcome now is for the King of Wei to assist the Prince of Qi in holding Qingzhou. After all, the King of Wei is erful among the vassal kings. If he commits fully, defending Qingzhou shouldn't be a problem. but the King of Wei likely won't act in good faith, Luo Quan said, narrowing his eyes. It seems General Luo is also a wise man. The whole world can see this clearly. Only His Majesty remains blind to the King of Wei's true nature, too deeply misled. Alas, the pain of Prince Ning's death has left His Majesty with lingering guilt. Fei Jai sighed softly. Luo Quan nodded, secretly admiring Fei Jai. This frail, gaunt man had always been astute in assessing the Empire's situation. If that's the case, what can be done? Luo Quan asked worriedly. Isn't this a deadlock? It is indeed a deadlock, but not necessarily hopeless. Whether the Great Yu Empire can continue to prosper depends on whether the Prince of Qi and the King of Wei can cooperate sincerely. If even they disregard the Empire's peril, the Imperial clan is doomed. Luo Quan nodded again. Chief Secretary Fei speaks wisely. His Majesty tacitly allowed my son to go to Qingzhou, likely out of concern. Fei Jai smiled. Enough of this. Come, let's drink tea. Some matters can only be left to unfold naturally. His Majesty's considerations are surely the result of deep deliberation. Luo Quan agreed, and the two drank tea in silence. Soon, however, a young eunuch arrived with an imperial summons. The emperor wished for them to accompany him on a lake excursion. They had no choice but to comply. In their haste, they left the newspaper on the main hall table. Moments later, a delicate, jade-like hand picked it up. "Miss, what is this?" The newcomers were a mistress and her maid. The young woman had a face like a flower, a graceful figure, skin as smooth as congealed fat, and clear, phoenix-like eyes that sparkled like shooting stars. This was none other than Fei Jai's youngest daughter, Fei Yuer. Her round-faced maid, Xiao Huan, dressed in a green skirt, stood beside her. "Is this the so-called newspaper?" Fei Yuer examined the contents. "Cousin mentioned the Qingzhou newspaper some days ago. This seems to match his description, and it records events in Qingzhou. That Prince of Qi who fled back to Chang'an 3 years ago and was whipped by the Emperor Xiao Huan curled her lip. Then this paper isn't worth reading." Fei Yuer chuckled, her beauty so radiant it momentarily stunned Xiao Huan. No wonder her cousin visited the Fei residence daily, restless when apart. Fei Yuer was about to set the paper aside. Her impression of Xiao Ming came solely from rumors: rebellious, erratic, a deserter. By all accounts, the Prince of Qi was a thoroughly unsavory character, but when her eyes skimmed over a poem, she froze. Due to her frail health, Fei Jai rarely allowed Fei Yuer to venture far. Boredom often plagued her in the inner chambers, so whenever Fei Jai left, Xiao Huan would sneak her out to play in the estate. Today, learning that Fei Jai and General Luo had departed, Xiao Huan had brought Fei Yuer here. "Miss, what's wrong?" Xiao Huan asked, noticing her mistress's flickering gaze. "Xiao Huan, do you think the Prince of Qi is truly as wretched as others say?" Xiao Huan pondered. "It's all hearsay, but with so many saying the same, there must be some truth. The moon still shines on mountain passes as of old. How many guardsmen of the Great Wall are dead and cold? Were the flying general of Dragon City here, the Tartar steeds would not dare to cross the frontier." Fei Yuer recited the lines softly. Could someone so wretched compose such stirring verse? With a sigh, she fell silent. Xiao Huan tugged her hand. "Miss, never mind the Prince of Qi. While the master is away, let's feed the fish by the pond. Otherwise, your cousin will show up and start showing off his literary prowess again." Fei Yuer flashed a mischievous smile and followed Xiao Huan to the rear garden. Meanwhile, Fei Jai and Luo Quan had arrived at Qujiang Pool in the southern city. Renowned for its scenic beauty, the pool attracted scholars, poets, and beauties every April for spring outings, including high-ranking officials and nobles. Occasionally, when weary of palace views, Emperor Xiao Wengxuan would board a painted boat, invite a few close ministers, and enjoy wine on the lake. His Majesty seems in high spirits. "Has some joyous occasion occurred?" Fei Jai asked as the emperor smiled throughout the excursion. Xiao Wengxuan laughed. "You've surely read the Prince of Qi's poem. The drunken Qingzhou was one thing, but this time he's truly astonished me." Realization dawned on Fei Jai and Luo Quan. The emperor had come to boast. Even as a ruler, a father took pride in his son's literary feats, especially when they eclipsed the talents of Chang'an's finest scholars. "Your Majesty has seen it too." Fei Jai smiled. 3 days apart, and one must view him with new eyes. This time we were equally amazed. Xiao Wengxuan chuckled. "Thus, I've grown more confident about Qingzhou. This poem alone reveals the Prince of Qi's stance on the barbarian invasion. HMPH, the kings of Zhao and the others will be sorely disappointed." Fei Jai and Luo Quan exchanged glances. No wonder the emperor was so pleased. After a pause, Xiao Wengxuan continued, "However, the Prince of Qi's fiefdom remains weak. Though mobilizing the imperial guards is unwise, we can support him with funds and provisions." "Fei Jai, what say you?" This humble official understands. "Tomorrow I shall petition your Majesty to allocate resources to the Prince of Qi." Fei Jai complied. This was their long-standing tacit understanding. Then Xiao Wengxuan turned to Luo Quan. Luo Quan, if I recall correctly, Niu Ben is still serving hard labor. Luo Quan's heart raced. Indeed, Niu Ben remains sentenced to the mines. Your Majesty, have him continue his labor in Qingzhou, Zhao Wengshuan said lightly. Luo Quan was overjoyed. Niu Ben, like him, was a staunch advocate for war, but with a temper as stubborn as his name, Niu Ben had once offended the emperor in court and was banished to the mines. 5 years had passed since then. Now this fierce general would finally return. After the Qingming festival, a continuous drizzle turned the streets and alleys of Qingzhou into muddy quagmires. Having spent these days traveling outside, Zhao Ming was thoroughly fed up with trudging through ankle-deep mud. He thought to himself that if they could hold Qingzhou, he would definitely build several cement roads crisscrossing Qingzhou upon his return, while also revamping the city's drainage system. After all, infrastructure was one of the essential projects for developing his fiefdom. Moreover, creating a superior living environment could attract merchants from across the Great Yu Empire to settle in Qingzhou. By then, selling land, the legendary land finance, would become a reality. Rainy days were inevitably dull. With the armaments department having completed Luo Xin's plate armor, Zhao Ming summoned him over, intending to ask him a few things while he was at it. Your Highness, the plate armor is ready so soon. This set of armor was naturally meant to placate Luo Xin. He had the ironwork specially craft a commander's plate armor for Luo Xin. Unlike the standard issue armor for soldiers, this set was not only more aesthetically pleasing, but also thicker. While Lu Fei was exceptionally strong, Luo Xin's strength was more than sufficient to wear this reinforced armor. Want to try it on? Zhao Ming leaned back in his chair. Of his 4 former troublemaker friends, 2 were dead, while the remaining 2, Qin Mu and Wei Qing, were now too terrified to speak freely in his presence. For a moment, Zhao Ming felt a pang of loneliness. However, Luo Xin, having come from Chang'an, didn't share the same restraint around him as the others. After all, relations among officials in the Great Yu Empire were still quite relaxed. More than 10 days had passed since the Qingzhou army incident. Though Luo Xin and Lu Fei's relationship wasn't as harmonious as before, tensions had eased somewhat. Moreover, Zhao Ming's poem had somewhat altered Luo Xin's opinion of him, leading to occasional visits to the palace. After all, Luo Xin was alone in Qingzhou, with no relatives or friends. Zhao Ming was at least an acquaintance. During his time in the army, Luo Xin had greatly admired Lu Fei's plate armor, especially its quality. To his surprise, Qingzhou's craftsmanship in forging weapons seemed far superior even to that of Chang'an's armaments department. Though he had never worn plate armor before, he had seen soldiers donning it in the military camp. Following their example, he suited up. In an instant, a figure clad head to toe in steel stood before Zhao Ming. Not bad. Zhao Ming nodded approvingly. The armor was indeed worthy of being custom-made. In truth, every soldier's plate armor was tailored to fit. Otherwise, there would be issues with sizing, one of the drawbacks of plate armor production. Thank you, Your Highness, Luo Xin grinned as he examined the armor. This was the happiest he had been since arriving in Qingzhou. Once suited up, Luo Xin turned to leave. Zhao Ming immediately called out, "Where are you going to challenge Lu Fei to a rematch?" HMPH, that newspaper even reached Chang'an. I, Luo Xin, have never been so humiliated. I must teach him a lesson. Luo Xin grew angrier the more he thought about it. Zhao Ming sighed helplessly. He hadn't anticipated that a single poem would cause the newspaper to spread all the way to Chang'an. Over the next 7 days, not only did he receive a letter from Consort Zhen, but he was also granted an edict exiling the disgraced General Niu Ben to Qingzhou. Moreover, Fei Jai petitioned the court, resulting in the imperial government providing Qingzhou with 2 million shi of grain, 5,000 bolts of silk, and 200,000 taels of silver. This was a pleasant surprise. In ancient times, warfare severely disrupted production. Not only were soldiers unable to produce food, but conscripted laborers transporting provisions also took away from agricultural output. The provisions from Zhao Wengshuan would slightly alleviate Qingzhou's food crisis. After all, Qingzhou was still grappling with food shortages. The lean season between harvests was the hardest to endure. Things would only improve after the next harvest. Another fight, aren't you afraid? The newspaper will report it to Chang'an again. If you lose, you'll still be humiliated. If you win, you'll embarrass General Luo Quan. How would winning be embarrassing? Luo Xin's voice was muffled inside the helmet. Zhao Ming scoffed. General Luo has always maintained strict military discipline. As a colonel, instead of setting an example for your soldiers, you're instigating brawls. What kind of behavior is that? Luo Xin pondered this and realized there was some truth to it. Yet, the memory of being pummeled by Lu Fei's wild punches still stoked his fury. He slammed the table in frustration. I can't do this, I can't do that. Your Highness, you're clearly playing favorites. How am I playing favorites? Zhao Ming feigned innocence. In fact, I have something that will benefit you. I've just received an edict. His Majesty has exiled General Niu Ben to Qingzhou for hard labor. I'm entrusting this matter to you. General New Ben Luo Xin couldn't believe his ears. This was a figure on par with his father, a master of military strategy, an area where even his father fell slightly short. Exactly, General New Ben, since he's being sent to Qingzhou, let him serve his labor in the Qingzhou army. Xiao Ming spoke casually. New Ben had offended Xiao Wengshuan and was thus punished. By exiling him to Qingzhou, the emperor was clearly signaling Xiao Ming to find a way to utilize New Ben for the Qingzhou army. However, if New Ben dared to confront Xiao Wengshuan, how could Xiao Ming possibly subdue such a person easily? That said, if he could truly win New Ben over, the Qingzhou army would gain a commander of the highest caliber, a tremendous boon for its development. After all, Lu Fei was a troublemaker, full of both strengths and flaws, while Luo Xin might not stay in Qingzhou permanently, making him a temporary asset. Luo Xin immediately grasped the implications. Xiao Wengshuan was delivering a gift to Xiao Ming. As a leading advocate for war, New Ben couldn't possibly stand idly by if Qingzhou fell. Understood, Your Highness. I will ensure General New is well taken care of, Luo Xin said with a fist-in-palm salute. Xiao Ming nodded, instructing Luo Xin on when to depart to fetch the general before dismissing him. He appreciated Xiao Wengshuan's gesture, but what he truly desired was absolute dominance over the barbarians with cannons. In the future, Qingzhou would need commanders skilled in leading firearm-equipped troops. Still, recognizing that the transition from cold weapons to firearms would take time, he let the matter rest. No sooner had Luo Xin left than Zhan Xingcheng entered. Your Highness, aside from the King of Yang, who agreed to provide 100,000 shi of grain, the other vassal kings all pleaded poverty, claiming their fiefdoms were too destitute to offer any assistance. As he spoke, Zhan Xingchen flushed with shame. He had been confident initially, but the shamelessness of these vassal kings exceeded his expectations. Of course they refused, Xiao Ming said. I merely wanted to gauge their attitudes. Now it's clear they harbor ill intentions. Fine, let them keep their grain. At least I won't owe them favors when the time comes for blades to cross. Putting on a profound front, Xiao Ming inwardly cursed the ancestors of the kings of Zhao and the others 18 generations back. These bastards hadn't given him an ounce of face. Your Highness, are we just going to let this matter go? Zhan Xingcheng was unwilling to accept it. Remember, anger without strength is meaningless. Schemes and tricks are nothing but paper tigers in the face of absolute Just wait, this prince will make them beg to send us money and provisions. But before that, you should focus your efforts on repairing Qingzhou city's walls. Xiao Ming spoke firmly to Zhan Xingcheng. Yes, Your Highness. Zhan Xingcheng nodded. These vassal kings were shameless, and there was truly nothing he could do about it. When the topic shifted to repairing the city walls, Xiao Ming said, by the way, come with me to the industrial district. This time we won't be using the old methods for wall repairs, they're too slow. With that, the two arrived at the industrial district, and Xiao Ming led Zhan Xingcheng directly to the cement workshop. Your Highness, what is this dare? Even Zhan Xingcheng couldn't freely enter the industrial district, so he naturally had no idea what was inside. This is called cement. Up until now, it's only been used in the construction of the industrial district. Xiao Ming glanced around at the now well-established industrial zone. As the district expanded, the living quarters and workshops had been separated. A canteen had been built in the living area to provide 3 meals a day for the laborers, and the houses there were made of brick and concrete, constructed from cement and blue bricks. The designs for these houses, of course, came from Xiao Ming. Though not as aesthetically pleasing as wooden structures, they were far more durable and sturdy. Each building was long and rectangular, with large communal sleeping quarters housing 50 people per room. Cement. Zhan Xingcheng looked at the material between the blue bricks and asked, puzzled, Your Highness, is this the cement you mentioned? He pointed at the substance filling the gaps between the bricks. Xiao Ming had kept cement low-key until now, and most people hadn't paid much attention to its uses. But the time had finally come for cement to shine. Traditional city walls were built by quarrying stone and transporting it back for construction, an extremely inefficient process. Cement, however, was different. Blue or red bricks could be fired on-site using local materials, and only the cement needed to be transported from Qingzhou. Moreover, cement wasn't used in large quantities during construction. A single shipment would likely be enough for Qingzhou's needs. Additionally, masonry was highly flexible and fast. If one layer of bricks wasn't enough, another could be added to increase thickness. Modern masonry techniques were well established, and generally, 10 skilled workers could build a 400 square meter, 3-meter high house in just 3 days. Xiao Ming had already trained a group of experienced masons in the industrial district specifically for the task of repairing Qingzhou's walls. Exactly. As you can see, once cement is applied between 2 bricks and dries, they become extremely sturdy. I'll take you to see how the masons work. Think about how we can modify Qingzhou's walls to better suit cannon fire. For this barbarian invasion, the cannons were already in production, and now it was time to start repairing Kangzhu's walls. During the cannon casting period, Xiao Ming had ordered the cement workshop to increase production, all for this moment, handing the cement over to Zhan Xingcheng to begin wall repairs. Zhan Xingcheng nodded and followed Xiao Ming to a building under construction near the water's edge. It seemed to have just broken ground. This is the textile workshop. Right now, we're building the factory. Once the spinning machines are ready, this place will produce military uniforms and other textiles for the Qingzhou army. Xiao Ming was currently having Chen Qi replicate a multispindle spinning machine based on Huang Diapo's design. In the Great Yu Empire, current spinning machines could only produce one thread at a time, an extremely inefficient process. This level of productivity was far from meeting demand, but once multispindle spinning machines were introduced, the situation would improve drastically. During the Yuan dynasty in his past world, Huang Diapo's spinning machines had dramatically increased cloth production in her hometown, earning the saying, "The cotton cloth of Song Prefecture clothes the world." The spinning machines Xiao Ming had Chen Qi working on were even more advanced than Huang Diapo's. Moreover, they were foot-powered, making them easy to promote among the common people. This would mobilize women across the 6 prefectures to spin thread, boosting Qingzhu's textile industry. When modern Britain rose to it was the textile industry that led the way, accumulating vast wealth. Thus, Xiao Ming took this matter very seriously. As they spoke, Zhan Xingcheng kept his eyes fixed on the masons building the walls. Watching them quickly raise a thick wall, his expression gradually grew excited. "Your Highness, masonry is much faster than quarrying stone for city walls. If I have enough workers, I guarantee I can turn Kangzhou into an impregnable fortress within 5 months." The failed negotiations with the other vassal kings had dealt Zhan Xingcheng a heavy blow. Xiao Ming wanted to restore his confidence. After all, even he might not have done better. At least Zhan Xingcheng had managed to extract something from the king of Yang. "In that case, I'll leave this entirely in your hands. But what's your plan?" Xiao Ming still wanted to understand Zhan Xingcheng's construction strategy. The barbarian invasion was no trivial matter. "First, we'll build artillery towers atop the walls. Second, I'll extend the walls outward and construct additional artillery towers and arrow towers on the extensions. This will allow more cannons to fire simultaneously." After a pause, Zhan Xingcheng suddenly smirked. "And after seeing how cement and blue bricks work today, I've thought of a new idea, building brick pillars in front of the walls. This will slow the barbarians' advance and make it harder for them to set up scaling ladders." Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Zhan Xingcheng was a quick learner. These stone pillars would function similarly to cheval de frise, but for people rather than horses. Cannons were most effective at long range. Once enemies reached the base of the walls, their usefulness dropped sharply. At that point, close-range weapons like crossbows would be needed. Zhan Xingcheng's suggestion made Xiao Ming consider producing crude hand grenades. The method would involve packing gunpowder into medium-sized clay pots, sealing the openings with wooden plugs and inserting fuses. Light the fuse and throw, like a firecracker, but much more ireful. When the barbarians were forced to cluster together behind the stone pillars, tossing these into their midst would be quite satisfying. With this in mind, Xiao Ming grew even more confident about repelling the barbarian invasion. Once they arrived, these new weapons would send them fleeing in terror. A gentle breeze carried a drizzle, scattering lightly over the road. On the official path to Qingzhou City, merchants and travelers hurried along. Though May was approaching, the lingering chill in the air seemed to thicken with the spring rain. Among the mixed flow of merchants and commoners, a pair of bailiffs with hands resting on their waist knives stood out conspicuously. The pedestrians instinctively kept their distance. Strangely, however, the 2 bailiffs seemed to treat the prisoner walking ahead of them with unusual respect, nothing like the impatience they typically showed toward other convicts. "General Niu, Qingzhou City lies just ahead." Catching sight of the city walls in the distance, one bailiff spoke cautiously. The prisoner wore a gray convict's uniform, his hair streaked with gray and tangled, his long beard dotted with bits of straw. The thick calluses on his hands bore witness to years of hard labor. "My thanks to you both." Niu Ben glanced at Qingzhou City. He had thought he would spend the rest of his life toiling in the mines, but half a month ago, Xiao Wengshuan had exiled him here instead. When the news arrived, even the mine overseers' attitudes toward him had shifted. Back in the mines, those overseers had never cared about his past military glories. To them, he was just another laborer doomed to die in servitude. But now they had suddenly become obsequious, even attentive on the journey. Clearly, they sensed this old general was about to make a comeback. "Not at all, not at all. Escorting General Niu to Qingzhou is an honor for us." The bailiffs smiled ingratiatingly. In the mines, they had treated Niu Ben harshly. Now that this famously hot-tempered general was returning to they were terrified of retaliation. To their surprise, however, Niu Ben had remained calm throughout the journey, treating them with courtesy. It seemed 5 years of hard labor had smoothed the edges of this old warrior. "Is that General Niu?" A loud call rang out. A young man in plate armor strode toward Niu Ben. Niu Ben's gaze first fell on the youth's armor before rising to his face. "And you are General, I'm Luo Xin." Ever since Xiao Ming had tasked him with arranging Niu Ben's reception, Luo Xin had waited at the city gates daily. 3 days later, he finally spotted the bailiffs escorting Niu Ben. He had met Niu Ben in Chang'an, but 5 years had aged the once-vibrant general into a gaunt, weathered figure, hence his initial uncertainty. "Luo Xin, Luo Quan's second son exactly. 6 years ago, I played at your estate." Luo Xin grinned. Niu Ben reached out and gripped Luo Xin's shoulder. 6 years gone in a blink. You've grown into someone I barely recognize, though I can still see that old rogue Luo Quan in you." Luo Xin chuckled. During their time as generals, Luo Quan and Niu Ben had always stood together. Noticing the rain thickening, Luo Xin said, "Uncle Niu, this isn't the place to talk. The Prince of Qi specifically ordered me to bring you to the palace as soon as you arrived." The Prince of Qi. Niu Ben's mood soured. Since Xiao Wengshuan had exiled him to the mines, he had grown disillusioned, with the court, with the emperor, with everything. "What does a disgraced minister like me have to discuss with a prince? Just take me to my new labor site." Luo Xin was taken aback. "Uncle, why say such things? His Majesty sent you to Qingzhou to return you to service to resist the barbarians." During the journey, the bailiffs had shared some Qingzhou gossip, but as lowly functionaries, they knew nothing of court affairs like the impending barbarian invasion. Still, the eunuch who delivered the edict had been unusually deferential to Niu Ben, convincing them the general was being reinstated. Barbarians. Niu Ben's eyes sharpened. Luo Xin hesitated, glancing at the bailiffs. "You two go claim your reward at the Qingzhou magistrate's office, then return on your own." "Yes, sir." The bailiffs brightened and hurried into the city. Only then did Luo Xin explain, "Uncle, His Majesty exiled you to Kangzhou for hard labor, but secretly, through Consort Zhen, he ordered the Prince of Qi to reinstate you. The barbarians will invade soon, and Kangzhou is in peril. Do you truly wish to watch the city you once bled to defend fall again? Is this true?" Niu Ben seemed to awaken like a slumbering lion. "Your Majesty, after 6 years, have you finally understood?" Equally stirred, Luo Xin said, "His Majesty tacitly approved my coming to Kingzhou, but the situation is too complex now. Come meet the prince, he'll explain everything." Niu Ben's disillusionment with Xiao Wengshuan stemmed from repeated concessions to the barbarians. Years ago, stationed at Kangzhou, he had been forced to watch helplessly as the Prince of Kang's lands were ravaged, forbidden to deploy a single soldier. That memory had haunted him ever since. Now at last, Xiao Wengshuan had come to his senses. "Very well, let's go at once." At the Qi residence, they learned Xiao Ming had left for the armaments department early that morning and hadn't yet returned. They settled in to wait. Curious, Niu Ben asked, "Why would the prince visit the armaments department? In his experience, princes never set foot in such lowly places." Luo Xin smiled. "That's precisely what makes the Prince of Qi different. If I told you one thing, uncle, you'd be even more shocked. What in just a few months, the Prince of Qi has executed or exiled most of Qingzhou's noble clans. The survivors have fled to the mountains as bandits. Strange, no truly I recall the Wang, Sun, Qin, and Wei families once dominated Qingzhou. Now the Wang and Sun clans are extinct, their properties confiscated. The Qin and Wei families voluntarily disbanded their private armies and live purely as merchants." Niu Ben nodded slowly. This Xiao Ming was the most wayward of all the princes in Chang'an. Who'd have thought he'd grow so bold? Luo Xin's initial impression of Xiao Ming had also been colored by his Chang'an reputation. But the longer he stayed in Qingzhou, the more he sensed something extraordinary about the man. The city's thriving atmosphere alone proved Xiao Ming's popularity. It was this, more than any poem, that had gradually softened Luo Xin's prejudice. As they spoke, a hearty laugh approached. Xiao Ming, astride a fine horse and surrounded by guards, arrived at the palace. "Your Highness." As Xiao Ming approached, Luo Xin saluted with clasped fists. Dismounting, Xiao Ming motioned for Luo Xin to stand at ease while studying the elderly man beside him. "If I'm not mistaken, this must be General Niu Ben." Niu Ben sized up the Prince of Qi, noting traces of Xiao Wengshuan in his features. Bowing, he said, "This disgraced official, Niu Ben, pays his respects to your Highness. General Niu, there's no need for such formality. This prince cannot accept such solemnity from a veteran like yourself." Xiao Ming smiled. "General, let us continue our discussion inside the palace." The three entered the residence, where Xiao Ming had Luo prepare tea. In the main hall, Xiao Ming invited Luo Xin and Niu Ben to sit before bowing deeply to the latter. "General, you've suffered greatly. My father has long regretted failing to repel the barbarians at Shanhai Pass and asked me to convey his apologies." The years had tempered Niu Ben's unyielding pride. Rising, he said, "How could this disgraced official dare accept your highness's bow that his majesty still remembers an old relic like me is already more than I deserve. You humble yourself too much, general." Xiao Ming's smile widened. "Your military exploits are legendary, and this prince holds you in the highest esteem. I hope you can assist me in thwarting the barbarian invasion." Niu Ben frowned. At the city gates, Luo Xin seemed hesitant to speak. "Now you mention this matter again, what exactly has happened?" Exchanging a glance with Luo Xin, Xiao Ming recounted the court debate. "Those traitorous, nation-wrecking scoundrels. Had I been there, I'd have skinned them alive." Though 5 years of hardship had mellowed Niu Ben, the news still ignited his fury. "General, calm yourself. What's done is done. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate." Zhan Xingqing had already departed for Kangzhou to repair its walls, taking nearly all of Qingzhou's cement production with him. Xiao Ming could only hope he would transform the city into an impregnable fortress. Poor His Majesty, finally resolved to teach those barbarians a lesson, only to be betrayed by his own subjects. "Those villains deserve death," Niu Ben spat. After a pause, he added, "But if we can repel this invasion, the barbarians will learn to fear the great Yu Empire again. No more tributes or marriage alliances." "Precisely. That's why I hope for your assistance, General." Xiao Ming seized the opportunity. Niu Ben nodded solemnly. "Though a convicted criminal, if your highness will have me, I'll brave fire and flood without hesitation." Xiao Ming felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had feared Niu Ben might resent Xiao Wengshuan's harsh punishment, but the general seemed far less volatile than rumored. With this, he had truly gained a commander of the highest caliber. Xiao Ming's ambitions extended far beyond defending Kangzhou, a task well within Lu Fei's capabilities. The vast lands beyond the city had once belonged to the great Yu Empire. If reclaimed, they could expand his fiefdom significantly. Most crucially, recapturing Shanghai Pass would permanently bar the barbarians from threatening the heartland. General." As the three sipped tea and discussed the barbarians, Lu Fei's voice suddenly rang out. The man himself burst in moments later, eyes alight at the sight of Niu Ben. "General, is it really you?" Niu Ben looked equally surprised. Lu Fei, "Yes, General. It's me." Lu Fei was practically vibrating with excitement. Xiao Ming and Luo Xin exchanged puzzled glances. "General, you know Lu Fei explained. "When the general was stationed at Kangzhou, I served as his personal guard. After he returned to Chang'an, us local soldiers stayed behind." Ancient history. "But seeing you like this, clearly His Highness trusts you deeply." Good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you." Niu Ben nodded approvingly. "I've never forgotten your teachings, General," Lu Fei said fervently. Xiao Ming's gaze swept over the three men. Previously, Qingzhou's forces had only Lu Fei. Then Luo Xin arrived, and the two clashed incessantly. Now with Niu Ben here, a man who clearly commanded their respect, the discord should cease. Moreover, Niu Ben was renowned for his strict discipline. With him overseeing training, Xiao Ming could finally stop worrying about infighting undermining the army's readiness. As a former Grand General who had effortlessly commanded 100,000 troops, Niu Ben's expertise in military administration far surpassed Lu Fei's haphazard efforts. Frustrated by Lu Fei's inability to establish proper systems, even basic budgeting, Xiao Ming had been forced to reclaim control of military funds, entrusting them to Pang Yukun instead. But with Niu Ben's arrival, these structural issues would be resolved. Separating military and civil administration would prevent overlap and clarify chains of command. Modern history had taught Xiao Ming the dangers of blending military and political An army's sole purpose was obedience. It could not be allowed independent thought. Regardless of who commanded, the troops' loyalty must belong solely to him. This was why he had established political officers in the army, to represent his authority and control its ideology, ensuring stability. Thus, whether Lu Fei, Luo Xin, or Niu Ben led, they could only act on his orders. Should he ever need to replace them, the transition would be seamless, with no risk of mutiny. Only such an army met his standards. This system also eliminated concerns about Niu Ben, Lu Fei, or Luo Xin gaining undue influence. The military was his alone. The generals merely directed its operations. Once Lu Fei had calmed somewhat, Xiao Ming said, "General, since Lu Fei once served under you, it seems you're the only one who can manage this troublemaker. In that case, the position of Qingzhou Army Commander naturally falls to you." Beyond his title as feudal lord, Xiao Ming held the rank of Grand Commander of the 6 prefectures, controlling all regional forces. Even Lu Fei needed his seal to mobilize troops. In the Great Yu Empire, the commander role was a military post subordinate only to the Grand Commander, and currently, the Qingzhou army was the strongest among the 6 prefectures. After all, with limited resources, Xiao Ming could only focus on building one elite force. "Your Highness, this," Niu Ben hesitated, unsure of what to say. Xiao Ming chuckled. Well, right now the only position I can offer the old general is the role of commander. After all, the title of Grand Commander already belongs to me. Your Highness, I dare not accept so casually, Niu Ben said respectfully. I'm a man who carries the stain of punishment. If I suddenly take on the role of commander in the army, I fear the other officers might not accept it. Indeed, Lu Fei had earned great merit in battle, yet he remained only a captain. Luo Xin was in the same position. That was why Niu Ben hesitated. After all, he'd been absent from Great Yu for 5 years. Most soldiers wouldn't even recognize him. No need to worry, General, Xiao Ming said. If I placed you under Lu Fei or Luo Xin, they'd feel more uncomfortable than anyone. Hearing this, both Lu Fei and Luo Xin laughed aloud. Lu Fei added, that's right, we would be honored if the general became our commander. With you leading us, we'll beat the barbarians into the ground. Luo Xin chimed in, no need for modesty, General. The commander's position has been vacant this whole time. It seems His Highness left it open just for you. Xiao Ming gave an awkward smile. Truthfully, the position had been kept empty on purpose, to keep Lu Fei motivated and obedient. But now that Niu Ben had arrived, Xiao Ming no longer feared discipline problems. Niu Ben was well known for his impartiality. He didn't care if a soldier was from a noble family or not. If someone broke military law, they would be punished, and Lu Fei clearly respected Niu Ben. Under his command, Lu Fei would likely behave himself, saving Xiao Ming a lot of headaches. If that's the case, I shall accept, Niu Ben said after a moment's pause. With this, Niu Ben officially became the commander of Qingzhu's forces. Emperor Xiao Wengshuan had sent him here precisely with that in mind, indirectly instructing him to remain in Qingzhou. After all, the emperor had once sworn in court never to appoint Niu Ben again. Bringing him back to the capital would be an embarrassment, so sending Niu Ben to Qingzhou as a form of hard labor was the perfect cover. How Xiao Ming chose to use him was technically not the emperor's concern, and if the court ministers ever brought it up, the emperor could just play dumb. Considering all of that, Xiao Ming had no hesitation giving Niu Ben the position of commander. From now on, this old general would be his man. Although he'd been granted a title, Niu Ben still seemed troubled. Worried about your family, Xiao Ming asked with a knowing smile. You knew Niu Ben was surprised. His entire family was still in Chang'an, and after years of exile, he had no idea how they were doing. Now that he was rising again in Qingzhou, he wanted to bring them here. He couldn't leave them behind to suffer. As a feudal prince, Xiao Ming had to think about these things. He'd been studying all sorts of knowledge from the technology crystal, and he understood that the best way to win someone's loyalty was to anticipate their needs. Of course, Xiao Ming said, that's human nature. Don't worry, I've already sent people to Chang'an to bring your family to Qingzhou, and I've also prepared a residence for you in Qingzhou City. Niu Ben was deeply moved. Thank you, Your Highness. I swear I will repay your kindness even if it costs me my life. No need for that, Xiao Ming smiled. Just keep these two in line, he said, glancing at Lu Fei and Luo Xin. Both men turned pale. Your Highness, I didn't do anything wrong. You can't punish me like this. Lu Fei cried. Yes. It was just a friendly duel between comrades. Luo Xin added quickly. Xiao Ming didn't reply, just smiled knowingly. Niu Ben quickly understood what Xiao Ming meant. Lu Fei, Luo Xin, you know how I run my troops. When His Highness wasn't involved in military matters, maybe you could get away with things. But under me, that won't work. Lu Fei, the troublemaker, immediately grinned sheepishly and said, General, we wouldn't dare. Luo Xin was less amused. At first, he'd been happy to see Niu Ben arrive, but now that he realized he'd be under Niu Ben's strict command, he felt a chill run down his spine. So much for easy days ahead. Xiao Ming, however, was pleased. He needed someone who could take full control of the military since he had far too many responsibilities. A strong commander was essential. Now that the matter of the army was settled, Xiao Ming felt at ease. He smiled and said, it's getting late. I've had the kitchen prepare a meal. Let's have lunch here. Lu Fei and Luo Xin were thrilled. Everyone in Qingzhou knew that Prince Qi's residence had the best food anywhere. Niu Ben, tired from his journey, was also a bit hungry. Seeing the joy on the others' faces, he became curious and nodded in agreement. Xiao Ming summoned Ziyuan to prepare the food and asked Luluo to bring wine. In Great Yu, it was custom for royalty and officials to eat at separate tables, but the dishes served to each person were identical in portion and presentation. Now that Xiao Ming was financially stable, his residence had been fully organized by Ziyuan. The staff had grown to over 100, with more than 10 new handmaidens. The kitchen was now comparable to those of other royal palaces. Recently, Ziyuan had even suggested hiring dancers and musicians, saying it was embarrassing for a prince's estate to have no entertainers. With a pure heart, or so he claimed, Xiao Ming hadn't objected. After all, ancient life lacked entertainment, and a little dance in the evening could be nice. Ziyuan and Luluo had been trained in the palace. They were skilled in music and dance and could even choreograph routines. The thought of it tempted him. Well, I'm still a man, he thought. A little beauty and rhythm could certainly brighten up a day at work. Still, he had standards. He wouldn't let his estate become a chaotic mess like the great clans of the capital. He also had another motive. The common folk needed entertainment too. He understood that idleness leads to trouble. Give people something to enjoy and they'd stay out of mischief. His technology crystal didn't just contain science, it included art, music, and literature. He believed that art was a way to enlighten the people. He wanted to create a different atmosphere in Qingzhou, something like a renaissance, and such a movement needed a birthplace. Naturally, it had to start with his own residence. Of course, he couldn't deny it. Beyond the noble ideals, he just wanted to see Ziyuan and Luluo dance. As he was lost in thought, the banquet was already set. Lu Fei lifted a jar of drunken Qingzhou wine and poured generously for Niu Ben General. You have to try this white wine from Qingzhou. Just 3 cups and you'll be on the floor. 3 bowls and I'll be under the table. Niu Ben glanced sideways at Lu Fei, thinking to himself that this kid had witnessed his drinking capacity back in the day. How could he spout such nonsense now? Lu Fei, oblivious to Niu Ben's expression, said, General, I'm not exaggerating. Try it if you don't believe me. As the clear liquor filled the bowl, Niu Ben immediately sensed something different. A strong aroma rushed straight to his nose. Having sampled fine wines across the great Yu Empire, he now felt he was truly seeing something new. The secret recipe for this wine comes from His Highness, Luo Xin chimed in. Having tasted drunken Qingzhou himself, he could no longer stomach any other liquor. But drunken Qingzhou wasn't cheap, and Luo Quan was notoriously stingy, preferring to mooch drinks at others' homes rather than spend his own silver. This was precisely why Luo Xin often visited Xiao Ming, mostly to freeload food and drinks. Niu Ben gave Xiao Ming another look. This Prince of Qi was becoming more and more intriguing. After 5 years in the mines, all he had hoped for was to serve a wise ruler. Even so, 3 bowls to knock me out. You underestimate this old man, Niu Ben said, licking his lips. 5 years without a drop had left him parched. He downed 1 bowl in a single gulp, then poured himself 2 more before anyone could stop him. Ha ha ha, excellent wine, Niu Ben roared with laughter. The liquor had a real kick. Lu Fei, what do you say? 3 bowls are nothing to me. Lu Fei smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself that the real test would come when the alcohol hit. Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly. Every military man loved his drink. This banquet was meant to foster camaraderie among his officers, making it easier to manage the army. But getting Niu Ben drunk was also part of his plan. As the saying goes, in wine lies truth. A man's drinking habits often revealed his character. This was a chance to gauge Niu Ben's true nature. Despite the general's sterling reputation, Xiao Ming knew little of his actual temperament. Now was the perfect opportunity to find out. General, your capacity is impressive. Lu Fei, pour him another round. Let the general drink his fill today, Xiao Ming said. Luo Xin kept his head down, focused on the food. When he first arrived in Qingzhou, Lu Fei had got him drunk too, leading to a stream of drunken ramblings witnessed by Xiao Ming. Niu Ben, like a thirsty man finding water, downed 3 more bowls. Soon the alcohol took effect, leaving him swaying unsteadily. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ming asked, General, coming to Qingzhou must have been a great hardship for you. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Niu Ben felt his head grow heavy, but his inhibitions vanished like a breached dam. All his pent-up frustrations demanded release. Slurring slightly, he said, Why, Your Highness, this old official doesn't mind Qingzhou. But those 5 years in the mines, that was hardship. All my loyalty, all my service, for the glory of the great Yu Empire. And what did my earnest counsel earn me? 5 years of hard labor. His voice cracked, and suddenly he burst into loud, heart-wrenching sobs. Lu Fei and Luo Xin exchanged moved glances. With corrupt officials dominating the court, loyal men like them had long suffered similar frustrations. Niu Ben's words struck a deep chord. From this outburst, Xiao Ming sensed Niu Ben's resentment toward Xiao Wengshuan in the imperial court. General, you've endured much, Xiao Ming said solemnly. In Qingzhou, this prince will ensure your talents are never again overlooked. Drunker now, Niu Ben declared thickly, If a lord treats me as a man of worth, I shall repay him as such. If he treats me as a stranger, so shall I repay him. If he treats me as dirt, I shall repay him as an enemy. Today, your highness treats me as a man of worth, I shall repay you as one. Well said, the general speaks true. Xiao Ming raised his cup and drained it. This was the kind of commander he needed. The moment the words left his mouth, Niu Ben slumped onto the table, dead drunk. Lu Fei and Luo Xin exchanged wry smiles. The feast was over. They helped Niu Ben up and escorted him back to the Qingzhou barracks. Watching them leave, Xiao Ming reflected on Niu Ben's words. People often spoke of returning good for evil, forgetting Confucius' actual teaching, repay injustice with justice and kindness with kindness. This misinterpretation had poisoned generations, leading the great Yu Empire to initially seek civilizing the barbarians through moral example, failing to grasp that those not of our kind will never share our hearts. The only language barbarians understood was force, not virtue. As the trio departed, Ziyuan entered and said, "Your Highness, word from the machinery department. The iron molds are ready. Would you like to inspect them?" Really, Zhao Ming's face lit up. That morning, he had been overseeing this very project when Niu Ben's arrival forced him to return. At the time, Chen Qi and the artisans were casting the molds. Ordering his horse prepared, Zhao Ming rode to the machinery department. There, Chen Qi and a team of craftsmen were assembling the iron molds. "Your Highness, we can begin casting the cannons now," Chen Qi said excitedly when Zhao Ming arrived. After a month's effort, they had finally produced qualified molds. With this experience, creating the next set would be far easier. "Let me see," Zhao Ming said eagerly. Since arriving in Qingzhou, economic development had been his top priority, not because he neglected the military, but because he understood that without funds, supplies, and popular support, raising an army was impossible. Without a foundation in steel production and trained artisans, manufacturing cannons would remain a fantasy. His heavy investments, even his extortion of skilled craftsmen, had all been for this day, the ability to produce these game-changing weapons. Zhao Ming's excitement spread to Chen Qi and the artisans. Their month of tireless work had not been in vain. The clay molds had been broken away, revealing the black iron molds beneath. Like their clay counterparts, these were divided into 7 segments. Once assembled, they would be ready for cannon production. Strangely, the molds themselves weighed more than the eventual cannons. After all, they had to withstand repeated use. "We'll cast the first cannon tomorrow," Zhao Ming declared, gazing at the molds. Time was running short. Completing the molds was just the beginning. The artisan's skill would now face its true test. Chen Qi smiled. "Your Highness, perhaps you could review the key points of cannon casting with us. We hope to succeed on the first attempt." "No rushing this. Steady and sure," Zhao Ming said with a grin. He then gathered the department's craftsmen, reiterating the cannon production process and critical details. Under the influence of the knowledge crystal, vivid images of the process seemed to materialize in their minds, cementing each step in memory. After several days of gloomy rain, the skies suddenly cleared. The heavens stretched high and blue like sapphire, dotted with soft white clouds drifting gently. The beauty of it all felt like a cleansing of the soul. Yesterday, after his Hansen demonstration at the machinery department, the workshop was finally ready to begin producing cannons in earnest. But with the barbarian invasion looming ever closer, time was running out. That morning, Li San and Wang arrived at Prince Qi's residence together, bringing back the intelligence they had gathered on the grasslands. "Your Highness, we received word that the barbarians and the Ottoman Empire appear to have reached some sort of truce," Li San reported. 3 months ago, the barbarians returned to Chengdu with the slaves and craftsmen they had captured from the Ottomans. "So the Western campaign is over?" Zhao Ming asked. "It appears so," Wang Chuan said grimly. For Zhao Ming, this was terrible news. After unifying the steppe tribes, the barbarians had become the most powerful empire in the north. With Great Yu growing weaker and focused on defense, the barbarians had no threat behind them and turned westward. After crushing several small kingdoms in the west, they clashed with the Ottoman Empire. After 3 long years of war, both sides realized the other was too massive to defeat and finally withdrew. That meant one thing: the barbarians would now turn back east, and the full pressure would land on Great Yu. Zhao Ming remembered how, in real-world history, the Mongol Empire had also stopped their western conquests before turning south to easily destroy the southern Song. "Any other bad news?" Zhao Ming asked with a bitter smile. "What do we know about their population, army, or weapons?" Wang Chuan answered. "There is one more thing. During their western campaign, the barbarians acquired a siege weapon from the Ottomans. It's called the Hui giant cannon. According to reports, it can hurl a 300-pound stone over 500 meters. Hui cannon?" Zhao Ming asked. "You're sure it throws stones?" "Yes." Merchants on the grasslands described it as a massive trebuchet, not a true cannon, Wang Chuan confirmed. Zhao Ming let out a small sigh of relief. As long as the barbarians hadn't acquired gunpowder-based artillery, it was still manageable. But even without cannons, if their siege weapons could really launch 300-pound stones, Kangzhou City could be in serious danger. He remembered that in actual Mongol history, similar stone-throwing machines had been used, and they had come from the western regions. Li San added, "If they bring these to attack Kangzhou City, I'm afraid our walls won't hold." Still, Zhao Ming considered this a lesser threat. The range of these 500-meter stone throwers was much shorter than real cannons, and his own cannons could destroy them before they got into position. As long as he maintained artillery superiority, there was no need to panic. "That's manageable." "Any other intelligence?" he asked. Li San replied quickly, "We can't determine the exact population of the barbarians, but it's estimated they have at least 2 million households." "That many?" Zhao Ming was stunned. "Some of them have settled in the Changbai mountain region and started farming. Their population has grown," said Li San. Now Xiao Ming truly understood the scale of the threat. These barbarians were no longer purely nomadic, they had become a semi-pastoral, semi-agricultural society. That made them even more dangerous to Great Yu, because it meant their logistics and supply lines were now stable, enabling long-term military expansion. And Wang Xuan's next comment made things worse. That's just their civilian population, he said. The ratio of regular soldiers to slave soldiers is now 1-5. Merchants say that before each campaign, the barbarians send waves of slave troops ahead. Once the enemy is exhausted from fighting them, the real barbarian cavalry charges in to finish the job. Li San added, recently, we found out that barbarian riders have been capturing civilians north of Kangzhou City. These were all once citizens of Great Yu. It looks like they're preparing to use the same tactics against us as they used against the Western kingdoms. Then he clenched his fists and said, Your Highness, what should we do if the barbarians push our own people to the front lines? As human shields, the barbarians are shameless and inhumane. Wang Xuan growled. Such tactics weren't new. History was filled with examples of invaders using civilians or collaborators to soften targets. The Manchus and Mongols had been especially notorious for this. That's how small populations had conquered massive kingdoms, and now the barbarians outnumbered Great Yu 10-1. What will we do? Xiao Ming said coldly. If Kangzhou falls, then I'll be the next Prince Kang. Li San and Wang Xuan exchanged glances. They understood the weight behind those words. The two continued reporting on the barbarians' military structure. Their soldiers used composite bows made from animal sinew, giving them long range. Their cavalry was trained in feigned retreat tactics, where they would turn and shoot while riding away. That very strategy had defeated many Western forces, but the army of Great Yu was well aware of this and would never take the risk of chasing the barbarians onto open grassland. Doing so was a death sentence. Aside from their 180-meter effective bow range, the most dangerous thing about the barbarian army was their discipline, even more so than their weapons. A fearless, well-organized army was the real nightmare. Xiao Ming could already picture it, barbarian soldiers climbing over mountains of their own dead under cannon fire. Li San concluded also, merchants say that the barbarian army has been training constantly, and they've grown extremely suspicious of all Great Yu travelers. Several merchants were even captured. Xiao Ming nodded. The barbarians' recent actions were clearly signs of an upcoming invasion. He said, keep a close eye on everything they do, especially troop movements. Report to me immediately with any updates. Li San and Wang Xuan nodded and left. Xiao Ming stood up and headed straight for the machinery department. Thankfully, he had ordered full-scale cannon production. Without that, he wouldn't be able to counter even a single Huey stone thrower with its 300-pound payload. Such force hitting the walls would be nearly as destructive as a cannon blast. His current artillery only fired solid cannonballs. He still lacked the technology and capability to produce explosive shells. As these grim thoughts clouded his mind, he quickened his pace, a deep sense of danger weighing heavily on his shoulders. Unlike the usual quiet, the atmosphere around the machinery department in Kangzhou City had grown tense in recent days. Residents noticed a sharp increase in guards. The number of soldiers had multiplied, and each one wore full silver armor, exuding an air of cold authority. Anyone who even slightly approached the machinery department was immediately driven away. Every person entering the department had to show a special pass and undergo inspection. Someone once tried to sneak in without a pass, and was severely beaten and thrown into jail on the spot. All these strange changes made people wonder, what on earth is going on inside the machinery department? Only Xiao Ming knew the full truth. That morning, he arrived at the gates of the department, handed his horse to the guard, and entered at just the right moment. Inside, Chen Qi and his craftsmen were preparing to pour molten iron into a cannon mold. While Kangzhou could now produce high-quality steel, not all steel was suitable for casting cannons. In fact, even in modern times, until Krupp cannon steel was developed, cannon casting was limited to three main materials: copper, bronze, and iron. Copper was the most straightforward, but also the most expensive. Given the limited mining output in Great Yu, using copper for cannons was like making golden toilets. Bronze was an alloy that required several metals, including tin and lead, both of which were scarce in Kangzhou. That left only cast iron as a viable option. Though cast iron had its drawbacks, it was the main material for cannon production from the 15th to 18th centuries due to one key factor: cost efficiency, and in any age, cost mattered. Your Highness, we're almost ready to pour, Chen Qi said. The cannon mold was set up right next to the blast furnace. Once the furnace's gate was opened, the glowing molten iron would flow into the mold. But first, many careful preparations were needed. Casting cannons was delicate work. One mistake could ruin the entire mold and cause delays. Under Xiao Ming's supervision, the craftsmen began painting the inside of the mold with a special mixture of finely ground rice husks and clean sand. These materials had been processed with extreme care, crushed and sifted over 30 times to ensure uniform texture. This coating prevented uneven pitting and made sure the cannon wouldn't fuse with the mold. Without it, both mold and cannon could be ruined. Next came a second layer, this time using dared coal dust, the purpose carburization. Everyone knew that the higher the carbon content in iron, the harder it became. When molten iron came into contact with the coal-coated surface, the cannon's exterior would absorb carbon and harden, making it less likely to explode during use. Both layers had to be applied evenly and meticulously. Once finished, Xiao Ming inspected everything. Any flawed sections were reworked before the mold was clamped shut with iron hoops. Meanwhile, other craftsmen began heating the mold. This would prevent the outer iron from cooling too quickly when it came into contact with the mold, which would affect carburization. After that, they inserted the ceramic core, which Chen Qi had specially made under Xiao Ming's instructions. Usually, cannon molds used a clay core, but Xiao Ming, applying knowledge from the technology crystal, knew that a ceramic core allowed for better internal cooling. This would strengthen the cannon's inner walls, a technique known as tight-water cooling. Begin, Xiao Ming ordered once everything was ready. Chen Qi, clearly emotional after a month of hard work, nodded. He felt like an expectant father about to witness a birth. With trembling lips, Chen Qi shouted, "Pour the iron." A craftsman opened the furnace gate, and molten iron, glowing red, poured out of the chute with a roar. Even 5 meters away, Xiao Ming could feel the scorching heat on his face. Those standing close were drenched in sweat, but every pair of eyes was filled with anticipation. Chen Qi had promised, if the casting succeeded, each worker would receive 100 taels of silver. For ordinary craftsmen, that was a huge reward and an incredible motivation. The glowing iron slowly flowed into the mold. As it reached the top, a craftsman lightly tapped the mold with a hammer to help the metal settle evenly. Once the molten iron reached the rim, the cooling team began pouring well water into the ceramic core. At the same time, a length of dried pig intestine was inserted into the core. The water inside the core had to be constantly replaced until the interior fully cooled. Since Xiao Ming couldn't get rubber tubes in this era, he used dried pig intestines as a substitute. In fact, even in modern times, sausage casings still used pig intestines. Their flexibility made them a decent alternative to rubber hoses. Above, craftsmen busily replaced the cooling water again and again. After some time, once the metal had cooled and solidified, Xiao Ming gave the command to remove the mold. The cannon's surface was still glowing red, with many sharp burrs visible. Craftsmen immediately got to work smoothing and polishing the surface to make the cannon barrel even. When all this was done, Xiao Ming finally let out a deep breath of relief. Now, they just had to wait for the cannon to cool completely. Chen Qi asked, "Your Highness, is this cannon really as powerful as you say? When can we test it? I want to see how it compares to Great Yu's standard fire lances." "There's no need to test it to know. It's like night and day," Xiao Ming said confidently. The so-called fire lances of Great Yu were poorly made. While they resembled cannons in shape, they were nowhere near the real thing. In fact, the trebuchet the barbarians stole from the West might even be more effective than Great Yu's fire lances. The first cannon was successfully cast, and the atmosphere in the machinery department was as fiery as the coal burning in the furnace. Every craftsman's face was beaming with joy. Over the past month, they had worked day and night, each losing over 10 pounds, all to complete the task assigned by Prince Qi. Now, all that remained was the test firing of the cannon. If successful, it would mean the machinery department had truly mastered the production technology of cannons. "Your Highness, please let us test it. The craftsmen are eagerly waiting," Chen Qi said, worried that Xiao Ming might not allow them to witness the test firing. To him, this was as unbearable as being shown a newborn baby without knowing whether it was ugly or beautiful. "Yes, Your Highness, let us see it for ourselves." The craftsmen in the machinery department pleaded, their eyes filled with anticipation for the cannon's Sweat and iron dust covered the craftsmen's bodies, and a metallic scent mixed with sweat permeated the air in the machinery department. With so many people urging him, Xiao Ming naturally couldn't refuse. He had only been teasing Chen Qi earlier. The cannon's testing required the participation of these craftsmen. Only then could problems be identified and corrected in time. "Fine, but we can't do it today. We need a suitable testing site, and transporting the cannon is also an issue. It's extremely heavy. Not to mention, we still need cannonballs." When he mentioned cannonballs, Xiao Ming's tone grew heavier. The cannonballs naturally had to fit the current cannon. If they were too large, they wouldn't load. If too small, the gunpowder's effectiveness would be greatly reduced, possibly resulting in the cannonball landing at their feet. Before the cannon was produced, the machinery department couldn't accurately calculate the required caliber for the cannonballs, so they hadn't dared to produce any yet. This left Xiao Ming somewhat frustrated. After all, in this era, there was no precise measurement system, making it impossible to manufacture products with exact specifications. For now, they could only produce cannonballs by matching the cannon's muzzle diameter. Otherwise, the cannonballs might not fit at all. He thought to himself, a precise measurement system needed to be established. That way, cannon and cannonball production could proceed independently. They would only need to strictly adhere to standardized dimensions, which would also be essential for Qingzhu's future industrial development. Once lathes could be integrated into production, a uniform measurement standard would be even more critical for mass-producing components. Though Chen Qi and the others were impatient, test-firing the cannon required preparation, not just for cannonballs, the sight and transportation, but also for something beyond Chen Qi's control, gunpowder. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming left the machinery department and headed straight for Lu Tong's chemical laboratory. Like the machinery department, the chemical laboratory was heavily guarded, with every participant in gunpowder production under strict surveillance. A nation's vital secrets must not be carelessly revealed. Such security measures were only natural. These matters concerned the safety of the fiefdom. Lu Tong and the others had long grown accustomed to this environment. Compared to cannon production, gunpowder manufacturing was far simpler. But Xiao Ming demanded high-quality gunpowder, so Lu Tong and his team still had their hands full. Any substandard granulated gunpowder had to be remade. In such a facility, to avoid accidents, no metal objects were allowed inside. All tools were made of wood to prevent gunpowder explosions. "Your Highness, why have you come here? It's too dangerous," Lu Tong said anxiously when he saw Xiao Ming arrive. This chemical laboratory wasn't the one in Bowen Academy. Otherwise, Xiao Ming would have worried that Lu Tong might one day blow up the entire academy. The current laboratory was located outside Qingzhou City, adjacent to the industrial district but separated by several hundred meters and multiple walls. "If you all aren't afraid of danger, why should I be?" Xiao Ming replied with a smile. Lu Tong was momentarily stunned. He had never interacted with other feudal lords, but he was certain that this prince was unlike any other. There was no sense of superiority or detachment in Prince Qi. Instead, Xiao Ming always carried an approachable and amiable demeanor. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Tong snapped back to attention. "Your Highness, the granulated gunpowder you requested has been partially produced." "Oh, how much?" Xiao Ming asked with interest. Lu Tong led Xiao Ming through the front courtyard straight to the rear. This area was designed to function as both a laboratory and a factory. The front section was the factory, while the laboratory was in the back. The entire compound consisted of 20 buildings of varying sizes, each serving a different purpose. The warehouse was also in the rear, where Lu Tong had stored the produced gunpowder. Inside the warehouse, Lu Tong pointed at a sack. "Your Highness, this is it. I'm not sure if it's enough." The sack was about half a person's height and as thick as a man's embrace, likely containing around 100 pounds of granulated gunpowder. "Far from enough," Xiao Ming said. "You'll need to speed up production. If you're short on manpower, let me know. I can allocate more at any time. Output must increase." In ancient warfare, battles often dragged on, and cannons were fired repeatedly. A single sack of gunpowder wouldn't even be enough for one cannon. Lu Tong nodded. "Understood, Your Highness. I'll have them work faster." "But Your Highness, the materials. The gunpowder materials are running low too." Xiao Ming frowned. "Yes, saltpeter mostly comes from a few saltpeter caves in Shu. There are no other sources. Just before you arrived, Chen Bingkao left. He said all available saltpeter on the market has been bought, but no merchants are willing to sell any more to Qingzhou." Lu Tong's words sent a chill down Xiao Ming's spine. In the Great Yu Empire, saltpeter primarily came from a few open-air saltpeter caves in Shu. Because extraction was easy and demand was low, the Great Yu Empire didn't prioritize saltpeter mining. No other regions had dedicated saltpeter production. Xiao Ming had previously checked the resource distribution maps in the tech library. His fiefdom did have saltpeter deposits, and he had tasked Qian Dafu to search for them, but so far there had been no results. He couldn't blame Qian Dafu for this. In this era, aside from surface-level deposits, finding buried minerals was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He had assigned Qian Dafu to search for multiple minerals, and though the man had endured harsh conditions, with little reward, saltpeter mines remained undiscovered. Now, with the saltpeter supply cut off, Xiao Ming faced a heavy blow. Seeing Xiao Ming's darkening expression, Lu Tong hesitated before asking, "Your Highness, do you think Prince of Shu is behind this?" "Prince of Shu," Xiao Ming murmured the name softly. Memories of this prince from his predecessor's life surfaced. Among all the imperial brothers, the fifth prince, the Prince of Shu, had the worst relationship with him. Both unruly and headstrong, the two had clashed repeatedly in Chang'an. Xiao Ming and the Prince of Shu had fought more than once over petty rivalries, earning them frequent reprimands from Emperor Wang. Now that the fifth prince had taken his fief in Shu, Xiao Ming hadn't thought much about him in a long time. In Xiao Ming's memories, Shu was a remote, mountainous region, though historically known as the land of abundance, never lacking in grain. The only downside was the frequent raids from the Nanman tribes in the south and the Tibetans in the west. Still, overall, the Prince of Shu's situation was slightly better than his own, though not by much. And given Shu's rugged terrain, isolated deep inland, the fifth prince likely found his circumstances even more frustrating. Exactly, Your Highness. Think about it, King Zhu was buying saltpeter in bulk, and merchants from Shu were thrilled to profit from it. But suddenly, they can't obtain any. Who else but the Prince of Shu could enforce such a blockade? Lu Tong complained. If this is truly his doing, then he's deliberately sabotaging you. With the barbarians pressing south, time is critical, yet he's throwing obstacles in your path. He clearly wants to see you fail. If it were anyone else, Xiao Ming might have hesitated, but with the Prince of Shu, he fully believed the man was capable of such pettiness. The road to Shu is harder than climbing to the heavens. Precisely because of this, Shu was easily defended but hard to attack. Currently, the southern and northern princes had very different agendas. The Prince of Shu, as a southern prince, could live comfortably even if the north fell. He only needed to hold Shu. Moreover, the fifth prince knew he had no chance at the throne of the great Yu Empire, but if chaos erupted, everything would change. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ming said, whether it's the Prince of Shu's doing remains unclear. How much gunpowder can we still produce with the remaining materials? At most, 500 pounds. Xiao Ming's frustration spiked. 500 pounds of gunpowder wouldn't even be enough to scratch the barbarians. The current cannons fired solid shot. Their was comparable to a direct fire catapult, just with longer range. The damage wasn't overwhelming. Unless a shot hit directly, it wouldn't kill, unlike explosive shells that relied on shrapnel and shockwaves. Even with ample gunpowder, the battle would be tough. If they ran out, Kangzhou City would likely devolve into close-quarters combat. I'll handle the materials, just focus on production. Xiao Ming's expression darkened. Earlier, issues with iron and coal had been debated at court, but the other princes hadn't deliberately obstructed him. Though some mines had been flooded, local supplies were still barely sufficient. And Prince Wei, eager to use Xiao Ming as a shield, had been cooperative. Thus, coal and iron hadn't been major problems. But now the saltpeter shortage was a death sentence. Though the Great Yu Empire already used gunpowder, demand wasn't yet high enough for large-scale production. The saltpeter came from Shu, but since it was for the Imperial Machinery Department, the Prince of Shu wouldn't dare interfere. Leaving the industrial district, Xiao Ming returned to his palace. For now, he could only send a letter to Chang'an, asking Emperor Wang to resolve the issue. At the same time, he planned to request saltpeter and gunpowder from Prince Wei, though he doubted he'd get much, since Wei also undervalued firearms. After drafting the letter, he sent Ziyuan to the courier station, ordering it to be delivered to Chang'an at top speed. This wasn't the modern world, where a phone call could solve everything. Here, the fastest communication between cities was through courier stations, yet even an 800-li journey would take at least 9 days for a round trip, and if further complications arose, more back-and-forth messages would be needed. The thought made Xiao Ming seethe. His greatest fear was that the Prince of Shu was indeed behind this. If so, the man could simply drag things out, leaving Xiao Ming helpless. By the time Kangzhou's battle ended and saltpeter finally arrived, it would be useless. If Kangzhou fell, there'd be no need to send saltpeter at all. Instead, Emperor Wang would have to rely on the Prince of Shu. Prince of Shu, if this is your doing, I'll skin you alive one day. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth in frustration, yet there was little he could do. Shu was thousands of miles from Kangzhou, utterly beyond his reach. While seeking help from Chang'an, Xiao Ming refused to sit idle. He sent another letter to Prince Wei and summoned Qian Dafu back immediately. By dusk the next day, Qian Dafu finally arrived at the palace. Your Highness, what so urgent exhaustion from rough travels clung to him. His search for mines had taken its toll, leaving him gaunt and weary. Stop searching for other minerals. From now on, focus entirely on finding saltpeter and sulfur. Everything else can wait. Industrial upgrades could be delayed, but the barbarian threat was imminent. Moreover, if he used cannons to repel the barbarians, the Great Yu Empire would inevitably prioritize gunpowder, and saltpeter would become a strategic weapon used against him, much like oil in the modern world. A resource-poor nation was vulnerable. If cut off, its economy would collapse. Your Highness, what's happened? Qian Dafu asked, confused. Xiao Ming explained the saltpeter crisis, and Qian Dafu's expression turned grave. Saltpeter is a matter of life and death for me. I'll assign you another 5,000 laborers. Even if we have to dig through every inch of land, we must find it. His voice was steel. Qian Dafu understood the severity. Bowing deeply, he said, "This old servant will recall all mining teams immediately and devote everything to the search." With that, he turned to leave, only to run into Pang Yukun at the gates. "Steward Qian, you look troubled." "What's wrong?" Pang Yukun, ever observant, couldn't help but ask. "Sigh, the saltpeter supply is cut off. His Highness is furious. Be careful when you see him." Pang Yukun frowned. "Misfortune never comes alone. I fear His Highness will be even angrier soon." Qian Dafu had no time to inquire further. With a quick salute, he mounted his horse and galloped away. Watching him leave, Pang Yukun sighed, hesitated for a moment, then stepped into the palace. "What? The cement was stolen exactly, Your Highness. I just received the report," Pang Yukun said. Xian Xingcheng was responsible for repairing Kangzhou City's defenses, but logistics and transportation fell under Pang Yukun's jurisdiction. Naturally, he was the first to know when something went wrong. Xiao Ming's anger over the saltpeter crisis had barely subsided when this new outrage ignited his fury again. "You're coming with me to the Qingzhou military camp immediately. Those remnants of the noble clans, I won't rest until they're torn limb from limb." Pang Yukun paled. He had never seen such violent rage from Xiao Ming before, but it wasn't unwarranted. The local aristocratic clans had been either exterminated or absorbed by Xiao Ming's reforms. However, after centuries of entrenchment, eradicating them completely was no easy task. In Qingzhou, the presence of the Qingzhou army had allowed for swift and thorough suppression. But other prefectures with weaker militaries gave the clans time to react. Many had rallied their private armies and rebelled, throwing their regions into chaos. Thankfully, with popular support and the disciplined new army, the uprisings were quickly quelled, yet some remnants had fled deep into the mountains and marshes, emerging occasionally to cause trouble. "Your Highness, there's no need for haste. The bandits have already been cornered in a fortified manner by the Kangzhou army. However, this particular stronghold once belonged to the Liu clan of Kangzhou. It's the most defensible of all the manors across the 6 prefectures. The Kangzhou army has launched several assaults but were repelled each time, with dozens of casualties. No need for haste, the cement is critical to Kangzhou's repairs. Any delay could spell disaster." Xiao Ming seethed. Now he truly understood the saying, "Misfortunes never come alone." Pang Yukun fell silent and followed Xiao Ming to the Qingzhou military camp. At that moment, Niu Ben was standing atop the training platform, overseeing soldiers drilling in formation. Lu Fei and Luo Xin were each correcting maneuvers among the troops. When Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun arrived, Niu Ben immediately halted the exercises. "Your Highness." Niu Ben descended from the platform. The other day he had drunk himself into a stupor and woke up the next morning filled with regret, fearing he had behaved improperly in front of Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, however, was too agitated for pleasantries. His greatest fear was that the bandits would destroy the cement. There was no time to waste. "General, I'm afraid I must ask for your assistance. A group of bandits has seized a fortified manor and stolen supplies meant for Kangzhou." Niu Ben was momentarily surprised, but having seen everything in his long career, he quickly regained his composure. "In that case, this old general will lead the Qingzhou army to suppress them at once." He then asked, "How many bandits are there according to reports?" "Roughly 1,000. Pang Yukun replied. Niu Ben frowned. Military strategy states that attackers should outnumber defenders 5 to 1. We'll need 5,000 men. He ordered Lu Fei and Luo Xin to muster the troops. As the initial fury subsided, Xiao Ming grew calmer. Every soldier was precious now. These clan remnants, knowing capture meant death, would fight desperately. The Qingzhou army would suffer heavy casualties. Then an idea struck him. He had been searching for a place to test the cannon. This was the perfect opportunity. "General, go ahead and besiege the manor, but wait for my arrival before launching the assault." Niu Ben clasped his fists. "As you command, Your Highness." While Xiao Ming and Niu Ben spoke, Lu Fei and Luo Xin remained silent. It seemed Niu Ben had them well disciplined. On the way back from the camp, Xiao Ming suddenly thought of something. If the Liu clan's manor is so impregnable, how did the bandits get in the manor originally belonged to the Lius? The rebels among them must have known its layout. No one expected a hidden tunnel inside. Survivors said the bandits initially planned to loot the manor's grain and funds, but when they saw the cement convoy, they mistook it for valuables and attacked. Afterward, when the Kangzhou army arrived, they tried storming the tunnel, only to find the bandits had blown it up. "Blown it up?" Xiao Ming's eyes sharpened. "You mean with explosives?" "Yes, Your Highness. The bandits used gunpowder to collapse the tunnel." Pang Yukun's words hung in the air as both men realized the implications simultaneously. How do these rebels have gunpowder? Gunpowder wasn't a secret in the Great Yu Empire, but it wasn't something just anyone could produce. The materials alone were a hurdle, as Xiao Ming was painfully aware. Now these clan remnants had gunpowder. The implications were troubling. "No matter, we'll deal with them first and ask questions later." Xiao Ming steadied himself. Returning to Qingzhou City, Xiao Ming headed to the machinery department. He ordered carts prepared to transport the cannon to the Liu clan's manor. He also instructed Chen Qi to polish cannonballs overnight and sent men to retrieve gunpowder from Lu Tong. The next day, a wagon pulled by 4 horses departed Qingzhou City, carrying a large object wrapped tightly in hemp cloth. Escorting it were the Qingzhou army's elite cavalry. The distance between Qingzhou and Kangzhou was over 400 li, with the Liu clan's manor roughly 200 li from Qingzhou. The cannon weighed around a ton. Even with 4 horses, the journey would take 5 or 6 days. Xiao Ming's stated purpose was to suppress the bandits, but his real goal was to test the cannon's Though he had seen countless schematics and records, witnessing its actual performance was another matter. Naturally, Chen Qi and his team would accompany the cannon. Xiao Ming, Niu Ben, and the others set out ahead. 3 days later, they arrived at the Liu clan's manor, now surrounded by the Kangzhou army. Colonel Chen Fu of the Kangzhou army pays his respects to your highness. The officer in charge of the siege was a Qingzhou army veteran later assigned to Kangzhou. Report, Xiao Ming said, Your Highness, the bandits remain holed up inside. The manor has ample food and water enough to last months. This won't be easy. Chen Fu had already attempted assaults, each ending in failure. Xiao Ming studied the manor. Unlike the Wang clan's earthen fortifications, the Liu clan's stronghold was built entirely of stone, with walls over 10 meters high. More critically, it commanded the official road between Qingzhou and Kangzhou. After its capture, it had become a way station between the 2 prefectures. That the Lias had dared to build it on a major highway spoke volumes about their former arrogance. Wait, said Xiao Ming, eyes fixed on the fortress ahead, issuing the command calmly. Atop the walls of Wubao Fortress, a figure who appeared to be the leader stepped into view, observing the incoming reinforcements from the Qingzhou army. Pointing toward the wall, Chen Fu said, Your Highness, that's Liu Chuang, the ringleader of this band. His father was involved in the Lotus Pond conspiracy against you. After their plan failed, I led the Kangzhou troops in a surprise attack on the Liu family's fortress. We wiped out most of their retainers, but Liu Chuang managed to escape. The harsh sunlight made Xiao Ming squint. After the Lotus Pond barbarians were wiped out, he had ordered the news to be sealed and immediately launched an operation to capture the aristocrats involved in the rebellion. Many were caught before they even had time to react. Had the Liu family been more alert at the time, they might have held on to Wubao. Lu Fei had reported that Chen Fu had used a trick to take the fortress. Posing as a merchant buying grain, his men launched a surprise attack at the gates and captured it. But now, barely a month later, the Liu family had used the exact same method to take it back. Let's go with the usual plan, Xiao Ming said. Try to persuade them to surrender, buy time, and wait for them to let their guard down. These rebels were different from the retainers of noble houses like the Sun or Wang families. Back then, many were reluctant servants who could be talked into surrendering. But this group had resisted even after the Barbarian War, which meant they were ready to fight to the death. Worse, most of them were likely young nobles themselves, not oppressed servants. Persuasion would have no effect on them. Chen Fu acknowledged the order and stepped forward to shout terms at the enemy atop the walls, offering the usual surrender and live line. But before he could finish, an arrow shot down from the battlements, landing with a sharp thunk near his feet. Niu Ben glanced up at the wall and remarked, That's a skilled archer. That's more than 230 meters. Most barbarian bows only shoot up to 180 meters. This one has serious strength. Then he turned to Lu Fei. Fetch my bow. Luo Xin laughed. Those fools dared show off their archery in front of the old general. Everyone knows your bowmanship is the pride of the Imperial Guards. I haven't practiced in 5 years, Niu Ben said modestly. Let's just hope I don't embarrass myself in front of His Highness. But from the tone of his voice, everyone could hear his confidence. Xiao Ming smiled. General, your archery is legendary. Please go ahead. Taking the bow from Lu Fei, Niu Ben's weapon was clearly much thicker and heavier than those used by the Qingzhou troops. It was obvious that it required immense strength to draw. Without even dismounting, Niu Ben knocked an arrow, pulled the string back, and let it fly with a sharp. A scream echoed from atop the wall. The same archer who had fired earlier tumbled from the battlements, an arrow embedded clean through his chest. Bravo! Lu Fei and Luo Xin shouted at the same time. Chen Fu stood stunned. He hadn't known who this new general was. After all, Niu Ben had only just arrived in Kangzhou and word hadn't spread yet. The Qingzhou soldiers were equally astonished. Many of them had secretly resented Niu Ben's sudden appointment. In their eyes, Lu Fei had always been the rightful commander, but now they understood Prince Qi had not made this decision lightly. Xiao Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. After hearing 2 days of bad news, this moment finally lifted his spirits. At least Niu Ben lived up to his reputation. He would be a formidable asset in the fight against barbarian cavalry. The bandits atop the wall clearly panicked after witnessing Niu Ben's shot. A few of them peeked over the edge, then quickly ducked behind cover. Generally, a bow's range was around 180 meters, with effective killing within 120. Beyond that, only high-arcing shots had any real force. The fact that Niu Ben could accurately kill someone at such distance was terrifying. Without decades of training, it was impossible. It also proved his superhuman arm strength. How about that? Luo Xin asked, smug. In my opinion, bows are still better than crossbows. Your Highness, I never quite agreed with the plan to equip the Qingzhou army with so many crossbows instead of bows. Niu Ben handed the bow back to Lu Fei and snorted. What did your father even teach you? His Highness is absolutely right to favor crossbows. Training an archer takes 3 to 5 years, more if you want them to be accurate. A crossbowman only needs basic training to be battle-ready. Especially for defending fortresses, crossbows are far more useful. In close range, crossbow bolts are even more powerful and more accurate than arrows. Luo Xin went quiet. Lu Fei chuckled on the side, enjoying the scolding. He too had once doubted the policy, but over time he came to understand, and with the barbarians advancing south, there was no time to train archers. You're right, General, Xiao Ming said. That's exactly what I was thinking, and in a few days you'll see something even more powerful than bows, crossbows, or catapults. Niu Ben raised an eyebrow. You mean that's what you've been working on at the machinery department all this time? Exactly, Xiao Ming grinned. Better get off your horse soon. This thing packs a punch. The bandits in Wubao Fortress had no idea they were cornered. They never imagined the Qingzhou army would mobilize so many troops just for one fortress, nor did they realize that stealing a shipment of cement had sealed their fate. 3 days later, a wagon escorted by cavalry rolled into the Qingzhou army's forward camp outside Wubao. In those 3 days, the Qingzhou army and the rebels had mostly traded insults and volleys of arrows. Niu Ben had picked off several enemy archers. Siege ladders had also been prepared, but Xiao Ming didn't want to waste soldiers in a drawn-out assault. Yet Wubao couldn't be left alone. Not only did it contain valuable cement, it also sat on a key supply route, posing a serious threat to Kangzhou's logistics. Your Highness, the cannon has arrived, said Chen Qi, accompanied by 12 craftsmen from the machinery department. Looking at the carefully wrapped cannon on the wagon, Xiao Ming broke into a wide smile. General Niu, he said, turning, this is my secret weapon. What exactly is it? Your Highness, Lu Fei asked impatiently. It wasn't a ballista or a trebuchet, and the suspense had been eating at him for days. Luo Xin also came over, his eyes still crusted with sleep. 3 days of standoff had been more than boring. By now, Xiao Ming couldn't keep it a secret any longer. He signaled to Chen Qi and the others to remove the burlap covering. In an instant, a large, jet-black, cold metal object was revealed, its imposing presence undeniable. Isn't that just a fire lance? Luo Xin said with a puzzled expression. Well, it does look sturdier than most fire lances. Niu Ben didn't jump to conclusions. Instead, he circled the object carefully, inspecting it thoroughly. Then he turned to Xiao Ming and asked, what do you call this? Your Highness, I call it a cannon, Xiao Ming replied. Luo Xin wasn't wrong, technically. After all, the fire lance was a predecessor to the cannon. Niu Ben nodded, then tapped the side of the cannon and even peered down the barrel. This is much better made than any fire lance, he said. Fire lances are crude and short, with a range of just about 200 meters. Surely, Your Highness isn't planning to take down a fortress with this sharp as ever, General, Xiao Ming replied with a smile. This cannon is very different from a fire lance. You'll see soon enough, and Luo Xin, try not to wet yourself. Luo Xin grinned. Your Highness underestimates me. I've used fire lances before. Is that so? Then I'll leave the firing to you, Xiao Ming said seriously. No one else has the experience. Luo Xin, who had grown up in Chang'an as the son of Grand General Luo Quan, had the laid-back arrogance of a noble. He waved it off. It's easy. Lu Fei, who might normally have jumped in to claim the task, stayed quiet this time. He knew Xiao Ming too well. There was a mischievous smile on his face. Something was definitely up. With Luo Xin taking on the role of guinea pig, Chen Qi and his team had no choice but to help. They brought down the cannon from the cart and mounted it on a firing base, aiming it at Wubao Fortress's front gate at a slight incline. Then they laid out all the necessary tools and supplies, cannonballs, gunpowder, fuse ropes, and the tools for cleaning and loading the barrel. Up on the wall, Liu Chuang observed their movements. When he saw the large, unfamiliar object being positioned, a bad feeling crept over him. How's the tunnel coming along? He asked the man beside him. What few knew was that the Liu family fortress had 2 escape tunnels. One had been destroyed. Liu Chuang had hoped to use the other to escape, but part of it had collapsed due to years of neglect. He had been sending men to clear it day and night. So far, they had cleared over 50 meters. We've got about 50 meters cleared, said the man. I remember only this stretch has soft soil. It should be easier after that. Work faster. If we don't get out soon, we're finished. And take all the grain with us. Yes, sir. But what about the cement, idiot? Liu Chuang snapped. That stuff is heavy and useless. You can't eat it, can't wear it. He had learned from captured workers that the material was called cement, but to him, it was worthless. Back outside, Liu Chuang looked down again. He saw a captain-type soldier jabbing something long and thin into the strange object. That was Luo Xin, cleaning the cannon barrel using a special cleaning rod. The cannons built by the machinery department were front-loading smoothbore cannons. Dare and shot had to be loaded from the muzzle, and everything had to be done in the right order. This wasn't something you could just wing. Xiao Ming had already planned for this. During production, he'd made sure Chen Qi prepared ramrods, loading scoops, fire pokers, and lighters, everything needed for a smooth operation. At first, Luo Xin tried to stuff gunpowder and cannonballs straight into the barrel, but Xiao Ming quickly stopped him. Unlike fire lances, cannons required tight seals. The cannonball had to fit the barrel exactly, or the explosion wouldn't generate enough pressure for a proper shot. Worse, sand or debris could cause the cannon to misfire or explode. After cleaning the barrel thoroughly, they proceeded to loading. Using a dare scoop, Luo Xin measured out 1 full load of gunpowder and poured it in. The scoop was designed to carry the exact amount needed for 1 shot. Then he loaded the solid cannonball into the barrel and used the ramrod to pack it tightly over the gunpowder. Ready, Your Highness, Luo Xin asked. He'd never gone through so many steps for a fire lance. All good, Xiao Ming replied. The firing method was the same as a fire lance. He didn't need to say more. Xiao Ming simply stepped back, far back. Everyone else followed his lead and backed away too. Luo Xin looked around and realized he was now standing completely alone. A sense of dread crept over him. He turned to Lu Fei. Captain Lu, care to join me? Lu Fei smiled politely. No, this honor belongs to you. Luo Xin glanced at Xiao Ming, who gave him a thumbs up and a smirk. Gritting his teeth, Luo Xin inserted the fuse into the vent hole at the back of the cannon. Chen Qi had already lit the matchstick used for ignition. All Luo Xin had to do was touch the flame to the fuse. Here we go, Your Highness, Luo Xin shouted. Don't forget to cover your ears. And stand back, Xiao Ming reminded him. Luo Xin nodded, lit the fuse, and immediately stepped back and covered his ears. Sizzle, the fuse caught fire, burning rapidly. It had been soaked in oil, ensuring a fast burn. Then the sound was deafening, like thunder shaking the heavens. A burst of flame and smoke erupted from the muzzle. A solid black cannonball shot out like lightning, slamming violently into Wu Bao's gate. Horses in the Qingzhou camp reared up and neighed in panic, throwing the ranks into brief chaos. A faint haze of smoke drifted through the air, heavy with the pungent smell of gunpowder. Luo Xin, who had been standing right in front of the cannon, flinched the moment it fired. Though he managed not to fall flat on his backside, everyone could see his legs trembling. Niu Ben and Lu Fei both looked pale. They hadn't covered their ears. As commanding officers, they had to maintain their dignity in front of the troops, so they stood their ground during the shot, feigning calm. Now Niu Ben cast a grateful look at Xiao Ming. Good thing I wasn't still on my horse, he thought, or I'd be on the ground by now. Looking over at the soldiers scrambling after the panicked horses, Niu Ben turned back to the cannon, his eyes now filled with new respect. If this cannon were used in the field, the barbarian cavalry's horses would scatter in fear. Your Highness, why is this thing so loud? Luo Xin asked as he turned around, trying to act nonchalant despite still recovering from the blast. If it weren't loud, it wouldn't be called a cannon, Xiao Ming said as he stepped up to inspect it. The cannon had shifted slightly from the recoil. Next time, it would need to be repositioned before firing again. Clearly, the base needed to be heavier to absorb the shock. Looking up at the Liu family's Wubao fortress, Xiao Ming saw that the gate had been cracked open by the cannonball. Cannons were designed for linear damage and precise targeting. This was why they were so devastating on the battlefield. A well-aimed shot could cut through a dense enemy formation like skewering sugar hawthorn candies on a stick. By comparison, trebuchets, though irful, only caused area damage and were far less effective against soldiers. They were better suited for siege operations. Another few shots. Blast that gate open, Xiao Ming ordered. The first shot had been a success and the cannon performed admirably. The fortress gate was thick and solid, but even it couldn't withstand solid cannonballs. A few more hits and it would be nothing but splinters. I'm not doing that again, Luo Xin muttered, fleeing into the ranks like a scared cat. Just the thought of the blast made his scalp tingle. Ha ha ha, the soldiers burst out laughing, not in mockery, but in shared understanding. That thunderous had shaken everyone to their core. The fear it instilled was natural. Even seasoned troops needed time to get used to cannon fire. It was why artillery crews required dedicated training. Back in the fortress, Liu Chuang and his men fared even worse. The moment the cannon fired, many of the bandits collapsed on the spot in sheer terror. The gate defenders were thrown into chaos. The gate shattered with the blast, and worse, a black iron cannonball edged through it, hitting 10 soldiers behind. The first had his chest torn open. The second had his arm severed. The third his head turned to pulp. The rest fared little better. What is that thing? They say Prince Chi practices dark magic. Maybe it's true. Gasped the surviving bandits, faces ashen. Even Liu Chuang, watching from the wall, turned pale when he heard the report. Outside, it looked like the Qingzhou army was preparing to fire again. They're trying to blast the gate down. What the hell is that thing? Liu Chuang panicked. Deep down, he suspected it had something to do with gunpowder, but he didn't understand it well. What do we do? No one dares get near the gate anymore, one of his men said. Liu Chuang, for the first time, felt despair. The escape tunnel still wasn't finished, and the strange weapon outside would soon reduce the gate to rubble. We'll fight to the death, Liu Chuang roared. Get everyone ready. Yes, sir. The man replied before hurrying down the stairs. They all knew, as sons of noble families, they had no path for surrender. Either they died or Prince Chi did. There was no middle ground. Outside, Chen Qi calmly cleaned and reloaded the cannon. Since Luo Xin had fled, Chen Qi finally had a chance to do what he'd been dying to do. Once loaded, they used the sight installed on the cannon to aim again, right at the fortress gate. Another shot. Another hole punched through the gate. Behind the cannon, Niu Ben stood next to Xiao Ming. After 5 years of backbreaking labor in the mines, Niu Ben thought he had become numb. But today, something stirred inside him again. No wonder your highness dared hold Cangzhou alone, he said. With this weapon, the barbarians won't know what hit them. Looks like they've met their match this time. I'm relieved you think so highly of the cannon, Xiao Ming replied. This is only the first of many. Once production picks up, we'll mount them on Cangzhou's walls. Niu Ben nodded. How many can we produce per month? Your highness, when the barbarians attack, how many will we have at most? 50 cannons, assuming we have enough materials, Xiao Ming replied, frowning slightly. Even with iron molds and streamlined procedures, it took time to cast each cannon. And now it was already May, there wasn't much time left. With enough ammunition, 50 will be plenty, Niu Ben said. Just knock out their siege towers and battering rams. Without those, the barbarians will never take Cangzhou. He was right. The key to a siege was breaking the gate, and that required siege engines. No soldier could climb a wall with just his hands and feet, and with their range, and pinpoint accuracy, the cannons could take out siege equipment with ease. The barbarians were in for a rude awakening. As the two spoke, another blast rang out. From across the field, Chen Qi shouted, "The gate's open! The gate's open!" Xiao Ming looked up. Sure enough, a crack had opened down the center of the gate. The cannonball had struck the latch mechanism dead on. Seeing it, Niu Ben drew his blade and shouted, "Charge!" After 3 days of waiting, the Qingzhou army exploded into action like wolves unleashed. Their resentment against the fortress bandits boiled over into fury. Up on the battlements, Liu Chuang saw the silver tide of armored soldiers rushing in. He turned and fled down the stairs. The Qingzhou army outnumbered his forces 5-1, and they were wearing full armor that looked completely impenetrable. The battle was already over. The sound of battle on the field drowned out everything else. Golden sunlight glinted off polished armor, casting shimmering reflections like ripples across a lake. Standing on high ground, Xiao Ming watched as 5,000 regular troops charged forward in formation. The scale of it stirred his blood. He almost wanted to charge in himself, but he knew that would only make things harder for Niu Ben, who'd then have to split his attention to protect him. As the Qingzhou soldiers advanced on Wubao Fortress, the formation shifted under Lu Fei's voice. Months of training had made them well-practiced in maneuvering. Even their charge was orderly and disciplined. At the gate, the sword and shield troops formed a tight defensive wall to block the arrows raining down from the ramparts, while crossbowmen moved in behind them, retaliating with volley fire. This 3-stage firing system was inspired by musket formations, because crossbows, once fired, needed time to reload. The soldiers had to place them on the ground, brace with their feet, and draw with all their strength. Because reloading was slow, the 3-stage method allowed continuous fire. The first row fired, retreated, the second row fired, then the third, and so on. Inside the gate, the rebels, mainly noble sons, had no real training. After the first volley of arrows, they couldn't return fire. The waves of incoming bolts gave them no time to knock and shoot again. In moments, their archers were either dead or too injured to fight. The remaining bandits, realizing they couldn't hold the gate, retreated deeper into Wubao to fight among the buildings. These rats are smarter than I thought, Lu Fei spat. Don't underestimate them, Niu Ben warned. They're harder to catch now that they're scattered. Break into squads, search and eliminate in units of 100. He was right. The rebels had realized that a head-on clash with the Qingzhou army would only end in disaster. So they were using the fortress layout to stall and fight on their own terms. At Niu Ben's order, Lu Fei shouted, "Split formations." The Qingzhou troops quickly divided into small units of 100, each with a balanced mix of shield-bearers, crossbowmen, and spearmen, long, mid, and close-range tactics all accounted for. Watching this seamless coordination, Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. This is close to modern urban combat tactics. Once formations were reconfigured, the Qingzhou troops stormed into Wubao. With 5 times the enemy's numbers, full body armor, and Niu Ben's leadership, it was only a matter of time. It didn't take long, the gate fell and Qingzhou flags were raised above it. Xiao Ming began walking toward the fortress. Wubao itself wasn't very large. Even with the rebels fleeing in all directions, there weren't many places for them to hide. He could still hear occasional clashes and shouts from inside, though these were quickly fading, replaced by the disciplined footfalls of Qingzhou formations sweeping room to room. A short time later, Niu Ben came over and reported, "Your Highness, the remaining rebels have been cleared. One group escaped into a tunnel. We haven't entered it yet." "A tunnel? I thought they blew that up," Xiao Ming asked with a frown. "There's a second one." "I suspect they banked on using it to escape, likely why they were bold enough to retake Wubao. But from what we can tell, it's blocked," Niu Ben said with a hearty laugh. The two of them made their way to the tunnel. The entrance was a narrow, dark hole, just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. "Cowards, if you've got guts, come up and fight." Lu Fei was standing there shouting down the hole. A voice answered from within, "Ha, you gang up on us 5-1. Where's the honor in that? If you've got guts, come down here." Luo Xin frowned. "This is tricky. The tunnel only allows one at a time. Whoever goes down first would be picked off easily. In war, formation mattered. Every commander knew that. Fighting in a narrow space was dangerous. We can't wait," Niu Ben said grimly. "We don't know where the tunnel leads, and they're probably working to clear it. If they escape, they'll cause more trouble later. I'll go first. Follow me." But Xiao Ming held up a hand and smiled. "No need, General. It's easy enough. I'll have them crawl out on their own." "Your Highness, no offense, but that sounds a bit far-fetched," Lu Fei chuckled. "Unless you're going to fire a cannon down there." Xiao Ming was always on friendly terms with his officers, so they could joke openly. He smirked. "How about a wager if I make them come out willingly? You give me that tiger hide you hunted last winter." Lu Fei blinked, then laughed. "I knew you had your eye on that tiger skin. You can have the tiger bone too if you want. Keep that for your wine," Xiao Ming joked. Then he turned to Luo Xin. "Fetch some firewood and straw." Luo Xin nodded and quickly sent soldiers to gather it. Wubao had plenty. Niu Ben stroked his beard and chuckled. He already saw where this was going. That tiger skin was as good as lost. Soon, bundles of firewood and straw were brought over. Xiao Ming ordered the soldiers to pile it at the tunnel entrance. Then he told them to light it, but to pour water on the flames constantly so it didn't ignite fully, just enough to produce thick smoke. His goal wasn't to burn the tunnel, he wanted prisoners. He still had questions about how they got the explosives that collapsed the other tunnel. Soldiers used large fans to blow the smoke straight down the hole. Before long, they heard coughing. Lu Fei's face turned green. He realized he'd run his mouth again, and now his precious tiger hide was gone. "Why can't I just shut up for once?" Xiao Ming had actually seen this tactic in a TV show, but back then it was used by the enemy. Cough, 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 the coughing inside intensified. Soon there were shouts and curses, men yelling for those ahead to move faster. Then finally one man crawled out of the smoke, gasping, then another, and another. One by one they emerged, each one seized immediately by Qingzhou soldiers. In less than an hour, over 100 rebels had been captured. The last one passed out the moment he reached the surface. When no more came, Xiao Ming asked, "Where is Liu Chuang?" Chen Fu pointed. "That one covered in soot, that's him." Xiao Ming walked over. The man had fair skin and a scholarly face, now filthy and bruised. Standing before him, Xiao Ming said, "You've got some nerve, retaking Wubao and stealing my cement." Liu Chuang knew he was doomed. He glared and spat, "HMPH. Foolish king, kill me or spare me, I don't care, just save your breath. You've got quite the backbone, but I, Lu Fei, love breaking hard bones like yours." Liu Chuang's defiant attitude infuriated Lu Fei. Lu Fei knew Liu Chuang's reputation all too well. Though the Liu family wasn't as erful as the Wang clan among Qingzhou's nobility, their notoriety surpassed the other 4 great families. Rumors said the Lius ancestors were bandits who turned to farming after amassing enough wealth, eventually becoming the so-called nobility of today. Yet even now, the Liu family retained their bandit ways, bullying the weak and drawing endless complaints from nearby villagers. What's more, because of this bastard, Lu Fei had lost his prized tiger pelt to Xiao Ming. His hatred for Liu Chuang burned even hotter. After Xiao Ming's sudden purge of the nobility, Liu Chuang had led many escaped clansmen into banditry, committing countless murders and robberies. Now that he was caught, he knew there was no way out. So he hardened his heart, putting on a fearless front. Even in death, he would set an example for other nobles, inspiring them to keep rebelling. As Lu Fei rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat Liu Chuang senseless, Xiao Ming stopped him. "Wait, dying like that would be too merciful. Since Squire Liu is so brave and righteous, this prince must grant him a more dignified death." Throughout the purge, Xiao Ming had encountered many fearless nobles, which surprised him at first. But after some thought, he understood. The conflict between him and the nobility was now a life-or-death struggle, a battle for the survival of their entire class. Of course, these nobles would fight tooth and nail to defend their interests. For over 1,000 years, aristocratic families had controlled the court, proclaiming themselves the rightful rulers while consolidating their To them, Xiao Ming's actions were nothing short of heresy. In their eyes, he was the villain. Realizing this, Xiao Ming smiled bitterly. The hard road ahead had only just begun. In the hearts of the great Yu's nobility, he was likely the first candidate to be eliminated from the imperial succession. After all, no pig would willingly choose a butcher as its leader. From now on, he would face endless schemes and deadly traps from the nobility, but he already had a plan. To break a rigid class system, the most effective method was to nurture a new class to oppose it. Spare me your hypocritical mercy. Just you wait, Xiao Ming. The nobles of the 6 prefectures won't let this go. The nobility of the entire empire will rise against you. Liu Chuang's curses flew like spit. Bastard, I'll cut out your dog tongue right now, Lu Fei roared. Xiao Ming remained calm. For him, reform was the only path to survival. Playing by the rules, no matter how talented he was, would only make him a sacrificial pawn in the imperial struggle. The previous assassination attempt had been a wake-up call. He'd bet his life that nobles were behind it, though tracking down the exact culprits was now impossible. But this matter was far from over. Watching the furious Liu Chuang, Xiao Ming said coolly, rejecting your execution method before even seeing it, what a waste of this prince's kindness. Every one of you rebels has innocent blood on your hands. Chopping your heads off 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. He turned to Chen Qi. How many cannonballs do we have left? 32, your highness. Xiao Ming nodded, a cold smile forming. Then let this fearless squire Liu experience what execution by cannon means before he dies. This method of execution originated in the Mughal Empire of ancient India, founded by descendants of the Mongols, and was reportedly used to crush rebellions with terrifying effect. In modern times, a certain leader had perfected it. Xiao Ming wasn't considering this out of sadism. He wanted to break Liu Chuang psychologically, to force him to reveal the source of the gunpowder. In his current state, torture alone might not work. He never underestimated ancient people. With the prevalence of loyalty and honor in this era, some truly had unbreakable wills. Compared to Lingchai death by 1,000 cuts, this was cleaner and more efficient. Execution by cannon. Putting together Xiao Ming's question about cannonballs, Lu Fei suddenly realized what was coming. A chill ran down his spine. Luo Xin's expression also twisted strangely. Only Niu Ben remained unfazed. To him, this was a relatively quick death. The Great Yu's dungeons had entire rooms dedicated to far worse tools for dealing with rebels. Liu Chuang, of course, had no idea what execution by cannon meant, but when he and his remaining men were dragged before the weapon that had breached the manor walls, his face changed. Hingzhu soldiers bound the remaining bandits and lined them up against the manor's outer wall. Meanwhile, the craftsman adjusted the strange device, its dark muzzle now aimed at Liu Chuang's followers. Noticing Liu Chuang's expression, Xiao Ming asked, "Where did the gunpowder used to collapse the tunnel come from? Go to hell." Liu Chuang spat. Xiao Ming had expected this. He stopped questioning and stepped back with Niu Ben and the others. Lu Fei arranged the prisoners in order and returned to report. Your Highness, let's start with the first one, Liu Wei, Liu Chuang's most trusted henchman. This monster has at least 30 lives on his hands. He raped wives and daughters, poisoned husbands, and even ate a baby boy to death. Though born into nobility, Luo Xin had a strong sense of justice, hence his past clashes with Xiao Ming. Hearing this, he growled, "A quick death is too good for him. He deserves Lingchai." Silence. Niu Ben snapped. "His Highness has his reasons. Hold your tongue." He understood Xiao Ming's plan perfectly. Xiao Ming gave a slight nod. Begin. Lu Fei's words had already stoked Chen Qi's fury. He adjusted the cannon's angle, positioning it within 60 meters for better accuracy. Liu Chuang was forced to stand directly in front of the cannon's muzzle, a psychological tactic to shatter his resolve. Everything ready, Chen Qi lit the fuse, a deafening blast. Flames and smoke erupted as the cannonball shot straight toward the wall. It struck the stone with a force that left a half-meter crater, missing Liu Wei by mere inches. Though the shot didn't hit him, Liu Wei collapsed in a heap, trembling. Standing by the cannon's mouth, Liu Chuang staggered, ears ringing, his face as pale as paper. "Squire Liu, how do you find the of this cannon?" Xiao Ming's voice pierced through the gunpowder smoke, reaching Liu Chuang's ears and filling him with despair. Could the Prince of Qi, armed with such a deadly weapon, ever be defeated? The thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly shattered. At the city gate, Liu Wei's desperate pleas for mercy could be heard. His brush with death had driven him nearly mad. "I suspect Liu Wei will be much more willing to reveal the source of the gunpowder now. but if you still wish for a dignified death, I can grant you that opportunity." Xiao Ming's tone was calm, as if victory was already assured. Liu Chuang let out a low, bitter laugh. He had lost. The moment the cannon fired, terror had consumed him. "The gunpowder recipe was passed down by my ancestors," Liu Chuang admitted weakly. "I only ask that your highness grant me an intact corpse." Superstition ran deep in the great Yu Empire. The people believed in reincarnation, and many were convinced that only a whole body could be reborn. Thus, dying without a complete corpse was considered a vicious curse. The half-meter crater in the wall made it clear to Liu Chuang that if the cannon struck him, he wouldn't just lose an arm or a leg, his entire body would be reduced to pulp. "What I asked was where the saltpeter came from," Xiao Ming pressed. This was his real concern. Whether the Prince of Shu was involved or not, the immediate problem was the shortage of gunpowder materials, which would leave him defenseless against the barbarians. Heh. "If your highness wants it, just dig it out of the latrines," Liu Chuang laughed mockingly. Xiao Ming frowned, disappointed. He had hoped Liu Chuang knew the location of a saltpeter mine, but instead the answer was far cruder. He waved his hand dismissively at Niu Ben. "Kill them all, but leave their bodies intact." Niu Ben nodded and signaled to Lu Fei and Luo Xin. Understanding the order, the two drew their blades. A flash of steel later, Liu Chuang collapsed into a pool of blood. The surrounding soldiers watched coldly. Men like these, nobles who oppressed the weak, deserved death 1,000 times over. With the cannon tested and the manor secured, it was time to return to the city. Now, Xiao Ming had to find a solution for the saltpeter shortage. Locating a mine immediately was impossible, but Liu Chuang's words had given him an idea, no matter how unpleasant. After instructing Chen Fu to personally escort the cement to Kangzhou, Xiao Ming turned to Niu Ben. "Old general, though the 6 prefectures' nobility have been purged, remnants still stir up trouble. I trust you to suppress them and prevent further chaos. Leave it to me, your highness. A soldier trains for 1,000 days to be used in one battle. This is my duty." Niu Ben clasped his fists in salute. Xiao Ming nodded. Originally, this task would have fallen to Xian Xingcheng, but the barbarian invasion had disrupted his plans. Now, Xian Xingcheng was focused on repairing Kangzhou's defenses. The troops returned to the city. Over 10 days had been spent suppressing Liu Chuang's rebellion, but at least the cannon test had been a success. The machinery department could now focus on mass-producing them. As for Xiao Ming, the saltpeter problem remained. The cannons were just one part. He also needed vast quantities of loose gunpowder for grenades. He had held onto a sliver of hope that Liu Chuang knew of a saltpeter deposit, but that hope was now dashed. Still, there was a silver lining. Liu Chuang had proven one thing: extracting saltpeter from soil was possible, and that soil could be found beneath latrines, albeit in small quantities. But even a drop counted in a drought. Upon returning to his palace, Xiao Ming immediately summoned Lu Tong. Saltpeter in latrines. Lu Tong blinked in disbelief. To Xiao Ming, the science was clear. The tech library contained multiple methods for extracting saltpeter from soil, and the principles were straightforward. In rural areas, the soil near pigsties and latrines was rich in organic matter. As this matter decayed, nitrifying bacteria converted it into nitric acid, which then reacted with minerals like calcium and magnesium to form potassium nitrate, saltpeter. The white, durry deposits on the walls of such places often contained high concentrations of saltpeter, sometimes as much as 75. After explaining the process to Lu Tong, the man slowly nodded in understanding. "It's a troublesome method, but for now, it's the only way to overcome this hurdle," Xiao Ming said. If saltpeter mines were available, no one would be digging through latrines, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Beyond scraping saltpeter directly from walls, Xiao Ming also instructed Lu Tong to dig up old soil from beneath latrines and boil it with plant ash to extract saltpeter crystals. "Your Highness, that's doable. Now that you mention it, I remember seeing that white stuff in my own latrine, but the amount is so small. How many latrines would we need to gather enough?" Xiao Ming already had a plan. He would mobilize the common people. After sending Lu Tong to prepare the necessary tools, Xiao Ming summoned Fan Zheng and personally drafted a notice for the newspaper. The notice called on the people to collect saltpeter from latrines and deliver it to local government offices. For every Jin 500G provided, they would be paid 1 wen. The next day, the announcement spread like wildfire. Reporters fanned out across villages, reading the notice to illiterate farmers. "The white stuff in latrines can be sold for money in Zhu family village." Zhu Wuliu stared in amazement at the man who had just read the newspaper aloud. His older brother, Zhu Sansi, had already joined the Qingzhou army, leaving only the eldest brother Zhu Yir, younger sister Zhu Xiaoma, and himself at home. With the harvest approaching, the family was hopeful, though they were still poor by most standards. Still, life was better than before. After Zhu Sansi enlisted, the local government had delivered a she about 60 kg of grain and a bolt of cloth to the family, a gesture that left the entire village envious. No one had expected soldiers' families to receive such benefits. In the past, conscription had meant forced service with no compensation. Because of this, many hesitant villagers had since enlisted, eager for the prestige and rewards that came with it. Aside from his second brother, Zhu Wuliu's eldest brother now worked at the docks, loading and unloading cargo for merchant ships. Over the past 6 months, the number of ships arriving in Qingzhou's port had surged, creating a high demand for laborers and driving up wages. Zhu family village was close to the docks, and during the farming off-season, most men worked there. Compared to his brothers, Zhu Wuliu had stayed home to tend the fields, but now he saw an opportunity to earn some silver himself. His heart stirred with excitement. Warm spring winds stirred the air, rippling through the golden waves of wheat in the fields. In Zhu family village, nestled beside those fields, the scene was lively and chaotic. Every household was digging through their latrines, all looking for one thing: niter. Zhu Wuliu was the fastest. He already held a handful of white dare in his palm. He had searched every inch of his family's outhouse and now carefully wrapped up the dare before rushing off to Qingzhou City. Zhu Wuliu, go check it out first. If it's true they'll pay for it, we'll follow. Yeah, you run fast, we'll wait for your word. Many villagers were digging. Some were still skeptical. After all the suffering they'd endured over the years, they still didn't fully trust the local government. Even though the land reform policies and production teams had brought them benefits, the long-standing distrust of officials wasn't easy to erase. Some feared they were just being tricked into handing over what little they had. But Zhu Wuliu's older brother, Zhu Sansi, was a soldier in the army. That made him trust the Qingzhou administration more than most. He believed in the current Prince Qi. Clutching the niter tightly, Zhu Wuliu arrived at the city and headed straight for the government office. At the entrance, he saw a boy around his age waiting nervously. Zhu hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Are you really buying niter here?" The boy was one of Lu Tong's assistants. To make sure the collected substance was truly niter, Lu Tong had dispatched personnel to every county seat to handle purchasing. "Yes, we are." The boy replied, delighted. Zhu Wuliu was the first person to show up. Zhu let out a sigh of relief and handed over his packet. "This is all I could find." The boy weighed it on a small scale and said, 5 taels in total. "Since you're one of the first 100 people, His Highness said we'll pay 20 wen per jin to encourage early participants. That's 10 wen, here you go." Zhu Wuliu beamed as the 10 copper coins clinked into his hand. The boy added, "Hey, there's also a way to make even more niter." "Want to learn, of course," Zhu replied eagerly. The weight of those 10 coins convinced him the government could be trusted. The boy taught him the folk method of refining niter, digging up old outhouse soil, mixing it with wood ash, and boiling it to extract niter crystals. Zhu Wuliu memorized the steps and ran straight back to his village. When he returned, a crowd of villagers surrounded him. "Well, what happened?" they asked. Zhu held up the coins and said, "Didn't I tell you His Highness doesn't lie to the people? The officials are paying 20 wen per jin for the first 100 people." The moment he said it, the villagers took off running, each grabbing whatever scrap of niter they had and sprinting for Qingzhou like a pack of chased dogs. Zhu laughed to himself, rolling the coins between his fingers, already imagining what he could buy with the first money he'd ever earned. As word spread that niter really could be sold for cash, it traveled fast, one village to the next. More and more peasants joined the hunt for niter, and soon the whole countryside was at work. After half a month of shortages, the chemistry lab in Qingzhou's industrial district finally received its first shipment of niter. Sure, the sacks reeked of urine, but it was better than nothing. "You're brilliant, Your Highness," Lu Tong said excitedly, even though the smell of the niter sack nearly made him faint. "That Prince Shu thought he could control you by cutting off our supply. Now he's got nowhere to sell his stash." Xiao Ming chuckled bitterly. "If I had a reliable source, I wouldn't be digging it out of latrines." He knew this wasn't a long-term solution. Niter took time to form, and homemade solniter couldn't replace actual mines. But for now, it solved an urgent problem and humiliated Prince Shu. Once every citizen in Great Yu learned how to produce their own niter, Shu's monopoly would collapse. With a steady supply, Xiao Ming said, "We need to ramp up gunpowder production." As for Prince Shu, Xiao Ming had already sent a letter to Chang'an but hadn't yet received a reply. He wasn't sure how Emperor Xiao Wengxuan would handle it, but for now, he had weathered the crisis. With gunpowder secured, Xiao Ming turned his thoughts to a new priority, launching explosive dare jars. He had specific ideas. On a battlefield, no single weapon is enough. The cannon was great for destroying siege engines and long-range threats, but the dare jar was for close-range defense, specifically to kill barbarians trying to climb ladders up the wall. Made of ceramic and packed with gunpowder, a single explosion could send shockwaves strong enough to scatter enemies and horses alike. While the cannon dealt linear damage, the dare jar dealt area effect damage. To compensate for the jar's fragility, Xiao Ming planned to wrap them in layers of thick straw tightly bound to prevent shattering mid-flight. All he had to do was mount small catapults on the wall, and he could cover the gaps between the cannon's long range and the soldiers' throwing range. Wherever the enemy stood, fire would follow. While envisioning this brutal but effective defense system, Xiao Ming made his way to the machinery department. Chen Qi was busy, but this task still had to fall to him. At the same time in Chang'an, a group of unwelcome guests had arrived in the capital. They were envoys from the Golden Horde, and their presence shattered the city's peaceful atmosphere. From high-ranking ministers to common citizens, everyone was speculating about their true purpose. Their arrival would determine whether Great Yu and the Golden Horde would be at peace or war. Honored envoys, said Zhao Xing, a senior official from the Ministry of Rights, please rest in the guest house for now. His Majesty will receive you tomorrow. All foreign diplomatic affairs in Great Yu were handled by the Ministry of Rights, and Zhao Xing had been assigned to host them. Tomorrow. One of the barbarian guards growled, "We want to see your emperor today. If we miss our chance, you'll pay with your worthless head." The lead envoy and his two guards were tall and earthily built. Their hair hung long behind them, with tight braids on either side. Golden earrings glinted coldly in the sun, and their faces were dark and grim. The one who shouted wore leather armor and a felt hat. He was clearly a warrior, not a diplomat. Zhao Xing flinched. He, like most officials, feared the barbarians deeply. His legs trembled as he tried to calm them. "Honored envoy, I'm merely delivering His Majesty's orders. There's nothing I can do. Please allow me to arrange a fine meal and wine in the meantime. Would that be acceptable, and also bring some beautiful women, or else be careful with your worthless life?" The silent envoy glanced at Zhao Xing indifferently and spoke. Zhao Xing turned pale with fright, hurriedly apologized multiple times, and only then slowly retreated. Seeing Zhao Xing's submissive demeanor, one of the guards said, "Taiji, now that we've come to Chang'an, we should enjoy ourselves before going back. It's said that not only is there fine wine here, but the women of Chang'an are also exceptionally beautiful." "That's right. These southerners are scared to death when they see us, just like dogs encountering wolves," another guard said. The barbarian envoy sneered, "Sooner or later, I will turn this place into my palace. By then I will select all the beauties of the world, just like that dog emperor of the southern people. When that time comes, Taiji, don't forget about us," the guard said with a lewd grin. The barbarian envoy laughed heartily and nodded, then suddenly turned serious. "It's a pity that Father Khan has grown old and lost his ambition. If I were the Heavenly Khan, why would we need to waste words with Great Yu?" Taiji speaks wisely. "We, the noble people of the steppe, should be like eagles soaring in the sky, going wherever we please," one guard laughed. Another guard, however, said, "But Bashan Taiji, the great Taiji has always been displeased with you. You should still be careful." The barbarian envoy nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. "That coward is no match for me. What concerns me is someone else." As the three were speaking, Zhao Xing, who had just left, turned back and said, "Honored envoys, the wine, food, and women have all been arranged. Please follow me." Bashan snorted, shoved Zhao Xing aside, and strode out of the guest house. Zhao Xing staggered from the push but still maintained a fawning smile. Being one of Zhao Wang's men, he dared not show any disrespect to the barbarians. Moreover, the moment he entered earlier, he heard a guard address this man as Taiji, which in the barbarian tongue meant prince. Judging from this man's appearance, it seemed that this envoy was none other than Bashan, the youngest son of the Heavenly Khan of the Golden Tent Khanate. Rumor had it that Bashan Taiji was a formidable warrior, feared across the western regions. During the barbarian westward campaigns, half of the small states in the western regions had fallen to his might. Realizing this, Zhao Xing put on an even more ingratiating expression. Perhaps in the future, even Zhao Wang might have to rely on this Taiji. The next morning at court, Xiao Wengshuan finally met with the barbarian envoys who had come to Chang'an. He had already heard of their arrival the previous day, but had deliberately delayed meeting them to curb their arrogance. However, whether out of displeasure or not, Zhao Xing reported early in the morning that the songstresses who had served the three envoys the previous night were all dead, each in a gruesome state. Upon hearing this, a surge of fury welled up within Xiao Wengshuan. Though these songstresses were mere entertainers in his eyes, they were still subjects of Great Yu. These barbarians had slaughtered them as they pleased. It was a blatant slap in his face. But upon learning that the culprit was likely Bashan Taiji, Xiao Wengshuan forcibly suppressed his anger. "Honored envoys, I apologize for any shortcomings in your reception." Xiao Wengshuan spoke first. The barbarian state was strong, while Great Yu was weak in comparison. Unless absolutely necessary, Xiao Wengshuan did not wish to go to war with them. "Thank you, Emperor of Great Yu. The hospitality last night was decent, though those songstresses couldn't handle the fun and died," Bashan said arrogantly. Luo Quan, upon hearing this, was furious and was about to step forward, but upon seeing Xiao Wengshuan's warning gaze, he reluctantly stepped back. Heh, the envoy is truly full of vigor. Xiao Wengshuan forced a smile. May I ask the purpose of your visit to Chang'an? Beishan swept a disdainful gaze over the officials. Aside from a few showing displeasure, most of them had obsequious expressions. His contempt for Great Yu only deepened. By the decree of the Khan, I present this national letter to His Majesty. Firstly, we request the cession of the 5 prefecture, Kangzhou, Qingzhou, Yizhou, Dengzhou, and Leizhou. Secondly, an annual tribute of 1,000,000 taels of silver must be added. Thirdly, a Great Yu princess must be sent to marry Beishan Teiji, the Khan's most beloved son. If His Majesty agrees, the Khan guarantees that for the next 10 years, he will not wage war against Great Yu. Fourthly, from this day forth, the Emperor of Great Yu must address the Khan as his sovereign and refer to himself as the filial emperor under the Khan. If not in 3 months, our Khan will personally lead his army to seize Kangzhou. By then, not only will Kangzhou be utterly destroyed, but so will the surrounding prefecture, Beishan declared, still unaware that his identity had been exposed. As soon as these words fell, the entire court erupted into heated discussions. Luo Quan clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in fury. At the same time, however, many officials looked pleased, whispering among themselves and nodding subtly. Xiao Wengshuan was so enraged that he nearly fainted. Land cessions, indemnities, a forced marriage, all of this was an unprecedented humiliation to Great Yu. As fury overwhelmed him, he suddenly lost consciousness. Your Majesty, the eunuch attending Xiao Wengshuan panicked. At this moment, Fei Jai turned to Beishan and said, Honored envoys, please return for now. His Majesty is unwell and will respond to your demands once he recovers. No need. If you agree, send the princess over. If not, see you in 3 months at the gates of Kangzhou. With that, Beishan laughed wildly and left. After the barbarian envoys departed, rumors soon spread through the streets. It was said that the emperor had been so angered by the barbarian envoys that he had fallen gravely ill and remained bedridden. The people of Chang'an sighed deeply at this news. What an utter disgrace. In the green water pavilion, Consort Zhen was gently holding a bowl of lotus seed porridge and serving Xiao Wengshuan. Your Majesty, no matter how angry you are, you must eat something. At this moment, Xiao Wengshuan's face was sallow, and his expression was filled with dejection. If the barbarian invasion had once been mere speculation, then the arrival of their envoy had now made it a clear and present danger. How can I eat that day in court? The barbarian envoy openly demanded that I cede Kangzhou, Qingzhou, and Dengzhou, that future emperors of Great Yu must call the Khan their sovereign, increase the tribute by 1,000,000 taels, and send a princess for marriage. In exchange, they promised not to attack for 10 years. If I refuse in 3 months, the heavenly Khan himself will lead an army to seize Kangzhou. After a pause, Xiao Wengshuan continued, but the most infuriating thing is that more than half of my court officials are now submitting petitions urging me to accept these humiliating terms. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Consort Zhen sighed softly and said, These ministers, how could they agree to such humiliating terms exactly? Are there still any men of backbone left in Great Yu? Xiao Wengshuan sighed. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, Consort Zhen, I remember Wang sending a letter. What did it say? For the past few days, Xiao Wengshuan had been bedridden, leaving Fei Jai to handle state affairs. Now he suddenly remembered the letter that Xiao Ming had sent 10 days ago. Your Majesty, your health is most important. Please don't concern yourself with that matter, Consort Zhen said with a melancholic sigh. Bishui Pavilion was serene and elegant, peaceful and quiet, just like Consort Zhen herself. Lately, Emperor Xiao Wengshuan found himself weary of the gaudy, painted faces in the harem. What he longed for now was this calm and tranquility. Here he could almost forget all his burdens, at least for a little while. Perhaps it was age, perhaps just exhaustion. These days he found himself recalling his own youth as a prince. Back then, Prince Wei, Prince Ning, and the other princes were still by his side. But now all that remained was a cold and lonely throne, the very throne he had once pursued with madness and obsession, if Prince Ning were the emperor now. Would the Great Yu Empire suffer such humiliation? The terrifying thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook it off in alarm. Cold sweat soaked his back. He let out a bitter laugh. Enough of that. I still have to deal with the barbarian ultimatum and the endless bickering of my ministers. Looking at Consort Zhen's lowered lashes, Xiao Wengshuan seemed to make up his mind. Prince Qi is carrying a heavy burden now, he said. How could I turn a blind eye? His affairs are now state affairs. Consort Zhen sighed. It doesn't seem like anything major, just that his fiefdom ran out of niter. Apparently, no merchants are delivering to Qingzhou anymore. Niter. Xiao Wengshuan frowned. He's making gunpowder. I didn't expect he'd be capable of that, too. I was surprised as well, Zhen replied as she gently fed him a spoonful of lotus porridge. Our Minger seems to have picked up all sorts of skills. I don't even know where he learned them. At least it's better than when he was just a lazy prince," the emperor chuckled. "No matter where he learned it, it's useful now." Then his tone sharpened. "The only major niter source in the empire is in Shu Prefecture. Prince Shu must be behind this. Those two have never gotten along, even back in Chang'an. Now that Prince Shu knows Minger needs niter, he's obviously playing games. A father knows his sons well." Xiao Wengshuan understood Prince Shu's petty nature all too clearly. Even now, the princes are scheming against one another. Consort Zhen muttered with a frown, clearly displeased. It wasn't often Xiao Wengshuan saw her lose her temper. He found it oddly refreshing, but said, "Of course, I'm just speculating. Even if it's Prince Shu's doing, confronting him directly would get me nothing but denials. Then what can we do? This niter seems vital to Minger," she said worriedly. "No matter," Xiao Wengshuan replied. "I'll immediately order all niter and gunpowder from the armory to be allocated to him. I'll also demand that Prince Shu deliver his niter stockpile to Chang'an. Let's see if he dares refuse." He had ruled for over 30 years. Court intrigue was second nature to him. Zhen nodded quietly. Neither of them fully understood how crucial gunpowder would become. They simply saw it as another resource like coal or iron. Sighing, Xiao Wengshuan sat up and swung his legs off the bed. "There are 20 fire lances left in the arsenal. I'll have those sent to him as well." "Your Majesty, where are you going?" Consort Zhen asked with concern. "Minger's needs can't wait. Besides, I still have to deal with those nagging ministers." He dressed and stepped out of Bishui Pavilion. Outside the Chengqing Hall, a crowd of ministers were kneeling. "Your Majesty, we beg you to reconsider." They cried, "This is a rare opportunity for peace with the barbarians. Think of the people." Xiao Wengshuan's face was unreadable. "If that's how you feel," he said coolly, "then any of you with daughters, send them into the palace. I'll adopt them as imperial princesses. We'll arrange the marriage alliance using your daughters." The court froze. Xiao Wengshuan had not taken the throne merely due to Prince Xiao's support. He was also sharp as a blade. In the past, he might have accepted the barbarians' terms for a decade of peace. But after witnessing the ambitions of the vassal lords, he saw the real danger. The imperial family's lands were shrinking, while these regional lords used defending the country as an excuse to demand money and grain. If this continued, the empire would fall into someone else's hands. So this time he passed the burden back to them. The ministers looked at each other in dismay. Sending the emperor's daughter was easy, it didn't affect them. But their own daughters, everyone knew how barbaric the nomads were. A daughter sent away like that might never live to see another day. Still stunned, the ministers said nothing. Then the emperor added, "And about the treasury, you all know we're stretched thin from annual tributes. Perhaps you ministers could recommend which vassal lord we should borrow silver from another bombshell." Looking at their anxious faces, Xiao Wengshuan gave a cold snort and swept away, leaving them speechless. "This matter is settled," he declared. "If Prince Qi and Prince Wei can't defend Kangzhou, so be it. It's a failure of the royal family. But if they do and anyone dares suggest surrender again, I'll have his head." He left. The ministers slowly rose to their feet. One of them asked Lord Qi, "What do we do now? What do we do?" Qi Hao snapped. "You planning to send your daughter?" "Of course not," the other replied sheepishly. "Then we wait for Kangzhou to fall. Our emperor won't cry till he sees the coffin." Qi Hao sneered, then left humming a tune. The other ministers quickly dispersed. There was no point staying. Kangzhou. It had been 20 days since the newspaper announced the niter buyback policy. With real silver being handed out, the people no longer hesitated. Homemade niter production was ing. Every day, government offices in towns and counties were lined with peasants carrying dare for sale. Even though shipments from Chang'an had brought plenty of niter, Xiao Ming refused to stop local purchases, because the intelligence reports brought with those ships made clear they had only 2 months left. 3 months, said Pang Yukun, standing in the command office, which means just over 2 months remain now. Xiao Ming had received a letter from Xiao Wengshuan even before the supply ships arrived. The emperor's anger practically leapt off the page, describing the barbarian envoy's arrogance in court. From that, they could also confirm one thing: the barbarians would attack in 3 months. Now they had barely 2. Staring at the 20 fire lances delivered alongside the letter, Xiao Ming said, "Exactly. We start now. In 3 days, the wheat outside the city will be ready for harvest. Send orders to every county, begin grain stockpiling. Also start organizing labor teams to transport supplies to Kangzhou." Pang Yukun nodded. "Leave it to me, Your Highness. I won't let these tasks slow down your greater plans." 20 fire lances were laid neatly on the ground. After assigning the logistics to Pang Yukun, Xiao Ming turned his gaze toward the line of bronze tubes. Unlike the heavy cannons he'd developed, these fire lances were narrow at both ends and bulbous in the middle, primitive firearms, more like oversized metal muskets than true artillery. The bore was tiny, and their effective range not worth mentioning. Clearly, the recent insult from the barbarian envoys had stung Emperor Xiao Wengshuan. He'd been furious enough to actually send these over. But to Xiao Ming, the yellow-gold sheen of these fire lances didn't say weapon. It said coinage. No wonder some emperors in history had melted them down into currency. Your Highness, Pang Yukun asked, what should we do with these? Should we send them to Kangzhou? Xiao Ming smiled. No need. 20 fire lances, that's enough raw brass to cast a real cannon. Send them to the machinery department instead. As you command, Pang replied. He was never one to argue about matters he didn't fully understand. Xiao Ming was rather pleased with how the emperor had handled things this time. He'd expected a drawn-out affair. Letters scolding Prince Shu, delays, more letters, and endless waiting. But to his surprise, Xiao Wengxuan had acted swiftly, resolving the crisis first and dealing with Prince Shu later. Apparently, getting humiliated by the barbarians really does light a fire under people. Having inspected the newly arrived supplies, Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun made their way outside the city. For now, gunpowder and cannon production would be left to Chen Qi and Lu Tong. There was no point in hovering, but the grain fields, those were a different story. It wasn't just the peasants' crops that needed harvesting. The government-run estate farms had fields too. Xiao Ming had once promised Lu Fei that all the yield from those lands would go directly to the Qingzhou army. Now it was time to make good on that promise. By the Xiaoqing River, Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun paused to take in the view. Across the river lay the army's farmland, an ocean of golden wheat that swayed in the breeze like waves on a sea of gold. Looking at the ripening grain, Xiao Ming felt even more joy than when he'd cast his first cannon. Food is the foundation of the people. Agriculture is the backbone of the nation. If the people had enough to eat, they'd be content. If soldiers had food, they'd fight without fear. But if all a ruler did was wage war, the only thing he'd harvest was rebellion. Because the harvest was close, Lu Fei had already posted guards to patrol the army fields to prevent theft. Most people were honest, but there were always a few who tried to cut corners. 3 days ago, someone had sneaked in at night and cut down a small corner of the crop. Lu Fei had gone ballistic. To him, the estate fields were more important than his own life. He and the soldiers had tilled the soil and pulled the weeds with their own hands. He immediately dispatched guards to watch day and night, then went to the magistrate himself to demand a full investigation. It only took 2 days before the thief was caught. Lu Fei gave the man a good beating himself. But even so, petty theft from farmland was still fairly common in the people's own fields. After this harvest, Pang Yukun said with a smile, the people should finally have some breathing room. Until now, Xiao Ming's industrial zones had mostly benefited merchants. The peasants, not so much. After all, the factories were just a small pilot project in Qingzhou City. The other 5 prefectures hadn't seen much benefit yet. That's the idea, Xiao Ming said with a smile. 3 years of tax exemption. This harvest, the government won't take a single grain. The people should finally have surplus grain at home. And when the people have grain to spare, they start selling. With extra income, they start to spend. And once money starts circulating, economic activity across all 6 prefectures would pick up. Still, Pang said with a chuckle, it'll fall to your highness to keep doing business and filling the treasury. Everything Xiao Ming had done these past months, Pang Yukun had seen it all. He knew that no other vassal in Great Yu cared for the people quite like Prince Qi. And the more time he spent with Xiao Ming, the more he sensed that this prince had ideas and values unlike anyone else. Ideas Pang couldn't even fully understand. Truth is, I just don't want to die a miserable death here. That was Xiao Ming's private thought. Of course he wanted to live like a proper prince, enjoy a life of luxury. But just like farming, if you want to harvest, you've got to work the land. That was the only reason he twirled over agriculture and industry. After all, in this world, all he had was technology. He didn't have a earthful birth family like other princes. And he was no schemer either. He was raised in the modern world where he was taught that love makes the world go round. So his path was clear from the beginning. Win hearts, push tech, grow the economy. Just then, hoofbeats echoed in the distance. Niu Ben rode up, with Lu Fei and Luo Xin in tow. All 3 looked relaxed and content. Your Highness, Niu Ben called out cheerfully. What a coincidence. You're out here too, Lu Fei added. The general wanted to see the army's estate farms, so I brought him over. We were just talking about the same thing, Xiao Ming said. The harvest is close. You can't afford to get careless. Make sure it's brought in before the rains hit. Yes, Your Highness. That's why we're here, Lu Fei replied. Niu Ben looked over the fields and nodded approvingly. Your Highness, not many rulers would give up their own land to feed the army. I'm impressed, truly impressed. You flatter me, General, Xiao Ming said modestly. I had little choice. Qingzhou is strapped for resources. At least this way, the troops won't go hungry. Plus, farming in the off-season and training in the slow season doesn't interfere with their drills. Niu Ben nodded. He understood the logic perfectly. Throughout history, border armies farming their own land was standard practice. They crossed the stone bridge and walked into the wheat fields. Niu Ben knelt, picked a stalk, rolled it between his fingers, then bit a kernel. Still a bit damp, he said. Give it 2 more days of sun. Then mobilize 1,000 men, you'll get it all in. Xiao Ming's estate covered 100 qing or 10,000 mu of land. In Great Yu, each mu yielded roughly 3 dan of grain. With the harvest from other estate farms as well, this season alone would bring in about 300,000 dan. The Qingzhou army only numbered 20,000 troops. That was enough grain to feed them for over a year, and that wasn't even counting the second harvest later in the year or the newly cultivated fields in other areas, which meant one thing: the army's food problem was officially solved. The scent of wheat mingled with the earthy aroma of soil, wafting on the breeze. In the nearby river, gentle ripples shimmered under the sun. It was a peaceful and idyllic scene. Standing there amid the fields, one could almost forget the looming threat of war. If not for the barbarians, this would have been a picture-perfect moment of rustic tranquility. After chatting a bit more about the upcoming harvest, Xiao Ming finally shared with Niu Ben, Lu Fei, and Luo Xin the news of the barbarian envoy's arrival in Chang'an. Just over 2 months, Niu Ben frowned slightly. Xiao Ming noticed his expression and asked, "What is it?" General Niu Ben replied solemnly, "Your Highness, the barbarian totem is the steppe wolf. They fight like wolves, cunning and treacherous. We must not trust their claim of 3 months before their attack." Exactly, Lu Fei agreed. From our experience fighting the barbarians, it's clear they'll use any means necessary to win. They lie, deceive, and strike when least expected. Pang Yukun exchanged a glance with Xiao Ming. They hadn't dealt with the barbarians enough to understand their tactics, but now their expressions turned grave. "Please elaborate," Xiao Ming asked seriously. Niu Ben nodded. "If they say they'll attack in 3 months, it's likely to lull us into a false sense of security. Their real plan is to strike early and catch us unprepared. From this point forward, Your Highness should dispatch scouts into the steppe to monitor their movements and prepare for a sudden strike on Kangzhou. They'll almost certainly send small tribes first," Lu Fei added. "Probing attack to test our defenses before committing their main force." Luo Xin opened his mouth to speak, but with both of them covering the essentials, he simply nodded and said nothing. Xiao Ming nodded slowly. This information changes everything. If the barbarians did launch a probing attack, he had to make sure not to reveal the cannons too early. The element of surprise must be preserved until the main army arrived. "Very well," Xiao Ming said. "General Niu, I ask that you personally oversee Kangzhou's defense. Leave only enough soldiers behind to harvest the wheat." Niu Ben gave a crisp nod. "Rest assured, Your Highness. With me in Kangzhou, the city will stand like a mountain." With the matter settled, Niu Ben and the others departed immediately. They needed to lead the Kangzhou army back to Kangzhou City without delay. Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun remained. Their job was to ensure Kangzhou's supply lines stayed open. By midday, they had inspected all the government-run fields. Pang Yukun returned straight to the command office, already planning how to coordinate grain and supply deliveries. Kangzhou was now in a state of full military readiness. That afternoon, Xiao Ming visited the machinery department. He instructed Chen Qi to hand over the newly finished 10 cannons to Pang Yukun for immediate transport to Kangzhou. 1 additional cannon would remain behind for training purposes. Plans rarely keep up with change. "Your Highness, will 10 be enough?" Chen Qi asked, watching as slaves carefully lifted the cannons onto carts. "It won't be," Xiao Ming replied grimly, "but we don't have a choice. Let's just hope the barbarians arrive late." He paused. "By the way, how's production going on the dare bombs I asked for?" At the mention of that, Chen Qi looked rather puzzled. "Your Highness, I understand the rusted nails inside, but why are we packing animal dung into them? You wouldn't understand even if I explained," Xiao Ming said. "Just follow instructions. Divert some laborers immediately to start mass filling those dare bombs. We'll make up in numbers what we lack in firepower." Chen Qi scratched his head but nodded. The whole business with the dare bombs still baffled him. "And the catapults?" Xiao Ming asked. "We've already built 30, Chen Qi replied. "I had Zhang Liang call in extra carpenters. Since it's just a basic design, production is fast." He pointed toward a courtyard nearby. "They're assembling more right now." The catapults Xiao Ming had requested were small and portable, range under 200 meters, easy to mount atop walls. Nobody knows when the barbarians will strike, he thought. We must prioritize speed, sacrifice complexity for quantity. In the adjacent yard, hundreds of carpenters were hammering away. The design was a simple torsion catapult, modeled after a bow. A bent bamboo arm was tied with hemp rope on each side, forming a spoon-like scoop at the center. To fire, soldiers would pull back the scoop and release, just like drawing a bowstring. It required 3 soldiers to operate, but was quick and easy to make. Xiao Ming had found this design in the technology crystal, the simplest, fastest solution to deal with the urgent threat. "Have Zhang Liang send more carpenters," Xiao Ming said. "Kangzhou needs at least 50 of these. We'll need them there within the next few days." The urgency in his voice wasn't lost on Chen Qi. "Your Highness, are the barbarians already on the move?" he asked. "Most likely," Xiao Ming answered. "We must be ready." Chen Qi nodded. Then I'll push production even harder. Also, the 4th iron mold is almost done. By the end of next month, we can produce another 16 cannons. Xiao Ming let out a long breath. That brings us to 26 total. Let's hope it'll be enough. If Niu Ben's hunch was correct, they wouldn't even get the full 3 months. It was like a boxer counting 1, 2, 3 before a match, except the punch came on 2. But such is the art of war. If the barbarians fought fair, the great Yu Empire wouldn't be in this sorry state to begin with. Chen Qi scratched his head. That's the best we can do for now. Then he remembered something. Ah, Your Highness, the glass lenses you requested from the glassworks are finished. I have them here. Excellent, Xiao Ming said. Give them to me right away. Niu Ben leaves for Kangzhou tomorrow. He'll need this for reconnaissance. Chen Qi left and returned with a small wooden box. Inside were 3 pairs of circular lenses, thick in the center, thin at the edges. One set was a convex lens, a magnifier. The others were concave lenses. Xiao Ming's plan was simple: assemble a monocular telescope. It wasn't just a matter of slapping 2 magnifiers together. Without a prism, the resulting image would appear inverted. So instead, he combined a convex lens with a concave lens, producing a simple refractor that gave an upright image. The trade-off: narrower field of view, lower magnification. But for now, that was more than enough. A single monocular scope, he thought, is worth 100 scouts. The lone moon hung high, its silver light blanketing the earth like morning frost. In a small grove opposite the Kingzhou army's official estate, dozens of shadowy figures shifted among the trees, black silhouettes in the night. Big brother, what now? The estate is guarded day and night by the Kingzhou army. There's no chance to make a move, whispered one of the men. Through gaps in the trees, one could clearly see the glint of moonlight reflecting off the soldiers' silver armor. Yeah, the wheat's almost ready to harvest. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. The man referred to as Big Brother was clad in black, the round silver moon reflected in his eyes. He spoke coldly. Beishan Teiji will soon launch his attack on Kangzhou. The merchants from the steppe brought word. Our mission is to disrupt the Qing prince's supply lines. No matter what, tonight we burn those wheat fields. Finally, I've been waiting for this. When did this brat Xiao Ming start calling the shots in Kingzhou anyway, since he's forced us into a corner? Let's send him to hell first. One man spat. Exactly. The steppe merchants said. Beishan Teiji promised. If we succeed tonight, once Kingzhou is taken, the 6 prefectures' lands will be divided among us. We'll each be little kings ourselves. That promise sent ripples of excitement through the group. We'll give Beishan Teiji a proper gift, the black-clad leader said with a sneer. What's the plan, Big Brother? He paused, then said. The Kingzhou army is too alert. A head-on assault won't work. You take 10 men and create a diversion from the east. Don't engage them, just draw them away. The rest of us will use the opening to set the wheat fields on fire. Brilliant plan, brother. Let's move. One of the men led a team across the stone bridge toward the estate. When they got close, one of them pulled out a fire striker and blew on it. With a spark, flame ignited. He tossed it into the dry wheat. The weather had been hot and dry for days. The moment the flame touched the field, the wheat went up like kindling. Fire, saboteurs, saboteurs. A Kingzhou soldier roared as the blaze lit up the night. Panic swept through the guards. Some grabbed water buckets to extinguish the flames, while others charged toward the fleeing arsonists. The black-clad men didn't fight back. They kept just out of reach, drawing soldiers further away. Meanwhile, the rest of the saboteurs crossed Zioking River under cover of the chaos, infiltrating the estate and setting fires in dozens of locations. The Kingzhou soldiers were overwhelmed, put out one blaze and another sprang up behind them. Then came the attack. Grouped together, the black-clad men drew short blades and launched surprise strikes on the scattered soldiers. ZZZZT, the sickening sound of metal piercing armor. Zhu Sansi cried out as a blade stabbed into his back, but his training kicked in. Instead of turning, he rolled away and drew his sword, blood soaking through his armor. Thanks to his body armor, the blade hadn't gone deep. He grit his teeth, locked eyes on his attacker, and shouted, "Assassins here." The saboteur was stunned. He had expected a clean kill, but Zhu's shout brought nearby soldiers running. Realizing he had lost the advantage, the assassin turned to flee into the shadows, but Zhu didn't give him the chance. With a predator's leap, he struck back, his sword cutting down in an arc. The attacker dodged, lacking Zhu's protection. Zhu's swing had been a feint. Midway through, he pivoted, ing sideways. The blade bit deep into the assassin's arm. Blood sprayed as the man screamed, "Big brother." One of the saboteurs shouted, and the others rushed to shield him. Zhu raised his sword, ready, retreat. The wounded leader ordered. Seeing more Kingzhou soldiers closing in, he chose escape. The saboteurs melted back into the darkness. The soldiers reached Zhu. "Zhu Sansi, are you hurt?" Clutching his back, Zhu grabbed a water bucket. "I'm fine. Put out the fire." As much as they wanted to hunt down the attackers, they knew, if the wheat burned, the Kingzhou army's food for the year would be gone. Even knowing the assassins might strike again, the soldiers risked everything to fight the flames. Meanwhile, a detachment had already ridden to the Qingzhou garrison for reinforcements, but the flames were growing. Buckets weren't enough. Across the river, the saboteurs watched the inferno with smug satisfaction. "This is only one estate," the leader said coldly. "There are more. Let's see how long they can keep up." The flames rose higher, painting the sky red. Sparks flew. The smoke thickened. In the city, people looked up and gasped. In the Qi prince's residence, Xiao Ming was dragged out of bed by Luo. He rushed to the window and saw the northern sky glowing red. That was the estate. Having grown up in the countryside, Xiao Ming knew exactly what this meant. That kind of red sky only appeared during massive wheat fires, but in these times no one burned straw. Every household saved straw for cooking fires, which meant someone had set the fields ablaze. "Ready the horses," Xiao Ming shouted. "We already have them prepared," Ziyun replied calmly. Xiao Ming vaulted onto his mount and led his guards galloping out of the city. At the same time, the Qingzhou army had already mobilized. Nearby villagers also surged out of their homes, worried their own crops would be next. "The prince's estate field is on fire." Someone shouted, "Get your buckets." From every direction, farmers picked up sickles, buckets, anything they could carry, and ran toward the flames. The pitch-black night was dyed crimson by raging flames, the acrid stench of smoke thick in the air. In front of the official granary, the pungent scent of scorched wheat stabbed at Xiao Ming's heart like a blade. This was months of rations for the Qingzhou army, months of rations. "Your Highness," a loud shout rang out, accompanied by urgent hoofbeats. Niu Ben and Lu Fei arrived with the Qingzhou troops. "Those damn bastards, who did this?" Lu Fei roared furiously, charging into the fields and stomping on the burning stalks. Niu Ben's face was like stone. Seeing Xiao Ming so stricken, he said, "Your Highness, now's not the time for sorrow. We must stop the fire from spreading. If not, all the wheat will be gone, and the blaze will reach the villagers' crops too." Xiao Ming had only just arrived. Shaking off the haze of rage, he said, "Tell all soldiers to stop using water. Everyone start cutting the wheat along the burning edge. We'll make a fire break." Niu Ben didn't stop to ask what a fire break was. "All men start cutting wheat," he commanded. Xiao Ming noticed many villagers had been roused by the commotion. Approaching them, he said, "Everyone, I ask for your help to bring this fire under control." "Your Highness, this is our duty," one man said. Immediately, the villagers rushed into the fields, bending over and expertly swinging their sickles. Another shouted, "I'm heading back to the village to bring more people." This detachment of Qingzhou cavalry was only 1,000 strong. Infantry reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. If they waited any longer, more crops would be lost. Fortunately, nearby villages weren't far. Niu Ben said, "Get on the horse, I'll take you." To save the granary wheat, Xiao Ming didn't stand idle. Grabbing a sickle, he too entered the fields. Soon, the sound of running footsteps rang out. Villagers from nearby had arrived and plunged into the fire line. With so many seasoned farmers joining, the blaze spanning several hundred meters was quickly surrounded. Half an hour later, the Qingzhou infantry arrived and also joined the effort. By dawn, the flames had finally been extinguished, halted by the fire breaks. Blue-gray smoke drifted under the dim morning sun. Xiao Ming's clothes reeked of scorched straw. "Your Highness, 500 Niu fields are gone," Lu Fei said, face blackened with soot, his voice hoarse. The other soldiers and villagers looked much the same. The fire was out, and they all let out a heavy breath. 500 Niu, Xiao Ming echoed quietly. 1,500 she of grain. But the real issue wasn't the lost wheat, it was the traitors who dared such madness. With enemy forces preparing to invade, someone still had the audacity to sabotage the rear supply lines to him. It was treason, betrayal, treachery, a crime punishable by death. "Where are the soldiers who guarded the granary last night?" Xiao Ming asked coldly. Lu Fei stiffened. He felt a deadly aura emanating from Xiao Ming, so unlike his usual approachable self. "If blame must be laid, then punish me, Your Highness. It was my negligence that allowed these rebels to burn the fields." Lu Fei knelt on one knee. "This wasn't the captain's fault. We were ambushed," shouted several soldiers, dropping to their knees as well. "Get up." Xiao Ming said, "I'm not here to assign blame. I just want to know exactly what happened." The granary was massive. Soldiers had to patrol in scattered shifts. If someone deliberately planned this, it would be impossible to guard against it fully. "We were drilling last night when a group of black-clad figures snuck in and set the fire. We gave chase immediately, but didn't expect another group to be lying in wait. They set more fires while we were distracted. They even tried to kill us." Zhu Sansi was stabbed in the back, though he said he wounded one of them too. Xiao Ming noticed one kneeling soldier with a blood-soaked back. He sighed inwardly. How could he blame a wounded man who still spent the night fighting fire? "This was my fault. I was too careless before a war." "You're Zhu Sansi, right? You're injured. Why haven't you gone to the physician? Don't you care about your life?" Xiao Ming asked. Captain Lu said the wheat is the Qingzhou army's life. Zhu Sansi replied with a blank but firm face. Xiao Ming froze. With men like this, how could the Qingzhou army not become the empire's finest force? He says nonsense like that all the time. Go to the physician. The wheat's burned will survive. But I don't want to lose a good soldier, Xiao Ming said. Zhu Sansi's eyes grew moist. The prince's concern stirred something deep in his chest. Lu Fei gave a sheepish grin. What are you standing around for? Get to the doctor. Zhu Sansi nodded, helped by a few comrades as he walked away. Pang Yukun had arrived during the night too. Your Highness, Zhu Sansi said he wounded one of them. We should search the area immediately for anyone with an injured arm. If we don't catch them, this will happen again. Xiao Ming nodded. General Niu, we can't wait any longer. Have the troops start harvesting the wheat today. Even if we have to dry it later, it's better than losing it. Just then, a man dressed as a villager stepped forward. Your Highness, if you're harvesting, let us help. After everything you've done for us, it's time we return the favor. Yes, we can't let the army's food burn. Our own crops can wait a few days. Voices rose one after another. Xiao Ming was deeply moved. This is what General Niu meant. If you treat people like family, they'll treat you the same. He bowed deeply. Thank you, everyone, truly. Pang Yukun smiled faintly. Those who win the people win the world. These policies haven't been in vain. Niu Ben looked meaningfully at Xiao Ming, then turned to the troops. What are you standing around for? The villagers are harvesting. Are we going to let them beat us? Yes, sir. Came the thunderous reply. The soldiers charged into the fields. Xiao Ming watched it all with a heart full of resolve. For these brave soldiers and kind-hearted people, even if I'm broken to pieces, I will defend Kangzhou. I'll never let the barbarians set foot on our land again. Never again shall our people suffer under foreign rule. Quietly, he and Pang Yukun returned to the city. Xiao Ming ordered all nearby prefectures to search for any man with a wound on his arm. Any useful tip would be rewarded with 1,000 taels. At the same time, he summoned Li San to the Prince Chi's manor. Li San, I order you to immediately send people to monitor all medical clinics. Do not let anyone who buys medicine for bruises and injuries escape surveillance. In the Qi Prince's residence, Xiao Ming spoke solemnly to Li San. Li San had already learned about the burning of the government estate on his way back. At present, Wang Xuan was in Kangzhou City, responsible for gathering intelligence on the grasslands, while Li San handled affairs within the fiefdom. This incident filled him with guilt because he had received no prior warning. Your subordinate has already arranged for a secret investigation upon arriving. Li San hesitated before continuing. By the way, Your Highness, these past few days, I've had the covert guards keep an eye on merchants returning from the grasslands. A few of them behaved suspiciously. After entering Kingzhou City, they snooped around everywhere and even lingered near the workshop district and the machinery department. Are you saying these merchants are spies from the grasslands? Xiao Ming asked. Wouldn't that make sense? These smugglers only care about profit. They'll take our silver to work for us, but they'll just as easily take the barbarians' silver to work for them, Li San replied. They take our silver. Xiao Ming frowned. Do the covert guards also buy information about the grasslands from them? Li San nodded. The grasslands are vast, and only these merchants can infiltrate the barbarian tribes. Recently, the barbarians have grown very wary of unfamiliar merchant groups. The covert guards I sent, disguised as merchants, were almost captured. It's been difficult to gather intelligence, so we've had to resort to bribing these merchants for information. Double agents were not unheard of in reality, and Li San was right not to trust these merchants. Xiao Ming said, in that case, secretly arrest those suspicious merchants immediately and interrogate them under torture. We don't have time to play games with them. Right now, it's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip away. Li San nodded, his expression darkening. As soon as Li San left, Xiao Ming was about to head out when Li Kaiyuan suddenly arrived, requesting an audience at the prince's residence. Recently preoccupied with preparing for war in Kangzhou, Xiao Ming had left the Merchant Association's business to Li Kaiyuan. Your Highness. In the main hall, Li Kaiyuan bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. As the Merchant Association's deputy head, you're quite busy. What brings you here? Xiao Ming asked. Li Kaiyuan grinned. Your Highness, no matter how busy I am, I could never forget about you. Hess, Your Highness, I've come with great news. What news? Xiao Ming asked, his interest low. The recent events had left him irritable. Noticing Xiao Ming's mood, Li Kaiyuan said, Your Highness, this will definitely make you happy. I've brought you 2 shiploads of saltpeter. 2 shiploads? Didn't Chen Wenlong say there's no saltpeter on the market now? Xiao Ming asked, puzzled. Li Kaiyuan explained, for this, Your Highness should thank Merchant Qin. A few days ago, on my way back from Jinling City, I happened to run into the Qin family's merchant ships returning to Kingzhou. Unexpectedly, they were carrying saltpeter. Once back in the city and hearing of Your Highness's shortage, I remembered this and went to see Merchant Qin. He was very willing and said he had been planning to send the saltpeter to your highness. Oh, instead of being pleased, Xiao Ming frowned. Your highness, what's wrong? Isn't this good news? Li Kaiyuan asked. Good news, it certainly seems so. But why would Qin Chunian pass up the chance to take credit and instead let you deliver it? Xiao Ming said. Li Kaiyuan froze, suddenly realizing something. You're right, that guy used to be even more eager than me to please you. Your highness, what are you implying? Instead of answering, Xiao Ming asked. Where did you see Qin Chunian? He was at the docks, seemingly preparing to leave town, Li Kaiyuan said. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed. Connecting the two incidents, he grew increasingly suspicious of Qin Chunian. Go and call Li San back immediately, Xiao Ming ordered urgently. Seeing Xiao Ming's grim expression, Li Kaiyuan didn't dare ask further and rushed out. Soon, Li San was brought back. After Xiao Ming explained the situation, they immediately headed to the Chu River docks with the covert guards. But by the time they arrived, Qin Chunian was nowhere to be seen. Shortly after, the city guards reported that apart from a few servants and Qin Chunian's concubine, all important members of the Qin family had left the city. Qin Chunian, I treated you well, Xiao Ming roared in anger. Li San cautiously said, Your Highness, Merchant Qin was still a nobleman at heart. I never expected him to be so patient. He deceived not only you but also lulled me into lowering my guard. I have failed you. This isn't your fault. It's mine. Nobles will always be nobles. How could they ever be content living as commoners? Xiao Ming muttered to himself. Li Kaiyuan interjected, Your Highness, the situation isn't yet certain. Maybe Merchant Qin simply took his family on a trip. Look, the Qin family's merchant ships are still here, and these two ships are filled with saltpeter. As they spoke, an old man suddenly emerged from one of the ships. Seeing Li Kaiyuan, the withered elder said, Manager Lei, Merchant Qin and his family have gone to visit relatives. Before leaving, he specifically instructed this old servant to deliver the goods on these ships to Your Highness to ease his urgent needs. Your Highness, see, maybe you were overthinking this, Li Kaiyuan said. The two docked merchant ships, each over 30 meters long, were standard Qin family vessels. If their cargo holds were indeed filled with saltpeter, Qingzhou would no longer need to worry about gunpowder supplies. Frowning, Xiao Ming boarded the ship with Li San, beginning to wonder if he had been too paranoid. After all, he couldn't accuse Qin Chunian based on mere suspicion. Your Highness, the saltpeter is right here, the old man said, leading them into the ship's hold, which was indeed packed with saltpeter. Li Kaiyuan said, Your Highness, see, maybe Merchant Qin really did a good deed. The old man added, Merchant Qin bought this saltpeter at a high price from a merchant from Shu. I heard the Shu prince has sealed the saltpeter caves there. No one can mine them without his permission. As he spoke, the old man rubbed his eyes. Standing close to him, Xiao Ming caught a faint, familiar scent from the old man's hands. His face paled in horror. Gunpowder, get away from here now, Li San reacted instantly. With a swift of his blade, the old man clutched his chest and collapsed with a groan. The three of them rushed to escape. Before they could get 20 meters away, a deafening erupted. Xiao Ming shoved Li San and Li Kaiyuan to the ground as a shockwave blasted over them. Li Kaiyuan, you idiot, I'll kill you. His body aching as if shattered, Li San scrambled up and punched the dazed Li Kaiyuan. A chorus of ghostly wails rang in his ears, and the memory of that explosion experiment came rushing back again. What a familiar experience, Xiao Ming thought. As he stood and patted himself down, he was overcome with a surreal feeling he was alive. In front of him, Li San was straddling Li Kaiyuan, punching his face over and over again. The dock was in chaos. Qin family's merchant ship was slowly sinking in flames, and the violent explosion had affected nearby vessels as well. From time to time, cries of agony echoed from within the ships. Qin Chu and Yun, the steppe tribes, you've succeeded in enraging this prince. Xiao Ming's eyes were hollow, and his quiet voice sounded as though it had risen from the abyss. He kicked Li San. Enough. Is this really the time for internal strife? I don't care how you do it. You must bring Qin Chu and Yun back to me. I want his corpse hung from the gates of Kangzhou City. Li San got up, seething. Had it not been for Li Kaiyuan's words defending the Qin family, they never would have entered the ship in the first place. Had Xiao Ming not been familiar with the scent of gunpowder, if it had been any other Autoftach prince, the three of them would have perished aboard. Your Highness, I'll go now. If I can't catch Qin Chu and Yun, you can chop off my head and feed it to the dogs. Li San was nearly exploding with rage. This would ruin Xiao Ming's trust in him going forward. He said nothing more, turning with the secret guards to rush back into the city. Li Kaiyuan, his face battered and swollen like a pig's head, crawled over to grab Xiao Ming's leg and sobbed, Your Highness, I really didn't know Qin Chu and Yun was so vicious. Your Highness, Xiao Ming gave him a cold stare. Dealing with such an idiotic ally was exhausting. He kicked Li Kaiyuan in the rear. Don't blame me for not trusting you. Until this is all cleared up, you'll have to spend a few days in prison. It's not just Li San, even I can't help but suspect you. He had to admit it was Li Kaiyuan who had led him step by step into that ship's hold. It was difficult not to be suspicious. I'm innocent, Your Highness. I only wanted to make you happy, Li Kaiyuan wailed. Xiao Ming couldn't be bothered with him. The royal guards immediately took Li Kaiyuan away. Recalling what had just happened, Xiao Ming still felt a lingering fear. On the adjacent ship, the explosion had shattered everything. It seemed the gunpowder had been ignited from that neighboring vessel. That was why they hadn't noticed in time. If not for the faint scent of dare on that old steward's hands, he truly would have died there. Back in the city, Xiao Ming went straight to the prison. Li San had already arrested all the suspicious merchants and was subjecting them to intense interrogation. The man in charge of extracting confessions was one of Li San's men, called Liuzi. Your Highness, Liuzi said, they finally talked. These bastards really wouldn't admit anything until we started slicing skin. They've been carrying messages for the local gentry. The barbarians gave them plenty of benefits in exchange for information. They were instructed to sabotage Your Highness's supply lines and even assassinate you. Whoever did the most would be rewarded with land in Qingzhou once the barbarians took over. He threw a bloodied knife on the ground, still clinging with bits of human flesh. This cruel punishment was one that Xiao Ming had personally taught Li San. Clearly, Li San had been absolutely furious this time. Did you find out how Qin Chuanyun got his gunpowder? Xiao Ming's face flickered in the firelight of the torches in the cell. Yes, Li Yuzi answered. The barbarians gave him the formula. Damn traitors, all of them. Don't let them die just yet, Xiao Ming said with a chilly expression as he turned to leave the prison. I still have use for them. Guard against all dangers, yet still fall to treachery from within. Xiao Ming had taken a heavy blow this time, but what enraged him the most wasn't even the loss. It was the traitors willing to sell their souls for foreign gold. These dogs, these traitors, they ate to use rice, drank to use water, walked on to use land, and yet, just for a few scraps from foreigners, they were willing to see their people slaughtered and their homeland ruined. He could endure many things, but not this. The explosion at the dock had also alarmed Niu Ben and the others. They entered Qingzhou City on horseback at full speed. In the governor's office, they saw Xiao Ming looking worse for wear. Your Highness, what happened? Lu Fei asked in shock. Niu Ben, too, uncharacteristically showed concern. Your Highness, Pang Yukun had already been briefed. He explained how Qin Chuanyun had set a trap in an attempt to kill Xiao Ming. That bastard Li Kaiyuan, Lu Fei shouted. I'll go finish him right now. Don't make trouble, Niu Ben said sternly. This is the time for unity, not vengeance. That's exactly what the enemy wants. This whole thing just shows how deep Qin Chuanyun's deceit runs, one step after another. No one could have seen it coming. Exactly, Luo Xin added. First they burned the grain depot, then used Li Kaiyuan to lure His Highness into a trap. They knew how much hope His Highness had placed on the Qin family. Of course he would come personally, and they were waiting. Xiao Ming, now calmer, said, enough with hindsight. Li San is already on his trail. The rest of you, don't sit idle. Bring Qin Chuanyun back. Niu Ben nodded. The three men saluted and left. Pang Yukun turned to Xiao Ming. Your Highness, the gentry will never stop. And with more traitors appearing by the day, we can't just keep reacting. We have to strike first. That's why I came to find you. Today, draft a decree to announce to all 6 prefectures, traitors will die. From this day forward, any suspicious individuals can be apprehended by the people and turned over to local authorities. Anyone found to be a spy for the barbarians, those who report them will be rewarded handsomely. Also, villages are permitted to form local militias to defend their land and keep order. Militias. Pang Yukun's eyes lit up. That's a new one. Brilliant. That way each village has its own self-defense force. Xiao Ming sighed. This wasn't his preferred approach, but against those who would betray their country for glory, he had no choice but to involve the people. He then explained how the militias would work. In short, they were to be locally organized self-defense groups. In wartime, they'd repel invaders. In peacetime, they'd patrol and maintain order in their own areas. Think of it as a wartime strategy, Xiao Ming said. We're mobilizing the strength of the people. With this, we'll have the support of all 1 million households across the 6 prefectures. Pang Yukun nodded, eyes shining. And it'll suppress those rebellious gentry as well. Truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Father, I want to join the militia. Zhu Wuliu held a hoe in his hand, his face brimming with excitement. You cowardly brat, join the militia my ass. I'll go for our family, Zhu De snapped back. In the Zhu family courtyard, Zhu Wuliu was protesting to his father. The latest newspaper had just come in, announcing that each village would organize a 100-man militia to patrol, maintain order, and catch barbarian spies. And apparently militiamen would even be given their own uniforms. Why not me? I want to catch barbarian spies too. Those bastards dared to harm our Prince Qi. I'm gonna their skulls with my hoe, Zhu Wuliu declared. Why not you? Because I'm your father, that's why. And I'm the squad leader. This squad listens to me. Now scram. Zhu De glared fiercely at his son. At that moment, Zhu Wuliu's mother walked over and said, Your father's right. When you've married a wife and had a child, then we'll stop interfering. For now, just behave and stay home. Tomorrow you still need to thresh wheat at the drying yard." Zhu Wuliu squatted down in frustration. "Then hurry up and find me a wife already. Once we sell some of our wheat, we'll prepare the betrothal gifts," his mother laughed. Then she turned to her husband and asked, "Is it true the county office is buying grain this year? How much per dan?" "Of course it's true. When our village head went to the yamen, the magistrate himself said it. The 6 prefectures are all purchasing grain. 50 wen per dan." That much Zhu's wife grinned from ear to ear. Zhu De was also very pleased. With 50 mu of land, they'd harvest at least 150 dan of grain, keeping 20 dan for themselves. Selling the remaining 130 dan would earn them over 6 taels of silver. There would be another harvest this year too. 10+ taels of silver annually was no small sum. Just thinking about it made Zhu De laugh in his dreams. When had he ever had this much silver in hand? But the county said once they have enough, they'll stop buying. "So we better thresh quickly," Zhu De instructed. Saying this, he headed out. Since the founding of the farmers' cooperatives, village elders like the Lezhang had gradually lost their influence. Nobody listened to them anymore. Instead, the coup became the new authority in the village, with a dozen squad leaders managing everything. Now that new orders were printed in the paper, he had to meet the other squad leaders to discuss how to implement them. Many villagers, once long-term laborers under the aristocracy, now owned their own land and saw a better future ahead. Grateful to Prince Qi, they never dared to delay implementing orders from the paper. Today's matter is organizing the militia. Someone had tried to assassinate Prince Qi. That was a matter of grave concern. The villagers feared that if something happened to him and a new prince replaced him, their hard-won peace and prosperity would vanish. So when the village reader read the newspaper aloud, the entire village became outraged. Every household demanded the militia be organized immediately. Or else the squad leaders would be replaced with someone more capable. "In your dreams, I Zhu De am more than capable," he thought, striding toward the coup. At the same time, the militia edict spread like spring wind beyond Qingzhou into surrounding counties. Militias began to appear on roads around every village. They maintained local security, questioned suspicious passers-by, and escorted any dubious figures to the authorities. Everywhere, militia could be seen patrolling with all manner of farming tools in hand. Deep in a forest in Yizhou, dozens of silhouettes moved through the trees. Exhaustion weighed heavy on them. Their clothes were torn and muddy, shredded by brambles. Qin Chunian looked down at the wound on his arm. Untreated for too long, it had become inflamed and festering. After plotting the assassination of Xiao Ming, he had fled south along the Chu River by boat, trying to escape the prince's lands. But Prince Qi's response had been swift. Every dock along the Chu was soon under inspection, checking all ships. With no other choice, they abandoned their boats and took to the footpaths. Soon after, even country lanes swarmed with villagers conducting patrols. These villagers questioned every traveler, inspecting arms for injuries. Qin's party was forced to flee into the mountains. A month passed. They had eaten through all their rations and were utterly worn out. "Father, I can't walk anymore." Qin Mu collapsed to the ground. He was a scholar, even weaker than Qin Chunian. Qin glanced at his 70-year-old mother, his wife, and younger brother. All of them looked utterly exhausted. For the first time, he felt true regret. One moment of recklessness had ruined everything. Prince Qi hadn't died. Only he could have pulled off such a countermeasure. "We can't stop. If we're caught, none of us will survive," Qin Chunian roared. His voice echoed through the forest, disturbing a flock of birds. Outside the woods, a young shepherd boy napping in the shade jolted awake. He looked toward the sound, then ran off shouting, "Father, there's someone in the woods." A fisherman nearby heard and immediately abandoned his net and cattle, rushing home with the boy. He had to alert the militia. Something suspicious was going on. Qin Chunian was alarmed. The boy had been hiding in the brush. He hadn't seen him at all. Qin Mu scrambled to his feet, the rest of the group panicking. "Run, deeper into the forest," Qin Chunian shouted. Everyone obeyed, vanishing into the trees. Not long after, hundreds of villagers arrived at the edge of the forest. A leader turned to the boy and asked, "You're sure one of them had an arm injury and was wearing silk?" "Yes." "Hurry. If another village catches them first, we won't get the reward." The boy cried. The militiamen nodded. They spread out into the forest. These villagers were strong and agile, used to climbing and trekking through the hills, far fitter than Qin Chunian and his pampered companions. Among them were experienced hunters skilled in tracking. It wasn't long before they spotted Qin's group. Hundreds of villagers closed in, surrounding them from all sides. Back in Qingzhou City, Wang Xuan had returned from the steppe with urgent news. "The Huyan Chu tribe is on the move toward Kangzhou," Xiao Ming asked. The recent explosion had left him only minor injuries, nothing serious. For the past month, he'd been focused on 4 things: boosting production at the machinery department, organizing militias, harvesting wheat, and weeding out spies. 16 more cannons had just been completed and sent to Kangju, along with 50 catapults and 2,000 dare bombs. They were producing at full speed. Wang Xuan's face was weathered and tanned. Clearly, he'd endured much during his travels. It's likely Hu Yanchuo plans to probe Kangju's defenses, he reported. Xiao Ming nodded. The barbarian assault was imminent. It was time for him to head to Kangju himself. Just then, Pang Yukun entered, laughing heartily. Congratulations, Your Highness. That old fox Chinchunian has been caught. The net of heaven is wide, but it lets nothing slip through. Chinchunian, in the end, you could not escape this prince's grasp. Xiao Ming's spirit surged. That bastard had nearly gotten him killed, and this was a debt he had never forgotten. Wang Xuan had already heard of the Qin family's betrayal during his return and said, such a heartless traitor should be hanged at the city gate to serve as a warning. The entire Qin clan should be executed to prevent future troubles. Pang Yukun did not object. Attempting to assassinate Prince Qi was high treason, and by law punishable by execution of the entire clan. The Wei family, co-conspirators with the Qin family, had all been thrown into prison and were set for execution after the autumn assizes. The rest of the Qin family had already been beheaded in the eastern market. The once-dominant four great noble houses of Kingzhou had now completely vanished. Only a few days ago, Xiao Ming had still held some naive hope for the nobility, showing leniency and mercy. But after the Qin family's assassination attempt, he would never again feel sympathy for them. He now understood that the conflict between himself and the aristocracy was irreconcilable. It was either them or him. He said send Qin Chuanian and the others involved in burning the state granary, along with those merchants who acted as spies to Kangju. As a warning, I want them strung up along the city walls. Let every traitor see what awaits them. Yes, Your Highness. I'll see to it immediately, Pang Yukun replied with a smile. With the Qin and Wei families dealt with, Kingzhou was now free of noble clans. From this moment on, it was Prince Qi's domain alone. The intelligence brought by Wang Xuan signaled that the storm of war was finally descending upon Kangzhou. For Xiao Ming, this was a fated battle. The barbarians could afford to lose, but he could not. If he lost, he would lose everything. But if he won, not only would it elevate his status among the princes of Great Yu, but his territory would finally enter a period of stable development. And that was exactly what he needed. With the technology crystal in his possession and himself as a builder of civilization, his mission was to spark an explosion of progress. In the modern world, it was the scientific explosion in 15th century Europe that allowed Western civilization to defeat the East for the first time. Here, in this world, he would never allow his country to once again be bombarded open by foreign cannons. Your Highness, please take good care of your health when you go to Kangzhou. Do not act recklessly. Your safety now concerns the lives of 1 million people under your rule. After the probing attack by the Huyan Chu tribe, a full-scale barbarian assault was inevitable. Kangzhou was too important. Xiao Ming had to go in person to oversee the defense. He gently squeezed Ziyuan's hand as she adjusted his cloak. She blushed slightly but did not pull away. He smiled and said, I haven't seen you and Luluo perform the startled swan dance yet. How could I bear to die now? Luluo laughed. That's right, sister. Just stay here in the palace. With me there, His Highness's daily needs will be well taken care of. Ziyuan nodded and sighed softly. This time, Xiao Ming was only bringing Luluo with him to Kangzhou. Ziyuan would stay behind in the palace as he needed a trusted confidant in Kingzhou. He gently rubbed Ziyuan's hand once more, then turned to Luluo and said, Let's go. Time is tight. Luluo nodded and followed him obediently out of the palace. Outside the gate, the 500 cavalry who would escort Xiao Ming to Kangzhou were already assembled. Xiao Ming glanced back at the worried Ziyuan and gave her a reassuring smile. The two girls were originally handmaids gifted to him by Consort Zhen. In this era, they were considered his personal property. He could do whatever he wanted with them, and they would have no choice. The only question was whether he felt like it or not. Though now a prince, Xiao Ming still disliked forcing others. Servants should be nurtured and won over, he thought. Clearly, over time, the two girls had become more comfortable with him, and their little gestures had become quite natural. Move out. With that command, the cavalry began their slow march toward Kangzhou. 3 days later, they arrived at the city. By then, Niu Ben, Lu Fei, and Luo Xin had already been garrisoned there for over a month. Zhan Xingcheng had also nearly completed renovations on the city walls. As they rode through Kangzhou, Xiao Ming immediately felt a sense of desolation. Unlike Kangzhou spanned only 10 li in width and length, and the surrounding area was sparsely populated. Even within the city, only a few scattered civilians could be seen. The residents were yellow-skinned and emaciated, dressed in rags, their eyes filled with fear about the impending war. Within the city, Xiao Ming could still see the ruins left by the war 3 years ago. Most of the population had either been killed or abducted during the invasion. Few had returned. The city was filled with abandoned homes and broken walls, and no one had repaired them. His administrative residence had already been prepared. After entering the city, he went directly to the compound. "Your Highness." As soon as he arrived, Niu Ben came charging in. Xiao Ming said, "No need for formalities, General. Thank you for arranging such a fine residence for me." The compound was a traditional courtyard house, complete with rock gardens, flowers, and pavilions. While not as grand as the royal palace, it was still charming in its own way. "As long as your highness is pleased," Niu Ben replied with a grin. "There are still a few decent houses in the city, but since you asked for one near the gate, I chose this." Xiao Ming nodded, then asked, "Any movements from the barbarians in recent days?" Niu Ben's face turned serious. "That's the very matter I came to report. The Huyan Chu tribe is now less than 100 li from Kangzhou. I expect them to arrive tomorrow. What's the status of our city defenses? As per our plan, the cannons have not yet been deployed. We're still using traditional defenses like rolling logs, boiling oil, stones. The catapults are in place but loaded with rocks only. We're not using the dare bombs yet," Niu Ben reported. "Good, send some of the dare bombs up anyway, but don't use them unless it's absolutely necessary," Xiao Ming instructed. From the Qin Chunian case, he'd learned that the gunpowder formula had been given by the barbarians themselves. That meant they knew how to use it. This wasn't surprising. Gunpowder had existed for centuries. Even the Great Yu Empire used fire tubes and gunpowder weapons against the barbarians. There was no way the barbarians were unfamiliar with them. That was what worried him. The methods he used to deal with them might be learned and replicated. This was why he emphasized cannons. Gunpowder was easy to copy. Cannons, without the technology, could not be replicated. Now that he had arrived in Kangzhou, he wasn't here to enjoy the scenery. He stood up and said, "It's still early. Let's go up to the city walls. I'd like to see how Zhan Xingqing has done with the repairs." The scent of green grass and damp earth drifted in from the land north of Kangzhou City. Outside the city, golden sunlight poured across the boundless prairie. A narrow trail led into the distance, and the occasional collapsed thatch hut by the roadside whispered of a past long gone. After the barbarians took Yuzhou, they burned homes and forests, captured civilians. What was once a flourishing land turned into a wilderness of weeds within 10 years, now reduced to grazing fields for the Huyan Chu tribe, Niu Ben said as he stood on the city wall, gazing across the vast prairie with a voice tinged with melancholy. 10 years ago, he had stood on this very wall watching barbarian cavalry sweep across the land. Flames had raged for months, painting the sky crimson like fresh blood. Zhan Xingqing stood beside him. After working tirelessly for over 2 months, he had grown visibly thinner, but with tens of thousands of slaves laboring day and night, a majestic wall had risen from the earth. "It's a shame." Prince Yang guarded Yuzhou and was once the most erful among the princes, yet even he couldn't hold off the barbarians, Zhan said. Xiao Ming gazed at the fertile land beyond the walls. From Kangzhou to Yuzhou, it was about 400 li. Yuzhou was where the Forbidden City stood in modern Ming Dynasty history. The Ming, once known for the Son of Heaven guards the gates, and the monarch dies for the country, had crumbled like dust after losing Shanhaiguan. Prince Yang's territory had been completely overrun by the barbarians. If Niu Ben had not held firm in Kangzhou back then, and if the barbarians hadn't encountered resistance from the Ottoman Empire in the west, they would never have stopped their push south. In that sense, the Ottomans had inadvertently delayed the downfall of the Great Yu. "Don't boost the enemy's morale and dampen our own spirit," Xiao Ming said calmly. Right now, with Great Yu trembling at the mention of the barbarians, what they needed most was morale. Xiao Ming had no path of retreat left. If he didn't hold Kangzhou, death would be his only fate. Zhan snapped out of his thoughts. He had fallen into the same fatalistic mindset as many scholars of Great Yu. Niu Ben nodded. "There's nothing to fear about barbarians. They bleed just like we do. What we should worry about is our soldiers losing heart before the battle even begins." Zhan looked embarrassed. "I've brought shame upon myself before your highness and the general." Xiao Ming patted his shoulder. "Still, your point isn't entirely wrong. Tactically, we must respect the enemy. Strategically, we must view them with contempt. Ha ha ha, that's a classic line, your highness." "It should be written into our military doctrine," Niu Ben exclaimed. Zhan Xingqing, thoughtful, nodded slightly. Xiao Ming smiled. "I didn't come up with that. It was spoken by a great man, but it certainly applies to our situation with the barbarians." As the three of them conversed, they continued their inspection along the city wall. The section facing the prairie was 500 meters long. Xiao Ming had now gathered most of the territory's forces in Kangzhou, totaling 50,000 troops, just as planned. Among them, only the Kingzhou army had been equipped with the Nustal plate armor and weapons. The rest of the newly raised forces had inferior equipment and served mainly as reserves. After completing the inspection of the walls, Xiao Ming could see that Zhan Xingqing had fulfilled his vision. On the ramparts, a watchtower stood every 10 meters, and every 50 meters there was an extended bastion. These bastions jutted out perpendicularly from the wall, giving soldiers more protected positions from which to defend. Each bastion was equipped with repeating crossbows and catapults. Archers were already stationed and ready. Outside the bastions, the walls were lined with logs, stones, iron caltrops, long spears, and other defensive tools. The long spears were meant to push back enemy siege ladders. The rest were for hurling down on attackers. Inside the walls, rope baskets had been installed leading into the city. Below each basket was more defensive material. Once the logs and stones on the walls ran out, reinforcements could be hoisted up by supporting troops. At the base of the walls, every 20 meters stood large iron cauldrons filled with oil, intended for pouring onto climbing barbarian soldiers. Outside the wall was a very different scene. A trench 3 meters deep and 3 meters wide had been dug along the perimeter. Inside it were sharpened bamboo stakes sticking upward. Barbarian soldiers in this era wore soft leather boots. The thin soles couldn't withstand such sharp traps. Beyond the trench were dense half-height poles, each driven into solid foundations underground. Their purpose was to hinder larger-scale charges and bunch the enemy together, making them perfect targets for the cannons. Your Highness, we've also placed traps outside the trench. They're hidden beneath sod and won't be easy to spot, Zhan said. The entire defensive strategy had been developed by Zhan Xingqing, trenches, pillars, everything. Niu Ben said, this young man is quite the schemer. The barbarians are going to suffer this time. Zhan laughed bitterly. General, are you praising me or insulting me? Of course I'm praising you. Niu Ben roared with laughter. Like Pang Yukun, he appreciated talented people. In his eyes, Zhan Xingqing far outshone most of the aristocratic youths. Xiao Ming was also satisfied with Zhan's layout. Between the stone pillars, Zhan had tied vine ropes soaked in tung oil. Once soaked, the vines became incredibly tough, and even blades took time to cut through them. During that time, archers atop the walls would be free to rain down arrows. Good work, Xiao Ming said approvingly. Siege warfare was always difficult. Even with 5 times the numbers, attackers often failed, and the more obstacles placed in their way, the heavier the losses for the attackers. After touring the wall, Xiao Ming realized he hadn't seen Lu Fei or Luo Xin. He asked, where are Lu Fei and Luo Xin at this? Niu Ben gave a wry smile. Ever since receiving your Highness's telescope, those two haven't rested. Every day they take soldiers out to scout. With the telescope, they can spot barbarian scouts long before being seen. They've become obsessed. Xiao Ming shook his head with a helpless smile. It's like the farsighted bullying the nearsighted. No wonder they can't stop. Just as they were speaking, a group of riders appeared in the distance. At the front were none other than Lu Fei and Luo Xin. As they neared the city, the two quickly dismounted and climbed the walls. Lu Fei, breathless, reported, Your Highness, the Huyan Chu tribe has picked up their pace. They'll likely reach the city by noon tomorrow. This time, the entire Huyan Chu tribe is relocating to Kangzhou. It looks like they intend to set up camp here. I suspect their army is not far behind. They're bringing livestock to feed the main force. Niu Ben asked, what about their numbers? Just the Huyan Chu tribe alone has 20,000 cavalry and countless slaves, Luo Xin replied gravely. Morning smoke curled over Kangzhou city. If not for the soldiers running back and forth through the streets, Xiao Ming would have almost thought he'd returned to the mountain village of his childhood. Having lived here for some time now, he felt this place wasn't so different from the countryside. In the past, he'd imagined Imperial life to be like those shown on television dramas. Only after coming here did he realize that royal meals were no different from those of an average household in the modern world. It wasn't just a matter of resource scarcity, it was the level of technology. Xiao Ming hadn't slept all night. With a massive cold weapons battle looming, he wasn't yet strong enough to remain completely unshaken. He quickly ate the bowl of rice porridge and meat pie that Luluo brought him, then donned his custom-made armor and ascended the city wall. At that moment, every soldier was already stationed in position. Many townspeople had also gathered at the foot of the wall, ready to assist if needed. Last night, Luo Xin and Lu Fei had reported that the first wave of the barbarian assault on Kangzhou was imminent. Your Highness, they're coming. Before noon, a black cloud rolled over the northern horizon. Niu Ben pointed toward the north as he called out. Xiao Ming raised his telescope and looked. The magnified image revealed a sea of barbarian cavalry. Lu Fei and Luo Xin immediately headed to their respective posts. Since the wall stretched far and wide, each section was under the command of a separate captain, with Niu Ben overseeing the entire operation. Our traps are probably useless now, Xiao Ming sighed as he lowered the telescope. Zhan Xingqing, standing beside him with his own telescope, said they're driving forward a huge number of slaves. The traps are finished. In front of the barbarian cavalry were rows of slaves, bound together with rope. They looked just like the people of the Great Yu because they were. They were once our citizens, Zhan said bitterly. Niu Ben said, "It can't be helped. Barbarians always drive slaves ahead of them before attacking. Your Highness, now is not the time to show mercy. Yes, they are people of Great Yu, but behind you are also the people of Great Yu." Back when Prince Yang defended Shanhaiguan, he faltered at the last moment and let these driven slaves into the city. He didn't realize that some of them had already pledged loyalty to the barbarians. That's how the gate was lost and the cavalry charged in, he added. Xiao Ming nodded slightly. In the wars of history, such tragedies had happened more times than one could count. The barbarians grew closer, 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500. Finally, at the 500-meter mark, the cavalry came to a stop. Silence blanketed the battlefield. The defenders on the wall stared intently at the enemy, while the barbarians glared right back at the silver-armored soldiers. After a long moment of stillness, a sharp horn echoed from the barbarian ranks. Their cavalry dismounted, and the slaves began unloading gear from the horses with practiced ease. "They're setting up camp," said Niu Ben. The Huiyanchu tribe was a purely nomadic people. Wherever their herds roamed, they followed. This time they had brought slaves and cattle along. Looks like they planned to lay siege to Kangzhou. Xiao Ming glanced toward the cannons wrapped in black cloth on the walls. The cannons he'd produced this time had a range of 3 to 4 lei, and the enemy was currently well within range. One shot could send them scrambling, but no matter how itchy his fingers were, he had to restrain himself. The key players hadn't arrived yet. When the barbarian Khan himself appeared, that would be the time to unleash hell. The barbarians leisurely pitched camp. The soldiers on the walls could only watch. They had no choice. Mounted, the enemy were cavalry. Unmounted, they were infantry. If they sent their own cavalry out now, they'd be facing 20,000 mounted archers. It would be suicide. "Slaves are approaching," Niu Ben said suddenly. Xiao Ming looked again. From the barbarian camp, a number of slaves were being herded toward the city. The slaves walked in single file, step by step, drawing closer. Zhan Xingcheng clenched his jaw. "These barbarians have no humanity at all. They don't even treat our people as people. They don't. Do you know what they call the people of Great Yu?" Niu Ben asked. "What, Tuligid sheep?" Xiao Ming's brow furrowed slightly. He had heard that term before in modern history. The Tuligid sheep were quite literally sheep with 2 legs. During the 5 barbarians' invasion of China, Han people were not only enslaved, but also eaten. That's where the term originated. When the barbarians invaded Yuzhou, they faced food shortages. They turned to eating Han people. That's how the phrase came to be, Niu Ben explained. Zhan Xingcheng's hands clenched into fists. He had never imagined the barbarians could be so savage. "Ah!" A scream echoed across the plains. One of the slaves had stepped into a trap and fallen. Cries of pain followed from the pit. Laughter erupted from the barbarian cavalry behind them. On the wall, the soldiers clenched their weapons so tightly their knuckles turned white. They knew what the barbarians were laughing at. Their painstakingly dug traps had only served to kill their own. Xiao Ming stared in silence. This was war, a battlefield devoid of mercy, where every method was fair if it meant killing the other side. The slaves, panicked, began to hesitate. They stopped. The barbarian cavalry were furious. They swung their curved blades and hacked at the unwilling slaves. Shrill cries rang out across the empty field, and the slaves began marching again, trembling. Trap after trap was destroyed. By the time the barbarians halted 200 meters from the walls, only about 100 of the 500 slaves remained. The cavalry then took out their bows and forced the slaves forward once more. "Your Highness, we can't let them continue. If we do, every single trap will be lost." Zhan gritted through his teeth. This was barbarian cruelty at its peak. Staring at the cavalry standing just 200 meters away, Niu Ben took a bow and arrow from a nearby soldier. "Your Highness, now is not the time for mercy. A single trap can determine the course of a battle. Do what you must, General." Xiao Ming's voice was solemn. "So this is what it means to defend a city." Swish. An arrow sliced through the air. A scream rang out. Xiao Ming clearly saw blood explode from the chest of the lead slave. Screams echoed across the battlefield, one after another. Niu Ben's lips trembled, but the bow in his hand struck like the scythe of death, cold and merciless. With each life he took, a deeper weight of guilt pressed upon his heart. But he knew behind him stood millions of people from the Great Yu. He could not afford mercy. These conflicting emotions tore through him like brambles around his soul. Xiao Ming's heart fared no better. Killing one to save 10,000 in reason, it was right, but to carry it out with his own hands filled him with overwhelming guilt. These were defenseless civilians, once tormented by the barbarians, and now it was their own brothers-in-arms cutting them down. But Xiao Ming understood. They had to bear this burden. Even if history would spit on their names for 1,000 years, they had to endure it. One by one, the slaves collapsed, and the laughter from the barbarian cavalry only grew louder. They were mocking Niu Ben for his futile efforts. Another group of slaves was already being driven forward. "General, let me out there." Lu Fei suddenly ran over from his post, face flushed with rage. "This isn't right. Let us go fight. Otherwise, what are we cavalry good for? One of the soldiers behind him shouted. Silence. Niu Ben's roar ed like a great bell. You only have 1,000 men. And how many of you are better riders or archers than the barbarian cavalry? Do you want to die, so we just stand here and watch our own people be slaughtered? There are citizens too. Lu Fei's eyes were bloodshot. Luo Xin came forward and grabbed his arm. Captain Lu, don't be reckless. Don't the lives of our soldiers matter too? Don't the lives of civilians matter to you? Pampered nobles raised in Chang'an are commoners nothing more than disposable filth. Lu Fei threw off Luo Xin's hand. Niu Ben glared. If you keep this up, don't blame me for punishing you under military law. I don't care, just let me charge out once. When I return, you can take my head if you want. Lu Fei shouted. Lu Fei, Xiao Ming's voice rang out from behind. I knew you'd be the one to cause trouble. You want to know why, despite all your merit, I never let you become governor of Qingzhou? He stepped forward, pointing directly at Lu Fei. If you were in charge of defending this city, the 20,000 Qingzhou troops would already be lying dead beneath the barbarians' arrows. You think you're brave, but you're just a reckless brute. You wouldn't only throw away your own men, you'd also doom millions of civilians. Use your damn head. Lu Fei froze. Only then did he come to his senses. Damn those barbarians. When the time comes, I'll rain hell on them. He stomped and slammed his fist against the battlement before storming back to his post. Niu Ben sighed. That hothead. He won't learn until he takes a real fall. By now, another group of slaves had reached the battlefield and were again marching toward the trench line. Loose arrows. Xiao Ming clenched his teeth as he gave the order. These traps were meant for barbarians, not for these people. His heart bled. My people, for Kangzhu's sake, I'm sorry. Next year at Qingming, I'll pour you each a cup of wine at your graves. Swish, swish, arrows poured down from the battlements. Driven forward by the barbarians, the slaves fell in pools of their own blood, but the enemy kept forcing wave after wave of them forward. Their aim was not only to trigger the traps, they also sought to destroy the stone defenses. From noon until dusk, the defenders remained on edge. Only when the sun dipped beneath the horizon did the barbarians finally stop sending slaves to dismantle the city's defenses. There was no moon that night. Darkness cloaked the world. Campfires slowly rose in the barbarian camp, and the smell of roasting lamb wafted across the plain. After tonight, the real bloodbath would begin. After resting in his command post for the night, Xiao Ming was awakened at dawn by the deafening cries of war. He rushed up to the wall and saw thousands of slaves charging with ladders, spears, and clubs. Behind them, the barbarian cavalry stood watching, like overseers monitoring a slave revolt. The attack was focused on the city gate, and that was exactly where Xiao Ming stood. Yesterday, the enemy had revealed most of the outer traps. Today, they were repeating their strategy, driving slave soldiers to storm the wall. These slave soldiers were also people of great Yu, now turned into tools of the enemy. Loose arrows, Niu Ben bellowed. The archers unleashed a deadly rain. Slaves carrying ladders fell one after another, yet more stepped up, pushing forward relentlessly. There were 3,000 of them in this wave, dense enough to shake the ground beneath their feet. In Xiao Ming's eyes, the sight was more overwhelming than an entire school doing synchronized drills on a football field. The Qingzhou army had 5,000 crossbowmen among its 20,000 troops, a decision Xiao Ming had made to ensure long-term defense. They now showed terrifying effectiveness. Within 100 meters, the bolts tore through bodies like paper, but the slaves seemed trained. Soon, a front line emerged with shields raised, slowing their pace but greatly reducing casualties. Zhan Xingcheng frowned. His sympathy for the slaves was fading fast because they now charged like deadly enemies. 60 meters, Zhan suddenly shouted. As he did, the front rank of slaves disappeared, swallowed by a pit. Screams erupted as they tumbled into the traps. One after another, every pit at the 6-tempter line was triggered. Just like that, all of Zhan's traps were gone. Yet the attackers didn't stop. To them, survival meant taking the city. Faced with that choice, they pressed forward. Are you certain this Prince Qi has some kind of Urful weapon inside the barbarian camp? A shirtless warrior with a white cloak asked, eyeing a smirking traitor in a blue collarless robe. Liu Xuan replied, no doubt about it. I didn't see it directly, but when Prince Qi attacked Liu's black fortress, many heard a massive explosion. And when I passed by later, there was a huge hole in the wall. The Khan will arrive soon with the main force. Before that, we need to probe this weapon's strength. If it really exists, I'll speak well of you in front of the Khan. Liu Xuan bowed obsequiously. Many thanks, Banner Chief gulped. If the Khagan captures Kangzhou and kills Prince Qi, that would also avenge my Liu clan. The clash of weapons and furious roars intertwined across the battlefield, blood soaking into the grass below. Corpses of slave soldiers began to pile up across the land, yet wave after wave still surged forward without fear of death. Behind them were the arrows of the barbarians. In front of them were the arrows of the defenders of Kangzhou. There was still a sliver of hope for survival if they could capture Kangzhou. If they failed, they would all be slaughtered by the barbarians. This was the order given by Huyan Chu's banner chief, Gerdai, before the siege. To survive, the slave soldiers could no longer care that the ones standing atop the walls were their own countrymen, or that behind the walls lay the land of Great Yu and the people of Great Yu. No, they weren't just fighting for survival anymore. Deep in their hearts, they carried hatred for Great Yu. Hatred that when their wives and children were violated by the barbarians, Great Yu had not sent its army. They hated that when their homes were burned to the ground, Great Yu had not intervened. They hated that when Prince Yang committed suicide in his own palace, Great Yu had still done nothing. That hatred festered day and night in their hearts. The nation behind the walls had become unfamiliar to them. A desire to destroy everything was growing within. If we must die, then let's all die together. Gerdai looked upon the slaves storming the walls of Kangju with a satisfied smile. The tactic of using slave soldiers as the vanguard was widespread among the barbarians, and a string of victories had elevated this strategy to a revered status. To them, the other nations were weak. The threat of death and the longing to survive made these slaves willingly submit to barbarian control. Most importantly, the slaves saw no hope of returning home. No army could challenge barbarian cavalry on the grasslands, and occasionally they would be indoctrinated with the belief that their king had abandoned them. This further extinguished any hope in Great Yu they might have held. Liu Xuan was also watching the desperate struggle of the slave soldiers. His expression was complicated, a mix of sympathy and sorrow, though these feelings quickly gave way to hatred. In the Golden Horde, there were many from Great Yu who advised the barbarians. Some were frustrated scholars, others merchants who traveled between the two nations. Most were descendants of former slaves, already fully assimilated into barbarian life. To them, Great Yu was nothing more than a distant name. Like many merchants who frequented the grasslands, Liu Xuan believed it was only a matter of time before the barbarians conquered Great Yu. To him, the term barbarian was nothing but a biased label from Great Yu. The so-called barbarians were a people whose governance, civil affairs, commerce, and craft rivaled those of Great Yu, a nation with a full bureaucratic and military system. Controlling the Hexi Corridor and the ancient Silk Road, the barbarians profited massively by taxing merchants along the route. Great Yu's elites believed that the war between the barbarians and the Ottoman Empire stemmed from bloodlust, but they were blind to the true reason: control over this vital east-west trade route. After all, the Ottomans had grown strong from this same trade. They taxed Western merchants heavily, inflating the cost of Eastern goods. As a result, many Western traders began to abandon the overland route in favor of opening new sea routes to the east. This had greatly frustrated the barbarians and triggered the war with the Ottoman Empire. Yet the Ottomans were strong. In defeating 1,000 enemies, the barbarians lost 800 of their own. Liu Xuan snapped out of his thoughts and looked once more at the battlefield. The slave soldiers had already crossed the stone barricades and begun setting up scaling ladders. What caught his attention next were the soldiers atop the city wall, all clad in full silver armor. He turned toward Gerdai, who wore a curious expression, and said, "You noticed it too, didn't you? I've seen similar armor in the Great Khan's palace. They say this kind of armor comes from the west. This is my first time seeing it. I haven't returned in a long while," Liu Xuan replied. Gerdai frowned. "This armor won't be easy to deal with. Regular blades won't do much to them, and forging even one suit requires a lot of silver. When did they not only learn how to make it, but produce so many of them? According to what I've heard, Prince Qi supposedly has the forging technique. That prince is no ordinary man," Liu Xuan warned. The barbarians were nomads. A tribe was a banner. Small ones were minor banners, middle ones were central banners, and large ones were great banners. Their leaders were called banner chiefs. The Huyan Chu tribe was only a central banner within the Golden Horde. For their meritorious role in the capture of Shanhai Pass, the Heavenly Khan had granted them all the lands within. That made this war critical for Gerdai. It determined whether he could further expand his tribe's holdings. In recent years, Huyan Chu's population had grown rapidly. If he could conquer the fertile lands inside the pass, he believed becoming a great banner chief was only a matter of time. Great Yu's princes are all useless. So what if they're wearing fancy armor? Can they block our arrows? Ready armor-piercing arrows, Gerdai scoffed. Seeing the slave soldiers reach the base of the wall, he waved to his cavalry. 2,000 barbarian archers immediately formed up and advanced toward the city wall. Meanwhile, atop the wall, the soldiers of the Qingzhou army were hurling stones and logs down at the climbing slave soldiers. Bodies fell continuously from the ladders, yet more climbed up behind them. "Boiling oils," bellowed Niu Ben, watching the battlefield unfold. The slave soldiers charged with no thought for their lives. Arrows flew like a forest of thorns. The wounded lay groaning, only to be trampled by the next wave. Inside the wall, boiling oil had already been prepared. At the order, support troops carried the burning cauldrons up to the ramparts. These were meant to destroy the ladders. As long as the ladders held, the slave soldiers would continue to climb. Prince Qi had been studying the battlefield closely. At that moment, he noticed the barbarian archers advancing, but this wasn't what concerned him most. He had also spotted slave soldiers digging at the base of the wall. "You four, take out those diggers." Prince Qi ordered a team of crossbowmen to fire on the slave soldiers beneath the wall. Their aim was clear: plant explosives to breach the defenses. The crossbowmen obeyed, and with screams rising from below, the diggers fell one by one in pools of blood. At the same time, the barbarian archers drew nearer, clearly aiming to cover the ongoing assault. Prince Qi drew in a sharp breath and shouted, "Trebuchets, load the gunpowder jars." Blood splattered as Lu Fei pulled his sword out from a slave soldier's chest. By now, his whole body was stained red with blood. Even though rocks and logs were being thrown down again and again, slave soldiers kept climbing up the 500-meter city wall in the chaos. "Push down the ladder." Lu Fei gave the order. 2 soldiers used forks to push the ladder away. The slave soldiers climbing on it screamed as they fell. "Shieldmen." Lu Fei looked ahead and saw barbarian archers about to shoot. He quickly shouted the warning. The shieldmen on the wall raised their shields just in time. A loud pattering sound echoed as arrows hit them. Tata-tata. One soldier's shield looked like a hedgehog, full of arrows. Even the metal on the outside was pierced through. "They're using armor-piercing arrows. Be careful," Lu Fei shouted after seeing the arrowheads. Then he let a captain take his place and walked toward Xiao Ming. "Your Highness, let's use the catapults now." Lu Fei was frustrated. So far, only the slave soldiers had died. The barbarian archers were still far enough, about 100 meters away, that they were safe. Several soldiers held up their shields to protect Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming said, "I was just about to tell you. Have the men throw the gunpowder jars. Light all 3 fuses at once." "Got it." Lu Fei replied and ran back, shouting, "Blow these bastards to pieces." This time, Xiao Ming had ordered the gunpowder jars to have 3 fuses each to make sure they exploded properly, since they often went out when thrown. The soldiers quickly loaded the jars into the catapults and aimed at the barbarian archers. The barbarian archers, standing about 200 meters away, kept shooting at the Qingzhou soldiers from a distance. Many soldiers were hit and injured. "Fire." With that command, 50 catapults launched the lit jars into the sky. The archers saw black dots flying toward them and thought they were just stones. They tried to dodge. Thump, thump of the jars, covered in thick straw, hit the ground with heavy S. Some archers couldn't escape in time and were killed instantly. Those who dodged looked at the round jars on the ground and started laughing, feeling proud of themselves. But their laughter stopped when a loud shook the area. A huge explosion and thick smoke covered the nearby barbarian soldiers. Anyone within 10 meters fell to the ground. The jars burst into deadly pieces, ceramic shards, nails, and even foul-smelling filth. Those at the center of the explosion were blown apart. Others nearby were badly hurt and screamed in pain. The barbarian soldiers were terrified and started retreating. And the second wave of jars came flying. The injured who hadn't escaped yet were blown to bits. "Nice shot, ha-ha-ha." Lu Fei laughed loudly from the wall. The surprise attack made the barbarians retreat, and the slave soldiers left behind were hit by a rain of arrows from above. Gerd barely kept his horse from running away in panic. The continuous blasts made all the barbarian warhorses uneasy. Their riders struggled to control them. "Is this the secret weapon of Prince Qi?" Gerdai's face went pale. Even from 300 meters away, he could feel the ground shake. "Must be," Luo Xin said. "First the fire lances, now this." Gerdai sneered. "Soon they'll see we barbarians can use gunpowder too. Then I'll blow up their walls and soldiers together." Luo Xin nodded. He knew they had hidden barrels of gunpowder ready to blow up the city walls. They had learned this tactic from fighting the Ottoman Empire. This siege wasn't just for attack, it was also a test of the Qingzhou army's strength. Their second goal was to dig tunnels under the walls. When their main force arrived, they'd use explosives to destroy the walls and wipe out the defenders. Thinking of this, Luo Xin felt confident about winning. He said, "And I heard Baishan Teiji brought cannons that can shoot stones over 500 meters. Those Qingzhou defenders won't stand a chance." Gerdai laughed. "Yeah, let's give these southerners a few more days to live." Then he ordered his archers to retreat. He didn't care about the lives of the slave soldiers. The battle lasted from morning until night. The barbarians kept sending waves of slave soldiers. Now bodies were piled up at the foot of the wall. The sunset looked like blood, making the scene even more tragic. The trench was filled with corpses. Xiao Ming slammed the wall in frustration. "After all that fighting, we haven't even scratched the real enemy." "Damn it." Niu Ben comforted him. "Your Highness, this is how the barbarians fight. They wear down their enemy before launching a real attack." Xiao Ming looked at the cannons under the black cloth and nodded. "When their main army comes, I'll make them pay." As the day's fighting ended, Niu Ben ordered the soldiers to prepare more rocks, logs, and supplies. This was just a test. The real bloody battle was still ahead and he knew it, but from today's fight his confidence grew. The Qingzhou armor had protected the soldiers well and casualties were few. The only real injuries came from the archers' arrow volleys. Back at the camp, Lu Liu helped Xiao Ming remove his armor. Seeing the bloodstains, she asked worriedly, "Your Highness, are you hurt?" "I'm fine," he replied, exhausted. His nerves had been tight all day, and now he could finally relax. Green Luo sighed in relief. Her heart had been pounding. Then she said, "By the way, Chief Secretary Pang left a message. 4 more cannons are on their way to Kangzhou." "Really, that's the best news I've heard all day," Xiao Ming smiled. With those 4, they'd have 30 cannons in Kangzhou, and soon the main barbarian army would arrive. Last night, Xiao Ming fell asleep as soon as he finished eating. All night his dreams were filled with images of the bloody battle at Kangzhou City, the terrified eyes of slave soldiers, splattering blood, and the crimson mist rising from exploding fire jars. Just half a year ago, he had been a Shuiten researcher comfortably working in a lab. Now he had to face the brutal reality of ancient warfare just to survive. This was 100, no, 1,000 times more terrifying than witnessing a street fight. The sheer psychological pressure of seeing a dark mass of roaring enemies charging at you was overwhelming, but he had to endure it. He had to get used to it, because this might very well be his life from now on. On the city walls, the supplies consumed yesterday had been replenished. The rookie soldiers who had never experienced war before seemed to have matured overnight. Yesterday's victory taught them that as long as they stood united, the barbarians weren't so fearsome. "Your Highness, I doubt the barbarians will attack again in the next couple of days," Niu Ben said, peering through a monocular telescope at the enemy camp. Xiao Ming was also observing. Campfires still burned in the barbarian encampment, where slaves scurried about, forced to rebuild siege ladders and other equipment. Meanwhile, the barbarians roasted cattle and sheep over the fires, the rich aroma making many soldiers swallow their saliva. "Don't drool. Once we win, I'll make sure you all eat meat too," Xiao Ming said to the soldiers. The men burst into laughter. Niu Ben grinned. "His Highness is right. All these years, the barbarians have been stealing from us. After we win, we'll raid their cattle and sheep, let you eat until you're sick of it. Better yet, I'll lead the cavalry out and bring back barbarian wives for you." Lu Fei chimed in crudely, having appeared out of nowhere. The laughter grew even louder. In the military, flowery words meant nothing. These soldiers were mostly illiterate. Practical promises worked best. Xiao Ming pointed beyond the walls. "Do you see that land out there? Is it fertile, fertile?" The soldiers shouted in unison. "Good. From now on, for every barbarian you kill, I promise you 10 mu of land outside Kangzhou. The more you kill, the more land you get. And when we retake Shanghai Pass one day, every one of you will become a damned landowner." "Your Highness, do you mean it?" a soldier suddenly asked. "My word is iron. Captain Lu and Commander Niu are both witnesses," Xiao Ming replied. The soldier's face flushed with excitement. "Your Highness, I'm originally from Yuzhou. I fled to Kangzhou as a refugee. If we reach Shanghai Pass, can I pick land in my hometown? Of course." The soldier nodded firmly. "Your Highness, many of us in the Qingzhou army are from Yuzhou. For your promise, we'll fight to the death." Xiao Ming and Niu Ben exchanged satisfied glances. In warfare, a soldier's motivation was crucial to victory. Most soldiers had little desire for distant campaigns. The reason the Qingzhou army fought so fiercely for Kangzhou was simple. Behind these walls were their homes and families. But if they were to push north and retake Shanghai Pass, that motivation would wane, except for those who had once called Yuzhou home. This gave Xiao Ming an idea. "Commander Niu, I want to establish a special cavalry unit, the Guanning Iron Cavalry." Guanning Iron Cavalry. Niu Ben's expression turned thoughtful. "If I'm not mistaken, Guan refers to Shanghai Pass and Ning is Ningyuan. Your Highness's vision is Fairyching." Xiao Ming nodded. In his past life's history, the Guanning Iron Cavalry had been one of the most elite forces of the late Ming Dynasty. Their strategy had been simple: let Liao people guard Liao lands, let Liao lands feed Liao people. By recruiting the toughest natives of Liaodong, they forged a cavalry that even the Manchus feared. Xiao Ming's plan was the same: to form a cavalry from the remnants of the Yang prince's forces and displaced Yuzhou refugees. Such men would fight desperately to reclaim their homeland. Exactly. He explained his thoughts to Niu Ben. Niu Ben nodded approvingly. "Your Highness is farsighted, but the Great Yu lacks war horses. Where will we get enough mounts if we don't have horses? We'll take them from the barbarians," Xiao Ming said, eyeing the herds in the enemy camp. Niu Ben shook his head skeptically. With their current defensive stance, launching raids for horses seemed impossible. As Niu Ben predicted, the Haiyanchuo tribe didn't attack for the next 3 days. Then, on the third evening, a massive army appeared north of the Haiyanchuo camp. Through his telescope, Xiao Ming saw banners emblazoned with a wolf's head, the royal standard only the Great Khan was entitled to carry. At the same time, the machinery department delivered 4 more cannons to Kangzhou, along with 500 fire jars and a supply of granulated gunpowder. That night, Xiao Ming ordered all cannons mounted on the artillery platforms. The barbarian host stretched beyond the horizon. There was no telling how many troops had arrived, but the sheer number of slave soldiers alone was daunting. As the battle loomed, the atmosphere in the city grew tense. Every face was grim. Can we hold that question weighed on every mind? Soon they would have their answer. Barbarian Command Tent Gultai and Luo Xin entered the royal tent together, where a towering man sat like an iron pagoda. Gultai's expression darkened. Taiji Bashan, has the great Khan not come? The man Bashan, the same envoy who had visited Chang'an, smirked. Why would my father bother with a minor outpost like Kangju? Then why does Taiji bear the royal standard? Isn't that disrespectful to the great Khan? Gultai's voice was hoarse. Bashan stood. By my father's order. The banner is just to intimidate these great dogs. Or do you question the Khan's command? Banner Chief Gultai, I would never defy the Khan's word, Gultai said stiffly. Bashan sneered. Gultai had always favored his elder brother, the heir apparent, while looking down on him, the second son destined for some remote territory. The flames flickered inside the tent. Black shadows danced in the candlelight. Bashan looked at Gerdai and said, for this attack on Kangju City, the Huyan Chu tribe must follow my orders completely. Gerdai didn't like it, but he still nodded. Bashan then asked, how is Kangju's defense? Gerdai explained everything from the previous few days of attacks. Exploding gunpowder jars? Bashan asked. Gerdai nodded. Yes, those jars are Urful. Hundreds of our archers were killed by the blasts. He added, also, the defenders are wearing very strong armor. It looks like they're Prince Chi's elite troops. Bashan frowned. We attack tomorrow morning. I want to see it for myself. Gerdai nodded again. This time Bashan had personally led 50,000 elite barbarian soldiers. Alongside them were 80,000 slave soldiers, and with Gerdai's own troops, the total number of slaves reached over 100,000. That number alone would be enough to keep Kangju's defenders constantly rushing around. A loud rooster's crow broke through the sky as the first light of morning fell on the battlefield, still covered with bodies. Then came deafening shouts of battle, mixed with the sounds of exploding gunpowder jars. Outside the city, a flood of slave soldiers surged toward Kangju. They carried hundreds of ladders, placing them every few meters along the wall. Facing such a massive siege, every soldier on the wall tightened his grip on his steel blade, ready to strike as soon as the enemy climbed up. The defense followed a routine: throw rocks, drop rolling logs, pour burning oil. But this time the gunpowder jars were used immediately. 50 catapults kept launching the jars into the dense formations of slave soldiers. Thick smoke rose, blood splattered. Wave after wave of slave soldiers fell before they could even reach the wall. Arrows, stones, logs, and oil rained down from above. Soon, another thick layer of corpses covered the battlefield. They're retreating. Someone shouted as the explosions of the first wave ended. The slave soldiers began to fall back. Niu Ben looked puzzled. Another test attack, Xiao Ming said as he looked toward the barbarian camp. His eyes fell on a tall figure who looked like a leader, and beside him stood a merchant with a Han Chinese face. Xiao Ming touched the cannon beside him. He really wanted to fire at them, but he knew the cannon's accuracy was poor. It was unlikely to hit its mark. Besides, now wasn't the time to reveal the cannon as a secret weapon. How did your highness know? Niu Ben asked. Xiao Ming replied, I heard that the heavenly Khan himself is leading the army, and Bashan is here too. According to Wang Xuan, the Haiyantu tribe always supported the Grand Taiji Wajugu. Bashan won't fully trust Gerdai. He wants to see everything for himself. I didn't expect your highness to have such detailed intelligence, Niu Ben said, nodding in agreement. Xiao Ming smiled. It was luck. We just caught some shady traders from the steppe who gave us the info. Your highness, look there. The barbarians seem to be assembling something big in their camp. Lu Fei came over and said. From where Xiao Ming and Niu Ben stood, they couldn't see anything clearly, so they followed Lu Fei to his post. Looking through the telescope, they saw many slaves in the middle of the barbarian camp moving parts and assembling something. It had a massive base, at least 10 meters long. That might be the Hui cannon. They say the barbarians learned to build these from the western regions, Xiao Ming said with a frown. What he feared had come true. The barbarians had brought the Hui cannon. From what he had learned, not only did the barbarians know how to use gunpowder, but if they had these cannons too, it would be a huge threat to Kangju. Niu Ben, already briefed by Xiao Ming on the cannon's range, said, looks like they're determined to take Kangju this time. Lu Fei cursed, I don't care what kind of cannon it is. As long as I'm alive, they'll have to step over my dead body to take this city. Luo Xin walked over at some point, excited. Your highness, let me fire the first shot. I want to blast their camp to pieces. Not yet, let them build it a little more. Once it's halfway assembled, we'll give them a real surprise, Xiao Ming said. It seemed the barbarians were stalling the attack while waiting for the Hui cannons to be assembled. The two sides remained in a standoff for the next 2 days. By the third day, large machines over 3 meters tall were visible in the barbarian camp. They rolled the half-assembled Hui cannons forward until they were just 500 meters from the wall, lining them up in formation. "Your Highness, Beishan is clearly provoking you," Niu Ben said. Xiao Ming nodded. Beishan was known to be arrogant and proud of his talent, just like many other so-called geniuses. Setting up the cannons right in front of them was clearly a taunt, as if saying, "Watch me break your city step by step." "If that's the case, it's time we responded in kind," Xiao Ming said. Cannons ready. The soldiers snapped to attention. Finally, they were going to use the cannons. They had been waiting for this moment to blast the barbarians into bits. Luo Xin grinned. "Let's see where these cowards run now. They always hide behind slave soldiers." Then he shouted, "Everyone to your positions, clean the barrels." Ever since Luo Xin lit the first cannon, he had taken charge like the official artillery commander. He also led the team to train at the machinery department. Even though it had only been a month, Luo Xin was now an expert on cannon operation. The soldiers pulled back the canvas covering the cannons, revealing the black metal barrels. They aimed them directly at the Hui cannons being assembled 500 meters away. Beishan thought his Hui cannons would give him a tech advantage, but he had no idea Xiao Ming was about to flip the script. "Load the gunpowder." Luo Xin gave the second order, cannonballs. In the third order, once everything was ready, Luo Xin looked to Xiao Ming, waiting for the final command. "Target the 5 Hui cannons," Xiao Ming ordered. The goal of the first attack was to destroy those cannons. If they were fully assembled, they would cause massive casualties. "Aim at the Hui cannons," Luo Xin shouted. Every few meters, a soldier repeated his command down the line. Along the 500-meter-long city wall, 30 cannons had been set up, one nearly every 10 meters. Orders had to be relayed one by one. Once everything was ready, Xiao Ming nodded at Luo Xin. "Fire!" Luo Xin roared, "Fire!" Voices echoed along the wall. Thunderous explosions rang out as the cannons shot flames. Black cannonballs flew like dark arrows straight toward the barbarian camp. Beishan and Gerdai were looking at Kangzhou City while Beishan discussed the next step of their siege. Once the Hui cannons were fully assembled, they would launch jars filled with fire oil onto the walls. When those jars shattered, they would ignite entire sections in flames. At the same time, slave soldiers would charge again. One group would dig a tunnel beneath the walls. Once the tunnel was complete, another group would carry in barrels of gunpowder and set them underneath the wall, ready to explode. This would blast open a hole in the wall, and the slave soldiers would pour in like a tidal wave. If they captured the city gate, the barbarian cavalry would storm in and wipe out the defenders. Beishan and Gerdai were fully aligned. Everything depended on the Hui cannons suppressing the wall defenders. Just then, they saw flashes of fire from the city walls. Thunder roared, and suddenly, with a group of cavalry lined up beside Beishan was flung backward. One cannonball tore through 16 riders before stopping. Cries of pain followed. Beishan looked at the first soldier. His chest was mangled, with a bloody hole in the middle. The soldiers behind him were just as badly injured, arms bent unnaturally, heads ed. Beishan broke into a cold sweat, and that was only the beginning. He saw more soldiers around him get thrown into the air in the same way. 30 cannon blasts echoed from the city walls. Soon, bodies littered the barbarian camp. 300 to 400 cavalry had died horribly. "What's going on?" Beishan demanded, turning to Gerdai. Gerdai looked at Liu Xuan. Sweat poured down Liu Xuan's face. "Something's wrong. This is Prince Chi's secret weapon. We've been tricked." "Secret weapon." Beishan was furious. He felt Gerdai had misled him. He never trusted Gerdai in the first place, and now he felt proven right. A cavalry soldier ran over and handed Beishan a blood-soaked iron ball. "Teiji, this is what hit us." The soldier reported. Beishan took the ball and examined it. It was a solid iron cannonball. He frowned deeply. "Gerdai, you owe me an explanation." Beishan's tone turned icy. "You misled me. Hundreds of soldiers died because of your mistake." Gerdai opened his mouth but hesitated. "Teiji Beishan, the Kangzhou defenders are just too clever. I did everything I could to probe their strength." Another blast. A cannonball struck one of the Hui cannons mid-assembly. It exploded in a roar and shattered the machine completely. Then the ball bounced across the ground, into more cavalry. Screams rang out again. The barbarian cavalry panicked. Even at 500 meters from Kangzhou, they were still getting killed. It felt like they were targets on a shooting range. The cannon fire also scared the horses. They stomped nervously. Only the soldiers guarding Teiji Beishan stood still, like statues. At the same time, hundreds of barbarian soldiers lifted their shields and formed a protective wall around Beishan. They stood in 30 horizontal lines, shields planted in the ground, faces grim. Staring at the blazing city wall, Beishan said to Gerdai, "Tell your men to attack with everything they've got. I want that weapon." Teiji Beishan, Gerdai hesitated. What are you refusing my order? Beishan barked. This attack on Kangzhou was ordered by the Khan himself. Disobeying me is disobeying him. Not just Gerdai, even his soldiers were shaken by the terrifying way their comrades had died. They had never seen anything like it. Even the great Yu Empire's fire lances could only shoot about 200 meters, and they fired stones. But this new weapon, which spat fire just like a fire lance, could kill dozens of people from 500 meters away. Though he didn't want to waste more forces, Gerdai gave the order. 20,000 slave soldiers charged toward Kangzhou. The cannons roared again. The Hui cannons were destroyed one after another under the barrage. Seeing the chaos in the barbarian camp, Luo Xin laughed loudly. Now you see how strong we really are, you damn barbarians. Lu Fei stared through his telescope at the camp. Every time a cannonball hit and killed a line of enemies, he shouted, "Nice shot." But when one cannonball landed uselessly on open ground near him, he turned and kicked the soldier who fired it. "Idiot, why the hell are you aiming at the dirt?" The soldier stumbled back. "But sir, you were the one who aimed that one." Lu Fei's face turned red. He raised his hand. "Say that out loud and see what happens." Niu Ben stroked his beard and smiled. "Your Highness, I'm truly convinced now. With these cannons, the barbarians will never take Kangzhou." Cannonballs tore through the barbarian camp like skewers through candied fruit, cutting down soldiers in rows. The morale of the city's defenders soared. Their faces were full of joy and excitement. But when the next wave of slave soldiers surged forward like a tide, their expressions turned grim again. The Hui cannons were reduced to piles of broken parts. Xiao Ming said, "Free fire." Receiving the command, Luo Xin shouted, "Everyone, aim carefully. Hit where the crowd is thickest." "Yes, sir." The artillerymen responded, adjusting their aim toward the densest clusters of slave soldiers. To them, anyone attacking Kangzhou was the enemy. Defending the city was their only purpose. Fire, fire. Dozens of solid cannonballs were launched. Blood sprayed into the air in misty arcs. Half of the cannons kept targeting the barbarian camp. They wouldn't get to sit back and watch quietly. The thunderous blasts terrified the slave soldiers. For the first time ever, they began to retreat before even reaching the city walls. They're retreating, they're retreating. On the city wall, the soldiers cheered excitedly as they watched the wave of slave soldiers collapse and scatter. Niu Ben smiled slightly. "Your Highness, the cannons have really frightened them." Xiao Ming said, "It's normal to be afraid the first time they see such a powerful weapon, but once they get used to it, that's when the real bloody battle begins." Niu Ben nodded silently. He understood. Up to now, they had only fought slave soldiers, not the real barbarian warriors, and it was the barbarian soldiers who were the true threat in this war. The enemy was using slave soldiers to wear down the Kangzhou army, draining their soldiers, ammunition, and defensive resources. "Your Highness, maybe we should save the gunpowder jars and cannonballs for the final moment," Niu Ben said with hesitation. Xiao Ming had been thinking the same thing. The barbarians still hadn't shown their main forces. If they ran out of ammunition now, the final battle would be much harder to survive. It was like the famous strategy of matching horses. While the great Yu Empire used elite soldiers, the barbarians were throwing out loadier troops to exhaust them. "Cease fire," Xiao Ming ordered. Lu Fei, who had been thrilled by the cannon fire, walked over in confusion. "Your Highness, why we finally made those barbarians suffer." Xiao Ming didn't reply. He turned to Luo Xin. "How many gunpowder jars and cannonballs do we have left?" Luo Xin, still riding the high of excitement, felt a chill down his spine. "We have about 1,500 jars and 2,300 cannonballs left." Lu Fei understood immediately and stomped the ground in frustration. Those idiots Chen Wenlong and Chen Qi, why didn't they prepare more now? What just these slave soldiers alone could burn through all our ammo. The Hui cannons are destroyed. From now on, we must conserve gunpowder and cannon fire, Xiao Ming said. The machinery department didn't have time to make more. Now our goal is to stall for time. Niu Ben nodded. That's right. The barbarians marched a long way. Their food supplies are a nightmare to manage. Just feeding such a huge army every day eats through tons of resources. The Huyan Chu tribe will drain itself dry. Meanwhile, our wheat harvest is ready. Supplies are coming soon, and the longer this goes on, the more ammo we'll have. Lu Fei and Luo Xin both nodded. But I doubt the barbarians will give us the time we need, Lu Fei muttered. As they spoke, an arrow suddenly flew over from the barbarian camp. It landed weakly near the city wall. Niu Ben quickly caught it in midair. Your Highness, there's a letter attached, he said. Xiao Ming glanced toward the retreating barbarian cavalry. Open it. Niu Ben opened the letter, skimmed it, and handed it to Xiao Ming. As expected, it's from Beishan Teiji. He's trying to persuade you to surrender. In the letter, Beishan wrote, considering the friendship between the great Yu Empire and the Golden Horde over the years, I do not wish to see Kangzhou's people suffer. If Prince Qi surrenders, I guarantee your safety. But if you continue to resist, I will ensure nothing of Kangzhou remains. Xiao Ming laughed. This Beishan is amusing. So, who wants to go out and negotiate with the barbarians? Lu Fei exploded. If your highness plans to surrender, I'll be the first to oppose it. Luo Xin yelled, Xiaoming, I must have been blind to follow you here from Chang'an. We've almost won and now you want to surrender, I won't allow it. Niu Ben sighed. You fools, don't you know what a delaying tactic is? Xiaoming shook his head helplessly. Just then Zhan Xingqing stepped forward. Your Highness, I think I'm the right person to go. You're really willing to go. Beishan is unpredictable. You may not come back alive, Xiaoming warned. Zhan Xingqing's expression remained calm. I serve my lord. If I fear danger, I'm no true man. In that moment of crisis, Zhan Xingqing's spirit shone. Though he looked frail, in Xiaoming's eyes he now stood tall like a mountain. Lu Fei and Luo Xin, realizing what was really happening, looked at Zhan Xingqing with newfound respect. Lu Fei said, Commander Zhan, I've offended you in the past. Please forgive me. I didn't expect you to be a true hero. Zhan Xingqing bowed slightly. We all serve His Highness. You fight on the battlefield, I just talk. Then he turned to Xiaoming. There's no time to waste. Let me go. This was a risky mission. Xiaoming didn't truly intend to surrender. He just wanted to trick Beishan. That made it even more dangerous. He nodded and patted Zhan Xingqing firmly on the shoulder. Niu Ben called for paper and ink. Xiaoming wrote a reply, saying he was open to surrender, but only after negotiating the terms. Using the same method, Niu Ben attached the letter to an arrow and shot it back across the battlefield. In the barbarian camp, Beishan's face was dark. The destructive of the cannons and gunpowder jars was still fresh in his mind. After this last retreat, the slave soldiers' morale had collapsed. Even though the barbarian officers executed runaway slaves to scare the others, the army was still in chaos. They had to reorganize before they could attack again. Drawing on his experience from the western regions, Beishan decided to try persuading the defenders to surrender. He didn't really believe they'd surrender, especially when they had the upper hand, but there was no harm in trying. He never let a potential opportunity go to waste. After sending his message, he noticed something. The cannons had stopped firing from the city wall. Soon, a scout brought back a reply. Negotiation. Beishan's expression changed. Prince Qi actually agreed to surrender. Liu Xuan looked completely stunned. Taiji, this Prince Qi is cunning. This must be a delaying tactic. Beishan smiled. If it is, that's fine. If not, it's still fine. We're both playing the same game. After a pause, he turned to Gerdai. Take advantage of tonight's darkness. Blow up the city wall. Yes, Taiji, Gerdai said. His slave soldiers had already suffered massive losses. Though he didn't want to push them further, he didn't dare disobey Beishan's orders. Many banner chiefs had been executed by Beishan for disobedience on the battlefield. A while later, Beishan saw a figure coming down from the city wall. It must be the envoy. He turned to Liu Xuan. You Han people understand each other best. You go handle this. If Prince Qi really wants to surrender, bring him to me. When Zhan Xingqing came out of the barbarian camp, the surrounding barbarian soldiers whistled at him mockingly. He had gone to negotiate with the barbarians, but he never got to meet Beishan Taiji himself. Instead, he met a Han man named Liu Xuan. Zhan Xingqing immediately stated Prince Qi's conditions for surrender. The barbarians must withdraw from Shanhai Pass, give control of Yu Prefecture and nearby lands to Prince Qi, and in return, Prince Qi would recognize the barbarians as his overlord. Of course, this was an outrageous demand, and just as he expected, the negotiation ended with no agreement. The barbarian side offered their own terms, open the gates of Kangzhou City, and they promised not to harm Prince Qi. They would grant him one prefecture as a fief. Naturally, Zhan Xingqing also refused, but he didn't reject them outright. He said he needed to return and ask Prince Qi for instructions. Your Highness, this buys us 3 to 5 more days before we need to negotiate again, Zhan Xingqing reported. But from what I could tell, the barbarians didn't seem too upset either. I think they're also stalling. Beishan never plays by the rules. No one can predict what he'll do next, Xiaoming replied. We'll stay still and watch. Besides, negotiations in war are always mixed with fighting. Then he turned to Luo Xin. Don't sit idle tonight. Fire a few rounds at their camp. Make sure they don't get a good night's sleep. Leave it to me, Your Highness, Luo Xin said with a bloodthirsty grin. This negotiation was never serious. Xiaoming only meant to mess with Beishan, but he also knew Beishan might be doing the same to him. Since both sides were bluffing, it was fair game. After all, it's the attacker who's anxious, not the defender. As night fell and the barbarians lit their campfires to cook, cannons suddenly roared from the city wall. One after another, black solid-shot cannonballs flew into the barbarian camp. Through his telescope, Luo Xin watched the chaos unfold. The barbarian soldiers were eating when the cannonballs hit, injuring many of them. Beishan was eating too. The explosions startled him so much that he ran out of his tent and hid behind his shield, terrified he'd be hit by a cannonball. Gerdai was hopping mad, yelling and pointing at the city wall. He never expected that right after sending their envoy, the defenders would launch an attack. The barbarians scrambled to regroup, but when no second shot came for a long while, they cautiously returned to their meals. As darkness fully set in, the barbarian campfires glowed brightly. What they didn't know was that Kangzhu's defenders could see them much better than they could see the wall. Luo Xin remained on the wall with his telescope, constantly watching. Every so often, he fired another shot into the camp. Each explosion sent the barbarians into chaos. No one wanted to be killed by a cannonball in their sleep. The fear kept many of the cavalrymen awake, their eyes locked on the glowing walls. They realized that the cannonballs always came right after the flashes of fire. So every time they saw fire, they panicked and scattered. Beishan couldn't sleep either, even though he was surrounded by guards holding shields. He was waiting for news that the city wall had been breached, but then he noticed light at the base of the wall. Kangzhu's soldiers were pouring fire oil down. Stay alert tonight. Someone shouted. His Highness said the barbarians might try to sneak in and plant explosives. If they succeed, we'll all be blown sky-high. Tonight, Lu Fei was on night watch. He poured the oil, setting fire to the piles of corpses and broken ladders beneath the wall. Since Xiao Ming figured out the barbarians wanted to blow up the wall by planting gunpowder, he had ordered his soldiers to keep a close eye on any slave soldiers digging tunnels. Every time they spotted one, the defenders would shoot them immediately. Yes, Captain, the soldiers were startled by Lu Fei's warning. Even the tired ones quickly snapped awake. Just then someone shouted, "There's someone down there." Immediately arrows rained down, cries of pain followed. One intruder fell, but more came running from the shadows. Lu Fei frowned and threw a torch down. The flames lit up a swarm of slave soldiers. Taking advantage of the night, the enemy had launched another surprise attack. "Throw the gunpowder jars, now," Lu Fei shouted. The barbarians were cunning. To avoid being targeted by the cannons, they attacked under cover of night. The sound of explosions rang out again. The entire city woke up. Xiao Ming jumped out of bed and rushed to the wall. He could already hear the shouting and clashing outside. At the same time, the sound of arrows whistled through the air. Barbarian archers were hiding in the darkness, firing at the city. The defenders couldn't see them clearly in the dark and had to fire blindly. Casualties rose far faster than during the day. "Throw the jars below the wall," Xiao Ming shouted as he arrived. Beishan's goal was clear. He wanted to bury explosives under the wall. They had to stop him at all costs. So there was no more holding back on the gunpowder jars. Shieldmen quickly formed a wall in the darkness while the defenders kept hurling jars down. Screams and explosions echoed. More and more bodies piled up below the wall. Staring into the pitch-black barbarian camp in the distance, Xiao Ming looked grim. Beishan was indeed a tough opponent. With no visible targets, the cannons couldn't be used effectively. It was going to be a long, miserable night. The battle raged until morning. Over 600 gunpowder jars were used up that night. Beneath the wall, the bodies formed a thick layer, but it wasn't for nothing. The slave soldiers' corpses had filled the trenches and blocked the holes being dug to plant explosives. Digging again wouldn't be so easy now. "Your Highness, at this rate, will run out of gunpowder jars," Luo Xin said anxiously. They had hoped to conserve ammo, but Beishan's tactics had shattered that plan. If he launched a few more night raids like this, the wall might really fall. Seeing Xiao Ming's concern, Niu Ben spoke calmly. "Your Highness, don't worry. Cannons may be irful, but in the end, it's the people of the great Yu Empire who will win this war. Even without cannons and gunpowder jars, we can still fight with our own flesh and blood to stop the barbarians." Xiao Ming paused, then looked at the soldiers on the wall. Yes, when all else fails, he still had these brave, fearless warriors, so what was there to fear? Cruel wars are always prolonged and grueling. After the night raid, Kangzhu City and the barbarians entered a tug-of-war, each day repeating the same cycle of attacks, retreats, and fresh assaults, leaving the ground littered with corpses. Zhan Xingcheng went out and returned, negotiated and renegotiated, spouting nonsense back and forth. And every time he left, either the defenders would bombard the barbarian camp or another night raid would follow. By the fifth day, Xiao Ming's firepots were completely exhausted, and the cannons had fewer than 300 rounds left. Yet the expenditure of ammunition had achieved its purpose. The barbarian regular troops, who had been hiding behind the slave soldiers, finally stepped forward after the expendable fodder had been whittled down. Soldiers of Kingzhu army had fallen forever, but the auxiliary troops silently donned the armor of the dead, picked up their weapons, and took their places on the walls. Now, every soldier's face showed exhaustion, but their eyes burned with a ferocity never seen before. The crucible of war had transformed them from ordinary civilians into true warriors. Their spirits were high, their wills unbreakable as steel, and they swore to defend their homeland to the death. "They're finally here." Lu Fei glared at the barbarian soldiers charging toward the walls. These warriors were cold-eyed, their battle cries thick with killing intent. Unlike the slave soldiers, these true barbarians were vicious and dangerous, like starving wolves, and now they held the advantage. For days, the slave soldiers had died in their place, allowing them to rest and conserve their strength. But the defenders of Kangzhou had fought relentlessly for over 10 days. This was the barbarians' cunning. Using tactics despised by the great Yu Empire, they had conquered city after city, nation after nation. Niu Ben, too, set aside his bow and drew his sword, waiting for the moment the barbarians scaled the walls. Stones were gone, logs were gone, boiling oil was gone, even arrows were exhausted. All they had left were the blades in their hands. The barbarians seemed to know this, and now they bared their fangs. In the camp, Beishan Teiji smiled, though the expression was bitter. A mere 20,000 defenders had held them off for 10 days, at the cost of nearly 100,000 slave soldiers. This was the hardest battle he had ever fought. In the past, he might have ordered a retreat, but not this time. An instinct told him this seventh prince of the great Yu Empire had to die. If he could achieve so much now, what would happen when he truly matured for the barbarians? It would be a nightmare, and Beishan craved the weapons inside the city. With such arms, no fortress of the great Yu Empire could stop him. Snow Wolf Guard, kill. His thoughts crystallized into a single command. Raising his scimitar, he sent his most elite troops charging toward Kangzhou. On the walls, Niu Ben roared as the barbarian tide surged forward. Form ranks. Instantly, the Kangzhou army shifted formation, sword and shield men at the front, spearmen behind. The cannons fired again. Solid shot tore through the barbarian ranks, bouncing and carving bloody paths through their lines, but the barbarians were too many. 30 cannons seemed insignificant now. After 300 rounds, killing 1,000 enemies, the artillerymen grabbed their weapons and joined the fight. Siege ladders slammed against the walls. Barbarians swarmed upward, and the first warrior reached the top. Stab! A shout rang out. The first barbarian was impaled by multiple spears and sent screaming to his death. Yet more followed, their numbers growing. Some dodged the spears and leaped onto the battlements, aiming at the Kangzhou soldiers with their scimitars. Clang. The blade struck armor, and the soldier was unharmed. The barbarian froze in shock. Die! With a furious roar, the soldier decapitated him. Xiao Ming fought alongside his men in full armor. He refused to hide in the city, because he knew his presence was a banner that would never fall. Seeing their lord fighting with them, the Kangzhou soldiers fought like demons. As more barbarians poured onto the walls, close-quarters combat erupted. And now the invaders realized their mistake. The most terrifying thing on these walls wasn't the fire-spitting weapons. It was the Kangzhou army's seamless, impenetrable steel armor. Their scimitars couldn't kill in a single strike, and before they could swing again, the Kangzhou soldiers cut them down. Throughout the siege, most Kangzhou casualties had come from arrows. In melee, their losses were minimal. These metalcans now formed an iron wall atop the battlements. Og, a barbarian lunged at Xiao Ming. Zhao Long and Zhao, who were locked in combat elsewhere, but Xiao Ming, though he hadn't trained much, still had the muscle memory of his predecessor, who had been skilled in archery and horsemanship. Instinctively, he dodged the scimitar, kicked the barbarian down, and drove his sword through the man's heart. Blood gushed from the barbarian's mouth. Xiao Ming's expression was icy. The battlefield had hardened him. Death, whether his or his enemies', no longer fazed him. As he pulled his blade free, his gaze flicked toward the city, where several horse-drawn carts raced toward him, piled high with sacks. Auxiliary troops below quickly unloaded the cargo and hauled it up the walls. "Your Highness, look out," Zhao Long's voice shouted. Xiao Ming ducked just as a blade whistled over his head. He rolled to the side and stabbed the attacker in the ribs. More barbarians surged onto the walls, but Xiao Ming could see it clearly. In melee, the Kangzhou army held absolute superiority. Their plate armor gave them an edge, and the high ground made them unstoppable. No wonder the ancients said, "Never attack a city without 5 times the defenders' numbers." In the barbarian camp, Beishan Teiji's face darkened. He had thought scaling the walls would mean an easy victory. Instead, every wave of his soldiers was swallowed by a silver tide of steel. He turned to Gultai. "What are you waiting for? Send your men with the dare keg, blow open the gates." Gultai nodded and barked orders. Soldiers hoisted a massive wooden barrel and rushed toward Kangzhou. Beishan's next command was colder. "Cavalry, prepare." He was beginning to understand. Without their cavalry's advantage, they could not win. "Your Highness, Kangzhou City has sent 10 more cannons, and the messengers said they've also brought something called grapeshot." An auxiliary soldier shouted to Xiao Ming from the city walls. Grapeshot. Finally here, Xiao Ming felt a sudden urge to cry. Producing grapeshot was an extremely tedious process. Despite the machinery department working tirelessly, the output had been minimal. Though grapeshot were also solid projectiles, they were much smaller. Each cannonball contained dozens, even hundreds of tiny iron pellets. When fired, they spread like shotgun pellets, reducing range but vastly increasing the kill zone. This was why producing a single grapeshot round was as labor-intensive as making dozens of regular solid shots, even though the material cost was similar. Now that the grapeshot had arrived, It was the perfect weapon to repel the besieging forces. But just as Xiao Ming was about to rejoice, his expression suddenly changed as he looked beyond the walls. Set up all the newly arrived cannons on either side of the city gate now. He barked urgently. The auxiliary soldier immediately rushed down the walls. Xiao Ming then spotted Luo Xin amidst the chaos and shouted, "Take 10 artillery crews and follow me down, quickly. There's no time." Luo Xin, who had been lost in the frenzy of battle, snapped back to focus. A glance outside the walls made everything clear. The two of them hurried down. Below, over 2,000 reserve troops stood ready. Xiao Ming ordered, "Form hollow square formations at the gate." The soldiers swiftly rearranged themselves into 5 interlocking hollow squares, 2 ranks of spearmen at the front, 3 rows of crossbowmen behind. These were the last of their arrows. Meanwhile, the artillery crews positioned the cannons on either flank of the formations. They loaded the barrels with tightly bound cloth sacks, each filled with small iron pellets, collectively forming the grapeshot. From the walls, Xiao Ming and Luo Xin had seen barbarian soldiers carrying over a dozen dare kegs toward the gate. Originally, the area before the gate was the deepest part of the moat, sheer as a cliff, impossible to climb. But after days of relentless fighting, the trench had been filled nearly to the brim with corpses. Now the barbarians were using even more bodies to finish the job. Once the path was clear, they brought out the dare kegs to blast open the gate. And knowing the barbarians' tactics, cavalry would charge in the moment the gate fell. That was why Xiao Ming had prepared this simplified hollow square formation, a tactic developed in the age of firearms to counter cavalry charges. The square's open center allowed crossfire from all sides, preventing flanking maneuvers. Any cavalry that broke through would be met with volleys from multiple directions. And now, with cannons added to the flanks, the formation's firepower was complete. A thunderous explosion shattered the gate, sending wooden splinters flying. The massive doors collapsed inward. Through the smoke, Xiao Ming saw barbarian cavalry, scimitars raised, charging straight for the breach. At the forefront were riders with blood-red wolf tattoos on their arms, Bashan Taji's elite. 500 meters, 300, 200, the cavalry closed the distance in seconds. The moment the first riders crossed the threshold, Xiao Ming roared fire. Cannons roared in succession. The charging cavalry dissolved into clouds of blood and gore, riders and horses torn apart in an instant. Those behind froze in horror, but momentum forced them forward. 3 cannons fired together, wiping out hundreds in a single salvo. The survivors rushed headlong into the hollow squares, only to be met with volleys of crossbow fire, dropping them mid-charge. The few who reached the spearmen found their mounts skewered on steel-tipped pikes, horses screaming as they collapsed. Wave after wave of cavalry surged in. 3 more cannons fired. Grapeshot erupted into deadly shrapnel, shredding another wave into crimson mist. A third wave came, 4 cannons answered. By the time the next group charged, the first cannons had already reloaded. Corpses piled higher and higher, riders and horses forming a grisly barricade. Soon, the barbarians could no longer ride through. They dismounted, clambering over the mountain of dead to press forward. The Qingzhou army shifted formation again, tightening into a dense rectangular phalanx. Their disciplined ranks and impregnable armor turned them into an unstoppable steel tide, slowly pushing the barbarians back toward the gate. Gradually, the corpses at the entrance piled so high that the breach was nearly sealed. The barbarians are retreating. They're retreating. Someone on the walls shouted the words first. Then, like wildfire, cries of victory spread across Chang'an. They're retreating. They're retreating. Luo Xin blinked, then joined the cheers, but soon his shouts turned to sobs. This battle had been too brutal. Every soldier had fought on the brink of exhaustion, many going days without sleep. Xiao Ming stood as if in a dream, murmuring. They retreated. His gaze drifted to the river of blood flowing from the gate. Then, like a madman, he sprinted back up the walls. From above he saw it, the barbarian army, once an overwhelming tide, now in disarray, pulling back from the walls. At the gate, thousands of riderless horses wandered aimlessly. "Your Highness, they've retreated." Niu Ben, drenched in blood, stood beside him, his eyes red-rimmed. This time it was real. The barbarians were fleeing in genuine panic, their camp's cavalry slowly withdrawing northward. A full day of fighting from dawn till dusk, and at last the barbarians had broken. "We can't let our guard down." "Bashan is cunning, this could still be a trick," Xiao Ming said. Niu Ben shook his head. "No, Your Highness, this is no ruse. I can swear to it, their losses are too severe. Even Bashan wouldn't dare continue this gamble. Even so, we remain vigilant tonight," Xiao Ming insisted. Niu Ben nodded, "As you command." As they descended, the sight at the gate made even the veteran general suck in a sharp breath. The mountain of corpses, what in heaven's name had happened here before he could ask? Xiao Ming issued another order. Use the bodies to seal the gate. Silently, Niu Ben studied the prince. War had changed him. At the city gate, the mountain of corpses silently told the story of what had happened. Streams of blood flowed together, and the thick smell of blood mixed with the stench of death filled every corner of Kangzhou City. Even after the barbarian troops retreated, the defenders dared not relax. No one could be sure if the retreat was real or just another trap. The city gate had been blasted open by barbarian explosives, and the damage was severe. Zhan Xingcheng immediately organized slaves to begin repairs. Meanwhile, other soldiers stacked the corpses of barbarian soldiers to block the gap in the gate. This one's still alive. A voice would occasionally shout, followed by the final scream of a dying enemy. After 10 days and nights of brutal fighting, the Kingzhou army had become calm and composed. When they saw barbarian soldiers, there was no fear, only the steady swing of their blades. No prisoners. That was Xiao Ming's order. The barbarians had long used terror tactics, slaughtering cities, killing captives, to frighten the great Yu Empire. Now Xiao Ming would repay them in kind. He would show them he was a wolf, 100 times more savage than any barbarian. Your Highness, these grape-shot rounds are amazing. That one blast must have killed 40 to 50 barbarian cavalry, Luo Xin said, gently stroking the metal canister as if it were a precious treasure. Xiao Ming, finally calming down after the bloodbath, nodded. Grape shot is made to counter dense cavalry charges. We were lucky. The cavalry came charging through the city gate in tight formation, so the shot hit them at the perfect moment. Lu Fei was itching with excitement. Your Highness, let me try firing one. I want to see this grape shot in action. But when he came down from the wall and saw the massive pile of bodies at the gate, even he was shocked. The sight was overwhelming. No wonder the barbarians had retreated. Who wouldn't be terrified by this? No way. Luo Xin snapped, guarding the ammo like a mother hen. We only have 300 grape shot rounds left. What if they come back? You can't just fire one for fun. Lu Fei scowled. Luo Xin, you looking for a beating? You think you own the artillery? Now don't forget, you're not even from around here. The artillery belongs to the Kingzhou army, and before he could finish, Niu Ben smacked him across the backside with a whip. Lu Fei yelped and jumped. When he saw Niu Ben's dark expression, he realized he'd just insulted another outsider. And Niu Ben was one too. He laughed awkwardly. Commander, I'll go check on the wall defenses, and he ran off. Luo Xin grinned smugly, but Niu Ben said, don't get too proud, Luo Xin. Lu Fei wasn't entirely wrong. This artillery belongs to the Kingzhou army. Once the war ends, you're going back to Chang'an. Luo Xin's smile faded. He looked at the silver-armored soldiers cleaning the battlefield. He touched the cannon before him, suddenly reluctant to leave it. After all, he was technically an Imperial Guard commander, loyal to Xiao Wengshuan, not Prince Xiao Ming. There was still a difference between a sovereign and a prince. Xiao Ming noticed his expression and said softly, Luo Xin, I won't forget you. Your Highness, Commander. Luo Xin looked conflicted. Clearly, they were pushing him to make a choice. Xiao Ming and Niu Ben exchanged a glance and laughed. There was no denying Luo Xin had talent in commanding artillery. After this war, he had grown even more skilled in using cannons strategically. Losing him would be a shame, but they couldn't force him to stay. The choice had to be his. This battle had also changed Niu Ben's outlook on fighting the barbarians. Your Highness, Niu Ben said, now that we have artillery, Zhan Xingcheng's fortress advance strategy actually sounds brilliant. Thank you, General, Zhan Xingcheng said, approaching in armor streaked with blood. In a moment of crisis, even this scholarly civil officer had picked up a sword. Niu Ben laughed and clapped him on the back. It was his way of showing respect. In the Great Yu Empire, civil and military officers rarely got along. Niu Ben had always looked down on strategists like Zhan, but after fighting side by side, his view had changed. These scholars might be readers, but now they were soldiers too. This plan won't be completed overnight, Xiao Ming said, but it has to start now. If the barbarians truly retreat, begin building fortresses across the steppe using slave labor, layer by layer, push outward. Even with the retreat, Xiao Ming had no intention of chasing the barbarians into open field battles. Their cavalry was still too fast, and he had no way to counter it yet. Plus, the Kingzhou army had suffered heavy losses. It would take a long time to recover. Just like Zhan Xingcheng had said, their current strengths were cannons and walls. Use your strengths to strike the enemy's weaknesses. That was the wisest move. While the barbarians were gone, the commanders continued planning, but no one knew if the retreat was real. In war, it was common to fake a withdrawal to lure the enemy into a trap, so as night fell, the defenders of Kangzhou remained on full alert. Only when dawn came and no barbarians appeared did the soldiers finally breathe a little easier. Your Highness, it looks like they really pulled back, Lu Fei reported, excited. We counted the bodies. Yesterday's attack cost them over 20,000 men. A lot of them were Baishan's elite snow wolf guards. The barbarian Taiji are always fighting among themselves. Baishan probably didn't want to lose all his best troops here. He still doesn't know how many more it would take to actually break Kangzhou. Lu Fei was clearly the happiest of them all. Outside the city, many of the barbarian warhorses had refused to leave, still loyal to their fallen riders. Lu Fei had rounded them up, 3,000 warhorses. That was enough to form another 1,000-man cavalry unit, bringing the Qingzhou army's total cavalry to 2,000. Niu Ben nodded slowly. Your Highness, I think so too. I've already sent scouts to confirm. Xiao Ming nodded in return. Outside the city, soldiers were cleaning the battlefield. They piled up the bodies of slave and barbarian soldiers and burned them with firewood. They collected fallen crossbow bolts and weapons from dead soldiers. Other soldiers were busy retrieving cannonballs from the ground, precious resources that could still be reused. On the steppe, only about 40,000 barbarian cavalrymen remained, slowly heading north. Gerdai walked among his people, and from time to time he could hear the quiet sobbing of women. This time the Huyan Chu tribe had been tasked with leading the siege. More than half of their tribe had gone to war and never returned. One more battle like this and the Huyan Chu tribe will cease to exist. That one sentence from Liu Xuan made Gerdai finally decide. He would no longer send his tribesmen to fight the steel-armored soldiers. It was madness. There was no hope of victory. Beishan, too, had lost 6,000 of his elite snow wolf guards after breaking through the gate. They never came back. After a long silence, he ordered a retreat. Like Gerdai, Beishan also couldn't see how many more lives it would take to capture Kangzhou. Still, half his objective had been achieved. The Huyan Chu tribe under the Grand Taiji had suffered devastating losses. To Beishan, this meant one of his rival's arms had been cut off. Even though Gerdai eventually realized this, it no longer mattered. A tribe with only 5,000 cavalry was no longer important. But to Beishan, the most important part of this battle wasn't the Huyan Chu tribe or even the losses of his snow wolf guards. It was the new weapon of the Great Yu Empire. He needed to inform the Khan that Great Yu had mastered cannon technology. The moment the first cannon fired, he understood everything. His snow wolf guards, who had fought the Ottomans, stayed calm in the face of artillery only because they had seen it before. Even the shield formation that protected him had been designed for those battles. How does Great Yu have cannons? Beishan kept asking himself. The Golden Horde's cavalry ruled the steppe. Only the fortified cities and cannons of the Ottomans had ever stopped them. Now that same threat had appeared again in Kangzhou. Fools, why does no one ever believe me? Beishan cursed aloud. He had led countless campaigns through the western regions. He had seen firsthand what cannons could do to cavalry, and since then he had long wanted to acquire such weapons. After returning to Chengdu, he had suggested building cannons, but the Grand Taiji mocked him harshly. Everyone claimed he was just scared. The cavalry of the Golden Horde doesn't need to hide behind walls and fire cannons. After all, no one would be stupid enough to fight the Golden Horde on the open steppe. Remembering all this, Beishan clenched his fists. This time he would blame everything on the Huyan Chu tribe and on the cannon. Brother, don't blame me, a voice echoed in Beishan's mind. For the future of the Golden Horde, I won't let someone who only knows how to play with women in his tent become the Khan. He looked back toward Kangzhou. His eyes were sharp and cold. One name burned into his memory, the 7th Prince of Great Yu. Kangzhou, I'll be back. Beishan's voice echoed across the empty steppe. The snow wolf guards let out a collective, earful roar. Gerdai watched Beishan's back with cold eyes. His heart was bleeding. He would go to Chengdu and meet with Wuzhugu. He wouldn't sit still. He would seek justice for his dead people. In Kangzhou, scouts soon brought back news that the barbarians were retreating toward Shanhai Pass. The barbarians have retreated. We've held Kangzhou. This time the shout came from Xiao Ming himself. As soon as his voice rang out, the city wall erupted with deafening cheers. We won, we're alive, mother, I'm still alive. The soldiers shouted, cried, laughed. After 10 days and 10 nights of brutal battle, they had finally driven off the barbarians and protected Kangzhou. They wept tears of joy. Xiao Ming smiled. The barbarians' retreat gave him a precious chance to breathe. Even if they returned, it would take months to regroup, and in that time, Kangzhou's walls would be armed with even more cannons. Supplies would keep pouring in. Next time, the barbarian army would face an even fiercer barrage. Kangzhou would become a mountain they could never climb. Niu Ben laughed heartily. Since joining the Kangzhou army, he had kept a stern face, but now he finally laughed with joy. From disgraced official to commander fighting alongside Xiao Ming, he had slowly adapted to this new life. He looked at Xiao Ming cheering with the soldiers. This was a man worth following. Your Highness, I'm so happy, the always tough Lu Fei broke down crying. The first time he cried was when they retook Kangzhou, surrounded by the bodies of the Kangzhou army. This time he cried with joy, surrounded by the corpses of their enemies. The Kangzhou army had also suffered heavy losses, but most were wounded, not killed, thanks to the protection of their armor. Even though the barbarians lost this battle, Xiao Ming understood it was just a small wound for them. Most of the dead were slave soldiers. Only around 20,000 of the real barbarian warriors had died. Now he finally understood what Pang Yukon had once told him. The barbarians can afford to lose again and again. but you can't lose even once, because Xiao Ming was fighting a vast northern empire with only 6 prefectures at his back. Let them cry their hearts out, Xiao Ming said. They had won. The soldiers deserved to let loose. Then he told Niu Ben, gather all the wine and meat in the city. Tonight let the soldiers eat and drink their fill. Long live His Highness. A soldier shouted, we get meat. The others quickly joined in, meat, meat, meat. Niu Ben chuckled. Your Highness, you've just created a huge problem for me. Where am I supposed to find that much meat if we must? We'll buy from the people, Xiao Ming said. These soldiers have put their lives on the line. Don't tell me we can't even fulfill this simple wish. Niu Ben nodded. I was waiting for you to say that. Xiao Ming was slightly stunned. This old fox was just making sure he wouldn't have to cover the costs himself. The cheers continued, wave after wave. The sound of victory drowned out everything else. Zhan Xingcheng's eyes grew misty, but he stayed clear-headed. Your Highness, we should send out the victory report. By now, every official in Chang'an was probably waiting for news from Kangzhou. Xiao Ming smirked. Kangzhou was safe. The royal bloodline had held firm. Now it was time to leave the rest of the political headaches to those distant vassal lords. How should we report it, he asked. Kangzhou's great victory, of course, Zhan replied. You led only 20,000 soldiers and killed 100,000 barbarians. Wasn't it only 20,000? Xiao Ming asked. Zhan rolled his eyes. Your Highness, now's not the time to be honest. If this were Prince Zhao, he'd say he killed 300,000. Besides, slave soldiers still count as soldiers. On the steppe, only about 40,000 barbarian cavalrymen remained, slowly heading north. Gerdai walked among his people, and from time to time he could hear the quiet sobbing of women. This time, the Huyan Chu tribe had been tasked with leading the siege. More than half of their tribe had gone to war and never returned. One more battle like this, and the Huyan Chu tribe will cease to exist. That one sentence from Liu Xuan made Gerdai finally decide. He would no longer send his tribesmen to fight the steel-armored soldiers. It was madness. There was no hope of victory. Beishan, too, had lost 6,000 of his elite snow wolf guards after breaking through the gate. They never came back. After a long silence, he ordered a retreat. Like Gerdai, Beishan also couldn't see how many more lives it would take to capture Kangzhou. Still, half his objective had been achieved. The Huyan Chu tribe under the Grand Taiji had suffered devastating losses. To Beishan, this meant one of his rival's arms had been cut off. Even though Gerdai eventually realized this, it no longer mattered. A tribe with only 5,000 cavalry was no longer important. But to Beishan, the most important part of this battle wasn't the Huyan Chu tribe or even the losses of his snow wolf guards. It was the new weapon of the Great Yu Empire. He needed to inform the Khan that Great Yu had mastered cannon technology. The moment the first cannon fired, he understood everything. His snow wolf guards, who had fought the Ottomans, stayed calm in the face of artillery only because they had seen it before. Even the shield formation that protected him had been designed for those battles. How does Great Yu have cannons? Beishan kept asking himself. The Golden Horde's cavalry ruled the steppe. Only the fortified cities and cannons of the Ottomans had ever stopped them. Now that same threat had appeared again in Kangzhou. Fools, why does no one ever believe me? Beishan cursed aloud. He had led countless campaigns through the western regions. He had seen firsthand what cannons could do to cavalry, and since then he had long wanted to acquire such weapons. After returning to Chengdu, he had suggested building cannons, but the Grand Taiji mocked him harshly. Everyone claimed he was just scared. The cavalry of the Golden Horde doesn't need to hide behind walls and fire cannons. After all, no one would be stupid enough to fight the Golden Horde on the open steppe. Remembering all this, Beishan clenched his fists. This time he would blame everything on the Huyan Chu tribe and on the cannon. Brother, don't blame me, a voice echoed in Beishan's mind. For the future of the Golden Horde, I won't let someone who only knows how to play with women in his tent become the Khan. He looked back toward Kangzhou. His eyes were sharp and cold. One name burned into his memory, the 7th Prince of Great Yu. Kangzhou, I'll be back. Beishan's voice echoed across the empty steppe. The snow wolf guards let out a collective Urful roar. Gerdai watched Beishan's back with cold eyes. His heart was bleeding. He would go to Chengdu and meet with Wuzhigu. He wouldn't sit still. He would seek justice for his dead people. In Kangzhou, scouts soon brought back news that the barbarians were retreating toward Shanhai Pass. The barbarians have retreated. We've held Kangzhou. This time the shout came from Xiao Ming himself. As soon as his voice rang out, the city wall erupted with deafening cheers. We won, we're alive, mother, I'm still alive. The soldiers shouted, cried, laughed. After 10 days and 10 nights of brutal battle, they had finally driven off the barbarians and protected Kangzhou. They wept tears of joy. Xiao Ming smiled. The barbarians' retreat gave him a precious chance to breathe. Even if they returned, it would take months to regroup. And in that time, Kangzhou's walls would be armed with even more cannons. Supplies would keep pouring in. Next time, the barbarian army would face an even fiercer barrage. Kangzhou would become a mountain they could never climb. Niu Ben laughed heartily. Since joining the Qingzhou army, he had kept a stern face, but now he finally laughed with joy. From disgraced official to commander fighting alongside Xiao Ming, he had slowly adapted to this new life. He looked at Xiao Ming cheering with the soldiers. This was a man worth following. Your Highness, I'm so happy, the always stuffed Lu Fei broke down crying. The first time he cried was when they retook Kangzhou, surrounded by the bodies of the Qingzhou army. This time he cried with joy, surrounded by the corpses of their enemies. The Qingzhou army had also suffered heavy losses, but most were wounded, not killed, thanks to the protection of their armor. Even though the barbarians lost this battle, Xiao Ming understood. It was just a small wound for them. Most of the dead were slave soldiers. Only around 20,000 of the real barbarian warriors had died. Now he finally understood what Pang Yukun had once told him. The barbarians can afford to lose again and again, but you can't lose even once. Because Xiao Ming was fighting a vast northern empire with only 6 prefectures at his back, let them cry their hearts out. Xiao Ming said they had won. The soldiers deserved to let loose. Then he told Niu Ben, gather all the wine and meat in the city. Tonight, let the soldiers eat and drink their fill. Long live His Highness. A soldier shouted, we get meat. The others quickly joined in, meat, meat, meat. Niu Ben chuckled, Your Highness, you've just created a huge problem for me. Where am I supposed to find that much meat? If we must, we'll buy from the people, Xiao Ming said. These soldiers have put their lives on the line. Don't tell me we can't even fulfill this simple wish. Niu Ben nodded. I was waiting for you to say that. Xiao Ming was slightly stunned. This old fox was just making sure he wouldn't have to cover the costs himself. The cheers continued, wave after wave. The sound of victory drowned out everything else. Zhan Xingcheng's eyes grew misty, but he stayed clear-headed. Your Highness, we should send out the victory report. By now, every official in Chang'an was probably waiting for news from Kangzhou. Xiao Ming smirked. Kangzhou was safe. The royal bloodline had held firm. Now it was time to leave the rest of the political headaches to those distant vassal lords. How should we report it, he asked. Kangzhou's great victory, of course. Zhan replied. You led only 20,000 soldiers and killed 100,000 barbarians. Wasn't it only 20,000? Xiao Ming asked. Zhan rolled his eyes. Your Highness, now's not the time to be honest. If this were Prince Zhao, he'd say he killed 300,000. Besides, slave soldiers still count as soldiers. Zhu Sanci and his companions were dragging the bodies of dead warhorses out from the pile at the city gate. Aside from the 20,000 elite Qingzhou soldiers, over 30,000 auxiliary troops had supported the defense of Kangzhou. To Zhu and others, those soldiers had fought just as hard and deserved to enjoy the victory too. But there were too many people and not enough meat. Even after searching all of Kangzhou, the chickens, ducks, cattle, and geese brought in by Niu Ben were far from enough. So they began digging through the corpses, looking for usable horse meat. Someone had heard that Captain Lu said horse meat tasted really good. Since sunrise, when they received news that the barbarians had retreated, Kangzhou had been filled with an electric sense of celebration. Zhu Sanci felt the same excitement. Crowds of civilians had entered the city, cheering alongside the soldiers. They brought flatbread, eggs, and fruits for the soldiers, small gifts of gratitude. During the siege, these civilians had been even more afraid for Kangzhou than the soldiers, because their homes were within the city. Zhu Sanci here. A young soldier handed him a peach. This soldier, Lu Xixing, was around Zhu's age and served in the local garrison. During the battle, Zhu had saved him from being pushed off the wall by a barbarian. Now, ever since the retreat, Lu Xixing had treated Zhu like a big brother. And once his family arrived safely, the first thing he did was offer Zhu some fruit. Young man, thank you for saving my son, Lu's father said. We don't have much, but please take these peaches as a token of thanks. Zhu looked at the father's ragged clothes. It was clear this family lived in poverty. He said no need for thanks. We're all fighting for His Highness. Saving Xixing was just what I had to do. His Highness told us, always protect your comrade's back. If I'm behind him, of course I'll protect him. Lu Xixing, with his sharp, energetic face, said with admiration, His Highness really said that I wish I were part of the Qingzhou army. Then I could see him more often. Zhu chuckled. Sometimes he's kind of scary. They both laughed. Xixing still pushed the peach into Zhu's hand. Just take it, these are wild mountain peaches. My dad came just to share them. The town folks really appreciate what you did. This year, the harvest won't be stolen by barbarians again. Zhu took a bite, then slung a horse leg over his shoulder and started walking back toward the army camp. I was also worried about my family's harvest getting taken. So, how much land do you all farm? They chatted as they walked back toward the camp. All around them, soldiers were carrying chunks of exploded horse meat back to camp. From a distance, bonfires lit up the entire area, and the scent of roasting meat filled the air. In the camp, Luo Xin and Lu Fei were bickering again. Lu Fei was scolding Luo Xin for buying up local farm oxen. He was trying to get him to return them. Xiao Ming and Niu Ben were watching the argument by a campfire, laughing silently. They didn't step in. It was time to let the others enjoy themselves a little. This barbarian horse meat really is delicious. Niu Ben munched away, all while sneaking glances at the wine flask in front of Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming had only brought one jar of drunken Qingzhou wine. During the intense battle, it had stayed sealed. Now that the war was over, he brought it out. Last time at Prince Qi's residence, Niu Ben had gotten completely drunk off this wine and never forgot it. Now he was eyeing it hungrily. He sipped from his cup while longing for the flask. When Xiao Ming poured himself another big cup, Niu Ben immediately did the same, then filled his cup again just in case he got shorted. Luo Xin and Lu Fei, after their fight, noticed the drinking and quickly joined in. Lu Fei reached for the wine flask. Smack, Niu Ben slapped his hand away. "Your Highness, Commander, you're hogging it." Lu Fei complained. "We're not hogging anything." Niu Ben snapped. "There's only one jar. If it gets to your hands, there'll be nothing left. Put your cup down, I'll pour." "Letting the commander pour isn't that out of order," Lu Fei said with wide eyes. Niu Ben wasn't fooled. He poured Lu Fei only half a cup. Lu Fei pouted and looked pitifully at Xiao Ming, silently begging for help. Xiao Ming ignored him at first, drinking by himself, reluctant to share. But Lu Fei's sad eyes were too much. "Once we get back to Qingzhou," Xiao Ming said, "I'll send you 10 full jars." "Hee, I was waiting for you to say that." Lu Fei cheered. Niu Ben stayed quiet. Xiao Ming had promised him 20 jars. As night deepened, all the soldiers who had defended the city gathered, except for those on watch. The camp was full of noise and joy as soldiers laughed loudly, releasing the pressure built up over the past 10 days. After a few drinks, Xiao Ming suddenly stood up. The wine, the victory, it all made his heart surge with pride. His territory had been defended. He had made his mark. "Commander, I think our army needs its own marching song," he said. "A marching song?" Niu Ben squinted. "What's that, Your Highness?" Lu Fei, half-sober, laughed. "Your Highness must be drunk." "I'm not drunk." Xiao Ming said. "Every army needs a soul. A song can lift the spirit of the troops." "Don't believe me, I'll sing one for you." In the great Yu Empire, it wasn't strange for nobles to sing or dance, especially at banquets in Chang'an. It was much like the balls of Western nobles. Lu Fei, always one for fun, jumped up. "Everyone quiet down. His Highness is going to sing." All the soldiers turned, surprised. Feasting and drinking was one thing, but true celebration came from shared spirit. Xiao Ming wasn't joking. He wanted his soldiers to remember this battle, this indomitable will. Then he began to sing a song from a future era, from a television drama called Drawing the Sword. "If our homeland is invaded, hot-blooded men must rise. Drink this cup of hometown wine, a hero never returns alive. The Yellow River roars, the Yangtze surges, they gave me life, they gave me strength. Let blood stain the brightest flower, let it bloom on my chest. Red flags wave, war horns blare, blades drawn, thunder in the air. When two paths meet, the brave will win, march forward, march forward." A hoarse voice echoed across the empty Qingzhou camp. Xiao Ming's blood burned with passion. This song was the unyielding will of a nation facing foreign invaders. This song was the soul of an army daring to draw its sword. At this moment, the Qingzhou camp fell silent, leaving only the crackling of the bonfire. The soldiers stared at Xiao Ming, who stood before the flames. Suddenly, one soldier began singing along. "If our homeland is invaded, hot-blooded men must rise." Another voice joined in. Soon, the soldiers slowly rose to their feet, learning the lyrics from Xiao Ming line by line. By the end, they stood together, singing loudly. The fierce and heroic song, carried by the soldiers' roars, surged like hot blood into every heart. This scene perfectly captured the emotions they had struggled to express. Their pent-up feelings burst forth at this moment. Some soldiers suddenly shed tears when singing the line, "A hero never returns alive." This victory was bought with the lives of their comrades. How could they forget those who had fallen, their eyes forever closed? Even in this moment of celebration, Niu Ben slowly stood up and began repeating the song. This song carried too much emotion. Remembering his decades of battles, he couldn't help but sing along. Lu Fei and Luo Xin also stood. Xiao Ming wasn't just singing a song, he was voicing the fiery passion buried in all their hearts. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, the singing suddenly stopped. Xiao Ming raised his wine cup and shouted, "To our fallen brothers, cheers, cheers." The soldiers raised their bowls of rice wine. Clang! After downing his drink, Xiao Ming ate his cup to the ground. The soldiers followed suit, ing their cups in a release of emotion. Tonight, they saw a different side of Prince Qi, a flesh-and-blood leader who shared their feelings. At this moment, they had never felt closer to him. Niu Ben's eyes burned with admiration. He had to admit, this army was Xiao Ming's, and it would always be Xiao Ming's. The lively celebration lasted late into the night. Eventually, the soldiers returned to their tents to rest. After 2 more days of recuperation, they would march back to Qingzhou. Many Qingzhou soldiers couldn't wait to return. Meanwhile, news of the great victory at Qingzhou reached Qingzhou. Upon receiving the report, Fan Zhang immediately organized the newspaper office to print the news. By the time the army returned, he wanted everyone to hear the good news. The next day, newspapers spread across Qingzhou. while reporters carried copies to their assigned regions. Extra, extra, great victory at Kangju. Our army slaughtered 100,000 barbarians. Extra, extra, major news. Even in the early morning, the streets of Kangju were filled with the voices of children, no older than 7 or 8. Since the newspaper office stopped using professional newsboys, this task had returned to ordinary children. With the spread of newspapers in Kangju, more literate people began accepting them. Selling newspapers had become a new trade, with many poor children picking up copies early in the morning to sell on the streets. What a victory at Kangju. A scholar rushed out of his house, still unwashed. Do you want a paper? A newsboy asked. The news of Kangju's victory is right here. Without hesitation, the scholar handed over a few copper coins and began reading on the spot. The more he read, the more excited he became. He ran back inside, shouting, "Father, Kangju held. The barbarians lost 100,000 men and retreated to Shanhaiguan. We don't have to flee. Really, let me see." An excited voice called from inside, followed by cheers. At the machinery department, Chen Wenlong and Chen Qi exchanged smiles. His Highness is truly His Highness. With this victory, the barbarians will never break through Kangju again, Chen Wenlong said. Chen Qi let out a deep sigh of relief. Luckily, we sent the canister shots in time. Otherwise, His Highness would have had my head. Hey, Father, do you think he'll promote me again when he returns? Promote you? Chen Wenlong's face darkened. The next rank is Chief of Military Affairs. What, you want to replace me? Cold sweat dripped down Chen Qi's forehead. Father, I'd never dare. I was just joking. Meanwhile, the news spread rapidly across Kangju. Every citizen rejoiced. 3 years ago, barbarian cavalry had pillaged and slaughtered here. Now they no longer had to fear the enemy reaching their gates again. Long live Prince Qi. A scholar suddenly shouted in the streets, waving the newspaper excitedly. The report had stirred his blood. Like many educated men, it wasn't that he didn't care for his country. It was that the endless, humiliating defeats had shamed them into silence, especially after the barbarians breached Kangju 3 years ago. They had desperately needed a victory, and now Xiao Ming had given them one, like rain after a long drought. Long live Prince Qi. Another voice rose, followed by a chorus across the streets. In the following days, nearby towns became seas of celebration. On the 5th day, news arrived. The Kangju army was returning. The citizens prepared food and drink to welcome them. Soon, crowds gathered outside Kangju, lining the roads to greet the victorious soldiers. Lu Fei, how do I look? Luo Xin adjusted his armor on horseback, afraid that dirt might ruin his image. Perfect. Dashing and heroic, Lu Fei said, secretly wiping his nose on Luo Xin's back while using the few fancy words he knew. Luo Xin grinned, lifting his chin higher. Back in Chang'an, they had fought barbarians before, but never had citizens welcomed them with food and drink. After all, the people knew they lost more than they won. But this time, with 100,000 enemy heads taken and the defeat of Baishan Taiji, it was an unprecedented feat for the great Yu Empire. This victory meant safety for the people, so their joy was natural. The recent harvest leaving them with plenty of food, their gratitude toward Prince Qi grew even stronger. They were still far from Kangju, but scouts reported crowds waiting outside the city, ready to reward the returning soldiers. They're here, they're here. A young woman's voice rang out from the main road leading into Kangju City. Everyone turned northward. The Kangju army was marching back in neat formation. Among the crowd waiting were men, women, elders, and children. Even many young women had come. While noblewomen of the great Yu Empire rarely appeared in public, common folk didn't follow such strict rules, especially on a day of celebration like this. As the soldiers saw how many citizens had come out to greet them, they immediately straightened up, walking with pride and purpose. But beneath their serious expressions, their eyes flicked toward the young women in the crowd. Some girls accidentally met a soldier's gaze, then quickly blushed and looked away. As the Kangju army entered, the citizens rushed forward, handing out buns, fruit, and food from their baskets, stuffing them into the soldiers' hands. In the center of the formation, Xiao Ming rode on horseback, surrounded and guarded by soldiers. With such a large crowd, his safety had to be taken seriously. Niu Ben rode beside him, keeping a careful watch on the people lining the road, ready to stop anyone who might pose a threat. Looking at the joyful faces all around him, Xiao Ming smiled. He had never imagined that commoners would line the streets to welcome him like this. The warmth in his heart confirmed it. Fighting to protect Kangju had been worth it. Up ahead, Luo Xin and Niu Ben walked straight back like wooden poles, waving proudly to the citizens. Xiao Ming shook his head with amusement. Those two always found a way to compete, even in this, but not every sound in the crowd was cheerful. Amid the joy were heart-wrenching sobs. Some families searched desperately for their sons. Those who found them alive rejoiced. Those who learned of their deaths collapsed in grief. My son, the wailing voice reached Xiao Ming's ears. He turned and saw a woman in her 40s, dressed in ragged clothes, weeping uncontrollably. A young girl was holding her, also crying silently. When the girl saw Xiao Ming, she suddenly called out, Your Highness, Your Highness, stop, Xiao Ming ordered. The army halted at once. He and Niu Ben dismounted and approached the girl. Surrounded by his soldiers, Xiao Ming was easy to spot. She had called out intentionally. The girl tried to kneel. Xiao Ming gently stopped her. There's no need for that. Are you looking for me? Through her tears, she said, Forgive me, Your Highness. I just learned that my older brother died in battle. I ask for nothing, just to know where he's buried so we can visit and honor him each year. Xiao Ming felt a sharp ache in his chest. Around him, the weeping grew louder. Don't worry, he said gently. Every fallen soldier has been brought home. They may have died far from home, but I will ensure they rest in their homeland. Thank you, Your Highness. That is all I could ask for, she sobbed. A nearby citizen muttered, How tragic. Her only son is gone. Now it's just the mother and daughter. How will they survive? Hearing this made Xiao Ming even more uneasy. Victory had been bought with blood, and he couldn't allow the spirits of the dead to carry regrets. Young lady, your strength humbles me. The families of fallen soldiers will receive compensation from the government. If there's anything more I can do, please don't hesitate to ask. There's no need, Your Highness, the girl said softly, helping her mother away. Niu Ben sighed. Your Highness, don't be too hard on yourself. War always means death. In time, you'll get used to it. His tone was heavy, his eyes full of pain. He had been through this many times. He had watched countless comrades come and go. How many of his old brothers-in-arms were still alive? Xiao Ming watched the mother and daughter walk away. The only way he could repay the people was to make sure they lived better lives going forward. The brief stop had changed the mood. Smiles faded from the soldiers' faces as the sorrowful cries reminded them of fallen brothers. How could they fully celebrate, knowing so many friends had died? When they reached the city gates, Qingzhu's officials were already there to welcome them. Pang Yukun stood at the front. Congratulations, Your Highness, on your great victory at Qingzhou, he said, but Xiao Ming was still somber from earlier. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the command center. Pang Yukun was taken aback. Seeing Xiao Ming's expression, he assumed something bad had happened. He nodded quickly and followed with the others. Inside, Pang Yukun asked, Your Highness, did something go wrong in Qingzhou? No. The city was defended successfully, Xiao Ming said. Pang Yukun sighed in relief. Then Xiao Ming continued, I want to speak with you about compensation. The families of fallen soldiers must receive their money. If there's any mistake, I'll hold you personally responsible. Pang Yukun scratched his head. It wasn't the kind of talk he expected on such a joyful day. Xiao Ming left shortly after. Niu Ben turned to Pang Yukun. This was His Highness's first time facing such brutal war. It affected him deeply. But he's right, the aftermath must be handled well. If not, we'll break the soldiers' hearts. Pang Yukun nodded. I understand. The army returned to the Qingzhou military camp to rest. At the same time, news of Qingzhou's great victory was spreading across the Great Yu Empire by newspaper. The day the battle was won, Zhan Xingqing had sent word to Chang'an. Now that news had reached Xiao Wengshuan. Qingzhou victory 100,000 barbarians slain, Beishan fled in defeat. Xiao Wengshuan read the message with trembling hands. He whispered to himself, after decades of weakness, finally, Prince Qi has cut down their arrogance. This is a blessing for Great Yu. A blessing for the royal family. He immediately called a palace attendant. Quick, spread the news of our great victory in Qingzhou. I want to see the look on my ministers' faces. The young eunuch had never seen the emperor so joyful. He sprinted outside, jumped on a horse, and rode through the streets yelling, Qingzhou victory. Prince Qi has slain 100,000 barbarians. Great victory at Qingzhou. Prince Qi slayed 100,000 barbarian soldiers. Great victory at Qingzhou. Prince Qi slayed 100,000 barbarian soldiers. Along the Zhuke Avenue in Chang'an City, a young palace attendant galloped at full speed, shouting the news at the top of his lungs. It wasn't just Emperor Xiao Wengshuan who was thrilled. Even though he was just a eunuch, often looked down upon and incomplete in others' eyes, he too carried the fate of the empire in his heart. From the beginning of the battle for Qingzhou, Emperor Wengshuan had been unable to sleep at night. If Qingzhou fell and the fiefs of Prince Qi and Prince Wei were lost to the barbarians, then the imperial court would no longer be able to reign in the ambitions of the non-imperial princes. But now, Qingzhou stood firm. The seventh prince of Great Yu, Xiao Ming, had slain 100,000 barbarians and forced them to retreat to Shanhai Pass. From now on, the Great Yu Empire could proudly say no to tribute demands, no to territorial concessions, no to political marriages. In the streets, merchants stopped in their tracks, scholars froze, officials halted. Even commoners entering the city stood still. Great victory at Qingzhou. The words exploded in their ears like thunder, shocking and stirring. Did I hear that right? A great victory at Qingzhou. Prince Qi killed 100,000 barbarians. A scholar asked his companion. That's what it sounds like. Prince Qi killing 100,000, that's ridiculous. Even Prince Zhao, the tiger of the north, never pulled that off. This eunuch must be mad. Another scholar frowned. Wait a second. That eunuch used to serve directly under the emperor. He's even delivered edicts to my home before. He's from the palace." The group went silent. One whispered, "So it's true Prince Qi really won," before they could answer. Another eunuch rode by yelling the same message. Then came palace guards on horseback shouting the news too. Emperor Wangxuan, overflowing with joy, wanted the entire city to know. He sent wave after wave of messengers to announce the news. "They say His Majesty loves glory," one scholar remarked. "I guess that's true after all." "Come now," another scholar replied. "Decades of weakness and now a true victory. His Majesty has every right to be joyful, but you, my friend, seem less thrilled." "Why is that?" The first scholar went quiet. "His father served under Prince Zhao. His feelings were complicated." "Haha, regardless, this is worth celebrating. Who would have thought that the once-disgraced Prince Qi would hold off a 100,000-strong barbarian force? I'll pay for everyone's meal today. Cheers to Prince Qi." Another scholar declared. The others looked puzzled. "How generous, Xiao, that's rare." "Looks like we're lucky to know Prince Qi." Scholar Xiao replied with a deep voice. "You don't understand. Unlike others, I know Prince Qi well. We were like brothers back in Chang'an, always together. I always believed he was destined for greatness, and now I was proven right. If only I had stood beside him in this battle." The group looked at him with envy. If this was true, then just having a connection to Prince Qi was a great honor. Xiao basked in their jealous looks, already thinking about writing a letter to Prince Qi, reconnecting over their old Chang'an days. At the Luo residence, home of the great General Luo Quan, one eunuch was stopped by none other than the general himself. Startled, the eunuch pulled hard on the reins and just barely avoided Ing. "General Luo, what are you doing?" he asked, face pale. Luo Quan didn't answer. He stormed forward, yanked the eunuch off the horse, and roared, "What did you just say? Say it again." Terrified, the eunuch stammered, "Gee, General, what's the matter? Say the first part again." Luo shouted. Finally understanding, the eunuch answered, "Kangzhou was defended, General. Prince Qi slew 100,000 barbarians. It's a great victory." Luo Quan had heard the rumors earlier, but thought they were hallucinations. When he heard it shouted again and again, he finally realized it was real. "Victory, victory, victory." He trembled, repeating the word over and over. Even though he hadn't fought in the battle, intelligence reports from the court had kept him updated. He and other warhawks had been extremely tense. Now joy surged through him. Then he asked, "What about my son, Luo Xin? Any news?" "I'm afraid not." The message Prince Qi sent to the emperor was brief, just the news of victory. But he promised a full report would be published soon and delivered to Chang'an. I see. Luo Quan's joy turned to concern. There was still no word from his son. "I must keep going, General," the eunuch said. "Go borrow a horse from my stables," Luo Quan ordered. Then he jumped on the eunuch's horse and sped off toward the palace. The eunuch gave a bitter smile. "This victory has driven the general mad," he muttered. And then, walking toward the Luo residence stables, he resumed shouting, "Great victory at Kangzhou." In the Eastern Market, the center of commerce in Chang'an, a group of merchants were gathered, excitedly discussing the news. "With Kangzhou safe, Prince Qi's lands are secure. Our business can continue without fear," one merchant sighed in relief. He had been selling soap between Chang'an and Kangzhou, and the war had nearly ruined the supply chain. Now that Kangzhou was safe, their livelihood was safe too. "Praise be to Prince Qi. My entire family depends on my trade in Kangzhou." Another merchant wiped away tears. A third added, "No time to chat. We should go to Kangzhou and personally thank Prince Qi." "Right, he defeated Beishan, the best barbarian general. That proves Prince Qi is truly capable. Kangzhou will be a safe haven from now on." Just then another merchant passed by, his cart packed with belongings. "Where are you going?" they asked. "Now that Prince Qi has secured Kangzhou, his land will be the safest place in the empire. It's the perfect place for business. I'm moving to Kangzhou. Wait for us, we're coming too." The merchants cried. Late August, under the blazing sun, Chang'an felt hotter than ever. But the news of the great victory at Kangzhou made the heat even more intense. In every alley and courtyard, from markets to manors, everyone was talking about it. The common people were ecstatic. The hawkish ministers, the ones who always advocated for war, were overjoyed, rushing to the palace to offer their congratulations to Emperor Zhao Wangxuan. Their long-held stance had finally been proven right. Of course, while some celebrated, others were miserable. The peace-favoring officials, upon hearing the news, looked as if they were attending a funeral. Still, a victory was a victory for Great Yu, and even they had no choice but to enter the palace and offer their congratulations to the emperor. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The victory at Kangzhou is a tremendous achievement. Prince Qi has humbled the barbarians. Their envoy's ridiculous demands can now be completely ignored," General Luo Quan declared loudly in the Chengqing Hall, brimming with confidence. The other hawkish ministers stood proudly behind him, puffed up like triumphant roosters. Their eyes swept over the peace faction with open disdain, silently mocking them. "You see, the barbarians aren't so terrifying after all." Emperor Zhao Wangxuan laughed heartily. With so many officials coming to congratulate him, he couldn't be more pleased. Thank you, thank you. This is a day for the entire nation to celebrate. Across the hall, Minister Cui Hao and his fellow civil officials forced smiles that looked more painful than grief. The barbarians had been thoroughly defeated at Kangzhou and wouldn't dare make trouble there again anytime soon. But this meant Zhao King and Liang King's territories would be the next targets. If the barbarians decided to vent their frustration on those lands, the officials who lived luxuriously off those princes' wealth would soon find their silver cut off. Cui Hao bowed and offered his forced congratulations. Then he said, "Your Majesty, though Prince Qi's victory is indeed worth celebrating, we must not forget the barbarians' strategy. Among the 100,000 troops, only 20 or 30,000 were real soldiers, the rest were slaves. This loss is merely a scratch to them. If they become enraged and return in force, the situation could escalate. Therefore, I believe we should send envoys to the Golden Horde, make it clear this was Prince Qi acting independently, and that it has nothing to do with Great Yu. Your Majesty, please consider this carefully," the peace faction chimed in. "A bunch of cowards, traitors," Luo Quan roared. "This is the perfect time to cut off the tribute and demand the return of Yuzhu. How can we shamelessly send envoys to apologize?" Xiao Wengshuan's smile faded. He said coldly, "I've already said, if we win this battle, I will no longer tolerate talk of tribute, land concessions, or peace deals. Today, I'll let it pass because you're from the Cui clan. Say it again and I won't be so forgiving." Cui Hao shivered with fear. The emperor's tone was icy, and he knew it wasn't a joke. After the humiliations from the barbarian envoy, Xiao Wengshuan clearly held a deep grudge. Behind the ministers, the princes had also arrived at Chengqing Hall. The crown prince and his brothers stood silently, all feeling complicated emotions. Even a fool could see how delighted their father was. It was obvious that their seventh brother, Xiao Ming, was now in favor. The crown prince felt especially conflicted. On one hand, his grandfather Zhao King had hoped Kangzhou would fall, to ease pressure on his own territory. On the other hand, winning Xiao Ming's support would greatly help solidify his claim to the throne. With this victory, Xiao Ming's standing among the princes would rise significantly. Gaining his favor would be a major boost. And yet, because of Zhao King, the crown prince simply couldn't bring himself to like Xiao Ming. Still, after a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward and said, "Father, our seventh brother has accomplished a great feat. He deserves to be generously rewarded. Indeed, that's what an elder brother should say," Xiao Wengshuan replied with satisfaction. Encouraged, the crown prince continued, "Given his contribution, I think it's time to lift the travel ban from years ago. That way our seventh brother can return to Chang'an to visit family whenever he wishes." "There's no need to even say that," the emperor responded warmly. "Prince Qi has proven himself capable of leading on his own. He's become a pillar of the royal family and deserves this privilege." Xiao Wengshuan felt more pleased with his heir than he had in a long time. The second prince and others couldn't help feeling sour. They had never taken Xiao Ming seriously. To them, he was a distant feudal prince, someone easily forgotten. Yet here he was, suddenly at the center of everything, and this one victory alone was worth more than all their accomplishments combined. Still, they knew better than to speak poorly of Xiao Ming now. Cui Hao had just been publicly scolded after all. The second prince said, "Father's foresight is unmatched. Sending our seventh brother to Kingzhou was a stroke of genius. This victory belongs to him but also reflects father's great judgment. It will surely be remembered in the history books." Xiao Wengshuan laughed heartily. He knew the second prince was flattering him, but it worked. In front of the court, it made him look brilliant. The third prince shot a glance at his brother. He had planned to say the same thing but had been beaten to it. Everyone knew their father loved to be praised. Linking this victory to him would surely win favor, but the third prince wasn't about to give up. He added, "Father, I've already ordered your words from that day in court, where you firmly rejected the minister's advice, to be recorded by the scribes. This triumph at Kangzhou will be written alongside them in history. Actions speak louder than words," and this remark earned the third prince the upper hand. The second prince's smile stiffened. The crown prince, meanwhile, was fuming inside. Once again, he'd laid the groundwork only for others to take the credit. Xiao Wengshuan looked fondly at the third prince, then turned to the fourth prince, who had remained silent the whole time. "Fourth, why haven't you said anything?" The fourth prince replied, "I have no words, father. I am simply in awe." That made Xiao Wengshuan laugh even louder. Since ascending the throne, he hadn't laughed so much in one day. Luo Quan and the other Warhawk officials were beaming. Still, Luo couldn't help but say, "It's a shame we don't have the full details of the Kangzhou battle yet. We'll have to wait for the newspapers to reach Chang'an." At this, Xiao Wengshuan's face lit up with anticipation. That Prince Qi, always keeping us in suspense. Looks like he's waiting for the papers to arrive in the capital so everyone can see his achievements at once. It's understandable, Luo Quan chuckled. It's a major victory after all. Even as he smiled, his thoughts returned to his son. He still hadn't heard whether Luo Xin was safe. Noticing his concern, the emperor reassured him, "Don't worry, general." If anything had happened to Luo Xin, Prince Qi would have mentioned it in his letter. Then, with a sweep of his sleeves, Xiao Wangxuan stood up, invigorated. "Once the newspapers from Qingzhou arrive, let us hold a grand banquet in the palace to celebrate." General Luo Quan was walking toward Fei Jai's residence, a newspaper from Qingzhou in hand. Unlike before, the price of this issue had actually gone down instead of up. Luo Quan still vividly remembered what the merchant selling it had said. "Though I am a merchant, I am first a citizen of Great Yu. How can I care only for profit at a time of national celebration?" As he walked, Luo Quan couldn't help but reflect. Xiao Ming's victory had come at the perfect time. When the people of Great Yu had nearly grown numb to humiliation at the hands of foreign enemies, this sudden triumph was like a thunderclap that woke the entire nation. In the past, no one wanted to talk about politics. Now even the street vendors selling sesame pancakes were passionately discussing the Kangzhou victory. Soon, he arrived at the Fei residence, where the butler was already waiting at the door. "The master knew you would come, General," the butler said with a smile. "He told me to wait outside and welcome you in." "Oh, that sly old fox," Luo Quan chuckled and followed him in. Inside, Fei Jai was already waiting in the main hall. As soon as he saw Luo Quan, he held up his own copy of the newspaper, grinning. "You beat me to it this time," Luo Quan laughed as he sat down. In recent days, the peace faction had fallen completely silent, while the pro-war ministers were full of momentum. As the leading voice of the war faction, Luo Quan was naturally in great spirits. Fei Jai smiled. "I had to move quickly. This victory at Kangzhou finally helped our people vent their anger. I just finished reading the paper and still feel my blood boiling with excitement." "No kidding," Luo Quan nodded. "I read it on the way here, and I almost shouted out in joy." "The report is incredibly detailed. Winning that battle wasn't easy." Fei Jai narrowed his eyes. "You're this happy because of Luo Xin, aren't you?" The paper specifically praised the commanders who performed best in the battle, and Luo Xin was listed first. "You can't say that." "The real number one should be Niu Ben," Luo Quan replied modestly. "If it weren't for his leadership, Luo Xin wouldn't have had the chance to shine. But Niu Ben's a convicted man, so I guess Prince Qi left his name out on purpose, to avoid giving people like Kui Hao an excuse to stir trouble." Still, the joy on his face was impossible to hide. After all, the Luo family had contributed to this major victory, and as a father, how could he not be proud with such a feat under his belt? Luo Xin's future career in the military was as good as guaranteed. Fei Jai, who knew Luo Quan's character like the back of his hand, understood exactly what this visit was about. He had come to brag about his son. "I see," Fei Jai said. "Well, if you're too shy to ask for credit, I'll do it for you. I'll speak to His Majesty on Luo Xin's behalf." "How's that? You really shouldn't," Luo Quan replied with false humility. "Luo Xin only benefited from following Prince Qi. His Majesty will make the right decision." Fei Jai smiled knowingly. Compared to Niu Ben's bluntness, Luo Quan was clearly more politically savvy. That's why he was still a top-ranking general despite his strong stance in favor of war. First, he had real battlefield achievements. Second, he knew when to advance and when to hold back. He wasn't rigid. If Luo Xin were promoted now, the Luo family's influence in the military would rise again, and Luo Quan's voice would carry even more weight against those who pushed for peace. "That may be so," Fei Jai said, "but credit must be given where it's due." Luo Quan grinned. "Then I owe you a drink, Fei." After a bit more chatting, Luo Quan lowered his voice and changed the subject. "I heard His Majesty is personally arranging a marriage proposal between Prince Qi and your daughter. What are your thoughts?" Fei Jai's smile faded. He sighed. To be honest, His Majesty did bring it up again. His tone was much firmer this time. He seemed determined to see it through. "But you know about Yuer's health. I really don't want to send her far away to Qingzhou." This victory put His Majesty in a great mood, Luo Quan said. Naturally, he wants to reward Prince Qi, and arranging this marriage is the best way to honor such a merit. It's also His Majesty's way of ensuring Prince Qi's long-term security. Fei Jai nodded. "That's true, but I'm still worried. Prince Qi's recent fame will inevitably attract jealousy from the other princes, and the barbarians will surely see him as a threat now. More importantly, he destroyed the noble clans in his fief. The rest of the aristocracy won't forget that. His future won't be an easy one." Luo Quan, who had been basking in happiness, now grew serious. "You're right, I hadn't considered all that. Prince Qi's merits are impressive, but his support base is still weak. He has no earthful maternal relatives, and the throne has always followed the order of seniority. It'll be hard for him to claim it." "Exactly," Fei Jai said with a furrowed brow. "That's what troubles me. Based on this merit alone, he deserves to marry into the Fei family, but I worry he'll meet the same fate as Prince Ning." At the mention of Prince Ning, Luo Quan's expression changed drastically. He looked around cautiously before whispering, "Fei, are you out of your mind? How could you even mention that name? His Majesty hates hearing about him. Many ministers who pleaded for Prince Ning were executed. Isn't that warning enough? Fei Jai's face went pale. If a royal spy overheard this conversation, it would be easy for a court official to accuse him of sympathizing with Prince Ning. Even as head of the Fei family, he could end up stripped of his title and sent home in disgrace. He bowed slightly. Thank you, Luo. That was careless of me. I only meant to draw a comparison. Every new emperor is wary of Erful brothers with battlefield glory. I just don't want my daughter to suffer for it. Luo Quan sighed. That might not be the case. Prince Qi isn't like others. Think about it. How long has it been since Kangzhou fell, and now he's taken Kingzhu's army and avenged that loss? That alone proves he's incredibly talented. Maybe he was just lazy before. Now that he's on the right path, perhaps one day he'll be like Prince Wei, guarding the borders for generations to come. Fei Jai didn't seem convinced. He rubbed his temples and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm tired of sitting around. Let's go for a walk." With that, the two men left the hall. As they exited, Fei Jai glanced toward the corner beside the main room. As soon as they were gone, two shadows slipped out from that corner. Ziohyun giggled and said, "Miss, did you hear that His Majesty is arranging a marriage between you and Prince Qi? Congratulations on your engagement." Fei Yuer's face turned crimson. She glared and snapped, "You silly girl, stop saying nonsense."